Yo. Walk on. Yeah, we block three. Yeah, man. So, we got the people them passed through the show from yesterday and that. Yeah, man. I had to look it off a little bit. It wasn't that much earlier, you know what I mean? It was on for 11 hours and 10 minutes and shit. I needed to hold it fresh and have my dinner and them thing there. See? The limit. Yeah. You know what I mean? All right, man. House of Pain's back in the action, man. You know what I mean? Back in the game. So, yeah. Question of the day today is nice and simple. Yeah. Are all citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints about the UK? Are all citizens equally allowed to voice their opinions and complaints and about the UK? Yeah. So big up all the people there that hit the pubs up already. Yeah, big up yourself, mate. Big up your damn self. Yeah. Who's in the building? Old cat man like old Sparky. Home truth provider. Big up yourself. Yeah. Hold on, let me put the link in the chat, man. Let's put the link in the chat. Yeah, hold tight, James Jones, nine. You get me? Hold tight, scattered, my G. Yeah, yeah, man. Come on. I tell you what. So why is the question of the day like this? Why is the question of the day like this? 'Cause it seems some complaints are worth more than others. Yeah, some complaints are worth more than others. No. One second, let me mute them. Fire. Yo, yeah, man. Nah, yeah, some complaints are worth more than others, mate. Let's go there. May have complaints that makes you a lawyer. But if you ironically lied the most, his complaints wouldn't carry much weight. Mad. Mad. Yeah. Yeah, mate. Yeah. So, yeah. You got the people there. It's building. No? You know what I mean? So, you know what, yeah? I didn't change my screening. Oh, all on a search. Dude, I'm talking about. Yeah. All right, yeah, man. You got the people that are inside, man. You get me? Man, like BLM Trigger Belly in the building. You get me? Outside my Black Lives Matter gang. You pick up yourself, man. Yeah. So in the venue, we send you our menu. That's the combo MC. Yo, Black Lives Matter, Belly MC. Yeah, man. The big up man, they got us in the building. Outside Castle of Nice Ears in the building. Pick up yourselves. Yeah, man. It's BLM Trigger Belly in the building today. You see me? You see? Yeah. See? Yo. So, yeah, man. Pick up man like KH in the building. Pick up yourself. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shit. Black Lives Matter. Ono Sakamada. Black Lives Matter. Ono Sakamada. Hey. Cheese and bread. Ono killing people dead. Cheese and bread. Ono killing people dead. Yeah. Hey. Yo. Massive. But. Yeah, man. I'm saying that when some concerned citizens of the United Kingdom voice their complaints, yeah, when some concerned citizens of the United Kingdom voice their complaints, sometimes they're told to go home. Go back to where you came from, says Karen. Why don't you go back to Africa, says Karen. Yeah. And I said, do I not pay taxes too? Am I not a mortgage? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, just but but outside Fredos. Wow.
Bless up, bro. Hey, bro, man's paid more taxes than Dave, Jupiter, and fucking Wendy Wu put together, bro. Yeah, I'm telling
Oh,
you that. That's for free. You know what I'm saying? And fucking all you're gonna hear from them is what I don't understand what you're complaining about. You're gonna tell them 2 years in a row you've been online here talking to black people, but you never understand anything what we're talking about. And when we do thoroughly explain it to you, guess what man get, fam? Golden
wow.
words. Go home.
Go back to where you came from.
It's deep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
deep.
in my country. Yeah.
It's deep. It's deep. It's deep. It's deep. That's why I ain't even bothering no more, bro. Like, I swear to God, I ain't even bothering to
Hey,
explain nothing.
hey.
Huh?
I said, hey, man. Hey, man.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
just,
man.
just
So what you say, like, for the question of the day, yeah? Let me quickly get
hmm
into this, yeah? For the question of the day, yeah? Is, are all citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints and concerns about the UK?
not really. Not really, because if you're of African descent, you get that them shut down arguments if you don't like it and all that. You know what to do and all that. So your
If you don't
voice,
like
your
me,
voice,
079 me.
your voice gets minimalized a little bit. Because if you're gonna tell me, oh, you don't like my attitude, and if I say to you, boy, every time you try and explain why you don't like my attitude, I'm telling you, just fuck off then, but why don't you just fuck? I'm minimalizing the argument, bro. It's like I don't want to hear how to can adjust my attitude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hear me.
yeah,
Hear me.
it's tough.
When I cry, you cry. You cry along with you. Yeah.
Yeah, but my
Bro.
things ain't complaints though. My things is that I take anything I want from England. I do anything I want in England, and I say anything I want to anybody, and that's me. Yeah, I'm saying I ain't complaining about shit. My life's so good. Seriously, I ain't got one complaint in
So
the
what,
world.
if you're paying your contributing member of society, are you not allowed to voice your complaint?
Yeah, but I don't, though, because I know it falls on deaf ears. Ultimately, people with Wendy Woo's attitude run the country. They're never gonna understand my plight. They're never gonna no matter how many times I explain it to them, they're never gonna catch the drift. They're always gonna give me examples of what I have got. Like, and obviously, it's not enough. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you be complaining sometimes, and then fucking hell, bro. It don't even make sense complaining because who's listening to you? Nobody. So just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Big up everybody in the chat. Lovely morning. You know what I mean? Try not to complain to nobody, my people, especially not to Europeans, because I don't think half of them care, innit? So you're always going to be hearing black people talking about black issues. That's how racist this country is. You're never going to hear a prominent white person come up here and say, yeah, no, I understand what black people are saying and I can get it. You know what I'm saying? You're only going to get a couple, like the good half come up, but you're not going to get the prominent people that are in power coming up and saying, no, I fully understand what, and we're going to do things to change it. And it's always going to be black people complaining about our thing, or we seem to be complaining because obviously we're living in an unfair place. If the thing was fair, you'd have Asian people, everybody coming on these channels, and you'd be saying, what's happening to black people, or just people in general ain't right. You get what I'm saying? But it's always seems to be like we're talking about our problems. So I don't even bother no more. Yeah, I mean, just leave it. What the fuck am I gonna teach people like Wendy and Dave and all that? They've already made up their minds. Where the fuck did Benny go, man? Who does this shit, you know? Someone come on.
You. Yo,
Yo,
what's going on, mate? Let's say, man,
yo,
I'm going to
Yo,
cut me off
give
still,
us
man.
the tunnel warning, man. When you're going through the tunnel, give us the warning.
Yeah, cut me off. But I was too busy saying shit before I went through it. Shit, I didn't even say that, alright. Hey,
All right, big up law,
yeah,
every
big
time.
up for every time, man. Yeah, no, I was listening to the discussion yesterday. Can you hear me?
yeah,
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 okay, cool. You hear me, Freddie? Oh, cool. It's funny because I was listening to Jupiter, I was listening to a few people, and I thought, you know what, in regards to the question tonight, I'd advise people to have a look at the back of their passport. And the reason I say that is because with this whole equally thing, anyone who's a citizen of a Commonwealth country, read the back of your passport. The Queen is obligated to you under oath to protect you, honor you as a citizen, and you are equal amongst any other citizen. So whether you're from this country or not, if you have a citizenship, she's bound for your welfare. So, in regards to equality, anyone who has that citizenship in any Commonwealth country, she's bound by oath to protect those people under
that's
any
my,
circumstances, under any duress, and they have their voice, their say in any opinion. It's not about where you're from.
no,
So
most
I just
definitely.
thought it was a bit, yeah.
But
I just
law,
thought it was a bit.
she's
wait,
not
I was going to say,
sometimes.
though, Kate,
Oh,
do you think, I was going to say, Freddie, I'm going to let you ask a question, yeah, but in your opinion, yeah, from watching, like, a Commonwealth citizen, yeah, but not in the UK, do you think that all the citizens of the UK are able to voice their opinions fairly? Does everyone's concerns be listened to? Are they, or do you feel like some people's concerns are heard more than others?
I don't know. I couldn't answer it for the UK. I'm not too sure. But I'd say this. I'd say that if anyone has
Yeah,
a
I'm just saying
genuine
that
concern,
as someone watching, yeah, like you're watching or listening from, and you're listening to the panels, but when you're hearing people voice their opinion, their concerns about what's happening or anything like that, yeah, do you feel like everyone's concerns are heard?
everyone's concerns may not be heard, and everyone is entitled to voice their opinion, whether or not I think the powers that be make the ultimate decision. That's kind of out of our hands, but I think if someone has a bias in their opinion towards someone else, being in the same country with the same citizenship, it's nothing to get upset about, because it's just water off a duck's back, really. But I think, look, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. You should be able to walk into any representative house or place and be heard, and action should be taken depending on what the concerns are, and they should be dealt with appropriately. Because if it's good enough for us to pay taxes and to break our asses off all our lives, and do what we do, well, it's good enough for them to get off their asses, listen to our concerns, take it seriously, and deal with it accordingly. Because other than that, if that doesn't get dealt with, then we're just, what's the point?
Man.
Yeah, you know.
Oh shit, pressure, man. I think Fred got his ask question, but when he comes back, he'll get to ask the question. I just wanted to see if, because sometimes when
Yeah,
it's like when you're involved or when you're a part of something here, it's always good to get someone's opinion. You may have the same concerns as you, but maybe looking at it from a bit like an outside. You know what I mean? Like looking at it from the outside.
I agree. I think you'd have to. Yeah, like 100%. Like, I think you'd have to be ignorant not to look at outside your own way of thinking. Not to say that your way of thinking and your way of life is wrong, but it's good to see if these concerns are valid, and see if they're really being instrumental to people. And I believe there's always a way to fix things. Gradually, like it just depends. Like I just think there's always a way if people are willing to, do the right thing. Really, like just to, I know that there's people that out there that feel like they've, I mean, everyone's got a lot of issues. It's just that I think it just should be processed in a fair kind of, and have sort of like fair outcomes, which a lot of people would think, well, that doesn't happen like this. It doesn't, due process and all this kind of thing. But what about you, Valley? What do you think?
But, yeah, I said from yesterday that um, I don't think that all people are equal or treated equal. Yeah, I've never thought that anyway. Yeah. But anyway, that would be a perfect world,
Yeah.
innit? Where everyone's treated equal. Yeah, I see that it's written out where everyone's supposed to be treated a certain way, but obviously it's different levels for different people. So,
Yeah, like we know that not everyone is equal in ability, not everyone is equal in what they believe in or what they want to do or what they want to achieve. But there should be, in regards to the law system, everyone should be treated equal and judged the same, because a lot of celebrities get away with a hell of a lot. Like a hell of a lot. A lot of people with money get away with a hell of a lot. But in saying that as well, I just think if someone does a crime, or if someone of any different race does one crime, and someone that has a lot of money or does another crime, it should be judged according to that crime, not wavered or backtracked because of a reputation or because of money or anything preceding that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But unfortunately, I guess not in all circumstances, but unfortunately, money does, I guess, in certain countries, speak louder than than fairness and justice. Can we live in a perfect world? Probably not. But
no, massive world.
And then you're put in a position where if justice is not given and you're trying to do the right thing, or some people sort of take justice into their own hands, and then you got to ask yourself, well, that resulted into something not very nice, and you got to ask this question, well, well, why? And that's exactly why. Maybe, and it's all got to be fair, but it's just that I think that the system may, depending on the country, is, I don't know. It's just, it's a big mess, and there's a lot of concerns. I think, maybe the rooster came home to roost. Who knows? But you know what I mean. So yeah, and I feel for people, man. I feel for both sides. I feel for both sides of the spectrum. I feel for people that I even feel for people that are on the other side of things, and the people that suffer and the people that don't suffer, and the people that get justice in there, because the people that do get a lot of justice, they probably do have a lot of problems in their own life, and just never really looked at things from a different angle. And some probably would look at things from a different angle, and it's not their thing, but that doesn't give them the right to say, hey, my justice is better than your justice, because really and truly, if we're gonna have a fair justice system, then it's got to be, people have got to be judged according to the crime, and also it's not about whether this person comes from here or there. It's just you know what I mean, like
Yeah, man. Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
a
man. So I was saying, man. Obviously, again, like I didn't think that all concerns or all of the UK citizens are equal. Cool stuff. Fucking are all UK UK citizens, do they all have the same opportunities? On paper, you may say yeah, but in reality, probably not. You know what I'm saying? That. So,
Oh, well, I think there's a fine line between, like, okay, when you say equal opportunity in the UK for all citizens, are you talking on the making money job spectrum, having your own business spectrum, like, or are you talking,
yeah,
because well, okay. So if it's on the job spectrum side of things, I think sometimes if a person owns a business, obviously not a lot of people have been entitled to it. A lot of people have worked for. It's really their decision who they hire. Now that sounds a bit harsh, because if the person doesn't choose to hire a person because of his race, really and truly, if we're talking about free speech and we're talking about freedom of choice, then it shouldn't really be an issue. But if it's a major thing where it happens quite a lot all over the world, okay, yeah, I would suggest that the avenues would be for some people to start their own kind of businesses and then go accordingly from there to hire who they want, and and they shouldn't be stopped from doing that, because I've no doubt that happens. I have no doubt that people don't hire certain people because of certain things, and the sad thing is about it, well, the truth is that they actually have that option not to do that, and I think, as sad as that may sound, I think that's fair enough. I would just suggest that if you have a dream or you have a goal, maybe instead of focusing on those people that won't hire you, or you're trying to break into some industry, is to look at starting your own industry where you can maybe you want to hire your own. Because think about it this way, a lot of people that would start their own business would hire their own people anyway, not because of race. Maybe they just feel more comfortable around their own. It's no big deal, everyone does it. So there's that kind of avenue. If you're talking like universities and corporations you're trying to break into, I mean, unfortunately, in some cases, yeah, there's probably that kind of thing. But yeah, I guess you just got to be in it to kind of change those kind of things. And I think what people get wrong is, I think people that want to go into these industries to change it, it's not to change the way of England. It's not to change the life and all that, or let's make all England black or anything. I think it's just to better themselves. People are trying to better themselves, I think, and get ahead in life. And a lot of people can take that as, well, you're trying to change England and do the sneaky one. And no, I don't think so. I think people are just want a happy, sort of, they want to make money for their families, and if they hire their own, it doesn't mean that they're going to like turn on England and this and that. I think they're just trying to better themselves. And I think other people might get a bit jealous about that, and might get a bit upset because they never achieved anything. And, they see people out there striving, trying to follow their dreams, and it bothers them. I don't know why it bothers them. It just seems to. And a lot of people that I see that say, oh, you're trying to do that, they usually have done nothing with their life anyway. They just sit behind the computer, talk a whole lot of crap, and not really out there in the real world. And big up to you, Ralph.
Oh, hello. Who's this? Your name sounds familiar.
We've had a couple of.
Yes, be kind to him. Remember, he's your Christian brother, man.
Thanks, Valley. I like your new BLM trigger, Valley. I thought the same as WLM triggers, man. WLM is triggering much more than BLM.
I think BLM is what makes WLM.
We love BLM, and yeah, we like BLM, man. We support BLM. Is giving us more recruits than ever before. So big up BLM. Come on, BLM. A bit more looting.
I want cheese and bread. Oh no, killing people dead. Cheese and bread. Oh no, killing people dead.
Hilarious.
What do you say, man? All citizens of the UK's concerns and complaints treated equally?
Oh, I disagree. I'm anti-equality, obviously. So.
Okay, yeah, go on. Break it down for us, man.
Well, equality is a liberal idea, right?
Well,
So equality comes from all of these laws and stuff. These views are all coming from equality and liberalism, and we think they're fundamentally flawed. We don't believe people are equal. So if you believe people are equal, then the statement makes sense. If you don't believe people are equal, the sentence is nonsense, right? So I don't believe people are equal. I'm not the best dancer, singer, 100-meter runner.
It's not, bruv, it's not whether they're equal. It's whether they should be treated. Salam, bro. It's whether they should be treated equal.
Yeah,
actual equality is irrelevant. They should be treated equal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I believe once we accept that people are not equal, then you've got to make the case why they should be treated equally. And I don't believe such a case has been made. I believe all the worst problems.
Human beings. Yeah, but when you treat people unequally, it doesn't just impinge. It doesn't just impinge on the person that's being treated unequally. It also impinges on the person who is the oppressor, because you're forcing people to be oppressors. They might not want to be.
Well, I'm not talking about oppression. Oppression is a Marxist idea. I'm talking about whether or not people deserve to be treated equally just because they're born. And I believe the answer is no. I think you should be treated depending on how you merit treatment. I think it's a meritocracy.
It wasn't all people. It was are all UK citizens.
I would say no. I would say no. So, for example, if someone's committed a crime, I don't want his views on the police. I don't think they should be treated equally. Where someone has never committed a crime in his life, I'm interested in his views on law and order.
Okay, so listen to this then, Ralph, then, yeah? So someone's committed a crime, yeah? They stole a fucking Mars bar from a shop, yeah, and they was caught and convicted for it, yeah? Mm-hmm. And then 2 weeks later, a police officer has walked up to them, yeah, punched them in the mouth and fucking snapped their leg while they're standing on the floor. Why shouldn't they be able to voice their complaints?
Because
the fucking Mars bar.
Oh no! I think if some police officer has broken someone's legs, he should face the consequence of his actions. That police officer.
Cool.
Nah, yeah, in that case. Yeah.
But
I noticed you just said.
Saying that there's not. But 1 minute, if you're saying there's no equality, then the punishment for a policeman committing a crime won't be the same for a non-policeman. It's like working as a parking. It's like if you're working as a parking attendant and you park on a double yellow line and you get a ticket, it don't work out, does it? 'Cause they, you get me? They don't pay their tickets.
Depending on what crime the police officer commits, yeah, his punishment is not the same.
There you go. But it should be.
More times they probably don't get punished, because there's times when people have been killed, attacked or hit by the police officers. Every time they've tried to bring charges against the police officers, it's never ended up in any charges.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. That's the issue. That's the issue. To skim over it, I don't agree with that. I think everyone should be treated equally.
Let me speak up for my uncle IC3 as well. Obviously, he would say that if there's specific codes that different people hold in the UK, then obviously there's different values of life in the UK. So if you're in the UK and you're IC1, in theory it seems like your life is valued higher than if you're in the UK and you're IC6. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we might as well go back to feudalism.
Now you're talking.
All right, mate. Bloody hell.
Calm down, son.
Now you have my attention. Now you're getting hot.
I would go towards. I'm slipping a bit more towards Ralph's idea a little bit. I'd have to agree with him a little bit on the fact that you'd have to treat the cases like. Look, it's sad. Police brutality and things like that. it's nice, but I would still treat everything has to be treated in an individual case because
did you say
look, there's a lot of it,
nice?
No doubt. You know,
what do you mean nice?
No, I said it's no, I didn't say nice. I said that it's not a nice thing to see those kind of things.
It's an abuse of power.
You still have to treat everything on the individual basis.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I think we're conflating two things. I think we're
definitely
the abuse of power. I don't think we should allow the abuse of power to go unchecked. But I think that the abuse of power is not a case for equalitarianism. So I mean, I'm for blocking the abuse of power.
If a fat person and a skinny person goes into McDonald's, do you think the fat person should get charged more?
I think obese people are but you lost on. But one of my ex-girlfriends in America, her father is a very famous lawyer, and he treated a very famous case that made in the late 80s where a person sued another person who was fat on a plane because they were taking up more space, and he won the case against United Airlines.
I actually heard about that. That was in the newspaper.
That was my girlfriend's dad was the lawyer in the case. So at the time,
wow.
So
so in the Mirror or something like that, ain't it?
It was all over the world press in the late 80s, I think, early 90s, yeah. And it was a question of saying, why should someone who just got obesity because they're suffering from the sin of avarice or greed, then why should they be treated equally to someone who is not looking after their body in a healthy fashion? This is again, this is the problem. They have more NHS costs. Obesity is a massive cost in the NHS. And why are the people obese? Because they haven't learned to either exercise or they like food. They like the sin of greed or avarice, right? Why should they be?
There is a genetic. Yeah, man. Big up the fatties out there. What I'm saying is, there is actually a genetic component to obesity.
Yeah, but if I'm just on the Fat Lives Matter. There was a funny billboard when I lived in San Francisco because there was a lot of advertising. It just said, "Remember, when they come, they'll eat the fat ones first." Yeah. So hey, our fatties. It's a great ad, wasn't it? Yeah. So the idea is that should the NHS? So you could apply the same for smoking or drinking, right? So the idea again the point is it anti? Should you just think equality is your god? Equality is not a god. Equality is a social construct.
That sounds very shirky. That sounds like shirk.
I don't know, man. I see a fat person going into McDonald's and you walk in there and they get 5 burgers and then they wash it down with 3 milkshakes. And I feel disgusted by it.
Those were the days, man. Those were the days.
It disgusted me, yeah? So you look at that and you go like, hey, why does this guy want to be treated equally? He's not eating equally. Yeah, he's not eating the same as other people.
3 milkshakes.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, mine are. I'll wax 3 milkshakes will get whacked.
And then you say this guy wants to be treated equally, but he's not eating. He's not eating equally, is he? He's not having the same number of fucking burgers as anyone else. The fuck is equality? Yeah?
You couldn't apply that to everything, though, Ralph. It would be difficult. It's like if me, you, and Belly went to the brothel and we got charged differently. Like they'll be like, "Khan, you're in here every day."
I don't know that one, man. I can't comment on that, my friend. So,
that's what I'm saying.
But the same thing applies. If you went to a brothel and you were the one who kept going to the brothel all the time, you're not going to the brothel equally, yeah. So this equality.
I was in my teens. I have to confess. Like I've been good for decades now.
For weeks.
decades.
For weeks, my friend.
Yeah, I think that the ownership or flying of any other national flag in England should be made illegal.
Here we go.
I thought he was going to come in and back me up on the fatty issue, but he's just talking about something else.
Nah, I'm with Dave on this issue. Yeah, if you fly a foreign flag in England, it should be a high crime.
You don't care about him, man.
That's not. I'm not a civic nationalist.
Good to hear.
Thank you. Yeah, about it,
That's
They just good old fashioned NF.
civic nationalists.
What's wrong with the National Front, man? They were ahead of their time.
Civic nationalists wouldn't agree with that, would they, Ralph, about the flag?
No, they wouldn't.
No, they think
Because they don't have any patriotic pride. They don't love the England for the English. They don't love that idea. So even if you were not English like me and you lived here and you just didn't like England or the English, there's nothing to stop you doing that. Liberal systems allow you to be anti-English. You don't need to be neutral. Yeah, they just support you. So if you're an Englishman in England,
can I ask?
What about your? Wait, hold on. English people are allowed to say that they don't like it in England.
Here's the point.
You can criticize.
Take it home, Billy. Take it home.
The nation.
Listen,
the nations come and go.
Isn't that racist? Isn't that racist to say that?
But wait, hold on. Wait. Let's get an answer to that. Yeah. Are you saying that if you were in power, per se, yeah, only English people would be allowed to voice their concerns and complaints?
No. You can criticize the government, but you can't criticize the nation.
Yes, the people. Yes.
Say, for instance, that person who tried to burn the Union flag, they should be deported.
Yeah,
absolutely. And if he's an Englishman who did that, I would treat him as a traitor. So as a foreigner, I deported.
What about the first foreigner? What about the first foreigner that wanted to open his corner shop on a Sunday? Was he going against the was he going against the system then?
In that case, he was going against God, Queen, and country. Yes.
So then, we'd be twiddling our thumbs on a Sunday.
Well, I don't know about twiddling your
Tesco's
thumbs
wouldn't
or
be
going to
open on a
brothels or
Sunday.
whatever.
Nothing would be open on a Sunday. Hold on. These guys are saying let's close the shops on. Ralph saying close the shops on Sunday.
Yeah, but if that was the case, that foreigners are not allowed to complain, you wouldn't be allowed to complain about foreigners.
Correct.
You could get a job working for Rubik's Cubes.
But you have to roll back the clock to the 60s or 70s, and most of these things that you think are crazy ideas were the natural state of all European nations. They were all in this place. Yeah, this is just a recent phenomenon, the mass migration. Yeah,
well, let's just highlight. Let's just highlight the level. Let's just highlight the level of absurdity. Let's just highlight the level of absurdity.
Hold on. Veli, do you think it's your human right? Do you think it's your human right to wave the Jamaican flag in England?
What?
Do you think it's your human right to wave the Jamaican flag in England?
Right. If I want to wear my if I want to wave my pair of pants in the air, I can do that, innit? I can wave whatever I want, innit? I can wave whatever I want.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, you try that in Turkey and see how long Erdogan sorts you out and his boys. You can't do that.
You can do it. Listen. You laying on the level of Erdogan.
Wait, Ralph, I can't. Don't let me because they always do this, Every time we're talking about one place, they want to talk about another place, but we're only.
Here's the truth about Billy. They actually idolize Erdogan.
We're not talking about. Listen. We're not talking about illegal immigrants. We're talking about citizens. Everyone that's done whatever to get their citizenship. Everyone that we're talking about citizens. Are the UK citizens? Are they able to voice their complaints? You know what I'm saying?
I agree. You should be able to complain about the government, but if you complain about the nation, i.e., the people, which is the English people, which is only Dave on the panel right now, then you should be. If you're an Englishman, you should be considered a traitor. If you're a foreigner, I'll deport you.
Serious off licking right there, Ralph.
I mean, the only reason you're allowed to is the liberal world that's let you, for now, temporarily allowing you to do this.
Look, the things that Khan said about Britain and the way his politics have gone in regards to Britain, I'd deport him also.
Yeah, mate. Absolutely. But I mean, if you're anti, I mean, Dave makes a good point. If you're anti the British nation and you're a foreigner, you shouldn't be allowed in.
What did he do? What did Khan do?
Do I get my 15 grand when I leave?
No.
Why should you get anything? I'm against paying anything.
You've committed a crime.
All right, but here's the thing with us, though. You know how we run it, innit? You start kicking Turks out of the UK and Europe, we're going to kick all you lot out of Turkey.
I'd expect a fair deal.
You know how we do it, innit? Like, we don't fuck about. We're not like other countries, innit? We don't fuck about. And you know that already.
Sounds like the right way to go.
But you see, this is the purpose. See, Khan is actually very proud. Khan is quite proud of Turkish. He's proud of Turkish authoritarianism, but he doesn't want it for the English.
Yeah,
it's all right for the English.
But that's like me opening a tub of vanilla ice cream and going, ugh,
wait, hold on. So
I hate strawberry. I just wasn't expecting it.
What if the Hong Kong people come over, and they start voicing their complaints about how much they don't like it in England?
Yeah, and they should be deported.
Yeah, I don't even want them to come in the first fucking place. Biggest mistake.
What the fuck?
Are you crazy? You want 3 million, and at least a third of those are high IQ professionals to compete with English people. Why the fuck they want high IQ, well-behaved Hong Kong people?
It's actually your worst nightmare, isn't it?
Not for me personally. Politically, yes. Personally, no. But politically, it's actually
politically not personally.
No, but actually, politically, it's really good for us. You know, the more we want to accelerate the ultimate showdown. So I would be for politically, tactically to bring in more million Hong Kong people just because it's going to accelerate the waking up, and then all of them are going to go.
Why are the Hong Kong people allowed to voice their complaints, though, man?
Because that's out of order.
Saying complaints, but you know,
this is not Hong Kong. If you want to do a Hong Kong,
but they've got British passports. They got British passports, man.
Yeah, but you got a British passport. You're not British. I'm not British.
They're British citizens.
Yeah, but that's just
I'm a citizen, though.
That's a temporary mistake.
I'm a citizen, though.
Yeah, I know, but that's just a temporary
mistake. I'm just going to jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, I'm not against the people of Hong Kong, but if they come here and start trying to create a little Hong Kong or create a country within inside the country, then that's the problem, isn't it?
Or complain about the English.
Why can't they complain, though?
Ungrateful guest.
Ungrateful little cunt. Ungrateful vermin. Ungrateful fucking scum.
Yeah, we can hear you, James. We can hear you. Come on, find you in the building.
Oh, you got your baby striker in the building. Love it. Good morning, James. Good morning, James. You changed your icon, mate.
Morning, Dave. Morning, James. Ralph. Can I just ask you what? So Ralph and Dave, are you not for or against the invasion? Sorry, I mean immigration of them coming over the Hong Kongers. Are you for or against it?
Dave can go first. I'm against it. I'm against it. Oh, go Dave.
Yeah, Ralph's position is against it. But for me, I believe if they hold British passports, then they should be given help.
Okay. To be fair to Ralph, though, that is an honest position given his Brexit stance. But I feel like if you voted for Brexit on immigration, isn't this sort of counterintuitive to be supporting? I'm not saying you did, Dave. I don't know what you did about Brexit, what you thought about Brexit. Isn't that intuitive?
I understand what you're saying, but look, if we implement a point system and for the next 5 years, the only immigration that we have is the immigration from Hong Kong, and we stop all other forms of immigration, and let's say we take 300,000 people from Hong Kong, then I'll be fine with that. If it's more than 300,000, then no.
Isn't it said to be 3 million?
That's not a true number. That's not a true number.
But ain't China arresting them and stopping them leaving anyway?
Yeah, they are.
But all the Hong Kong people that are coming there are going to be like high IQ and smarter than the English people. That's it.
Yeah, they're going to create fair jobs for the working class.
They're going to take their jobs.
Yeah. I know it's complicated.
We'll still be like we'll still be able to do painting, decorating, street sweeping. We'll get all the good jobs still.
Well, you know what? If you don't like it here,
Hey, but wait, we're not complaining about the Hong Kong people coming. That's Ralph's bag. He's like,
I'm not. To be honest, I'm in a bit of mixed position about Hong Kong and the people because on one hand, of course, I don't want them here; they don't belong here. But on the other hand, I think it's a really good. If you look at the data, it's a good time to accelerate the debate. Just like Black Lives Matter accelerates White Lives Matter, I think lots of fucking Hong Kong frees running around. It's going to just help raise.
Thing is, though, Ralph, a lot of them are staunch Christians. They're really Christian as well. Like they'll help you.
Not all of them. Lots of them are atheists.
What do you feel about giving the I mean, like in the context with regards to like the sort of fears of being replaced or whatever? Do you think that
it's true. Them lot breed like rabbits, man. Fucking hell.
I didn't want to allude. Yeah, I didn't want to allude to any of their sort.
I thought you were setting them up and I was knocking them down.
Yeah, let's go. I'm happy to continue that.
When is that going to start?
How do you feel about that, Dave?
I'm not an ethno-nationalist.
No, but so you wouldn't mind the sort of the how can I put it, man?
The ethnic admixture.
Yeah, if you like, all the ethnicity of essentially in quotes indigenous Brits changing. That you wouldn't have an issue with that.
Yeah, of course. It's imperative that you keep your majority. That's obvious.
But without, that's what I'm trying to say. So let's say imported.
But there's different. I believe there's different ways of doing that. For instance, people who are openly anti-British and openly work against Britain should all be deported.
Oh,
what do you mean internationally, Dave? Like,
within inside Britain.
No, but hold on.
But you can't work against Britain from inside of Britain.
One second, Connor.
Why not?
You can support if you like British values and be of a different ethnicity or have different sort of ethnic origin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. But the ones that don't should be deported. No,
but let's say 3 million Hong Kongers coming off. For the sake of this argument, let's just call them Chinese, yeah? Say 3 million Chinese people come and they contribute to what you consider to be this sort of phenotypical or phenotype replacement in the UK, yeah? But they all endorse British values, like they all attempt to uphold British values as it pertains to, I don't know, being fucking phlegmatic or whatever you describe as your British values. Yeah, they're down for the cause. They don't want to rock the boat. They just want to have kids.
Yeah, I hear that, James. I hear that a lot. But I have a question. I hear that a lot.
One second. Sorry, please, I beg you. But Dave, so these people are not your enemies, but they just want to have a family, and their preference isn't white women, for example, or white men. What do you do in that instance? Because then you may not be the majority.
So highlight that point, James. I think I missed it. Highlight that for me. You're saying that these people have a high in-group preference.
Potentially, let's say when it comes to finding their mate.
I get you.
But they endorse British values. They learn the language. They try. You know what I mean? They learn the customs.
I get that question, but I have a different question.
You're saying it'll be an equivalent position to what the Jews are in. So they're not posing any threat, and they just like basically have a high in-group preference.
Yeah,
so I don't think these will have a problem with that.
Dave, hold on. It's a question to Dave. I'm saying, then what happens, Dave? How do you feel about that? No, Dave. Like, how do you feel about that, bro?
I feel that
you may not be the majority as a result of this sort of importation.
No, that can never be allowed to happen.
But how? Like, how would you police that?
Yeah, how would you counter it? How would you counter that?
Well, here's a simple answer to that bit as well.
Is your name Dave, though? It's really irritating. Hang on. It's really irritating, though, Ralph, because I asked him a question and I'll answer.
Yeah, no, but he's answered it, but now you're just going to roll it. You're trying to run the narrative. So let me just counter the narrative.
Bro. You don't know what's in the man's mind. Like,
Ralph, you need to have a bit of faith in your apprentice, man.
I notice how he's not cutting Connor. So my question is, what do you do for views? Hold on. What do you do to people who don't show those values when they're born?
Are you comfortable with him speaking for you, Dave? Should we address all your questions?
I believe we will never get to that point if we do what I want us to do and start deporting people who are anti-British and anti-Britain.
So your logic is basically that the majority of, in your opinion, the majority of people. Someone help me with a more eloquent way of saying breeding.
All right, breeding.
The more so the
procreate.
Thank you, Dave. The majority of people that are procreating within Britain, you believe are anti-British or hold anti-British views and sentiments. That's real.
No, not the majority. No.
Okay, so then based on the current model, would like what I imagine Ralph would proffer, wouldn't you imagine then that?
But this is what you run this thing for a while. So my question to you guys is: what happens to people who are not showing these values? James, for you directly, what would you do to people who are not showing British values? Would you deport them?
Dump them in a vat of acid or something? I don't know whatever.
I think, but the thing is, here's the irony. I think not showing British values is a very British thing.
Really?
Ralph, of course.
It's oxymoron.
But it brings us back to the original point.
It sounds funny, but it's a bit stupid, isn't it? Really? Well, my question is
not really though, Ralph. It brings us back to the original point though, because like if white women didn't have a preference for non-white men, like me and you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, the personal thing, you can take the personal things out of it, but the question still remains. I know James just ducked the question with some little like mirthy. Like,
but I'm not being personal just to be crass. I'm just saying we represent a certain percentage of the population.
I didn't say you were. I'm just detaching the man from the message because it makes it easier. But my question to James still remains, and he just had a little quip as opposed to an answer. What would you do to people who don't show British values? He said, "I'll dump them in a bunch of acid." Oh. But what would you really do?
How would you define non-British values?
Can you have
however you define them? However you define them in your question.
Can you have a bunch of acid though? Is that possible?
A vat of acid.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, you said, but yeah. What would I do? To be honest with you, I would honestly, because I didn't want to prolong it anymore. But I would have to define the terms, obviously, right?
Would it like be on the level of treason, for example?
Hang on, Khan. Let's do the same terms you used when you phrased your question. So whatever terms you had in your head, you must have had some terms. I didn't
phrase. I phrased the question. My question was actually, if you remember correctly, a response. So he said they have to espouse or endorse or whatever it was British values, and I said, okay, let's say they do, but they also wish to. And thank you for this one, Dave. Procreate, right? Then what would be sort of? How can I put it? What would be the restriction? What would be the restriction placed on them to maintain this?
I understand you, James, but my question still holds, and you're smart enough to understand the question. So whatever you call British values, what would you do to those who don't show them?
But I was responding to.
I never thought of that. I know
what you mean. They get dumped. If you don't have
the question, man, it's a good question.
British values, you're getting done for treason. There is something in place already.
One second. I've had like a 6 or 7 day debate with everybody calling me a sellout, talking about British culture and British values, and
bless you, James.
Yeah, thank you. It means, I'm not gonna lie, validation from you does mean quite a lot to me. But anyway, and I've given my opinion. This isn't in the context of this discussion.
I haven't listened to debate.
I don't know what the fuck you lot mean by British values.
But let's call this.
He's talking about James. He's talking about cultural supremacy.
So let me add a simple British value: the love of the British people. Let's start with one value. You love the British people. I define that as a British value.
Obviously, we love them, and the more we get hold of them, the more we can show them our love.
I think anybody that doesn't love people in general should.
What would you do with that?
Have they not committed any crimes, Ralph? Just to be sure, have they not committed any crimes?
The only crime is they've gone against that said British value.
Oh yeah, I don't know. There's people that would consider themselves British who you hate, and who people that are in quotes indigenous consider British that you would dislike or not show enough love for, or I would defend your right to stay in this country, and I would defend your right to.
Can I just make a small little point while I've got all these intellectuals around me? It sounds to me, regardless of the points that you raise, like, oh, love of the British people, blah, 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 what you're technically doing is bringing a case of constructive dismissal against everyone who you would deem suspect. So anyone who is like, do you understand what I'm saying? That ethically, it's wrong. It goes against British values. That it's already illegal in the workplace. Now you want to bring it into normal life. It's constructive dismissal. You're saying if you don't live up to our expectations of you as a citizen, you're going to be dismissed. But we're constructing a case against you step by step. Every time you do something, you tick it off the list, and then you can be dismissed.
I'll make one claim to you. Those are not British values. Those are liberal British values.
So you're saying you're not in favour of constructive dismissal? You're in favour of constructive dismissal at work.
I'm in favour of prejudice on the side of the British people.
But I feel like if I'm honest, lads, yeah, like you have to, in these, especially in these kind of discussions, you would have to define your terms with regards to British value, because you're gonna constantly get entangled in these kind of.
That's quite easy. Yeah, I know. We can define them really easily. There's six
Look, if
foundational.
you don't love the British people, should that be grounds to deport someone? In my opinion, I don't know. You can answer next one. No, I mean, if I said, "Hey, do you love all the British people?" and you said no, I can call the police. Like that doesn't logically follow.
It's a moral thought experiment, isn't it, James? It's a moral thought experiment. The question is, if you're not showing in-group preference, which is one of the 5 foundational moral principles. If you're not showing in-group preference, then you're showing out-group preference, anti-in-group preference. You're being immoral.
You're misanthropic. Like, does the white people that have lived here their whole life, who say, "I don't love British people," like, do you know what the irony of this is?
It's a good point, James.
Because of the loose definition, but because of the loose definition, like the present loose, I know you refer it to like, or you consider this a liberal perspective. Or
it is a liberal perspective.
I know, but because of the inclusive nature of the concept of like being British, now there is probably the majority of people that actually hate Britons are your organization and people that. So if anything, by your own standard, if you
that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, he's got you.
Let me tell you why he's actually wrong before you laugh. Because you're confusing liberal values, which are only 2 of the 5 value axes, and you're conflating them as British values. And then you're making the case that because you're against liberal values, you're against British values. So that argument's wrong, right?
Right, cool. Let's just clarify our terms before we move forward. When we say British people, we're saying the people of Britain. In other words, whoever at the time you're saying that phrase currently lives within the British Isles. That includes us.
That's not how you define British people. You define
so this is what I'm saying. So now you need to clarify what you mean as British people.
But you know exactly what I mean by
British. In history, sorry, Ralph, let me finish my sentence because I know you know the answer already. But for the viewers, innit? At what time in British history would you say the British identity was formulated, and at what and where are you kind of like stopping like the admixture of other like cultures? That, for example, all this foreign food that everyone's eating now. Do you know what I mean? Is that part of British culture or not?
So the definition, so if you see, so to define that, if you consider what a conservative versus liberal moral foundations, you can trace the arriving of the liberal values pretty much to the 16th century. So when you're asking for dates and times, I'd say 1642, 17th century, pre-French Revolution, and you have the translation of liberal values into political power. You're talking about people, I have to just go back to 1960, and this nation was an ethno-state. So it depends which timeline you want to look at. Liberal values only show up after Locke, Hume, encoded by the French Revolution and the English Revolutions, and that's when you get liberal values are showing up, right? But they were only liberal values for white people because there was still an ethno-state till 1960. Yeah.
I just don't understand the distinction you're making. I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just trying to understand.
He's basically saying to be British, you have to be English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. In whichever configuration, anything that came in after that, they're not counting as British.
Just to be clear, you're saying British values in the 1960s, when this country, in your opinion, was an ethno-state, and not the values that you.
No, I'm saying that there are two types of. If you look at moral foundation theory, there's only 5 axes. Conservatives have all 5. Liberals have 2. You're saying that because the current state of society has liberal values enshrined in its politics, that therefore British values equals liberal values. I say no, British values equals liberal values plus conservative values, and conservative values.
But hold on, this is what's interesting now. If you're saying, I don't know why you're specific about 1642, but if you're talking about like some Westphalian sovereign, that kind of value.
No, that's when Locke wrote. That's when Locke wrote the treatise for which most liberal values are based in Somerset.
Okay, right. So you're saying prior to.
Correct. There was no liberal power associated prior to that. There were liberal values in the sense.
If we're saying like sovereign, like so from the period of sovereignty, when the nation of Britain, right? That nation is an inherently Jewish concept, no?
What do you mean Jewish concept?
Was Locke Jewish?
I'd have to find it. Yeah, it's he was a famous jurist. He was an English jurist who I think it was Sheldon or something. You could probably help me, Rob. You know history.
But
But I mean, the point here is, so if you look at the thing, is what we have is we have the tail end of liberalism now running into its final conclusion, and liberalism will move all nations to a totalitarian state.
The point is, though, yeah, hold on.
But wasn't that the choice of the British people, though, Ralph? Like they got us here, like, didn't they? The British, like, from the point that you just picked in history to where we are now, it was the predominantly British people that made those decisions that have got us where we are today.
But I mean,
It's not by the influence of Turkish Cypriots or Jamaicans.
Yeah, I'm not here to blame the black, the brown, the migrant. I understand why the migrant would come to a better place. Our enemy
One
is the
thing you're
left.
actively undermining the choices made by the British
Our
people.
enemy, correct. Our enemy is our enemy in the conservative right is the liberal left-wing whites. You guys only are here because they've allowed you to be here.
Yeah. No doubt about that. No
Because
doubt.
if there was a true conservative nation state, you'd all be removed immediately without any
Like Enoch
discussion.
Powell and all them. They were saying rivers of blood.
Oh, absolutely. Or better still, look at Uganda. Look at Idi Amin. Idi Amin removed the Indians.
Now let's keep it British. Like let's not like.
Idi Amin removed the Indians
Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to Google this.
because he was a nationalist, right?
But hold on. So your point is, but then, I mean, if you were to say that, like, if how can I put it? There obviously was at some point, whether or not now is being eroded. Yeah, the goodwill is being eroded now by all these settlers. Yeah,
We like
was
it.
at some point a benefit to be had in migration, right? Like you can accept that. You're not that naive that you.
No, there was a labor skill shortage from Windrush, and then there was a post-colonial hangover, right? Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying, but so irrespective, though, you can see the benefit of that. So if you're saying that, there could have been mass deportation or some fucking ethnic cleansing or something like, as in we should count our lucky stars that we haven't been ethnically cleansed. Those of us who
hysterical language.
Or forcibly assimilated.
Yeah, no, not assimilated. He's talking about deported. He's saying not be
Just
here.
calmly, non-violently, peacefully removed. And
Yeah,
sent
right.
home.
Regardless, yeah.
Sent home, yeah.
use the British values that you've accumulated while you've been here to help you leave. Queue nicely while we deport you.
But I'm saying there has been to reduce it somewhat. Like there has been a service provided, so it's almost like to say
Correct.
you're
There's some
making
net
it-
value.
No, but you're making no. What I'm trying to say is had someone of your political persuasion been in charge throughout this duration, like the period from when the first sort of people set foot on British soil, then it probably would have been a far more diminished empire.
You mean the net? You're saying that
Commonwealth.
So you're saying that, for example, if there had not been the migrants who only really showed up in the 60s and afterwards, that the previous 2,000 years of British glorious history would have terminated and run into a brick wall.
No, that's that's very hyperbolic. What I'm really saying is, what you would like, it's like to cheapen this argument somewhat. It's like,
come on, you do so well, James. You don't have to do
it's like it's like the butterfly effect. It's like the butterfly effect. It's like Ralph gets a time machine and he's like, I'm gonna go back. I mean, not you, maybe Mark or someone. I'm gonna go back there. You would be the brains, but we wouldn't risk sending you back in time. They may not.
Yeah. It would be like the chimp that went into space. Like it wouldn't be Ralph. I
find myself conversation with myself very boring and dull and not important or interesting. But more importantly, the point itself remains is if you're making the claim that the migrants have irrevocably created all these great things about Britain, that falls on its face.
No.
But you're right, James. If they have a net positive,
that's a pure perspective. That's a pure.
So if they have a net positive, let's take an Indian doctor.
No. Listen to what. Do you want to hear what the actual statement is? Had somebody like you, right? So some kind of not necessarily you, but let's say your cohort. Let's say an obstinate, intransigent racist was sent back in time, and with the sole mission of not allowing any, but like for any reason to the benefit of the country. I'm saying it would be a far more diminished empire. But the fact
that's a claim you're making.
The fact that there was the foresight of the great Britons that preceded your owner, Mark Collett, has served the country. Did I say owner? I apologize. But boss, however you refer to him, father, has benefited the country greatly.
Sahib.
What did you say?
Sorry, am I
Sahib.
listening a lot of this drivel, or have you got a point in the immediate future?
Yeah, no, I'm saying no. You're trying to make the argument. Sorry, I mean Barb's aside. You're trying to make the argument seem as if I'm saying remove coloured folk and remove British history. Obviously not. I'm saying the people that were in charge that espoused these liberal values at whatever point in time were obviously intelligent enough, and they were the people that
were progressive.
Thank for the history, because that continuity of sort of innovative, strategic, tactical thinking has benefited this country. And one of those tactics,
100%.
one of the tactics was to the sort of global brain drain, if you like. That's one of their tactics.
Well, I hear the claim you're making and stuff, man, but I just don't. I mean, you take a lot of sentences to say it, but no, I disagree. England, I take the opposite position. If it wasn't for multicultural and multiracialism, England would be on Mars by now. It had to carry all the non-whites. It's had to carry all the third world developing cultures, and this has been a negative net benefit to British and European civilization. If they had never bothered bringing them in, Britain would be fucking.
May I ask a second question? Sorry.
I mean, look at all these conversations with you people. All of these are drained, right? So imagine this was only an English panel. Imagine this was just only an English panel, like any one of the panels we have. On these conversations would have been happening, right?
But you're here, though.
Tolerating and dealing with.
Listen to the irony of this. Listen to that. None of us, and I mean, I've never gone onto your channel. Yeah, none of us have ever. I went on to England once because he used to not be insane. Yeah, but none of us have ever made the journey to any of your Esnap bullshit channels or any of your Jupiters, any of you twats. Sorry,
Jupiter's not a nationalist. Yeah.
But yet, all of you find your way over here like repeatedly, bad. Yeah. And yet you have the fucking the audacity to say that had you not been here, you would have achieved much more with a panel full of white. The fuck off, mate.
No, but I mean, hysterics notwithstanding. The reason I come here, of course.
All right, James. I think you need to pass the ball now, man. Tag me in. You've done. Come on, Ralph. I want to ask you about something you said that was really interesting. You said the other day that you want to, like, as a right winger, you want to bring England up to the standard of at least where the rest of Europe is. Yeah. My argument is this: that intrinsically there is something about Britain that is in resistance to that drive. That is basically the fact that England is made up of England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and these people have learnt to live with tolerance of each other, makes a culture that is inclusive of others and basically is against this kind of like homogenizing effect of the far right, where you have a cultural supremacy and everyone has to gradually become more and more English. Like we have Scottish culture enshrined, Irish, Welsh. Everybody has their cultures and their ways. No one's really obliged to conform to England.
You're right. It's weakened. Not just England. You're right. There's a hegemony within the four brothers in the family, of course, because England is big brother. But you actually make a very valid point. It is the liberal. It is the tolerance perhaps you could trace that is actually weakened society. It's weakened it to allow non-whites to come here. It's weakened it to allow non-natives, not even non-whites, non-natives, to claim that they have a claim on the culture and the land in the first place.
You say it's weakened it, but really, if you look at the position that we're in a stronger position than everyone else. Because immigrants come in here, for example, these Chinese immigrants come in here, no one's batting an eyelid. If they were going to Hungary would be having a nervous breakdown right now about what we're going to do with all these people. How are they going to affect our culture? But we're confident.
Hungary's a beautiful country. Wouldn't allow them in. That's why it remains Hungarian. No, I think what you see as a positive trait, I'm claiming, is the actual erosion of the culture and the weakening of the culture. And that's why I asked that pertinent question, because not just James that raises that question, Sidnash raised that question, English liberals raised that question about values. And I always ask them to answer back, and they never have a real answer. They run away, like James had a quip. What do you do with people who don't show British values who come here?
But like I said, we need to first define what British values are. And I'm saying if criticizing the system is part of being British, which, like you said, in Turkey, you don't really see things like that.
If you claim you're such an integrated liberal, you love Britain, you've come here and you're just an example of this great thing you say, which is the inclusivity, can you give me the top 3 British values? Let me hear.
The top three, I would say religious freedom. I would say tolerance, and I would say acceptance.
Okay, so liberal values.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and
the British people have chosen. The British people have chosen this path that has led to this without any help from any immigrants. It's a totally British concept, and like for us to then, not benefit from it or alienate ourselves from it would be ridiculous, because that is what Britain is all about.
Hold on, but hey, Ralph, sorry, do you mind, because I'm gonna jump off next 10 minutes or so. But let's have more of a fun discussion, because this is boring. Let's tell us how we would have got to Mars without the blacks and browns.
Because all the energy and effort and cultural, if you like, capital being spent on integration, dealing with immigration, dealing with the effects of integration, has taken away from the core energy, if you like, or the core spirit of the English people and the European people, not just the English people. The European people have had to pay a heavy cultural cost for dealing with non-whites. Now, that cost, which would have been spent appropriately, would have continued. Just think of where Europe was prior to World War II. It was flying, right? It just mechanics, got to the moon. Now, the liberals claim, wrongfully so, liberals always like to claim, well, if it wasn't for liberalism, if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have the progress of today. This is a liberal false hypothesis.
Yeah, but I would say the Galileos and
all
I'd say they would blame religion, if I'm honest. They would say the reason that we and the second, like a secondary point would be, when you say Britain, do you mean like Anglo-American, or do you actually just mean England and not America? Because we still don't have a space program.
Well, I mean the general Anglosphere. When I speak of the English people, I mean the extended Anglosphere. But I speak of the European people.
India might go to space before.
India's already gone to space.
Yeah, sorry. But wait, hold on. What is India trying to do now? I was just reading something recently about
kill all the Muslims.
No, that aside.
With the 200 million.
There is something. They're on the precipice of something. You could probably tell me.
I talk about the Agni 9 missiles, and nuclear ICBM missiles now can take out all of Europe.
Yeah. No, we're not talking about missiles. And actually, funny enough, they're the second country, I swear, to mine for, I guess, gas or whatever you get from the Antarctic with Russia. So they signed some. But anyway, sorry, that's not the point. The point is, so you're saying that Anglosphere. So okay, so your argument is America could have gone to Mars.
All of Europe would have been much further ahead. Remember, most of the American space program is built on German science, anyway.
Yeah, right. But
so the European people,
German is not British. German is not British, or we.
Yeah, I mean, the European people would have led.
Okay, now it's gone from Anglos. Okay, so we're saying Western European.
Let's cut to the chase. White people would have been much better.
Okay. Cool. All right. Now I'm glad we cleared up. And then the first claim of religion. What say you?
I think that the problem with religion is religion that really caused the problem of liberalism. It's when Christianity was lost in Europe, it allowed by the Reformation. So two key people, Calvin and Luther, traceable from St. Thomas, introduced doubt, and with that introduced liberalism and the age of reason. Until then,
so you're anti-reason.
You're Protestant, though, aren't you? You're a Protestant, no?
I am.
It's Church of England, isn't it? Obviously, what else is it going to be?
So then, yeah, but obviously, so I'm saying then.
Again, I don't know how many times. I mean, James, you're smart in this. How many times do you want to separate a human being from its message? It's a fallacy.
No, stop, man, stop. Just wait. You've got the rigidity of Catholicism, which some would argue, at least in that period, was a real sort of obstacle or obstructed science for whatever, however you want to describe it, yeah. And then you've got you on the other side blaming Reformation and
the irony of it all.
I'm not blaming Reformation. I'm telling you, Reformation is the intellectual trace of the Enlightenment.
I'm saying if liberalism brought about sort of stifled Britain culturally, or Western Europe, or in your words, white people, if they stifled them culturally, or fucking lesbian priests and whatever else, and then the rigidity of the Catholic Church, you know, caused all the great purges and the fucking imprisoning of all the of some great scientists, then I'm saying religion as a whole, then we could agree, has been one of the main sort of
no, not really, because most of the religious inventions were done by Christians.
Science, huh?
Most of the scientific advances were by Christian scientists. Misunderstand. If you read the Galileo Kepler letters with the church, you'll see the church wasn't trying to suppress a heliocentric view. It was trying to pace society, because at that point the church is supreme in society along with monarchy. It's trying to make sure that science was moving society correctly and slowly. They didn't want to.
Right. Slowly. Operative word there. Word there. Slowly. This is my point. So I would argue, right, to make your argument, that one of the things that, in your words, paced or sort of stifled the acceleration, if you like, of scientific progression was religion. And I imagine now, given that little analysis by you, that you would concur with that, isn't it? You would say you would agree with that. Had society had more atheistic worldviews, we potentially would have been on Mars.
No. I think if we roll back the clock to key points, we roll them back to the Enlightenment and Reformation. We roll it back to, say, the sack of Rome in 1527 and the Great Schisms. If you roll them back, you'll see that if there was and these are all hypotheticals, if there was a hypothetical trajectory where pointed Europe at its peak, there would have been a peak prior to the Enlightenment, and there would have been a peak of global progress post-Enlightenment. Liberals make the argument that, hey, it's because of us liberals that we're here. And I would argue no. I would argue that we would have been even further ahead, and the European people would be much further ahead if they allowed to continue after World War II in an ethno-state.
I don't think
taking energy out of the system.
These panels.
How is that a tap or a drain on energy? If white people are choosing to channel their energy in certain directions, how can you then explain? Go on.
Yeah, how many of you guys on the Belly panel or Aspects panel, all of how many of you guys have ever said anything that is pro and for English and white people? Ever?
All the time.
Never.
Who? What?
No, you're lying.
Give me a stream reference. So there's so many all the time. You should be able to.
About 5 minutes ago, we were talking about British values, and I was making Britain sound like the best place on earth.
Why do you call them British values when they're liberal values?
Because globally, looking at all other countries, Britain is the definer of that attribute.
Sorry, guys, I have to bounce. I have to take this phone call. Sorry, guys. Whoops. I've got to bounce. Sorry.
You know, Sri Lankan, why you shouldn't even engage on those points. That he's not speaking to us at that stage. You know what I mean?
Meaning what?
He's speaking to all the, I guess, ethnats or whoever his fucking acolytes, however you describe them. He's speaking to be heard, if that makes sense. It's like, you didn't let them get away with that. You know, if you when
someone's doing that, ain't it easier to catch them out though? Trip him up. Because he's reading off a hymn sheet, isn't he?
Yeah, but
they're talking himself into a dead end, or he's gonna mess up.
What interest does he really have in what we've said specifically? Like, challenge views. You can challenge somebody's views, for example. Yeah, like anyway, I don't know. That's bullshit. No,
he don't have interest in our views. He doesn't. But like you said, he's here to kind of spread the word. But the thing is, we've got the opportunity to show how many times we can catch him out and how inconsistent he is. You get me? Or how irrational he is. Do you know what I mean? You're not never going to get him in a situation where he's holding his hands up, going, "Okay, James, you caught me on that one."
No,
because he's got.
When that's why I wanted to move that away from this argument about British values and that, because you and I have had I don't know, actually, I can't speak for you, but I've had these discussions where I'm the one defending sort of British culture or British values. Yeah, I don't need to do it. I don't need to do it for him. His only reason for engaging in discussions with me or anyone on these panels is to.
But you I'm not lying, James. You sort of did derail the thing, but what me and Veli was setting up. But to be honest, it was entertaining. So no one's really the loser. Yeah, what we were setting up was the fact that he's basically trying to say that ethnic minorities or people like us, for example, can't be in opposition to Britain. But what we're saying is having a healthy opposition is part of the British culture. So if you're saying that no one can criticize Britain apart from the British, that's just an absurdity.
No, but
I really wanted to highlight that fact that it's just absurd.
Yeah,
and it's something that all these people, cross-party, FNAT, CivNats, NF, all these people have that in common, that they're basically racist and saying, well, you can live here, but you have to be this second-rate person who is cap in hand, rubbing his hands together, going, oh, thank you, master. Thank you for letting me live here. And they can't really ever fully integrate or fully be part of the British way of thinking or living. And at the same time, they criticize you for not integrating.
Yeah, he's chatting shit, innit? Like you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like with him, that's what you need to really define clearly. The fact that he's chatting shit, highlight it, and then let him wriggle like a worm on a hook, because he can't get out of that.
But you know what is
the only thing he can use to get out of it is turn around and say it might be absurd, it might be bullshit, but really we don't give a shit. We're moving forward with this.
Yeah, fair enough. I just yeah, I hear you. I don't. The problem is, yeah.
Do you understand? So the more times you get him to do that, the more times you highlight the fact that this is just some pipe dream, some authoritarian pipe dream that he's thinking he can tell British people how to be British better than what they can do.
But that like I said, so his thing was deport man, and I was like, define it like for not having British values. And I was like, define what's your version. He said, you know what it is. You know what it is. At that point, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to engage in this. Like, it's not a serious discussion about nothing. Because if he ever thought he had a really good point, right, he would be super confident with defining all these terms, right? But he doesn't. And then that's what I'm saying. When he kept repeating liberal values, liberal whatever, like we see when we had that little, when it sort of diverted into like a little religious discussion, he's just saying something and thinking after he says whatever he says, like Catholicism or the Reformation.
Yeah. Really, he don't give a shit about religion. He's just like,
you don't know, bro. If like, because obviously I actually was making a real point about that, and it wasn't famous.
Was you
in the chat? Yeah,
but let's hear it then.
No, I'm saying obviously I think religion's what he's so dumb. He said the reason we're not on Mars is because of liberalism. Yeah. Right. Then I think, right, cool. Now I'm going to blame religion. And he said, no, the only thing I blame is essentially Protestantism. If I made that up, that's what he said. He said that's responsible for the liberal values. Okay, so Reformation equals liberalism equals not reason we're not going to Mars. Yeah, but the original example I gave was the rigidity of Catholicism. Anyway, I'm saying, all right, cool. All of these people undermined by religion are the reason. Had they been allowed to flourish, we would have got to the Mars faster. This guy's saying that he's blamed both of them. He's saying that black people and brown people are in this country have stifled our growth, and it's the reason we're not going to Mars. And they're here as a result of liberalism, and liberalism is here as a result of the Reformation of the church. And the original church is the original people that didn't want science in that period to flourish. So you literally agreed with my point, but he made it like as soon as he began speaking, I imagine he assumed he was just going to baffle us with some bullshit and quote a few, Calvinism, Lutheranism.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then we were just going to go, fair enough, great point. Like, and I was like, no, because that also is a reason that, so whatever, then religion was the main reason that we didn't get to Mars, isn't it? And no, that's you're conceding that point. But he wouldn't concede it, obviously. So
yeah, well, that's the thing. Like with Ralph personally, like he's sooner or later gonna like run out of get outs, because like like I said, you got to get him like a worm on a hook and let him wriggle. But then he just dives off, going, "Oh, I've got a phone call or whatever." But the fact is, like, the more times you do that to him, the more it makes him look like as if he's not really, making sense.
But who thinks he makes sense? It's the only people that. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like the people who he's speaking to, like he's trying to show his mates. Yeah. Do you know what it's like, James? It's like, let's say, for example, there's a gang of boys and a gang of girls, and you're the boy that goes to go over to the girls, chat to them, and really, while you're there, you're looking at your boy mates, going, "Ha ha, I'm the one that's over here. Look at me. And then look what I'm going to do now. And then you give a girl a hug and then come back and they're like, oh shit, did you hug her? Like, how did you get her to hug you? Like, that's what he's doing. He's trying to be the guy that comes over here.
Hey, listen, yeah. The cheek, yeah, the actual cheek of my man saying I would, if I, like, I don't know, it'd be far more beneficial to be on a panel full of white people or something like that. I was like, bro, fuck off, no. When the actual all of these guys that come on here and get smoked, yeah, I feel so embarrassed for them because I'm like, what?
No, you shouldn't do, but they're shameless. They're shameless.
What has happened?
You can't embarrass them.
Made you think you could come over? Like, what did you do over there? What did you decide over there that made you feel like, yeah, it's time to make the leap? It's time to make the jump. Like, I never. If I went on to the listen, they wouldn't. First of all, no one would let me on their panel. Let's have it all the way right. None of them are letting me on it. Oh, that's fucking James. Oh, fucking liberal him.
Yeah, that was what was good about Reels, because you could catch them on Reels, isn't it?
Obviously.
That's but now that Reels not there, how are you going to catch people like Vinny and fucking Streets and all them?
But
it's going to be difficult. Like,
it's one of them ones where I jump on Reels and someone's chatting shit. Okay, so I'll address you chatting shit, innit? I'm not gonna chase you. I don't care about what nonsense you're doing. Like when Ralph jumps on you, don't get me wrong. I enjoy speaking to him. I enjoy speaking to anyone.
Yeah, of course.
But it's like
I just think he's a massive troll. I don't even think he's serious.
Yeah, but when he jumps on and he's got a view that's like, you know, contrary to mine, I'm happy to.
I've never met someone on these panels that is more in love with Erdogan, Turkish culture, or even Muslims, or even Sharia law to take it to an extreme than Ralph. If they could design an English version of Sharia law and make it for England, Ralph would vote for it tomorrow. He said that the same thing in not so many words. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's an authoritarian. That's what it is.
Would you vote for it?
I'm not really an authoritarian. Like, I think I'll be living here too long, to be honest. No, not really. Not really. If I wanted to live under that level of authority, I'd go and live in Turkey.
So they were gonna bring Sharia to the UK tomorrow, and
no, English Sharia, English version of Sharia. So a Christian version of Sharia.
No, he would vote for Sharia, no? Or no, he wouldn't vote for that.
He would. What? Like what? Arab. No, but the Sharia of any country is dictated by the country itself. Like, you can't take one country's Sharia and impose it on another's.
No, but that's saying no. Okay. Let me ask you this then: remove the Arab bit, like, so as in, there's no mullahs.
Make it English. Like what they've done with Christianity, took the Jewish religion and made it European. Like, if you could do the same thing with Islam, like, Ralph would be at the front of that.
No, but what I'm trying to say to you is, I'm saying, let's say we remove all of the sort of Arabized aspects of Sharia, and we just had the sort of core principles, if you like. Yeah. Would you vote for that in the UK?
Yeah, I think I would.
James,
you mean like if we had an indigenous version of Sharia?
No, but like all the laws to England, stoning to death, like whatever. Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the stoning thing isn't carried out everywhere, is it? It's like,
that's what I'm trying to say. Listen,
but, hey, James, I have a quick one, man. I'm going to have to run from the call. But do you want to? Do you think you'll be able to show enough impulse control and calm? Do you want to take on the national channels? You're more than happy on, as long as you're not going to be all like full on talking over people.
Word to my life, you can ask Velia. It's not bullshit. I'm not. If ever there was an evening where I was free to do it.
Yeah, I can bring you on because you're a good candidate to hold the argument. Yeah, but you're not going to go all like full jungle, and you're going to be able to speak properly, right? Because you'll notice they all take turns. No one speaks over each other.
Do you know what though? Can I be honest with you, Ralph? Is it not a safer bet to sort of set it up with Veli? Because I know Veli's a gunman like that. He'll just
because we never go because you won't have control of the panel, right? So
no, but
you want to talk to the real people. You want to talk to real people. I'm more than happy to have you on, but it's going to have to be an environment where it's controlled. So, because that's what I mean. So it's up to you.
Listen. I appreciate that, and I'm there.
Controlled environment. Wait. Differently. If it was to be a debated thing between two people are like they was like two opposite sides of whatever, and there was just them two debating. It would literally just be them two on the panel going with whatever timer or whatever, and just a moderator in it, like one person, me or
Well,
whoever
I mean,
else.
we usually don't even need a timer moderator. You just need the idea that you can speak and take turns, right?
Yeah, but
It's
that's it.
unspoken. We don't even need
I
we
think
don't even need a timer.
Happens all the time.
We don't usually need a timer because most people just do it in a normal, civilized fashion, right?
I mean, who was that fella? There was a fella that come on recently. He came on recently. I think he's one of yours. I'm not sure. Remember that? You know, I'm talking about Veli, the one who said he had to go walk his dog and he chipped out. Yeah, I mean, listen.
Well, if you want, James, if you want to pop all these ideas, I just thought I'd jump on and let you know. You're always welcome if you'd like to.
You know what? I really listen. I really appreciate that, and I'm going to take all of the compliments that come with that kind of.
Oh, don't listen to him, Ralph. He's pulling a Prince Andrew. He's never going to turn up.
Well,
He's never going to turn up.
Then he stopped striking. I mean, like, well, I'm not allowed on the nats and stuff. I'm like, can you play away, mate, or do you only play at home? So look at me. I'm playing an away game. Yeah, I'm playing an away game. Yeah.
No, but can you
play at home?
I didn't hear. I jumped on now because I'm not doing anything yet. Well, I need to get ready and shit in a bit, but I'm not doing anything. I just jump onto the panel because you know what I mean. Someone.
No, I know. I'm just saying. So if you want to instead of the lion's den and stuff, if you want to come into the wolf's lair, all right.
Behave yourself. Yeah, there's little puppies in there, mate. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on. That's funny.
You've literally seen me decapitate your allies, and I'm literally one of the least educated people in this sort of sphere.
I haven't seen you decapitate. I mean, I don't count people like Jupiter and stuff. Who have you ever run against? Who else have you run? Who nats have you run against in Veli's? Who comes here? Elrond?
Oh, he's
he's more for comedic value, though, isn't he, Elrond?
Yeah, no, he's not serious.
God bless Elrond. He's a good German brother.
I've slapped his wig off a few times. Obviously, you know what I did.
Now you sound like Veli in a fight with a hat. Come on, we're slapping wigs off.
Listen. You know what I did to your three little cronies? That was my first hat trick.
Which one's that?
The Street Soldier. Base Nonceman. Oh yeah, the Nonsky. I mean,
okay, cool. But I'll tell you, James, I think it'll be really entertaining. I'll tell you, you can bring the whole audience over and stuff. We'll make sure no one times people out in the chat and stuff. But yeah, if you want to pop against some nats, I can organize that easily.
Okay, do you know what? Yeah, as I say, I've never been on. I think I may have been on your channel when you first started, when Dan was saying that you didn't know how to operate OBS or whatever it was. Given your experience with computer science, it should have been a sort of foregone type of thing. But anyway, by the by, I mean, hopefully you've improved since then.
Yeah, well, like I say, man, just anytime you want to go give us a pop, you know how to find me. You know where I am. Yeah, it should be fun. I
don't, but I'll try and work it out.
Hey, right.reaction@bants.social is my email. So you can send me hangouts, whatever, on my phone number. Yeah, it should be fun, man. It should be good. I just want to see how you do it in an away game situation.
Okay. So what we saying now?
Ralph, let's get back to the question because I know you got to run. Yeah. How is the injection of non-white DNA into the British gene pool slowed down its development? Like, could you break it down for us, please?
Well, you could argue, I don't think it's just necessarily genetic because the genes produce the culture. I think it's cultural cohesion, which is then downstream from the genetics. It's not a particular gene specifically or the clusters of genes. There's nothing special particular you say.
Ralph, like if the genes produce the culture, then those things must be viewed as fluid, no?
No, the genes produce the culture and then relationship. But what I think has happened is because we've had such a pace of mixing at such high speed, from going from an ethno state in 1960 to a complete fucking mess right now, is the thing that's caused the problem. It's not a particular gene, it's a set of genes. And I don't blame migrants, black people, brown people.
How can it be a complete mess when there's like less than 3% of the population are actually black? How is it a complete mess?
Because that's the great point, isn't it? It takes very small amounts to cause a lot of shit to happen.
But what shit are you pointing at, like in particular?
grooming gangs, black crime. And how many lists do you want me to go through?
Black crime.
Right? I mean,
Black, black crime. Are you suggesting that that black people are responsible for more than 3% of the crime?
Yeah.
Hang on, you don't know they are.
Give us a list of black crime.
Yeah. Okay. So if you just look at the London crime statistics, majority of crime committed by
give us a list of black
people.
Crimes that only black people commit.
Not only, I didn't say only black people commit. So that's a false argument.
Hey, Belly, I got some stealing Afro combs.
Yeah. Well, stealing and stabbing seems to be very popular.
I got
stabbing is like a big thing. God. No, but really, just look at it. Have you looked at the black, just London crime?
No, but can I do the white guy one? Can I do the white guy one? Hair gel, stealing hair gel.
Stealing hair gel.
White crime. Hair gel is an exclusive white crime. Sorry, go on.
As is like stock exchange fraud, stuff like that. Yeah, that's exclusively white, almost. Yeah.
Nah, not really.
Yeah, it's very white. It's a very white crime. If you look at white-only crimes, there are lots of white-only crimes.
Let him propagate that, man. So all the black men that you can have the stock exchange.
Yeah, but if you look at the violent crime, if you look at violent crime, which is crime against the body, crime against people, as opposed to non-violent crime, blacks are superstars, right?
No, but you know, hey, Rob, can I ask you a question? Yeah.
Wrong.
Do you remember the other day you brought up that graph?
Oh, guten Morgen, servus, Elron, haben die Ehre.
Rahova, everyone.
Hey,
not this wanker.
Listen.
I've got a bone to pick with you, Elron.
Morgen, servus. Master has arrived.
There's no preferential treatment for anyone here, except for me and Billy, obviously. For obvious reasons. The point is, you gave me a statistic the other day about the socioeconomic factors concerning crime, right? And whether or not they precipitated crime in any way. And remember, you gave me the little graph, and it showed that apparently it had no impact. The socioeconomic circumstances had no impact on crime. Remember?
Are you talking to me or Elron?
You, obviously.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I wasn't. Actually, I was just tuning in and got work messages on the side. I can remember that vaguely. Yeah.
Could you post that? Because I never managed to find. You said I'll just look it up and I'll find it, but it had no. You didn't. It had no source. That had no.
If you want, If you, I have no way to contact you. I'm gonna contact it now because I'm in the middle of.
Okay, can you post?
I've got an archive of. Yeah, if you give me any way to reach you, man, I can share all the data on black crime. We've got tons of it. We've got archives. Elron, can you explain how many archives we have to this guy?
You know what I said?
Man.
You know what I asked that? Yeah, because what would be interesting in London, do you know that statistic that's often quoted by people on benefits, about working class boys doing the worst in education statistics, or however you describe it, in test results, and in exam results or whatever. The reason that's interesting is because there is no sort of like for like comparison with black working class boys. So it's like we don't know if black.
Do you know what's really good? You should listen to, if you want to listen to a black voice. What's his name? Is it Coleman Hughes? Do you know?
Hold on, you're not letting me finish though. That's in Britain.
Okay, sorry,
he's an American anyway, right? So I'm talking about.
But he was in England recently, so I was going to meet. We were going to have a meeting.
That would have been great, man. That would have been great. But you should have took so. The point is, can we get statistics? So if you have them, right, and I'll for my part, I'll try to search them as well. But can we get statistics that concern socioeconomic sort of?
But can I just? I'm going to have to bounce. Only in 5-10 minutes. But Coleman made a really great point. So look at his chat with I don't know. He's been doing the rounds recently. I think after he was on Sam Harris. I'm trying to reach out to him. I want to get him onto one of the streams. But Coleman Hughes made a really great point. He says, look, if I control for poverty, if I control for this, if I control for that, what I find out is that there's some sets of data that show things that are in quote systemic racism, and there are other things that show with genuine racial disparities in outcome that are purely racial. Would you accept Coleman Hughes' statement that certain phenomena are when you control for everything else are racial?
It's a bit paradoxical, though. But it's like, hold on, but it's a bit paradoxical because if I were to, hold on.
He's even got a proper name, actually. Coleman Hughes. Yeah, go on.
Belly.
I thought you might feel some.
I think it's. I mean, like if I'm saying this jocularly, obviously, but it's quite paradoxical because if I was to look at it like that, then I'd say, well, considering he's black, yeah, he could just be a liar. You know what I'm saying? He could just.
Well, he speaks about being called.
James, you can.
So guys, let me join the conversation, okay?
Morgan error.
So I had
No. You can't join. You can't join the conversation until you apologize for lying on my name. Yeah, you fucking had the conversation with me, and then you run off to Raj and said Khan said this and Khan said that, and you're just making up random shit. Like, it's appalling. It's appalling. You can't get away with that.
You forgot to use the word bear.
We can go to that, but I just want to let you have part.
You know what you've done.
On yesterday, on my experience of yesterday night. So I watched a movie called The Body Snatchers from 1978, and I can't but notice that this is happening right now in all of
self-fulfilling prophecy. Is that what you're saying?
The Body Snatchers, you know, this force, this alien force that comes from nowhere, and then it takes over parts of your city and everything like this. And they are very cohesive in their strategy, and all the other peoples that lived there before, they didn't notice. They are almost like asleep, and they get actually taken over as soon as they fall asleep, right? So that's very, very interesting, because we are always talking about our people are still asleep and they have to be red pill. There's a lot of analogy between the Body Snatchers and the Great Replacement.
There is. I could bounce, guys, but I'll be back.
One second. One last thing before you go. Can you just quickly, because Veli asked the question, I cut him off.
Yeah.
Why should we? What Coleman Hughes said, like, what statistical proof did he bring to let us to like?
Oh, yeah, but this is it. He's quoting papers after papers after papers. So there you go.
What was the clinching piece of evidence in your opinion that says 100% it's nothing to do with any type of
he doesn't say that.
environmental
but he doesn't say that. He says what you can see is that the disparity in outcomes, when you control for various factors, if you control for this or that, you'll see that some of the outcomes are racial and some of them are social. A black crime.
No, you can't isolate race as a variable. That's a lie.
I beg you, man. I beg you, look. No. I'm saying you're saying violent crime is what? Innately a black.
A black they're overrepresented in violent crime. Just like, for example, he notices certain things like the police use of escalating force is also anti-black. So when you control for other things, there's a certain thing like anti-black bias in the police, but there's also another thing like black propensity for violence.
Yeah, right. So he's saying there's a predisposition for violence amongst black people.
Predisposition and behavior.
That isn't present in white people. That's part
for part, yeah, but on per capita basis, yeah.
And he's saying, that is the population in America. That right?
Unless we go to war, then it's a different story.
Hold on.
You know?
I beg you not trivialize it.
The Germans kick some ass.
You know, white people are friendly until then.
I wouldn't call the genocide of women and children kicking ass.
No, you lot are taking I beg you.
Have a word with Erdogan then.
Listen. Understand the position.
Why?
Understand the position clearly. You're saying that this young black man is on record saying that black people are more have some kind of genetic trait which makes them more predisposed innately to violence. That's what
to violent crime, just like there seems to be a sort of a bias on the police to use escalating violence against blacks.
But that can be seen now of them being more violent. I mean,
that's the point he's trying to make. He's trying to make the point that if blacks didn't have a predisposition to violent crime, i.e. crime against the body, then you've got a problem with. And you notice, for example, because of the media bias, you can't. Let me give you some. Can you name 3 white guys in America who were shot and killed by the police?
I couldn't name.
There's more than 3.
I can only name one black guy.
Yeah, but you know, more white people were shot. So the 55 people killed last year, 29
there's
were
more
black.
white people in general, though.
No, but per capita, you can't name any of them.
No,
So
but
the
hold
point
on.
is-
One second. Which is really important, yeah. and he excludes or he includes sort of historic his
Well, he looks at everything from Jim Crow to the Red Line to the lead in the water. He looks at all these studies,
and he says,
you've got a young black superstar on the rising. I strongly urge you to listen to Coleman Hughes.
And he says, well, to be honest with you, I don't need to listen to him. I need.
You really do.
I need all of the studies that he's.
If you go to him, you can get all the sources. Yeah, you can go to him and you can look all the sources.
That's what I would. Yeah. So you know what? Based on that, it'd be really nice if you could do all my work for me, because obviously that's what you do for people. But if you're not going to,
isn't that typical? Look at that, Elron. Hey, where's the Protestant work ethic? It's like, can you give me a list of all the studies and surveys?
Did you hear that Tommy?
Go on, Elron.
Still hear me?
I can hear you.
Have you seen the interview between Robinson and that black guy?
No, I haven't checked, man. Now that Tommy Robinson.
Oh yeah. I've seen bits of it.
Now that Tommy
is that guy really black though? That guy's not black.
He got one drop rule. But no, Elron, now that Mark Collette has more people showing up on his streams than Tommy Robinson, I don't pay attention. It's job done.
No, that guy's just wearing a mask. He ain't a real black man. No way.
A real why? Because a real black man would be wearing a mask. He'd be bellied up, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that this guy is
numbers.
No. This guy was like not representative of black people. No way. Now, why is he talking to him anyway? Who is this guy? Do you not know who this guy is? This black guy, so-called black guy.
So-called black guy. Hey guys, I gotta bounce again. Sorry, but hey, Elron,
don't worry, we're here all day, man.
Elron, hold the fort, man. Don't let the natives get restless. I'll see you in a bit.
Elron, tell us about it, man.
Yeah, I just googled this Coleman Hughes guy, and I've just found Bear Sam Harris. Sam Harris debunks Black Lives Matter. You know me, I don't support Black Lives Matter, but I fucking hate Sam Harris. I fucking hate Sam Harris. He's such a.
Is this the same dude, Elron, that had the interview? Is it the same person? Is that one dropped out as well? Yeah, man. I just caught 2 seconds of this interview. Like, this guy is just like, he's coming out with some fucking.
I've seen that thing. I've seen Tommy get bad up by that. I love. Yo, man, you gotta have love for the brothers, then.
Who? Which one?
What's his face? The guy that stuck it all over Tommy Robinson. I said, I'm on the roads. I'm on the road.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's like, I'm here with my family. He's like, fuck f your family. That was a bit harsh.
No, you know that's a big pussy move, you know. Come and said, I'm with my kids. Like, why are you really behind your kids? You should have jumped up and said, blood, fuck off. Big up. You think I ever say, listen, if I'm ever with my youths and man try to stick it on me, yeah, you think I'm going, oh, please, I'm with
He'd be wearing the table on his head, bro.
No. Won't be without. I'll be like, bro, are you dumb? You better fuck off and allow that. Because
obviously, I'm going on feral. Are you mad? Gee, you don't. People don't know anyway. You know that's how you got to move anyway. You know. One time, I can't even say the story, but this is my thing. I don't know. Yeah, you got if someone bucks you and you've done them a wrong, or like if you're like one of these celebrities, you got to go on sick. You know, from minute one, you got to go like you got to bring 10 times more aggression than they've brought to you in the hope that they don't take it further than the opening remarks.
You know that. It's just natural.
You can't just be like, what are we gonna do here? How we like, organizing a fight and like, if someone goes, yo, G, you remember me? Like, yeah, suck it. Like, you can't go on sick from minute one or it's peak for you, bro.
So what it is it's on his mind, isn't it? It's lingering. It's like it's the fear. I can see the fear.
Hold on, Gold.
Yeah, what's happening, G's? Yes, you know what? I thought to myself, I was going to take a break because I felt myself kind of winding out on some people. But you know what? I think I'm just I'm going to come in here and just troll them. if they troll
Who
me.
did
But
you while out on?
Always
I know, but I'm not
been
gonna be but I'm too deep though, innit? So it looks like I'm the bad man in the thing. I always look bad because I don't know. Maybe I just go a bit deep, but
What? Because every time you feel like you're losing in an argument, you tell someone that you want to punch them up.
no, not always, but like I say things that are kind of personal to them, isn't it? I think it makes me look bad.
Sorry, lost my connection.
Hey,
Oh, Ralph is gone.
I came on to ask a bit of information from Khan, actually, if that's all right.
Man, hey, listen. Gold said to scientific yesterday, bro. If you were standing in front of me, you know you wouldn't talk to me like that. I'll punch your face in, rude boy.
Hey, is that what I said? No, I didn't say punch your face in. No, it was heated though, but obviously, like it was just what people would say generally, innit? I think he was saying, "Yeah, you're a fucking numbskull" or something like that. He was winding out, and then he started laughing about it as well.
Yeah, if I was going to give, you know what? Yeah, Scientific's a lot smarter than me. Yeah, I mean, don't tell him I said that, obviously. But if I was going to give him one piece of advice, yeah, like honestly, like in debating and that, I would tell him, like in person, I would tell him to carry a gun or a knife with him wherever he goes, because that guy, yeah, if me and him didn't argue on the same side, like fucking hell, bro, he would make me hate him, bro. That you can't win with him. He's either gonna win intellectually, or if you make a great point, he's just gonna call you an idiot or call you. It starts with silly and then it ends with him just ripping you.
I know. I've heard him do it. It's not just me, so I kind of forgive him for that alone. So obviously, then that's just the way he operates in it. And if he hears something that he just thinks is stupid, so whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think he made some good points, but so did I. You know what I mean? But it's just people don't like conspiracy theories, man. That's why shit.
What were you talking about?
I don't want to shoot.
What are you talking about?
Hey, King Gold.
Yeah.
Hey, King Gold.
Yeah.
Man saying that you're the ITAC 7.
But they were getting down on Schiffer, but I thought he was saying some quite reasonable. What's that? ITAC 7. What's that?
ITAC, yeah. ITAC. Internet talk. ITAC 7, you get me?
That's why I call Rajma. He's the E.
No, but keep on online fugging, man. At the end of the day, bro, you get me? Just fuck it, innit? If man can't chat to you, if man can't chat to you on the internet, they can't chat to you on the roads.
You're not gonna see me. What are you doing? How are you gonna get me?
Tell them.
How you gonna find me? No, but then all someone has to do really is just pull my IP. So that would be hard. I don't want to encourage anybody like
Gangster broke down in like 10 seconds. Actually,
one school shoot above.
I don't want people to wipe my yard, actually. So
yeah, on second thoughts,
out the window.
Round of apologies is in order, guys. Apologize for the reanimator. Hey, listen though, you know I can set up a one-on-one with you in the reanimator if you want to.
Reanimator is some cosmological fucking, I don't know, nutcase, because he comes in here and he doesn't put his thumb up. He puts his hand open with the two, sort of splits his hand like an alien thing. So I don't know, man. He just seems like a nerd, really, but cool, man.
If El Rondo was on the reanimator, he would have to be a hawk, innit?
What are the chances that James Jones is reanimator?
I would have to be a hawk if he's a racist.
Has he got a YouTube?
Yes.
Yo, just before you start, Khan. Sorry,
I heard you already, bro. I heard you already. Don't worry. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good.
Who's the people who sold weapons to Mehmet II to, was it Denmark?
The Bulgarians. They made the cannons.
Yeah, that's it.
Kingo. Right. Turkey's now on Mehmet the 7 billion.
I know. It's blatantly probably the same. Actually, no, I don't want to say that. That's a bit rude.
All right, who's going to save Ethiopia from the hands of the Egyptians?
I don't know.
Turkey,
Hey, Khan, you still got some questions. You said I was lying on Raj. Shoot with your questions.
Should
Hey,
be.
you were saying Khan said this and that about white women and rare. That's all lies, bro. I never said nothing about white women. You're a liar.
Well, basically he played your audios.
No, your input was lies. He used that. I was having a conversation with Khan the other day, and Khan said this, that, and the other, and he was just like straight lying. He was actually agreeing with me on the conversation we was having. And then he went to Raj and was like, oh no, Khan said this and that, and it's very bad what he's saying. But at the time I was saying it, he was agreeing with me.
I didn't. I only heard the audio parts that he clipped. I don't know what he was saying afterwards to you, if he agrees with you, but it seems that he's not. Do you have the whole stream?
No, brother. You was agreeing with me. Me, you, Turok, we had a conversation. And you ran to Raj telling him about the conversation, reiterating it to him. But you was basically changing your position. So at the time of the conversation, you was agreeing with me. And then for
About
some reason,
what?
you was like,
Can you be more specific?
not really.
Man, where I was agreeing on with Raj is that you're a Turkish supremacist.
No, that's not true.
But I think it is, based on what
Okay.
I've heard from you.
But you wasn't saying to Raj, you think that, you were saying it is that. You wasn't saying, oh, Raj, I think he might be a supremacist. You were saying, no, he is.
Yeah, you are. And I've no problem with supremacists. As long as that is in their country, I think supremacy is good and healthy, and you should be. But as soon as you go to another country and try to do this kind of supremacy in another country, and also I have to say, what I hear from some supremacists lately that are foreign is completely alien to me. For example, where I have a big problem with you about is seeing
Yeah.
our women basically as slaves or wanting to enslave them.
But
This
that
is
was just
also
trolling.
what I hear
Oh, and that was
from
just
those
trolling. That
black
was me just
Hebrew
trolling.
Israelites, right? These are
Nah.
this is a kind of supremacy I don't agree on.
It's not supremacy. If the Ottoman sultans were marrying into the royal houses of, I don't know, Serbia and whatever, and their children were treated as equals to the indigenous, that's not supremacy.
No, you
You
are
can't say
only
that that's supremacy.
you're only virtue signaling liberalist values as long as it fits you and benefits you. But
I don't know,
in
you lost me, you lost me.
secret, and sometimes even out in the open, you say the exact opposite.
That's just trolling. I'm not here promoting a political party or giving evidence for my stances on everything. Sometimes it's just banter, innit?
Well,
Sometimes
it
it's just
doesn't
jokes,
sound
innit?
like trolling.
I know, but you don't have a sense of humor, what with you being German and that.
No, well, I think look, I can laugh about a lot of jokes, okay? And I think when it comes to humor, I think especially edgy humor, I think I'm pretty good at that. I mean, I'm on 4chan like 2 years ago, like almost every day. So when it comes to especially edgy humor, and that has to be edgy humor if you make jokes, some kind of raping jokes or something like this, harem
Yeah.
jokes. This would be considered edgy in this political correct atmosphere we are living in. So yeah, but it doesn't sound like trolling. For example, I was coming to the panel with what have I said? Rahova as greetings, but
Okay.
I think almost none of the panelists know what Rahova means. But this
No.
is just simply an edgy greetings. Okay,
Yeah.
you know what
Anyway,
Rahova means?
with the whole Raj situation, he was attempting to edit edit things, and like he was really a bit unsuccessful in his editing skills because he kept playing things where I was like saying good things by accident. And one of the things that he played as well, which I have to thank you for, was when he asked you about a certain thing, and you said, well, as white people, as Europeans, we also need to take responsibility, and you know, if our girls are out on the street at all hours, then that's a failure on our part and our culture and our, you know what I mean, like taking responsibility. So when you said that, to be honest, you kind of like foiled his plan. You know what I mean? And it seemed to be happening consistently. Like he was playing things to people saying, do you think this is racist? And they were like, well, no, that's not racist. And like, you know, no offense to Raj, because obviously we've got a peace treaty now. But, you know, just for argument's sake, you know, like I have to thank you for that one, because you was being honest, at least.
Yeah, look, I don't know. When was I on Raj? I think a week ago or something, and he's still
about a week ago.
to Afghan and you. I don't know. I think
No. I'm out of the frame now. It's just strictly Afghan and Amy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, what he played was worrying me. Okay, and I tell you this: if I'm correct there, and this is your opinion, and I think I am correct, I see you as an enemy. All right.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I have to insult you all the time when I'm speaking to you.
Of course.
I tell you, if this is your opinion of how, for example, you were making excuses for basically enslaving European women under the Ottoman Empire. Today,
that didn't happen. When do you mean making excuses for? Actually, in the conversation that me and you had, I was the one who brought up the example of the Ottoman slave trade in white people, like the Barbary Coast, and dealing with the Arabs who had already started that industry. And I was bringing it up as a negative thing. So when you then tried to say I was boasting of it and proud of it, I was kind of taken aback. I was a bit surprised that you'd actually misunderstood my intention in bringing up that subject. Like I was basically bringing it up to criticize it, because we was talking, me, you, and Turok. Do you remember that conversation? The one that you're referring to now. You were saying I brought up the Ottoman slave trade. Yeah. So obviously, I'm not gonna endorse slavery of anyone. If I'm bringing up the example of the Barbary Coast slavery of white people, what I'm trying to do is show that slavery existed during Ottoman times, but it wasn't strictly targeting black people. They were slaving white people as well. So the racism that exists within slavery kind of like was different in the Ottoman slavery and different in the chattel slavery. So chattel slavery, people were targeted and slaved for being black, and they were given as an example to the world as a lower type of human. But that didn't happen in Ottoman slavery. In Ottoman slavery, yes, they did slave black people. It was bad. We don't condone that kind of behavior. Yeah, it's totally out of order. No way, shape or form we're condoning any type of slavery, including Ottoman slavery. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, comparing it to chattel slavery, you can see the element of supremacy. Given supremacy basically is the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of humanity, in terms of dealing with slaves. They took it to an extreme level, and you can't compare chattel slavery to any type of slavery, almost to the fact that when you use the word slavery now, modern times, it can only really refer to chattel slavery. Like all them other things, you need to find new words for, to be honest, because you lot took slavery to a complete another level, in my opinion.
I agree that, for example, we have another European example for that. The Romans hold many slaves, and it seems that there wasn't a a racial
racism.
factor in it
Yeah.
so much.
Right.
But still, I think it had tensions. It was
Okay.
not to that degree.
So,
For
so
example,
Elron,
I would say
let's
the
agree.
Ottomans.
Let's agree that
The
there's
Ottomans,
different
for
types of
example, I
slavery.
know that they sold the white woman for the highest prices. So there must be
Yeah.
some kind of racial awareness in it, but not as much as I would agree on the whole later slavery with
Yeah.
Americans and Jews enslaving black people in America.
Right.
So
Mhm.
yes, I would agree to that. Yes.
Right. So really, that in the conversation, it was difficult for me to really get that point across because Turok has a very different way of talking, and it's sometimes difficult to communicate with him. But it's even worse when there's other people there. Like if it's just me and him, I could try to tune myself into his thinking and give replies that sort of move the conversation along. But for me, I do have difficulty conversing with the guy because he's got this unorthodox style. Well, but then when you come into the mix now, you got a very opposite situation than him. That he's very unorthodox, but you're very orthodox. When I speak to you, I have to basically be very rigid and very to the point. You see what I mean? So trying to talk to both of you was like a mission impossible. So I just gave up and I just basically started just speaking to the crowd, basically. Now you must have misunderstood my point that I was trying to make. I wasn't ever representing any type of slavery in a positive light. So I would never agree to that. Also, to me, supremacy is something separate from all these subjects. That supremacy is like the ingredient that is like arsenic. Whatever you add it to, it's going to be poison. You add it to any situation, in my point of view, supremacy is going to spoil it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not a supremacist.
Look, let me explain why I come to the conclusion. First, I would say I see more and more of this behavior I described to you, okay? And I might be false with my analysis there. I will explain to you later. But I see it everywhere, right? I see it on hundreds of videos lately, especially one of the biggest and outspoken groups that are openly supremacists are these Black Hebrew Israelites, for example. They are openly saying and quoting the Torah, which I say, the Black Hebrew Israelites are the perfect example of Jewish supremacy. That shows, if you read the Torah and be honest about it, the Torah, the Old Testament of the Jews, is supremacist. This is why these Black Hebrew Israelites acting like this. This is why they want white girls and men to kiss their boots and basically saying, yes, they should be slaves in the future. Yeah, they speak about it on YouTube openly. All right,
it's shocking. It's shocking.
Yeah, and so to me, it was already in my mind, right? And then I hear the audio clips that Raj has made there. And it was not only about this conversation with you and Turok and me later. I think.
He went extensively. He used lots of examples. Yeah.
But it was also this other example where you were asked by Raj with this whole if you see a girl on the street, right, and you straight come to the conclusion, was she white, right? Right. And this was another
again,
puzzle.
Elron, I want to interrupt you there, if you let me.
Yeah. Please.
If you listen to the clip that actually Raj was playing of late, the recent one that he edited or misedited, you can see that there was a conversation that we were having. And we were having a conversation, basically, I was claiming that it wasn't white women that were targeted by these groomers. They were basically targeting whatever women were available. Now, we can see that they abused white women, they abused Muslim women, they abused Sikh women, whatever women they could find, they abused. the fact that there was abundance of white women to abuse is not really by the making of the groomers, but it's the making of the environment that the groomers were in, which is a predominantly white area. So to say that they targeted white women predominantly, or it was a racial type of attack, I can't agree with that. Now, there might have been elements of racism in there, like, for example, like Raj said, they look at white women as less than, or not having honor, or not having families to support them, or whatever it might be. Yeah, that's that cultural, racial, sociological element might have been in their thinking. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm saying is predominantly these men have been defined as people who take opportunity of what is around them, like what is available for them to abuse, they're abusing. This is the conversation we were having. Now, randomly, Raj chose to ask me a question, which I, for some reason, thought it was a continuation of the previous conversation. So when he said to me, okay, I'm going to ask you a question, he didn't really put in sufficient distance between his question and the previous conversation. He didn't say, for example, I'm going to ask you a question. It's totally unrelated to what we've been talking about, but it's something that's been on my mind. I want to ask you, That didn't happen. We were having a conversation about me making a claim that groomers were not targeting specifically white women based on their race, which I still make that claim. He then turned around and said, I'm going to ask you a question. If you saw a child on the street, would you stop to help it? Now, because we were talking about grooming, I said, no. If I saw a white child on the street, I would drive by. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is, number one, it's a common thing that we see growing up in London. We see white children are very confident. They're out on the street from 9 years old even, yeah? So by the time they're 12, 13, 14, they're into this street culture. They're quite confident that they're not victims. However, with other races of people, they're not really that street savvy. So savvy meaning, you know what savvy means? Savvy meaning like having the understanding of the streets, for example, yeah? So if I saw a black child or any other type of child, I would immediately be thinking, as an immigrant, I know we don't really roam around on our own because there's safety in numbers. So I would immediately, like, this is going back to my childhood, maybe not so much now. But if I saw a child like, 12 years old, black girl, or whatever, 1 o'clock in the morning, walking through the streets, looking a bit drunk, I'd be thinking, where's her people? Why is she on her own? Has someone just kicked her out of a moving car or something? Or she's gotten lost or something? Like, I would be thinking that, yeah? Secondly, my point, Elron, thirdly, my point is that, apart from the fact that it's something that you could see in white children anyway, the alcoholism culture. Secondly, it's their country, they're very confident. Thirdly, I know how ethnic minorities are, they're very protective of their children because they're in a foreign environment. Fourthly, I would like to say that as a 50-year-old man, when Raj is saying a 12-year-old girl, I now recognize that a 12-year-old child could be a 16-year-old child. To me, 16-year-olds look like they're 12. I'm not going to lie to you, right? Now, we're getting on to the fifth point in my favor against Raj's argument, is that as an Asian man, you stop your car and try to accost a child who's of a white background. Anyone who sees that in this current environment, in this current era of grooming epidemic being the headline, anyone would look at that and say, oh, what's this Asian man doing with this white child? It's suspect. You're immediately bringing attention to yourself. Even if the police caught you, for you to turn around to the police and say, I'm trying to help her, would be questioned. You might even take a beating in the back of the police car. You get me? You might even have to take a beating in the back of the van. Or if some non-police, for example, random strangers, Elron and his 3 white mates, stop the white van on the way home. They've just been working on the building site all day. They've been at the pub. They're on their way home and they see an Asian man like Raj trying to, talk to a white girl on the street. They would jump out and beat him until he's flat as a pancake. And they wouldn't even ask a question of what's going on here. You know what I mean? So all these points are in my favor. The only argument he has is that groomers...
I
But
would
you
say the
can
last point
you can
is your
argue
best
you can
point.
yeah, but you can argue all the points individually. But what I'm saying is, Raj has only got one point that he's trying to make, which is that groomers look down on in the indigenous population. Now, if they do that, that's racism, because there's lots of white people
Well, you did.
that are very
You did. You just did. And I would even
no.
agree with your analysis here. I think
Yeah, but
yes,
it's not
it
because
is
of race.
more
It's not
more
because of
common,
race, though, Elron.
more
It's not
common.
because of race. You can't call
Yes,
that
it
racist
is.
because it's not
It
because of
is.
race. It's not. It's not.
It is. You are
It's
making a
not. It's
judgment, saying an overstatement, basically, which I almost always do, by grouping together white women and saying this is basically a part of white culture, that these girls go out there being drunk and everything like this. This is a racist statement. I think it's an accurate statement, but I would say this to that. If you see another ethnic minority doing the same thing as a white girl, she's into this culture just as the same, because she's behaving the same.
but you
All
just
right?
contradicted yourself.
So
You said it's a culture.
no, I'm
You
saying
said it's
it
the
is more
culture.
common among white girls, yes. But if a non-white girls behave the same way, yes, she's part of this degenerate culture as well. So yes, the only thing then you can explain why you don't have is the fear that you are being basically looked by others if you help her, of being called someone of these rape gangs or something like this, right? And I would
Yeah.
say the same thing would be true if a 15-year-old white man would help this white woman, and it would be even more dangerous if this 15-year-old white man would help an Arab woman. Okay, he would be more in danger by foreigners to beat him up than the other way around, because you already explained it. It
No,
is
but this point of
common.
view that you're saying,
It
this
is
point of view that you're saying is
common
one
among
minute,
white
Elron.
people
That is very
not to
specific
care,
to
not to care
one
about
minute,
their
Elron.
women walking around. It is more
Elron,
common among
are you?
us than for you.
Hmm.
So yeah, this you
One
you
minute,
will
one minute.
not get beat
Repeat,
up by
repeat
white
for me.
men,
Repeat
because
for
white
me. Repeat,
men
Elron. Repeat the
overall
example. Repeat your
doesn't
example. Are you
care as
saying
much,
if an
unfortunately.
Arab man was to help a I don't know. Repeat the example again. Sorry, I missed it.
A white man would
Right.
be more willing to beat up another white man than to beat
Right.
up a foreign man, because they are scared of being called racist.
Yeah, but that's by society. We're talking about 1 o'clock in the morning. No one's around. You're driving home from the pub with your mates in the white van, and you just jump out and beat up a foreigner. You get me? Like, you just
Yeah,
looking
this
for an
is a
excuse, and the
complete
fact that he's
false reality you are now
no,
presenting, and I
not
would
in it.
say it's
No,
an
Elron, not
interpretation of anti-white reality. The reality is that we are getting more attacked by foreigners than the other way around. And the
but not.
fact of the matter is that we think, even white men, unfortunately, as I said
Yeah,
before, when we see drunk girls going out there, we let them, right? We don't
right,
care.
right.
So yeah, you would be more basically
Right.
you get away with helping this girl more by
Yeah.
white men than the other way around.
But
So
all
this
right,
is
like let me just comment on that point you just made there. Yeah. Now, in your reality, that might be true. I can't question you. I'll just say, I will leave that to your evaluation processes. Now, what I'm saying is, you can't then say to me, living in a different country from you, being brought up in a different generation than you, that that's actually the case. Because where I grew up, there was gangs of white men going around, packy bashing, beating up Asian men, and attacking black people, like using the word N-word, like let's say nut bashing. They were doing that as well. Yeah. And we grew up in that culture in the 1970s, in the 80s, for example, when we grew up. Yeah. This was prolific. This was prolific. Police was not stopping white vans, pulling them over and saying to them, "Oh, are you the guys that's going around bashing up these foreigners?" They wasn't doing that. These guys were driving around with lots of weaponry.
Yeah, in the
like they had weaponry in the vans.
But
maybe
you
they
know
came
that
from
time
work.
has changed dramatically.
Yeah, but me and Raj are different. Me and Raj are of the same generation. We're roughly the same age, and he's also visibly ethnic minority. You see what I mean? Now, I'm expecting him to kind of like understand the analogy that I'm giving. Maybe you're from a different country, a different generation. You might not relate to that point, and maybe your point is more prevalent for where you're from. But I'll say that's a cultural difference, isn't it? Like between us.
I would say even in Germany in the 1990s until 1994, I would say, we had a strong neo-Nazi, real Hollywood neo-Nazis, right? This character that this Harry Potter guy played, right? This kind of neo-Nazis and hooligan scene, which basically were intermixed with one another. This thing was going on in the early 1990s in Germany, but since then it has completely changed. This thing you won't find anymore. If I tell you how bad it is right now, if a white guy would beat up, let's go with the most extreme example, would beat up a black man because he's more visual as a foreigner than you, for example, or Banksy or someone like this. The white guys would support the black man, not the other way around.
Right.
This is how bad it's getting here.
But it's not because they have a love of black people. It's because they're saying we don't want to see fascism. We don't want to see supremacy. We don't want to see these people.
Exactly.
That is a knock-on effect.
Because they're brainwashed.
That's the knock-on effect.
That must be a Nazi that doing this thing. While on the other hand, it is brainwashed, because when you look at the statistics, it is more likely that this black man has started the fight and not the white man that has started the fight.
But who records the statistics? What do you mean? Like when police record incidents, they're not doing it fairly. When police are saying, "Oh well, we got to the scene and it was the black guy that started it," can we really take the police's evidence when we know what the police are like already? Come on, Elron.
Yes,
who makes the statistics?
The police is very anti-white. And when the police says, in Britain, for example, that black man kill white man or white woman, doesn't matter. I think they hasn't differentiated at a rate of 93.5 times the rate than the other way around. We have clear evidence that this thing, because it's logical. You already explained it. For you as a foreigner, it is natural that you go around in groups because you feel in a foreign land, and everything like this. And you have a group identity. And whites don't have this mentality. You already explained it. You making my point here.
That's
white
luxury,
people
though.
don't care about other white people.
That's the luxury. But that's a luxury. You're making it out like as if, it's some sort of a thing. It's the legacy. Number one is the legacy of like the previous generation. So if you've committed crimes against people and you're like, well, I'm not going to sin against you no more, right? Yeah, you're free to do that. But what if then people have been antagonized to the point where they're on a defensive now? Like, you can't tell people how to react to your initial stimulus. So if you've done something and you're now facing a backlash for it, it's still of your own making. It's still a repercussion of your initial action. So, in that respect, I don't really have much sympathy, to be honest. But secondly, what you're saying is
there you go.
Something that if you can let your children play outside, that's a luxury. Now you might be in a state of false security, that might be the case. But the fact that you feel you can do that and you're not really scared of anything happening to your children, you're in a luxury position. Not everyone has that feeling, that you can let your children play out, or the fact that you can let your daughter be equal to your son in every way. Like that's a luxury. Now in harsh situations, you see that people protect their daughters, people
Yeah, the
protect their
luxury
bloodline.
of
People,
this
because
that you don't have to
all
basically
right,
let your children, even your young ones, playing out on the streets until I don't know 20 o'clock or something. This
yeah,
time is over. This luxury we don't have anymore. But yeah, whites still live in that illusion that we still have this, while we
right,
almost living amongst ourselves where we don't have these
right,
problems.
okay,
This
all
time is
right,
over.
Elron, all right, cool. Let me take the conversation to the next stage now, yeah, because it seems that we're agreeing on certain points, yeah. Would you agree with me that as a community, yeah, it's okay for your sons to marry outside of your culture and bring in women that will live within your culture, as opposed to marrying your women out to other cultures and inevitably losing them? If you're a culture, you can't judge the male and the female equally. Do you agree with that?
So now, is it about culture? Is it about sexes, or is it about race? What's your question?
All of them combined. This is what I'm saying. All of
Yeah.
them combined. Combine all of them. Like whatever gives you the strongest argument, go with that. Like I want to hear your point of view. What do you feel? Do you feel that it should be equal? That if your son marries outside
absolutely
and your
not.
daughter marries outside, is it equal?
Absolutely not.
Right. So the point that I'm making to Raj, like I'm not trying to keep bringing Raj into it, but my points were not illogical. My point was logical. That if somebody's going around criticizing people, saying you have no honor, yeah, honor is something that we regard, that honor comes to us from our women. Like if our women are respected, yeah, then we're respected. Do you see what I mean? Like if our women are honored, then we're honored, isn't it? Like if our women are disgraceful, yeah, then they're disgracing us, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? That's our culture as Turkish or as Muslims or even as conservative Europeans. Yeah,
Yes.
you will have that in your culture. Like it's like I feel like I'm quoting Ralph now, where I feel that Raj's sentiment is more of a liberal point of view, where he's saying, well, if my son can marry outside, then my daughter can marry outside. But in actual fact, when we take the liberalism out of it and we're looking at it in a very conservative manner, in my point of view, like I'm reiterating the point again to you, maybe you want to comment, I don't think it's the same. So when, like, for example, Nyanifa says, for a black person to be black, they need to have a black mother, yeah? It sounds racist, but it's not. In actual fact, she's not being racist. If you know Nyanifa, she's not racist. You get me? But what she's saying stands. If you're a community of people, yeah, marrying outside of your own is an issue, because your culture, your people can dissipate. Like, for example, I'm a Turkish Cypriot, yeah? There is a Turkish Cypriot community in North London. But as the generations go by, people are marrying out of their own culture. They don't really have the ability to bring people from back home to fortify their position and keep bringing people from Cyprus here. So slowly, yeah, you more likely meet someone who's half Cypriot or quarter Cypriot, rather than there being a full-blooded Cypriot with an extensive family around them, like an extended family. It's not really going to happen.
Let me repeat. Look, there's many different things I have to go into here.
Go for it.
When it
we're
goes
to you,
to men and women, yeah, when it goes to going out, for example, right? Partying, having girlfriends and boyfriends as a man or as a woman, of course the parents should be more looking after the woman, because the woman is different to the man, right? You have to protect them more, because the man is stronger physically, let's go with the basics, right? And can protect himself more. You won't get raped by a woman, okay? As a man. But the other way around, it might happen. So the possibility there is bigger. Where I disagree with you on the stance, if I understood you correctly, I would say it is a racial statement when you say things like Raj's sister has dishonored his family by marrying a white man. So I would say this is a racial statement. I would say I agree with this statement because I'm an ethno-nationalist. But I would also say if a man would do something like this, this would also be dishonoring the right ways, in my opinion. Now, there's different layers to that. For example, if, and I explained it on Raj's channel, if Raj's sister and the white man have falling in love, and also not one person is dominating the relationship, really, right? Then it's another thing than when the white man now dominates the Hindu woman, the Indian woman. This would be another thing, because then it would be more seen as a conquering, right? That this white man conquers the Hindu woman. I think it's still conquering no matter what, right? I see that as a kind of conquering based on genetics, basically. And yes, but it would be more devastating, and would be more of an attack than when the white man would be dominant in that relationship, right? Yeah.
Okay. So what I would suggest is that the white man has the luxury of not needing to be overly dominant, because society also plays a part. So if he's 50-50 with his wife at home, so for example, if an Englishman married a Hindu woman, an Englishman could tell the woman at home, we're going to be 50-50. You know what I mean? Like the children are going to have English first name, Hindu second name. They're going to eat fish and chips on Friday. They're going to eat Asian food Wednesday. Like you can make it completely 50-50 and say that within that relationship, no one is dominating the other person. However, those children being brought up in a predominantly white country would tip the balance and lean them towards having a white identity, unless they were rebels and they chose the other side, because if they felt that their mum's culture was being oppressed, they might rebel and say, well, no, I'm going to defend the oppressed. And that can happen. Like I've seen that happen even with Irish English mixture. I've seen children taking sides with the Irish side, saying, well, no, people are abusing us, saying that we're IRA terrorists and whatever. And they then have an affinity for the mother's culture, and that's a defensive stance. But leaving that out of the scenario, let's call it equal 50-50 at home. When the children go to school, when the children go out into the real world, they have a massive influence over their identity, which would put the tipping point onto the man's side, and the children would still have an English or British identity in that scenario. So that is another luxury that white people have. So for example, with Jupiter and her husband being black, she can easily keep her children away from the black community and having a black identity by telling them, you are English. Your dad might be African, yeah, but you are English. Now, she doesn't really have to put in much more work than that. She can let the school and everything else take care of the details. As long as she just told them, you're not black, you don't identify with the black community, you are English because your mum is English, you are English, yeah? And you are born in England, and our ethos is of a Yivna ethos, so therefore you can very easily accept that you are English. Now, once you instill that into a child, or once somebody has a belief, anything they learn after that is added onto that belief and fortifies that belief, and anything that contradicts it, usually the person will reject it. This is how most humans without critical thinking, especially children, this is how they learn. They adapt anything that is in harmony with their thinking, they adapt it in and they incorporate it. Anything that goes against their thinking, they reject it. So this is how people learn. So if you instill in somebody from birth that they're English and you send them out into English society, normally there's never going to be nothing that will derail that. You get me? So that is another luxury that we can look at. If you're English and you're white and you're being part of a mixed relationship, the main weight of the culture is leaning on your side. So yeah, you can marry a woman and not abuse her and not put your culture on her and have a 50-50 relationship, but your next generation would always be more English than the previous one. And if that continues after generation, yeah, like Jupiter said the other day, if my child marries a black person, then they can have a black child. In other words, that the white percentage would be lower and not really recognizable, so that person could be identified as black. But obviously, in the conversation, she made it obvious that that's not her intention. She's saying it could happen, but really, what we're looking at is generation after generation after generation, we're looking at assimilation. People becoming English over a period of time. Do you not agree with that, Elron? I'll pass the mic to you now. Free reply. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, I think you're right there to a certain degree. Yes, it is a luxury. I would subscribe it as a dangerous luxury that we still think we have. I think when it comes to the structure, right? For example, we are still speaking English in the UK. We are still speaking German in Germany. But that's about it, basically. And there's some other minor things, but these things are already getting lost because we take it for granted, okay? And for you to make that statement that it is so important for you to not lose your identity, which is not British, yes, I would agree with you. There's a danger. So this is why I'm, for example, against these mixed relationships, because there's always that danger that you lose your identity, right? By the one part being dominant over the other part. This is why I'm against multiculturalism as a whole. Mixed race relationship, what we right now have talked about, is just a microcosmos of the bigger picture here. And yes, I agree with you that it is dangerous that you can lose over the next generation or so your Muslim identity when especially if we go back, let's say, to the 1960s or 70s, that danger would be even more imminent to those Muslims marrying a German or something like this, because our culture was more dominant back then, right? So yes, this is why I'm against it. I would agree with you, but
my dad's older brother is married to a German, lives in Frankfurt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Frankfurt.
My cousins are German. My cousins are German. Like, they're not Muslim. Like, if they told me they're Muslim, I'll laugh at them. They're not Muslim. Like, they don't claim to be Muslim.
Yeah. I mean, this is the danger, and this is why I hate multiculturalism, because it is destroying everything. And what I would say is, what will happen to Raj and that white sister and that white man if they are equalizing? I think, and this is interesting. This is what I wanted to point out. I think I don't have the details, but I imagine that there are people out there that are not seeing race. There is actually people out there that don't see race, and I think this is an example for that. When Raj's sister and this white man have met, I think these people just see each other as other humans, right, and falling in love, and don't think about the things we were just talking about. And the danger is that they both lose their identity, and you have a mix match of both. So you're not really having that British identity or that Hindu identity. And this is probably the worst case of it all. It's this, when you mix all colors together, there's no colors left, no special colors left. And the same with culture. I see that as a great danger, yes.
Okay, so in reply to that, I would like to say that there's never ever been, well, as far as I know, a community of people that have moved to another land and been operating in a completely callous, ruthless way. These things that we're talking about now, whereby, for example, they'll continually marry women from their surroundings into their culture and not let their women marry outside their culture, so they would grow generation after generation, and maybe they would incorporate a little bit of the indigenous culture by being able to, like you said, speak English at school, for example, but their culture would really be preserved within their community. Like, that's my opinion, is never happened. Like, no group, even if that was their intention, has ever managed to successfully pull that off. And let's be clear, it's not something evil, is what is
because
told
the
us
men are
in the Bible.
and
Yeah, exactly. It's something that's told to us in our religion, in the Old Testament, and in the New Testament, and even in the Quran. In our religion, this is what we're actually supposed to do. Yeah,
But
this
for
is
me,
what we're
it is
supposed to do. It's not something.
interesting.
It's
that
not
you-
something like Raj is saying that is something bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's actually what we're supposed to do. No one can successfully do it, however.
But for me, it
Especially,
is.
let me just add
yeah, okay.
one more thing. Especially in England, where women are much more equal to men, especially now. So, for example, maybe 20 years ago, Raj's dad wouldn't marry Raj's sister to a white man. But now, 2020, where women are just as equal and just as powerful as men and can have jobs where they earn almost the same as men, yeah, women are seen as equally
they earn
strong.
the same.
So if you let your daughter marry a foreigner, yeah, anyone else would not be looking at that and saying, "Oh, she's marrying a white man. She's going to be forced to cook the children English food. She's going to be forced to cook and clean up after this Englishman while he works, and she's basically going to be his appendage." No. In 2020, when someone sees an Asian woman and a white man in a marriage, even in their own culture, yeah, it will be accepted that that woman could be earning more than that man. That man could be that woman's subservient house husband. This is possible, especially in England. Do you see what I mean, Elron? So the time that we're living in now, yeah, is very different. You know what I mean? Like, especially in England. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I want to ask yourself if I understood you completely correct on that, because this is interesting to me. I already stated that, yes, I think that a man is the dominant part. Normally, we are talking about averages in a relationship, and he's also basically the protector of culture and of norms, right? This is why you see when this high crime rate, if you have single mother households, right? Because the woman really can't tell the young boy to behave themselves, right? So, but for me, it is interesting that you made that statement about Raj's sister, saying she loses the honor, which I agree with you on. I already said that. But on the other hand, you are saying that if, for example, a man would do such a thing, it would be okay for you.
Yeah.
This is something I don't, and I see that because you explained it already to me. It is a survival strategy, basically. By you saying, yes, when the man goes. Wait, let me elaborate on that. Because basically you are saying the mind process behind it is, if I, as a German man, now marrying a Muslim woman, okay? It is more likely that she will bow down to what I want, basically.
Yeah,
if I'm
it would be expected.
It would be expected, and this is why I see that as a conquering strategy. If you are okay with it, when foreign men do that to indigenous women, it is a conquering strategy, isn't it?
To a certain extent, it is, yeah. Because if you think about it, there is no stasis You're either in a retreating position or you're in a conquering position, as you would use the word conquering. There is no stasis in this situation. It's either sink or swim. So, if you're aggressive in your approach, you can survive. If you're not, then you won't. It's a black and white issue. However, let me say, while we're on the subject, to clear this up for the last time, I personally did not show any of my own opinion. I was basically using his own comments about other people talking about honor against him. I don't really have this concept of honor in a extreme manner. Yes, there is such a thing as honor. Yeah, everyone has honor. Yeah, and I'm traditional in that way. I'm conservative in that way, but I don't push my views onto other people. Yeah, so I would never do that to Raj because we're not from the same exact culture. Our understanding of honor is not exactly the same. But when you're talking about honor, yeah, there is a universal theme there. You know what I mean? Like whatever background you're from, when we're talking about honor, yeah, and also let me clear up, I never said, even in a trolling way, that Raj's sister dishonored the family. I never said that. I said, where is your honor? In other words, you've allowed this to happen. The child or the daughter is under the impression that this is fine. Her family aren't showing her, well, other people might look down on this, but we're supporting you. That's not the situation. She's been brought up with multiculturalism as her foundation, and that it's okay to love whoever you want to love, and your family is going to support you. Yeah, I'm not saying that Raj's sister doesn't have honor. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'll never say that, even in a trolling way, because that would mean that I was personally attacking her. My jibe was at him, which I extended it to his father, because I'm looking at that the father is the ranking, the general. He's setting the rules in the house. You get me? I'm assuming. So he takes the blame, innit? That's how it is. Like, the father has to take the blame for these sort of things. You know what I mean? Even in reality, it might be the mother that's encouraged it, or whatever. That's between the husband and the wife, how much he's allowing his wife to let the daughters off the hook, so, and not really be accountable to their dad. That can happen in families. That's by the by. But in terms of honor is a set thing. If you're calling people out for their honor, that means you understand honor. Therefore, let's turn the mirror on you and see how you hold up to honor. And the head of the household, the father, will take the blame. If he's allowing his family to think, yeah, it's fine, the daughter hasn't dishonored anybody. She's accountable to her father. Yeah. So anything that she does, yeah, he's allowed her to do. She's not dishonoring anybody. I've never said that. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's up to her father. He's allowed to give her as much leniency as he sees fit. Do you see me? But with our culture, and with Hebrew culture, and with Christianity as a knock-on of the Hebrews, that's not the case. The case is the father answers to God. Yeah. Underneath the God is the father. Underneath the father is the family. The father is responsible for the honor. If the woman dishonors the man, then you see things like honor killings, which we don't agree with. We don't agree with it, but we're saying the basis for it, or the reason for it, comes from the fact that the man is responsible for the women in his family. He can't just put them out on the street and say, go find yourself a lover, be free. This is not honor.
Yeah, it is. You can explain that with basic biology, and this thing is not only common amongst the Abrahamic religion. It was especially correct here in Germany when we were still pagan. We had this whole honor culture. The honor culture, yes, and also that the father basically had the saying in the marriage of who is marrying his daughter and everything like this. So, but for me, it's
the same. It's the same in England.
Let me explain it from a biology standpoint.
Yeah, go for it.
So the man is the protector as well as the conqueror, always. The woman is basically, as an ideal, I would say the purity, all right, and the caretaker. So it is. Let me give you a simple example for this. The woman is the lock and the man is the key. Everyone wants to have a key basically that fits into any lock, okay? But you don't want to have a lock that
can be opened by any key.
by any key, yes.
I like
So
it.
why is that? Because women, if they get pregnant, they are 9 months or something like this, having
Out of business.
out of business. So in that time, and they're also fertile only so long, right?
Right.
Men are much longer fertile.
Infinitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's logical that women should care about who they are marrying more than men, because men can just and a woman that bears a child, she has to also she's the man at least in the past can just leave, right? Now we have courts and everything like this, but it's still in our genetic memory. And yes, this thing is still going on. But where I would draw the line, for example, is first, and I think men can come to a higher being with that, is yes, it is in our nature to conquer and to conquer women, basically. This is what was always in the past the traditional thing, right? The woman has to be passive and has to be approached by the man, not the other way around.
Right.
And yes, so a man would be looked like, if he has much success about women, many women, as being a conqueror, as basically a successful man. A successful male, yes. But my philosophy is more like, yes, while there's truth in it, but I would also say a man shouldn't degrade himself. I would never go with a woman that is underneath my class just because I can get her or because I have this urge to fuck something, right? I would never do that because for me this is against the philosophy of the Übermensch. Nietzsche once said, I only know that in Germany, he said, I have to translate it because you can't understand that. You have to basically don't just reproduce, but produce up. That is the key.
Evolution.
Evolution, basically.
Selective breeding.
Yes.
All right.
So this is my philosophy. This is why I'm saying, yes, it might be successful because your genes, the more women you have, the more genes.
But you can see that in reality. You can see that when clans or tribes move around the world. So, for example, Raj's people, like people of the Punjab, as far as I know, not insulting them, but as far as I know through the DNA tests and things that I've done, or looking at the evidence, that they came from Tajik Turks specifically. The Ottoman Turks came from the Uzbek Turks by way of the Turkmen Turks. So at some point, we both were Mongols that moved towards the West. Now, although we started off the same, we breeded into different women. So Turks, as they moved, they bred more with white women. These people, they moved into India, and whatever goes into India doesn't really come back out. So historically speaking, all the tribes that move into India, you can see they never come back out again. So the women that they find in India would be the Dravidian type women. So as time went on, Raj's people would have got darker. Although there are some light ones still, they would have got darker because the people they mixed in with were darker. Turks, however, would have got lighter. So when you look at the end result now, you can see that although they started off the same, although they could have Y chromosomes that are related, they've been bred in different environments to different stock. They've moved into different people, and the end result is different. So we can see that selective breeding is important. You know what I mean? Not important
Yeah.
really, but it is significant. It's something of significance. When I say important, I mean
the
it's
best
something of
example
significant.
let me give the best example and the greatest danger I see for Western society and why the West is where we are. Okay, the Ashkenazi Jews. We
Right.
allowed them to take our genes,
Assimilate.
or
Yeah.
it was not only the Jews' fault; it was also the fault of white men and women to let that happen. And now they can shapeshift to white people and tell us how bad we are all the time and make fun of us, degrade our culture and everything like this, because most people would see them as Europeans. This is the danger of it, but they're still not, right?
But isn't
This
there?
is the
But
fucking
isn't
danger
there some
of it.
degree of trade-off? There is a trade-off there where they've actually left maybe 1%, 2% Ashkenazi admixture in throughout the European people. So if we look at it in that way, and if we go by Ralph saying that Jews or Ashkenazis are more intelligent, then to a 1%, 2% degree, they've upgraded those people. So it's a fair trade-off. You know, they've taken from you, but they've left something of significance behind.
I think that the Jews, and we know that about IQ tests, the Sephardic Jews are have an IQ of 100, right? So pretty much like the Europeans.
Right.
And the Arab Jews have an IQ of 90, I think. And then comes the black Jews and everything like this. So we see
who
the
the Sephardic ones? Which ones are the Sephardic ones? Are they the ones from Spain?
From Spain, yes.
Right.
Yeah. So, but what the Ashkenazi more successfully did than the Sephardic, I would say, is they not only mixed with Europeans, average Europeans, they mixed with our nobility, with the best of the Europeans. And this is why they have such a high IQ, as well as them the most intelligent men, which were the priesthood, they having the most children. So first they have an internal selection eugenic process going on in their own community, right? The Jews have always had that. And then they had taken advantage or the benefit of having the most precious genes from the Europeans. So this is why they are now such a great danger to the whole world, basically, right?
So really their model would have been more successful than the Turkish model, because our males were through conquest and warriorship, whereas theirs was through the priestly order. And you're saying that led to a pool of genes that were high IQ in the male line.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I think also in the woman line, I have to check that, because I know that, for example, you can go with a modern example of Jared Kushner. No, it was this would be the male example. But I know in the past that Jews, I think it was with the Rothschild, for example, that they have demanded basically for some kind of trade deal or something, that their daughter getting married into nobility. So they also have made that deal with their woman, giving up their woman. Yeah.
But what about the children? When they give up their women, what about the children of that woman? What happens? Are they lost? Are they gone? Or are they then a bridge between the two communities?
I think the Jews understood race much better than the Europeans, and I think that the Jews also had a great influence,
but this is what I'm saying,
and the racial
it's
thinking
in the Bible.
It is already in the Bible, exactly. I think that the Jewish culture has had the most influence in what we would describe as modern eugenics from the 20th century. For example, you have that example where the
Thing
British
is that,
basically.
Elron, eugenics is basically the removal of bad genes. I think you're more referring to what's it called? Selective breeding, where
Selective
you
breeding, yes.
pick the best ones.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, you can call that selective breeding or eugenics, right? Of course, eugenics, you more think like, yeah, for example, you can now have designer babies or something like this, right? I think that this will come in the future. Designer babies will come more and more because we see it with every technology, since we are living in a system where basically the tech companies as well as global capital and monopole companies dictating what is and what we can and can't do. I think this is that no government really, even though we are an anti-racist supposedly society, I think this will still come. And we know, for example, about Epstein, that he was into eugenics and all of this stuff, right? But of course, only for his group. We know there's a YouTube interview with one of the victims of Epstein. She was the most vocal about it. I forgot her name. But she told the several YouTubers that she was in meetings with those Jews as well as some other rich people, and they had special clubs where they talked about Jewish supremacy and telling them, yeah, these Gentile women and everything. And if you look at these victims, it was only white women, I think, in that whole Epstein thing. It was a lot of Russian women, I think. Yeah, basically Eastern European women, as well as models, and they were exclusively white. I know of no other woman that they have taken advantage of.
Wow.
It is quite fascinating, yes. And I hope that this.
But I've noticed that your view does sort of like look at it as you know, like they're taking advantage of. You're saying like it is like a bit of a bias in your viewpoint. I think, like, you know, I'm a biased person, but I disclose, I lay my cards on the table when I'm biased. I think like you need to do that as well. Like it wouldn't really take away from your argument, and it would sort of increase your integrity, and I think your view will become more valid if you did that. Unlike people like, for example, Ralph, who's very biased, but he tries to hide his bias and cover it as a norm. That makes it look like a norm. I think if you're biased, you know, so far you've said, you know, like up until now, you said, yeah, I agree with you. I think this is racist. I think this is like you have agreed with me like a few times, and I think that is to your credit, to be honest, Elron. And you've done that even when I'm not there, even when you and Raj are speaking and I'm not there, you still did that. So, you know, like your integrity is on the table. It's clear to see. Do you see what I mean? So I think like when you're saying now that people are taking advantage of, or you didn't really take on my point that I said, you know, the Ashkenazis obviously offered something in return for something. You didn't really seem to accept that. You're basically saying that, going back to your original point, that your people are sleeping and they're being taken advantage of through their own naivety.
Yeah.
This is basically your point. So
naivety, not also naivety. It was also, I think, egoistic behavior, also animalistic behavior, probably as well. So the basic urge to have sex with others, right? Basically.
But you know that there's a reason. There is a reason for that. You know that, right?
For what?
So obviously Europe is a bottleneck. So when the people were trapped in Europe, there was times where they weren't really exposed to other races, and like there is a high degree of inbreeding amongst Europeans. Like, so for example, I'll give you an example of that. They reckon that every European has maybe 1%, 2% of the blood of Charlemagne. So Charlemagne was obviously, you know Charlemagne, right? The king.
I don't.
He's I think it was the king of France or something. It's one of the most successful monarchs.
Charlemagne. Yeah,
right?
Charlemagne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So everybody, to a certain degree, has a drop of Charlemagne's blood in them. Yeah, genetically speaking. So this environment means that when something happens in one part of Europe, it spreads all over. So, for example, not having the gene for lactose intolerance. Most Europeans have this, where they are not really having a problem with drinking milk. Even as adult men, they can get a pint of milk and just down it in one go. Like Europeans have this ability, yeah, because of the enzyme that is genetically determined. They have the enzyme from both sides of the family, which means that they can drink milk. Also comes with carbohydrate tolerance. The tolerance for carbohydrate in the Western diet is higher than any other diet. So, for example, being farmers, growing wheat and barley and predominantly living on that led to, for example, people's blood type going from O to A, AB, all these blood types, like these new ones, AB negative, that comes after the farming era. But anyway, getting back to my original point, yeah, in Europe, for a long period of time, life expectancy was very low. Like people were dying when they were like, like hardly anyone would live to be 30, right? So everyone would have to have their children at the age of 15, for example, yeah, for a long period of time. So the ones who weren't really sexually active or interested in, like, or mentally or physically ready for it, they would be removed from the gene pool. They would not, right? So when you look at Western women now, they're, sexually speaking, across the board, in a general like way, they're more advanced than some other races. You get me? So
I don't know about that.
That is a theory. That is a theory. I'm not saying I agree with it, but this is what I've heard.
I think we, yes, I think I have to look into that. I could imagine that when life expectancy is shorter, that women get into puberty much earlier. Yes, I would say that.
But it's not really. It's not really to do with the. I think I might have misquoted it. It's not really to do with the physical maturity or mental maturity, but the inclination towards sex. So being less conservative about your choice of partner, for example.
I think that no. In the past, I think, and we have example of this. For example, in Tacitus, Tacitus wrote for the Germanic people, they are very monogam, and one reason for that, I would say, is they lived in such harsh climate that they have to choose the best partner. And to be able to raise their children. What would be interesting is, do you have any data that other races have lived longer than the Europeans? I don't think so.
Live longer, you mean in life expectancy?
Yeah.
I think it's the Indians that live the longest. I think they live to be like 120. Places like Nepal.
Yeah. Today
there is
or
this,
all the time?
Yeah. Always. There has been places in Europe. I think it's near. What's the island in the Mediterranean that's near France? Sardinia.
Yeah, Sardinia.
Yeah. So around the world,
they have a unique blood type. Yeah.
That's right. So around the world, there are these places that are called blue spots, and in blue spots, people age differently, and they don't really know why. But basically, I was talking to someone about this the other day. I was saying that there's two types of aging. There's a gradual decline, and then there's people who suddenly hit a wall and plummet. So the standard of living is really high for a long period of time, so they can reproduce, they can have strong children, you know what I mean? They can produce generations after generations of strong people, and then their health at the age of whatever it is, 80, they'll hit a wall, and within 1 or 2 years, they will really decline sharply, and then they will die. But the majority of the world isn't like that. The majority of the world, you see a gradual decline in health. So obviously, like, you know, it's a genetically determined thing.
Yeah, normally you would think that since life expectancy is now longer than ever because of medical advantages and inventions and better food and everything like this.
Mhm.
So normally you would say, if the theory, I have to look into that, is correct, that European women now going later in puberty than in the past, where they not have this higher
I
age of.
think currently, because of the high fat diet, and well, no, it might be the high carbohydrate diet is leading to fatter children. So women have got a higher percentage of body fat from a young age, and it's hormonally active tissue. So it affects their periods, it affects their menstruation, it affects their reproductive ability, it affects their puberty, affects all these sort of things having a high percentage of body fat.
Yeah.
So like now we're more seeing girls 9 years old in England. 9 years old girls are having periods.
Yeah, I have to check that. I know that I've checked that once for Germany. I think it was 11 to 12, and so
maybe that was a few years ago. That might be old.
What I know about that topic, for example, is a lot of this has to do with epigenetics, which can change basically even when the child is born. The genetics, the epigenetics can change.
Of course.
And one factor
Can I quickly give you an example of that? There were women in, I think, Sweden that were captured by the Nazis and put in camps, and they were underfed, right? So basically, when they were released from that environment, the babies that they delivered were all obese. All of them were fat, and they proved that there's a communication between the mother and the fetus. So the mother's communicating to the fetus, saying we're in a state of a lack of abundance of food. So you must use your genetics to hold on to as much calories as you can in order to survive. So when the child was born, it had a very conservative metabolism that would hold on to basically whatever it consumed, and it would like burn less calories, and then therefore you would see a what's it called? Epigenetic impetus for obesity in the human
never heard
population.
about that, but this sounds logical. Definitely could be. What I have looked into is single mother households. So when the father is leaving, then the woman got into puberty about 2 years earlier than other women in a stable family. This is pretty interesting. And I would say also maybe even the society at large, when you have been confronted earlier with all the sexual stuff, that might be a factor as well in epigenetics. But I have to look into that. I only know for sure that this will happen with single mother households, that women get then more earlier in puberty. And also what is then genetics is basically R and K strategy, reproduction. You know about that?
Yeah. I know. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
The R strategy is basically, to make an analogy, like rabbits, right? How rabbits reproduce. They're having very many offspring because they are getting hunted so much by other animals, and the chance that your line survives is when you have very many offspring. And you see that the rabbit almost knows everything at a very early stage of their being. So this is their strategy. And then you have, for example, the wolves. The wolves put a lot of effort in raising their children and teaching them everything because they're hunters, right? They want quality. They need quality to survive, to hunt these other animals. So this also play. And if a people decides to go with the R or K strategy, then you will
Yeah.
see, of course, as well that your people, your woman, getting into puberty much earlier than people that go with the K strategy. This
Right.
would be, however, genetics and not epigenetics.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
interesting stuff. With the rabbits, I don't think they're that bothered about where the DNA comes from, because I heard that the rabbit female can hold the male sperm inside her body and continuously inseminate her own eggs at her will.
Wow.
I don't know
I
if
didn't
that's
know
true,
that.
but obviously, yeah. So there's less of a competition there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely interesting. So yeah. Have we discussed everything? I think so, right?
I
Regarding
think that as the conversation goes on, we should attempt to get more and more controversial and lure some people into the debate. What do you think? Should we up the ante?
yeah, why not? We need some fresh blood here.
What do you think about Erdogan opening the Hagia Sophia Cathedral to be a mosque? Do you think he's deliberately antagonizing people?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a bold move, but I would say, and it surprised me that there was so much anger and outrage, even from non-Christians. It was quite amazing.
Even from Muslims, even Muslims objected to it.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Do you know why they objected to it? Because they said
was
that
it
now
Turkish
that
Muslims or other Muslims?
other Muslims.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Apparently, now this has happened. The other Muslims are claiming that it's opening the door for Israel to take the Al-Aqsa Mosque. You know, one of the religious sites for Islam.
Okay.
So they're saying that you've set a precedent now that you can't argue against Israel doing the same thing. But I don't agree to that, because before the Hagia Sophia, the Hagia Sophia was made into a museum, it was already a mosque. Because you can see there's massive minarets there. It was already a mosque.
Yeah.
For a long period of time.
It was already more or less changed, but this was just another logical step. I mean, it is quite fascinating that the Turks allowed it for this long to be at least on the outward saying it's still a church or something, or a mixture of both. Yeah, I mean, this is just what happens, and what especially surprised me on that is you had this outrage while it is a sovereign nation, right? They can do whatever they want in their nation if they're really sovereign, right? The Turks have won that war, but then you have that outrage about another country, and on the same hand, I know, for example, here in Germany, many churches have been basically transformed into mosques. It is happening right now here in Germany, and there was no outcry, but now there's an outcry about Erdogan. I don't know, it's quite strange that no one takes notice if our church in our own countries getting transformed into mosques, because no one is going anymore into churches and everything like this. This I find much more insulting and degrading than what Erdogan does in Turkey, right? So, I understand that this is one of the most important churches for Christians, and I understand that. But the hypocrisy that all those people let the same thing going on in their own country is
but
this
when
is what I don't
when
understand.
the Turk conquered Constantinople, like when Mehmet II took the Hagia Sophia, Christians moved their capital north to Kiev, so they have a new capital for their empire. So it's not like something like, you know, the Turks have captured the capital of Christendom and they're holding it ransom and it's still the capital. It's not the capital anymore. It's just a bit now for the West, for the Christians. It's just a building. It's just you know, I think the Greeks would probably have more of a claim to, you know, the architectural advances that was used, like technological, the beauty of the building itself, rather than the fact that it was used as a church. I think is irrelevant now, to be honest. Not my opinion. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
I think
not only that, like as Muslims, like I think we would allow Christians to pray in our buildings as long as there wasn't any iconography. That if you don't bring any icons like pictures of Jesus and that, I don't think there's a problem. Like even with Jews, like Muslims can you know, like let Jews to come into the mosque and pray. And that does happen. It has happened. And I know a lot of Jews that say that, you know, they don't mind going into a mosque to pray, but they would never step foot in a church, for example. Like strictly because of
what
this
I would say
iconography.
is to that topic that many people haven't noticed is I would have much more respect to Erdogan if he would be more honest, because he was basically saying one thing in English and saying another thing in Arab, right? This is what I call takia, and this is what I'm warning our people always about. It is also going on with this whole anti-white communist cultural Marxists. They are also big in this. I hate enemies that are not honest with me, okay?
Right.
So that you can't identify them as enemies. If Erdogan would have stated the same thing in Arab than he was stating in English, then I would say, yeah, congrats to him. He's I would much more respect him, but it seems like he's putting out this English other version because he still fears the backlash or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I watched it, and I obviously can read English, and I can listen to him in Turkish. So I fully understood what he was saying. I know the translations aren't always, you know, accurate, but in this case, just noticed on 16%. All right. So yeah, I didn't see much of a discrepancy. I don't know how you managed to notice.
Yeah, let me try to find it. But it was another wording, definitely.
But that's the like he's a politician after all. Like he's always gonna, you know, give a more bold and beautiful version for his own population. You know, like I don't know, like what do you expect?
I don't know. Yeah, and you know, I understand that with politicians to a degree that they have to do this with diplomacy and everything like this. Is it diplomacy? No. What?
Yeah.
Diplomacy. But what I hate even more is when normal everyday people are doing this to me. Okay. And yeah, this is what I'm saying. The one thing that ethno-nationalists have on their side is they have nothing to hide. They are the most honest people, in my opinion, from all the other people that I known of.
Really?
They don't hide anything, because we think, yeah, because our greatest weapon is really the truth, and we are living in a world full of lies, false narratives, and dishonesty. And why should we play this game? I don't know. This is why.
But the thing is that with you lot, like, what possible lie could you tell? Like, how can you sweeten up or make your position?
Okay, yeah, of course, I would say this
clearer. Like, there isn't really a second position for you. It's all or nothing, isn't it?
Yes, but we could.
You know, like the only thing you could do is say like.
This is what people project on Tommy Robinson, for example, especially.
But he's not an ethno now. He's not.
He's not. But people are projecting this to him because they are basically projecting what they themselves are doing, being dishonest, because this is their tactic, right? They are saying one thing.
No. I think the argument with Tommy Robinson is, and his people, are that they're creating sort of a stepping stone for people to be initiated into ethnic politics. So they basically will say, "Oh, we're Civnats." They will get people to become more popular with their movement, and they will get they're popularists, like aiming for a wider audience. And then once they have the people's attention, they will slowly like allow more FNAT kind of leanings to kind of like
this is the whole
come in.
gateway versus gatekeeper.
Yeah. So I think that's the reason why there's no trust for Tommy and them lot. Like there's no trust from the start because of this kind of like there's no clear difference between an FNAT and a CivNat, to be honest. Like a CivNat can wake up tomorrow saying that they're an FNAT and they'll be accepted by the FNATs.
Yeah, by the FNATs, but not by the CivNats. The CivNats would then say, basically the same thing that the left would say. They would call them the same slurs, playing in the same...
So this happened recently. So you saw Jupiter try to move closer to the Tommy movement and closer to the F. She actually declared herself an FNAT, whereas with Raj, even though initially they were both on the same position regarding Tommy, one of them went one direction and the other one went the other direction, because what happens is as the center ground moves more to the right, there's going to always be people that say, this is too right for me, I can't go any more right than this. And then like an elastic band, they pop and they go back the opposite direction. So you will see Raj now saying, I can't go any more right than what I have done. I've reached my breaking point, and now I'm going to rebound back into my previous state. But with Jupiter, she made the attempt to go all the way right. And if anything, it was the right wingers that turned against her and pushed her out.
Because we thought of her, she's not there. And she's a danger to, not really, because Jupiter, I mean, everyone that is
not a danger, but she's just basically
it's subverting
the standards
at least
down.
To the outside world, it is subverting the message. Of course, ethno-nationalists would never see Jupiter as being fully ethno-nationalist, no.
Right.
But to the outside world, it would basically subvert the message, yes.
Yeah.
So but I heard
here's the situation, a strange situation.
Your analysis of Tommy Robinson is correct. He is a gateway. I would agree to that. I think now he's more like a gatekeeper, but in the past he was more of a gateway.
Right.
But many people I've talked to said he's a secret ethno-nationalist.
Right.
So I think this is wrong. This is the wrong analysis. But I heard a lot of people basically saying, he's in secret. He just can't say that, right?
Well, even if he did say that, if you think about it tactically or strategically, that position that he would then move into has already been filled. So there's no point really of them competing over the same, position, him and the other guy. So he's better off being the leader of his own movement. He gets the satisfaction of being the leader. That is that you can see that his personality. He's got the Adolf Hitler gene. You know what I mean? The only thing he's missing is the mustache. You get me? Like he really, really wants to be the leader. Do you know what I mean?
He wants to be and this is a problem because he has to have a movement, you can't have just one leader. You kill one leader and your movement is done. And this is what I have the most problem with Tommy and so many other civic nationalist organizations. They have one leader. I think even Tommy is, he's sometimes very naive and impulsive, but I think he can speak to people. He definitely can speak to people. But he's not educating other people to do something that he can do. He has never educated.
But you gotta realize, Elron, he's in a scenario. He's in a situation where he's relying on the dumbness of people for his popularity. So most of his people around him are automatically going to be dumb. So when he now needs to pick out the creme de la creme of his people, it's very difficult for him to find any intelligent people in his movement, Because if they were intelligent, to be honest, like they would see through his bullshit from the start, and they
Yes.
probably wouldn't be
They
in
would
his.
move. They would straight move to ethno-nationalism. Tommy has
Yeah.
to keep his audience dumb.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when he picks people to be his successor, they're really inept to start with. Like he's really picking, like dumbos. Like, well, who are the two guys that turned up at Speaker's Corner? There was what I forget their names. One of them was wearing like a Sherlock Holmes hat. He's now at Ethno Nat. And there was that Danny Tomo as the other one who was gonna, run things while Tommy was in prison for a while. Now these two guys are really dumb. Like, no offense to them personally or their like communities, but they're not really intelligent. Like the real reason why you see these people at the forefront of these movements is because they have that boyzone factor, the choir boy look. Like they look like little blonde, little goody boys. And all the old women like Jupiter and Wendy get wet in their knickers looking at them going, oh, Tommy, like just literally eye candy for these old women. Do you know what I mean? Like that is like their strong side. You know what I mean? Like, and they got the little bit of thuggishness, like they got the connection with the football gangs and the criminals and whatever. So then they rope in the men into the movement as well. But apart from that, like it's not really based on intelligence to start with, in my opinion.
No, it isn't. And this is what I mean. I see look, why have the communists always killed and first killed the most smartest people wherever they have gone to? Because these intelligent people can lead people and can also articulate what everyone thinks but can't articulate to address people, right? What Tommy is representing is basically, and his movement is basically the average people, right?
Right.
The average people, yes, but the wider, a lot of people that would see a movement like the Tommy movement, would feel like not embarrassed. I would say maybe embarrassed when they see drunk people going out there, and they fear of being associated with these people, right? While on the other hand, you have the problem with intellectuals that are too much intellectual and are too far gone to speak to the normal everyday people. But I think only if intellectuals are capable of communicating to the working class, then they are able and they are needed.
To be honest, I don't think that you need to even go that far, because to be honest with you, even if all the Ethno Nats and the Civ Nats woke up tomorrow and started waving Black Lives Matter flags, it wouldn't make any difference in this country, because the real change doesn't come from working class. It doesn't come from these people. The real change comes from So the real change will come from the academics.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That will put pressure on the elite to upgrade their system, and all they would do is create, a better matrix that we wouldn't reject. Because currently there's a state where the old matrix is becoming unacceptable, and people are saying we need a new matrix. We need a better lie to believe in. That's all it is. And they'll do some appeasements, they'll say, okay, we'll stop, for example, there was some dispute over the syllabus at Oxford and Cambridge in these places, and
this
how
is
they
why they're so fear. For example, I read a dozen articles about the generation identity movement. For example, they have a complete different structure. These people of generation identity, with Martin Sellner and these groups, they are educated. They have how you call it, circles. They advise their followers to read certain books and have discussions and meetings and everything like this, right? Evolve. And this is why, and how to dress, how to have good optics. this is why the elite so much fear them. They don't fear really a mob of people that are
That's
behaving
right.
like savages,
That's right.
because they understand that also their own elites will more likely listen to them because they're smart and intelligent than to someone that can't speak articulate English or German, right? They have a despise for these people. You have to understand the elites. They think
Yeah.
of normal workers as being very dumb and everything like this.
Of course.
So the only way to change the elite minds from a working class is really violence. Okay, if you really go out there and smash something up, right, or do some kind of France Revolution style movement.
Yeah.
But also this revolution was also not really. It was led by intellectuals. But yeah, this is the only way the working class can take over power. While I'm saying with any means necessary, okay, when it comes to that, when we have no other options. This is a legit answer, but we are not there yet, okay? So this is why we are concentrating in changing people's minds. And a group like Tommy's group is not able to do that. And this is why
Definitely
we
not.
are so focusing on this. We want to have a
But
peaceful solution.
But then again, you got to ask yourself the question, you know, are you going to go for quality over quantity? Because, you know, it's like the law of diminishing returns, isn't it? Like there's only so much intellect you can bring into a movement like this. It's not really going to make a big difference. So it might be a safer bet to go for the numbers in a country like Germany, for example. But in England, I think it's a tighter situation where if you go for the numbers, you're never really going to get the numbers anyway. You know what I mean? So really, the only viable real position is Ralph's position, where Ralph's trying to build a bridge between the intelligentsia and the right wing. So, you know, like that is like the best position to be in, I think. And I don't think he's there by accident. I think he's like, you know, he's definitely onto the right move. But to be honest, it doesn't just take that. You have to have the right move, you have to have the right time, and you have to have the right man for the job. And then you might see some spark of change. You get me? So these things, it's like, you know, when you see the pyramid that makes up the fire hazard, and on one side you have oxygen, on the other side you have the material that can burn, the combustible, and on the other side you have whatever it is, I think the flame. So those three things have to all be in place for the fire to happen. So it's like that. You know what I mean? You can't just have, you know, like a big warehouse full of explosives and then you're sitting there waiting for it to explode without any spark. Do you see what I mean? So, you know, like I think he's put himself in the right position, but I don't think he's the right man for the job, to be honest. But like what he's found, that little niche that he's found, I think he's found the point of fracture, the fracture point where you can break everything apart with a small amount of effort. And I think he's at the right position because it is the intelligentsia, it is the intelligent and the those people at the top
have
that direct contact with the elite. Do you see what I mean?
You have to basically address the masses. Yes, definitely. And Martin Sellner, for example, does the same thing. And then he chooses from this whole mass he's addressing the best people that also can be spokesperson. You can't build, for example, a party with Tommy's movement because you have Tommy and then maybe two others that are capable of being politicians, while the identitarian
I don't think,
movement,
to be honest, I don't think the leadership in Tommy's movement can ever be politicians because they all come from a criminal past, to be honest with you, and they're not really clean enough to make that transition onto the other side. I don't think they'll be accepted. So they're always going to be stuck on their side. And I think either these people have been handpicked for that purpose, because then they don't pose a threat to anyone else. They always have to stay inside their own bubble. So they're allowed to be the leader, but everybody knows that they can never be more than that. You know, Tommy can never, ever be more. Like what Tommy's done is sideways moves. like moving into journalism, moving into these sort of things. Like it's a sideways move.
Yeah,
He's not
he
really
should
coming out.
definitely. I see that as his future as well. That he just should be a journalist or maybe even an activist, okay, but not really a spokesperson. He can't be.
Yeah.
He
Especially
doesn't
once
have
he's run out of
ideas or something like that.
he's run out of a message. He doesn't really have a message at all. You know, like once he's finished with the grooming gangs, do you know what I mean? Like there's nothing really left, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
he hasn't got a message really. You
I
know,
agree.
now he's just like a popular figure, like a social figure. That's all he is really. He's what we would call an influencer.
Yeah.
That's all he is really now. He's
Exactly.
an influencer. So when Tommy sees that there's going to be a march, he'll jump on that and get really hyped up, like as if he's calling the troops to rally behind him. But really, the march was going to happen anyway. He just jumped on board and said, "Oh, we all need to go down and protect the statue of Winston Churchill." And he made it look like as if, you know, it was something to do with him. But really, all he's invested in is a 10-minute little clip on a video clip. That's all he's done. And then he's become like a social, like what's the word? Not an enzyme, but something like an enzyme that speeds up, like a catalyst. He's become a catalyst.
Catalyst is great. Yes, definitely.
That's all. Like there's no actual substance, but he attaches himself to other things, and then he's a catalyst. He speeds up things and hypes them up. But himself on his own, he's nothing. Zero, zilch, nothing, like literally.
Yeah,
Do you know
about
what I mean?
this whole protecting the statues thing. I listened to one black nationalist, I think, here on this channel, that tried to make it like these guys were going out there to do some good old nigger bashing. He said, I think it was.
Right. You mean respect?
Completely wrong. I don't know if he's lying on
Right,
purpose
let's talk about
or
let's
if
talk,
he.
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's
Why would you
talk
say
about
that's why would you say that's wrong?
For first, he mentioned Tommy Robinson is the reason they were going there. Tommy Robinson is against Nazis and everything like this, which would be a group that you would expect it from. If Tommy would see his crowd going out there and beating black people just based on their race, he would ally with the black people and fight those Nazis there, okay? So this was completely wrong. He made that clear. He is an opponent of us, and we wouldn't do something like this, okay? But he has in his mind that there are still... I mean, there's this very, very small groups of very dumb... These people are the same people like the hooligans. They are just racist, while these hooligans are not racist, right? Yeah, a group like this would go out there, but these hooligans are not racist in any manner, okay? They, I think they just have a problem, and they even made excuses for black people and saying, yeah, what it really is these white Antifa guys. They are the reason why shit hits the fans everywhere, okay? So they are even excusing black violence, black destructions with bringing up Antifa. Yes, Antifa played also part of it, but to make it as if Antifa is the only factor why black people are going out there and also destroying statues everywhere is insane. And it is anti-white. It is an anti-white narrative, in my opinion. So, yeah, I had a problem with him.
Firstly, I think if we leave the Tommy movement to the side and just look at Tommy, you can give loads of examples of him being racist, him being a thug, him attacking
a thug,
black
yeah,
people,
I would agree. Yeah.
and that in general, himself personally. So to say that anyone that would follow him would automatically be against that because you're saying that's you lot, not them lot, I don't really agree, because I think when you say the Tommy movement, Tommy manages to bring people from lots of different sides together on a common cause. Yeah, so he does have the football lads. He does have these other groups of people from here, there, and everywhere. Like, you know, people who might even regard themselves as the common people or working class people. They would even be attracted to that movement. But the fact is, Tommy Robinson is the linchpin. He's the one that brings all these people together, and it's like a popular a personality. It's like a personality cult. You know what I mean? Where Tommy himself is the thing that brings everything together. Do you see what I mean? So that goes back to what you were saying about he can't really bring anyone in to replace him. It's partly because of that as well. So to say that Tommy Robinson is not racist or hasn't done racist things or said racist things,
I think he's culturally racist. I would
okay.
go with that.
And then there's other people that also join him on that belief, on that, like what he represents is not like, you know, you can't say all his followers follow him on that one particular aspect of his personality, but there is a percentage of them that do. Now, when we're looking at the exact situation with the protecting the statue versus the Battle of Trafalgar scenario, people that came down claiming they were there for the statue marched through police, fighting with the police to get to black people. So from the black person's point of view, who received actual physical attacks, for what were they attacked? I don't know. Yeah, like if you're there to protect the
police
statue,
or who?
No, the people that attacked the black people in Trafalgar Square fought past the police. They took on the police and they pushed from the statue all the way to Trafalgar Square. When they got there, they physically, I'm not saying all of the Tommy people or all of the people, but a subgroup of these people. Yeah, they got to Trafalgar Square. They attacked innocent people in front of women and children. They did have the intention of causing harm. They were making monkey noises, gorilla noises, being racially provocative.
I haven't seen any video evidence of that.
I've seen it. Yeah. So you know
Maybe
Trafalgar Square. You know the top part. You know the top part of Trafalgar Square, like, is higher. There's like two roads in it. Like the road that goes round. The higher part, they infiltrated from that side. So they come down the stairs.
Was it that scene where they stand retreated? They stand on a higher place, and then the other side were on the ground.
Lower. Yeah.
I
see. So that lower ground is actually the square. So that's called Trafalgar Square. Yeah. So the road that was higher, they came from that side, and the people who were originally there moved back. Yeah. So what happened was there's a space between, and then these people from the side, because the stairs come down the side and that, they were attacking from there. They were throwing things, fireworks, whatever they were throwing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So like they were basically attacking a group of people who were doing a peaceful protest.
But it was coming from both sides. I saw that as well.
Well, if you get attacked, you have to defend yourself, no?
Yeah, and the other thing is, was it because they identified them as basically as the Antifa guys, or was it based on race? No.
So what it was the Black Lives Matter cancelled their protest. The only people that attended the protest were the actual black community themselves. They were having a peaceful protest, and it wasn't affiliated with any statues being abused or anything like that. It was nothing to do with that. So these people went and attacked them because, to be honest, they had no other visible enemy. They had no other purpose. So when you got an army together without a purpose, it's going to break apart. Yeah, they would have all ended up just going home. So they thought, oh, while we're here, you know, let's just attack these innocent black people, which have got nothing to do with anything. Like black people.
When Black Lives Matter cancels their protest, you would expect less black people. And what you would expect, for example,
so what we're talking about is a handful.
There.
No, there was no Antifa. It was a handful of 30 to 50 black people, just women and children. There was hardly any men there. There was another march somewhere else. I think was it Greenwich, somewhere a couple of miles away. And when those people there heard that innocent women and children were being attacked, then they made their way over.
Yeah, I saw. So you're saying that was after that, because I saw those videos where black men were running towards I don't know where. I'm not familiar with the London.
So what would have happened? What would have happened
but
is
the only videos I saw on social media were black men beating up white men. This is the only videos I saw.
I've seen a couple of videos of guys getting, like 1 or 2 guys getting beaten up, to be honest, and like I don't see what's wrong with that. Like those guys that got beaten up attacked innocent women and children and terrorized them, and then they thought that they could, get away with it.
Who is that stupid to go alone into a crowd of black men?
Braden.
Yeah. Okay. This moron. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I give you that. But but this is the only.
But he signifies. But 1 minute, Aaron. You
I
obviously
saw some
are from that
bottles being
background.
thrown from one side and the other side. This is all I was seeing, and I saw the only conflict really the hooligans had physically were with the police. That's all. And I thought it was because they were angry with the police, blocking their march, and saying to them, "You are hypocrites."
No, obviously the police anticipated what they planned to do and stationed troops in between them and Trafalgar Square to protect innocent people. So obviously they knew what they were going to do, innit? Because police have got files on all of these football hooligans. They know what they do. You can't even play football. You can't even play football without them making gorilla noises and throwing bananas on the pitch. Like they know them, innit? They know what they're about.
I haven't seen those videos.
Yeah. Well, this is
with
the situation.
And monkey noises. Look, I also heard there were also this black man I was talking about. He claimed that these hooligans were making Nazi salutes and also singing this "We are racist and we are proud." This is all false.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not. Why is it false? Why?
Yes, it is false. I looked at every mainstream media article, and the only footage they were showing were basically, and I saw the video of the same picture. They were singing their football songs and basically clapping and in the air and not showing a Nazi salute.
Brother, are we living in 2 different planets? Everything that you're saying you haven't seen, I've actually seen. So how does that work? Like there is videos of people shouting, "We're racist, and that's the way we like it.
Yeah. Have you seen the original video? They have muted the original video and then played a clip under this. What was going on in 2012 on some march of, I don't know, was it Britain First or some other group? I don't know, but they underlined that. Yes,
this is well documented.
I've proved that on Valley's channel at the same day. I've proved that on Valley's channel at this day. I've linked that into the subscription. Yeah, this is definitely fake news. And this is why I'm saying I haven't seen the videos of the monkey noises. I want to have some proof for that. Because the other stuff I already debunked.
So the guy who comes over the top of Trafalgar Square, one of the ones at the front, he jumps on the like the banister, like down the side of the stairs. There's the pillars, So he's jumped on top of that. He's leaning over, and while people are throwing bottles, he's itching his armpits, like a gorilla.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've not seen that picture or that footage.
Okay, that's exactly at Trafalgar Square. The one that you're saying when they're shouting, "I'm racist and that's the way I like it," that happened at the Cenotaph, which is near the memorials and the statues and that. And the people that you can see in there, I don't know how you're saying that was another day, because they're wearing the same clothes and it's the same people that are basically throwing bottles and attacking the police, and they push the police back.
It was right before the police, right? Where this "We are racist" shout supposedly happened. Yeah, this is fake news.
Well, it's not supposedly. What other point in history have white people been at the Cenotaph attacking police, singing "We are racist and that's the way we like it"? That didn't happen.
You don't understand what I've just explained to you. They have muted the original scene and then take another sound bit from 2012. I don't know which march it was in 2012, but they added that sound under that video. This is what they have done.
I don't know who done that. If you're saying they've done that, then what difference does it make actually? Because those
a
people,
big difference.
Why?
The same with the Nazi salutes, right? They
If
were
those
just
people-
clapping.
If those people, let's say for example, didn't do any Nazi salutes and didn't sing any songs on their way to bash innocent black women and children, you can't really say that they weren't doing nigger bashing, because they were. It's just that they just
No, I
happened
haven't
to not.
seen the proof for that.
Well, the fact is that people were attacked. That the fights that you're saying happened at Trafalgar Square. They didn't happen at the statue. It's not like black people made their way to Winston Churchill. It was vice versa. The white people made their way to where the black people were protesting. So, unless they were to go in there to give them roses and sing Kumbaya
No,
and
if
hand
this
out
is-
some
if
donuts,
this is true.
what were they doing?
Yeah, they were in there to fight. Yes. Then the next question is, I don't know. Are there any statues there?
No, there's only Nelson's column, which is so high, it's ridiculous. You
All
can't
right,
get near
so
Nelson. Nelson's
You might
right
have
up
a
high.
point there that they were going there
See,
to
what I
cause
saw,
trouble.
Elron, what
The
I-
other
what I've
question
seen-
is,
what I- what
were
I've
they
seen, Elron, is
going there?
two
Were
guys-
they going there to
two-
beat up
two
leftists,
guys-
or was it based
One
on
minute,
race?
Elron, look at this. Two guys from the right wing go to the Black Trafalgar Square movement, and they approach the people who they think's in charge, and they say to them, please, can you promise not to damage any statues? And they say to them, we don't know who even targeted statues in the past. It's nothing to do with our movement. We're not Black Lives Matter. We are the actual black community. We're here for ourselves. They basically explain they have no interest in statues. Yeah. Now, those two guys were reconnaissance agents. They went there to count how many men are here, how many women and children are here. Do they have any fortifications? Do they have any weapons lying around? Do they have milk crates full of milk bottles? They looked and they saw, and they went back and they took the information back, and it was relayed
but
back to the.
you
to
have
them
a point.
that there's
if
no
you
army.
can-
There is no
if you
army
can-
waiting for you. We
If,
can
if
go
this
there
is true,
and
what you're saying, that
disrupt the protest quite easily. Chase them
Look,
out, and it'll be
just
an easy
based
victory.
on the video footage I saw, the place you were saying they were protesting,
Trafalgar
and
Square.
it was a
Yeah.
completely black, only black demonstration there, and community there demonstrating. Yeah, that might have to do with race then. I'm not convinced of it because, as I mentioned before, I think when it's true that they were going there not because of statues but to cause problems, could also mean that they want to have a little rant left versus right wing, right?
Yeah.
So, but what you were telling me that there were only women, I saw almost no woman there. I saw men there.
No, but that was later. That was
I
like
saw the live stream.
Originally, it was just women and children and a few men there that were doing their innocent protesting. Yeah, and then when they were attacked, then like these other people that were at other places made their way there. So obviously, en route to that place, they're going to come across the perpetrators. You know what I mean? So once these people go on a rampage and they start attacking black people in Trafalgar Square, in their big groups, they're going to carry on doing that until they reach their safe haven, which is the tube station that's going to take them all the way home. Yeah, so they'll carry on abusing people all the way there, running through the streets, running amok, yeah, taking the piss, yeah, attacking police, attacking everyone, because that's what they really came to do. Yeah, once they've had a few drinks, that's gonna happen. Yeah, that's what they do at football matches anyway. They're thugs. Now, the only way to counteract them is, to have an army waiting for them, which wasn't the case, or to interact them on the way to the exit strategy, which is what happened. And these guys, once they're on their rampage, they don't stop. They
But
see
I
a
have
couple of
to
black guys.
say, how many Tommy people were out there?
I don't know. I don't know about the numbers, but you got to remember there was only like 30 to 50, as far as I know, people at Trafalgar Square
Yeah.
doing an
This is
innocent protest.
what I
All
mean.
the majority of the men, I think they were somewhere
if
else.
they came there to beat up black people, they have done a very bad job.
No, that's definitely
because
what
I have
happened.
no footage.
Yeah, but they were drunk. They were drunk. This is what happens. They don't come there with some professional strategy. They're coming there just to hoon around, make some noise, see themselves, whatever. It's just their hooliganism. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean when I'm saying if they then attack black people, it has probably nothing to do with race. They were just there to cause problems and have their being thugs,
Yeah, they just want to get their face in the newspapers, Elron. They just want to get their face in the papers, They want to be on YouTube. That's what it is. Yeah, the hooligans, that's what they do. They're crazy. Like they're not logical people. They're not doing some military strategy. They're just like, let's fight the police. That would be great. Once we get past the police, like there's some people up there we can terrorize. And then even when the other black guys turned up from wherever to reinforce, even then they must have loved it. They're like, yeah, now we've got someone to fight. And even when they get beat up and they get their asses handed to them, they go home feeling happy. Like they're like, yeah, look at me, I've got 10 stitches in my head. Like this is the people you're dealing with. Like, do you know what I mean? So to try to like put some logic on their behavior, it's just like not gonna happen, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
I agree. Yeah.
We've been talking for a while. Like, where is everyone?
I don't know. Is
Maybe we've gone off air or something. It's just me and you chatting. It's just me and you chatting.
It was a good chat, though. I have to say.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, no one's even in the back chat. I can't even see anyone in the back chat coming on.
Yeah, Nettie was there. I see Nettie.
We missed Natty, innit? We missed him.
Yeah,
Natty, if you're there, man, you should have put it in the front chat and the back chat. My God.
Yeah, but I love that this black guy, right? He was telling basically, they were going out there doing some nigger bashing, and I'm asking myself, I saw hundreds of videos over the last weeks where groups of blacks were going out there hunting white men and women even, okay? Lately, I don't know if you heard about that.
White men were hunting, black men were hunting white women. I don't think so.
It's everywhere on Telegram. Fortunately, they are not deleting those videos on Telegram.
Well, this is on the same day, the Trafalgar Square incident.
No, I don't know. Not in England, really. I saw one or two videos where this has happened, but.
Are you sure that wasn't the wars that were going on in France between the Chechens and the
No. It was mostly America where this thing. It's
America,
still happening.
Right.
It's still happening there. They're still total mental there.
So you're saying that black men were targeting white women in America?
Yes, also white women. Yes, they don't give a shit. Recently, they killed a white woman. Have you heard about that?
No, I heard about black guys getting lynched, turning up hanged and that.
Let me. I don't remember her name. White Taker, I think her name was.
Whitaker.
Whitaker, yes, exactly.
Yeah, there's no.
And no fucking mainstream media was reporting about this.
I don't know about media.
Just imagine. She so this fight started like there was a Black Lives Matter demonstration, and then this group of I think it was 3 white guys and a Hispanic. They were shouting back, "All lives matter" or something. Then they had basically a standoff where Black Lives Matter members as well as these people were both raising their guns, and then they argued, and then it was over, right? And then both sides were leaving, and then one part of this group of Black Lives Matter were hiding in a tunnel or something, and stone cold execute a woman there. And then the husband of her, he was also then shooting at those attackers, and this is why not more people were murdered there. So yeah, stone cold execution style murder to
Wow.
a white woman there. Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously we don't want to hear about things like that. We condone any type of violence, innit? Disclaimer: G Block does not promote any type of racial attacks or even gender-related attacks. So, you know, that's bang out of order.
But we promote Black Lives Matter. Oh no, Sakyamada.
Yeah,
know,
but
my mouth's dry, bro. My mouth's so dry right now. My tonsils
man.
sticking to
You
my
lot
throat.
You lot never caught me if anyone was in the back, man.
Only thingy we missed, man. No, we missed thingy, man. Natty, yeah. Natty, we missed Natty. Yeah, he just said hello and then ducked. He didn't make much noise either. So I've been on there for hours sometimes waiting to come on.
Yeah, man. Joshua, you know in the background. You know them.
Yeah, man. I used to live there.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but this example is just another example of what I've seen recently. Total, and this should really scare white people, right? What I'm seeing right now is, have you heard about that case of what was this bourgeoisie boomer? With they had like a mansion where. Very big house, and then Black Lives Matter was tearing down the fence of that house, and were demonstrating in front of that house, and saying basically they kill their dog, they will rape their woman and take over the house, and then the man and the woman were because they called the police and the police didn't come. Then they go for their guns, right, and saying, you will not come into our house. And what is now happening is the fucking police come now to their house, take away their guns, even though it was self-protection, right? And the mainstream media are now switching the story, making this demonstrators, these thugs there, that invading a private property there and threatening this family there with murder, okay, into victims. This is fucking scary, okay?
But explain the thing to me, Elron. I don't understand where this concept like a Hollywood movie where does this like anti-white media come from? Like, is it just some? Is it real, bruv? Anti-white media. I've never heard of it.
Just imagine if I had a group out there calling White Lives Matter, okay? Let's go with the last example. And White Lives Matter would stone cold execute a black woman because she said all lives matter. What do you think will happen? Do you think the White Lives Matter movement would still get money from Amazon, from Jeff Bezos and all these guys, from what was it, Ben and Jerry's, getting invited by mainstream media, praised as, yes, we have to change and everything like this? Or do you think it doesn't even have to be? If a White Lives Matter group is going out there...
Wait a minute. You just gave it away. You said Ben and Jerry's.
Yeah.
You're saying that Ben and Jerry's...
It's not about the justice. It's that my man don't getting invited to Amazon by Jeff Bezos. You just want to link Jeff Bezos and Ben and Jerry's and all them wearing Prada and Gucci and all that, innit? That's what it is, Elron. You want an SS uniform made of Prada or something?
What? No, I'm saying global capitalism.
Outfit. It was Hugo
global
Boss.
Capitalism is supporting Black Lives Matter while they are censoring us. They are getting, for example, what was it? Barclays banks, one of the biggest banks in the world. I think they not directly
They
funded
fucking insurance slave
Black
ships, man. Fuck off, man. You get
Black
me? That's,
Lives
that's why they're
Matter.
doing it.
They are. I don't know why they're doing it. There's different reason why
That's
they're
why they're
doing
doing
it.
it, man. They're
They-
trying to cover their back. If you ask Uncle White, he will tell you, mate.
I think they are doing it once because of the social
They're hedging their
pressure,
bets, mate.
because these companies feel that this is now the right thing to do, because because this is the zeitgeist, basically, right? This is the basic culture that this is why they put their transgender flags on their products and everything like this. This is why Google does this thing, and I think also other companies are thinking this is a great opportunity. They have to be pro-multicultural to have more workers,
You know what it's
right?
called?
More.
Listen, Aaron, it's called feral marketing. Yeah? In the words of my uncle IC3, it's called feral marketing.
Pharaoh
Where they
marketing.
pretend they take all shapes, but they have no shape.
Yeah, I think they really don't care. I think there are some, at least the people on top, they don't care. But this is what I mean. Look, while they are supporting Black Lives Matter, it doesn't really matter if they are really believing in this or not. The fact of the matter is, Black Lives Matter are getting hundreds of millions, okay? And also other black, basically advocacy groups, and also groups that.
That's why I joined. I only joined Black Lives Matter for the money. That's why I joined, because I'm saying that, boy, Black Lives Matter, they're getting bare money right now. So if I put Black Lives Matter in my trigger belly in my title, loads of people might donate to my PayPal. That's why I put it in as well.
Yeah, and the catchphrase is correct, right? It is very good marketing. But there was one guy, I think he has, over the next week, or maybe even this week, he will publish his interview with Tommy Robinson. And he was talking to another...
Black guy.
He has the Eye of Horus as its channel symbol.
Sarah Garvey.
Yes, this guy. And he was talking to a black historian, I think it was. And they were also talking about Black Lives Matter. And yeah, he saw right through it and said, yes, this Black Lives Matter group, you can't trust them. You don't know who is funding them, because they are not saying who they get funded by. They don't know who's behind it, who trained them, right? And he was also mentioning that Black Lives Matter is anti-traditional family. So he was criticizing it, right? I'm very interested in this interview with Tommy Robinson.
His name is Dr. X.
Yeah, this guy seems to be one of... Look, if I would be a black advocate, I would... I saw now 3 videos of this guy. He's a much better advocate than all of these Black Lives Matter idiots.
Do you want to know one thing that he advocates? He thinks that white people are aliens as well, man. So big up Dr. X, man. You get me? Man, like Dr. X, we've got Elron's endorsements and all that.
Well, I didn't saw that, but yeah, he can believe in that. I don't really care. He's a black nationalist, an outward spoken black nationalist, and I appreciate the honesty. Black Lives Matter wouldn't say something like this. They would still say, somewhat we are for all lives or something like this, if they really got interviewed or something.
On the real though, Dr. X is a serious scholar though still. I just said that to try and trigger you in it, but on the real though, Dr. X is a serious guy though still. But he has got some funny views that you might not agree with.
Yeah, but there's this other guy. Have you noticed also, Khan, if you're still there? 2 days ago, Jewish Privilege was trending on YouTube, on Twitter. Have you seen that?
No, I'm not on Twitter.
This was just great. but
It's about
I've
fucking
never
do these live shows.
in my Jewish privilege, yeah.
Don't keep up, bro.
I've never in my life see on Twitter so much shadow banning this hashtag. They were trying to control it, right? But it was quite funny, and also one big black spokesperson out there is Tariq Nasheed, right? And he was also tweeting about Jewish privilege, which I found pretty funny. He was making some good points, but yeah, it's still very shallow. His knowledge about Jews is still very shallow. But he was addressing, at least had the guts to address the Jewish question, okay? Which most black nationalists are not doing. They're just criticizing those white people, because they know if they criticize Jews, they got under attack too, right? But Tariq Nasheed at least had the guts.
Because as far as the black people or the black nationalists are concerned, the Jews are white people. So,
yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. The biggest problem with Tariq Nasheed, right? He thinks that Jews are white, are European.
They fucking are.
No, they aren't. How many times, Veli, how many times have I already discussed it, and you still want to believe? Tell me why black people... No, I now want to understand.
You know why?
The proof is out there.
Listen, Joseph from Speaker's Corner, yes, and his family's half, his dad's Irish and his mum's Jewish,
yeah?
The other, Nosson from Speaker's Corner said the same thing. He's got family from Poland, but his mother's line's Jewish. So they're European, they're white, mate.
Then they're half white, half European. These people. Yes, but when you talk about Jews overall, the Ashkenazi Jews, I've already showed it to you. On your panel, you were on the panel, man. I've shown you the DNA proof that they are a Semitic people. They have, like, the Ashkenazi have the highest European admixture in them. And this is like 30 to 40% European, okay? So they are not European. You wouldn't call Obama a European.
But when you're talking to some of the black people, like, if we see a Jewish person and an Irish person, a Polish person, an Italian person, or so on, so they're all just white, different shades of white people.
Yeah, they are. From the yes, I say that all the time. Yes, but when skin color is just one thing, you have to also look at other phenotypical attributes, right? And also the genetic proves they are not European. They are shapeshifters, okay? These are the body snatchers, okay? These people are the real body snatchers here. You have to understand that. And I don't know why black people, even though I showed to them the proof, and that Jews see themselves as Jews is also very important to understand. Right, even from their own thing, right? This is important to understand because Jews have privilege. They have a minority status privilege, right? The same privilege that other minorities have, like gays, LGBTQ, and also black people and Muslims and all those. Some people criticize Muslims because they are very traditional, but still they have privilege. There's some, even the mainstream media, they are talking about Islamophobia, which is a word that protects Muslim from criticism, just as anti-Semitism is. Anti-Semitism is a word to protect Jews from criticism. And we use the word now anti-white. Do you think mainstream media would go with the word anti-white to say what, to endorse Mark Collett's right to speak? No, they wouldn't. But the Jews have this privilege.
Because Mark Collette is coming with anti-other people's speech. If he was coming with a speech about whatever, if his speech was another group, then why would the media have a problem portraying it? Because if they keep portraying it, they've got to cover their fucking back all the time. Because people are going to keep suing them for putting his views out.
Look, the best example for how the mainstream media are attacking white people while they are protecting other people is, for example, that Covington High School kid example. There were videos that are still on YouTube from the Black Hebrew Israelites where you could see the whole stream, okay? And you see how these Black Hebrew Israelites call them white devils and everything like this, right? And you saw how the Indian people were approaching these kids. It was kids, okay? Approaching them, men, how do you say erwachsen? Grown men, okay? Going into a crowd of schoolboys, drumming the beats of their drum right in front of their head, okay? And what did the mainstream media say about this? It was out there. It was on Twitter. It was on YouTube. They cut out the video, the parts where the Indians approach the white kids, and only show the pictures where this kid was smiling, smirking. This was the only thing this white kid has done. And they have demonized them. There were blue check marks on Twitter, threatened them with death. Okay? Blue check marks, people. Journalists even.
Blue check.
So,
what does that mean? The blue check mark. What does that mean?
It's a confirmed account that it is a real person, basically. And they have privilege over other Twitter accounts. It is much harder to delete them off Twitter than other Twitter accounts with no blue check mark. And yes, and they were not showing those racist statements from the Black Hebrew Israelites. This just shows who and because people don't understand what we are dealing with here. When we are talking about anti-white racism, and to understand how this is being played out, it is not being played out what normal racists would always call racism, like calling people monkeys or something like this, right? Or something like this, so racial slurs or something. It is far worse than this. It is demonizing a people and saying they are responsible for all the evil and all the bad that happens to other peoples. Anti-white racism is pretty similar to what Jews would describe anti-Semitism. Basically, white people have switched the roles with the Jews.
Yeah, what you explained there sounds like how black people get demonized in the media all the time for saying allegedly doing this, that, and the other, when there's other people that do the same crimes as you know what I'm saying? Like, so anyone can use it. Anyone can say the same thing that you're saying.
No.
I can use it for black people. Khan can use it for Turkish people. Ralph can use it for IC4s, you know, because he's IC4. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so,
is mainstream media talking about systemic black racism? Is universities and other social structures of power talking about this? No.
yeah,
They are
because
just
it's been going on
talking
for so
about
long.
white
Listen,
people.
Aaron, it's been happening for black racism, yeah, racism against black people has been happening for so long that they've been able to make fucking courses and studies about it. You know what I'm saying? That this white racism that you're talking about, that I ain't never seen. However long that's been going on for, it's got to be minutes, mate, because hardly anyone even knows what you're talking about.
I haven't understand what you're saying.
Well, it is,
Look,
yeah,
there's white
only a
people out
few
there. There's a video I can show
agree
it.
with your point.
I can show it to you. White people now have to go to classes to learn to get rid of their whiteness. Okay, just imagine.
That's a lie.
No,
That is a
it is
lie.
no, it is real. It is happening. Not only
Yo,
in big business.
One sec, mate. One sec, bro. One sec. Yo, new panelist. Under your mic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyone that jumps on, yeah, and it's got funny names or some idiot business, you know?
Yeah. You got to come through customs and excise, mate. You got to get your passport stamped before you can come on the panel.
Look, the simple fact, the most easiest.
Elron, let me ask you something. Yeah, have you heard of this tramp called Katie Hopkins?
Yeah, Katie she was deleted from Twitter, I think, right?
Right. So she's always on the telly, right? Basically, she's a failed journalist, right? And she realized that if she says controversial things and makes this move over to talk radio, she can always get herself put on, TV to be the counter, the opposite view from, like liberal people. And she was coming up with some controversial things like, people shouldn't name their children after other countries when her daughter's called India. It's like she's an idiot, yeah? Like basically she's an idiot. But she's always on telly. She's always giving this right-wing point of view. She's always anti-Muslim, anti-fat people, whatever she can be anti. She made a career out of being anti. But basically she's like a well-known racist, isn't it? So they always put her on telly. Like, would you say that she's deliberately being put on telly to make white people look stupid? Or would you say that she's actually the voice of a lot of racist people?
No, I think, yes, this could be one reason. But I think the Overton window has so much shift that someone like this wouldn't get a place in 2020 anymore on TV because the Overton window has shifted too much, and this Katie Hopkins is a special case. I know of no other. Maybe Tucker is somewhat, but he's appointing those things much more not so blatantly. He explains things much better. But Katie Hopkins is one of the only cases I would say that had that they had led on TV basically, and not being really. You had, for example, you also had Tommy Robinson on TV sometimes, but they only invited Tommy to demonize them and ridicule him on TV, while Katie Hopkins was one of the only people I know of that they let freely speak, basically have her own show or something like this. She's an outlier, right? She's an outlier, and that doesn't prove anything to me. And now I think she was even cancelled from all the shows she was invited before, the years before.
But like, it's not black people. It's not black people that are getting cancelled, is it? It's like white people who have got decency in them that don't want to see this idiot trying to represent their country or have a place in the environment of 2020. You can't blame it on black people, right? Because the numbers are so low that even if every single black person complained, that it's still a very small percentage of the population. So you can't put it down to black people. And
no, I'm not doing
what I'm saying is, right, I know we're not doing that. I'm not saying we're doing that. What I'm saying is we need to kind of recognize the fact that there are decent white people out there who do not want these kind of idiots representing them. And it's because of these white people that ethnic minorities come to England. They're not coming here because of the benefit system. They're not coming here because there's 16-year-old white women running around on the streets that they can, groom. They're not coming here for any other reason apart from the fact that it's a liberal society where tolerance is the main, societal norm or the standard that we want to live by. Yeah. So this is what makes Britain what Britain is, and it's not by accident. is because of necessity, where England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales have all come together to create a nation that's tolerant of each other. Although England could have, and did at some point dominate the others and oppress them to a point of, trying to be the main, thing, where there's certain maps where you can see the whole place is called England. Yeah, Scotland and Wales doesn't even exist on some of the old maps. It was just all called England. Like they were colonies of England almost. Yeah. So because England has this relationship of, colonies that are literally on their border, and they realize that tolerance is the way forward. Then you have the Commonwealth, for example, where people can come to this country, and that basically what I'm leading to, cut a long story short, is that Britain, before any other nation, has realized that, you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Being nice, being liberal, being tolerant, is the best cloak to cover up global domination and imperialism and elitism and all these things that go on behind the closed doors. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So those two things, are the successes. The fact that England is very liberal, and there is this glass ceiling that protects the elite. These two things meant that England has endured. It has survived. It hasn't gone through, like in other countries, like there's coups and situations that, for example, how did the Nazis get into power? It's like people voted them in because they had enough of the system. They were like, how can two opposite parties create a co-party where like they're just doing it just to get into power so they can get their hands on the money and basically siphon off the public funds and rob the nation and all this corruption and that. So Hitler said, if you vote for me, you'll never need to vote again. So what I'm saying is these things don't happen in England. There hasn't been this public despair or this overthrowing of the system or anti-monarchist feelings like you had in France with the French Revolution. Like with England, England's managed to stay on top of all of this. You get me? The elite has managed to ride the wave and like surf like a surfboard, just always staying on the top. And they've done it through all these means. Like even liberalism is a cloak for them. So when you see someone like Jeremy Corbyn and he has to go and kiss the Queen's hand and he refuses, he's the only one who's ever done that. You know what I mean? All the years of liberalism, all the years of Tory and Conservative and Labour, you get me, and trade unions and all these people, they've all had to go in front of the Queen. They've all had to bow to the Queen. He's the only one who never done it in all these years, and it was only happened recently. You get me? So what I'm saying is England, you can't really compare it to any other situation. England is like the perfect storm. It's like all the elements are all balanced off against each other to create this illusion of harmony. You get me? That is necessary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think the right wing trying to disturb something that is so balanced and it's like a brick wall. All the parts are equally as heavy and they all sit next to each other nicely. And you're coming along like the right wing and you're trying to disturb that. It's not going to work. I don't think the right wing in England is the weakest. The weakest right wing. The right wing and the fascists in England has always been the weakest fascist movement throughout the whole of Europe. Facts.
Yeah.
So I'm not really worried, you get me, about these online fascists and these online right wingers and even the people like Tommy and all this and all that. To me, it's just a distraction. It's just entertainment that's been put there so people can squabble over the crumbs from the table. You get me? That's what it is, really. And really and truly, all this has been promoted by the elite. When you see right wingers and BNP and all that being on Question Time, like Nick Griffin was on Question Time, they've created this new dynamic in the country, this new polarized position where it's right versus left and we're at each other. Because really and truly, they've had to do that because that was there in Parliament before, and now that's failed. In Parliament, you cannot see two sides of the country being represented. You can't see that in Parliament anymore. Ever since Tony Blair and New Labour, there has been no left-wing opposition that's really, representing people in this country, like, you know what I mean? Like, you would say that if you went and done a poll of Antifa and said to them, who do you vote for? I guarantee you a lot of them would say they don't vote at all. And they don't feel represented. And that's probably why they're taking to the streets and protesting and this and that. You see what I mean? And with conservatives, they've moved more and more to the right now, where, like, there is no right. They really, well, it's just, I don't know, man, Elron, bruv. Like, I don't think you lot got much of a chance in the UK with this right wing thing. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know about that. I think, yeah, the
Tommy movement's gonna die out. They're gonna stop feeding people through to Mark Collette. Mark Collette can tell you to read all the books in the world. The establishment of intellectuals in this country will never accept the right-wing narrative.
when you say, yeah, there was no fascist takeover of Britain or something like this. Yeah, in most European countries, this hasn't happened. That doesn't change the fact that Britain was white supremacist, even in World War II.
Right, so this is what I'm saying to you, Elron. We need to draw a line between supremacists and elitists and racists. Racists, you get me? Like, they're just, you know, racists. They're not in. They're not really in the power. They're not really in the. Like, the elite have their own criteria. They have their, like, they're racist, but out of necessity, because the elite need to basically make sure that the main majority of the population can relate to them. So, for example, if you had 1% of the country was white, and the rest of it was all mixed and mulatto and whatever, they wouldn't relate to the leadership and have faith in them. There wouldn't be that bridge. So in this country, or in this system, the only purpose the right wing serve is that they are, how can we put it, aspirational. They dream of being higher than what they can ever be. And in that respect, they build a bridge between the elite and the main population. Do you get me? So, you know, by trying to dream about, like Wendy talks about the Queen, like as if it's her aunt. Like, the Queen's not your aunt. You're not even genetically related to the Queen, but she talks about the Queen all the time. Like, there's a lot of people like that like admire these elite. You know what I mean? And a lot of the right wingers do that, and I think that they do serve a purpose in society. That they do have that, you know what I mean, like, bridge, and it is in the elite's interest to have these people. Otherwise, you know, everyone would be anti-monarchy, everyone would be anti-elite, and it would be like a bad day for them, really. So, you know, there is the bias on the elite side to kind of feed the right wing and keep them, these aspirational people who dream of these bullshit scenarios. Like, you can never get through that glass window, that glass ceiling. It's there for a reason. You can never work your way up into aristocracy from middle class or even them kind of positions. You can't. It doesn't happen. It's just a dream. Do you know what I mean? It's just your aspirations. It's like you're speaking posh and you've got yourself a posh kitchen that you're sitting in with your posh friends, but it's just facade. It's not real.
So wait, you're saying the special case of Britain has such a good system of elitism that it can't happen because it failed in the past. For example, who was that nationalist? Mosley, I think it was, in Britain.
Mosley, yeah.
That was against the war, right? That was basically saying we should ally with the National Socialists. He was very close to achieving that goal, right? But to say that this can't happen, I mean, it happened in other European countries. Also, it happens in France that they get rid of the monarchy. It can happen in Britain too. Why not? I don't think that Britain is so special that these elites are more sophisticated in keeping their powers, like in France. Could happen in Britain too, in my opinion. I don't know.
But France is a much bigger country than England, for a start. And not only that, England is broken up into England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, whereas France the majority of people are French. Do you know what I mean? So there is that difference.
Found that video. Did I found that? Is that? Wait, let me check. Oh yes, this is the video I saw. It was a great compilation. Yeah. So yeah, if Valley is up for that, so no one was believing me that this thing is going on into our schools, where we have to train our kids to be not to be racist. And when we are talking about racist, it is
no. You said they had to be trained to be less white. You said they have to be less white. So you're saying racism and whiteness goes together? Is that what you're saying? So by being trained,
the elites are telling us we have to get rid, basically, of our identity of who we are, to not be racist, because they are telling us we are eternally a racist, which is very, very similar. This kind of racism is so similar to what is anti-Semitism. Okay. This is what white people need to understand. Basically, we have switched the roles with the Jews. What the Nazis, rightfully so or wrongfully so, have the Jews always accused of, the whites are now accused of. Here's the link.
Did you hear Khan's question, yeah? Yeah. Did you hear Khan's question? Did you hear Khan's question?
Elron.
He asked you a question. He said, ask me your question.
Elron. You initially said, that you was being taught to be less white. Then you said you was being taught to be less racist. So I said to you, are you saying that being white means being racist? And you said yes.
Yes, this is what they are telling us. I'm not.
So you're arguing the opposite point of me. I'm saying in Britain, multiculturalism is a reflection of British liberalism. Liberal values is indigenous to British people. British people are not majority right wing. Right wing can never be successful in Britain. It's a tolerant society. And you're saying that it's the opposite. And I'm up.
If that would be the case, they wouldn't have the same programs, the same rhetoric as they have in America. They are using the same language. They are talking about structural racism. They are talking about what is it called? This other word. They are talking about whiteness, right? They are talking about white privilege. They are talking about that in the UK as well. So if Britain is this unique case and this thing was going on, I don't know since when. Basically for decades, they wouldn't have to do that if what you are telling me is correct.
But what you're not realizing about what I'm saying, I'm saying to you, it's the white intellectuals, it's the white intellectuals.
There were nigger bashing and there were Arab bashing and all of this, right? So Britain was not always this way.
But this is what I'm saying to you. Even if every NF right wing ethno-nat, civ-nat woke up tomorrow and started waving British Black Lives Matter or British Lives Matters flags, it wouldn't make a difference, because this change does not come from that strata of society. It comes from intellectuals. Do you understand? It comes from people with ideas, people with intelligence, people with contacts. And these are the people that are breeding or being given the job for producing people like Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage. They're their educators, but they're given their mandate, they're given their orders by the elite, and they're saying, like, we've had enough of doing this because it's bad for the country, and we don't want to see people like Boris Johnson and these idiots. Like their education that they're taught, even in the institutional level, is so archaic that it's just, it needs to be updated. Like there's statues of racists on the grounds of Oxford University, racist and.
That's all it is. There is no black and no white. It was all constructed. But even the term black doesn't exist. If you go to the dictionary, the Black's Law, if you go to the 3rd and 4th edition, and if you go to the Oxford Dictionary, you find that black actually doesn't mean black. I'll tell you what black means. It means to make pale, light cheeks, glittering, flashing, bright, and pallid. it also means to bleach. If you go back and you find that that's in the Old English, somehow along the way, they created, I can give you all the names to go and look up. They created the terms black and white. White was created after Bacon's Rebellion in America. That happened around 1890, okay, after when they decided to segregate the indentured servants. Black was created in France. In France, for some unknown reason, it came about. And that was only roughly... Let me find out. I've got it written here somewhere.
The question is it a valid
or is
word?
there utility in
I
the term?
think it is.
Is there utility in the term? Is what you need to ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it is.
Anyway, back to what you were saying quickly, Elron. Can you describe to us how you think being racist and being white, or being less racist means you're less white? Explain that.
No, all the structures of powers are telling us white people right now are saying basically your skin color, and if you identify with your skin color, means you're inherently racist and want to enslave other peoples and everything like this. They are saying it is in our blood. It is
that's not how we define racism.
In our culture, in our identity, to oppress other peoples. This is what they mean when they call about getting rid of whiteness. So this is what I'm saying. This is the same thing as if I would say.
Elron, if we get rid of whiteness and blackness, it would be a good thing because they're both social constructs. There is nothing to suggest that we're any different as people.
Then they would use Britishness next or something like this.
No, you wouldn't lose your Britishness because Britishness is not being white. Britishness is culture and a mindset. Culture means that you nurture and you cultivate somebody into that mindset.
Yeah, let me explain that to you, Jupiter.
A form of grooming, in a way, if you like, because it's how you're raised up to believe your beliefs. You don't.
Let me explain that to you, Jupiter. Just 2 years ago, no one was talking in Germany about anti-Weiß. This would be the equivalent to anti-white. No one was talking about the phenotype. What the left was attacking Germans on is German identity. They were calling to be having German values is racist. So they have done that with the German ethnic identity and culture. And now the progressive left has been shifting the overtone window so much so that we are now talking about skin color only. So basically your race alone makes you inherent racist. This is why you see YouTubers, mostly women, taking their DNA test by 23andMe and are crying when they find out they are 100% European or something like this.
I've never seen that, but
no,
why would that be? Why would they be crying?
Because they are self-hating ethnomasochists. They hate their own. Yes, they hate the race that they are belong to.
That shouldn't be happening. And yes, because they have constructed, the elites constructed the terms white and black. They have managed to segregate the people. But people need to understand that even if you've got your 100% European blood, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I am totally proud to be white, and my husband is totally proud to be black, and our mixed race kids are totally proud to be mixed, right? You can be confident in your skin, in your color, and still see yourself as everybody else because we are all humans. There's 1% difference between white and black people, and most of that is down to the skin color and eyes. It is nothing to do with the mindset, nothing to do with the intelligence, nothing to do with whether one is better than the other. It's purely just minute physical traits. All this bullshit all this bullshit that Ralph comes out with his graph.
Let's not go into the genetics aspect again, because I find this topic very boring for once, and it doesn't change the fact that we look different, and this alone makes a huge difference to people.
No, it
People will
doesn't. It makes
see
a difference to
themselves
who you're
as
attracted
different
to.
people just based on
No, it
skin
makes a
color or
difference to who
or
you're
bone
attracted
structure alone.
It
But do you
doesn't make
see what I'm saying to you, Elron? That Britishness is not it's not dependent on your race, because Britishness is made up
It
of
is.
English, Irish, Scottish,
It is.
Welsh, and the tolerance that we have for each other, yeah, is the defining factor of being British. Whereas
It
you,
is,
as a
even
German, don't
culturally.
have that. You don't have that. So to you, whiteness and Germanness goes hand in hand.
No.
So when
it
they're
doesn't.
telling you don't be racist,
It doesn't.
it's like they're saying to you don't be German. So you've got an issue with that. But we have, like, British don't have that issue.
Yes, they have that issue, and I was mentioning that black guy that interviewed Tommy Robinson, and he made some trailers.
Who? What's his name? I don't know the guy.
I forgot his name again. This
Jupiter,
guy with
do you
the
know who we're talking about?
Horus eye.
Sarah. You got Sarah.
Right.
Yes.
No, the recent one. No, I mean he means the recent one.
It's about Sarah. He said he's made
Oh, is
trailers
it?
for it. It's about the trailers, yeah. Sarah.
Yes.
Oh,
And
okay.
in his trailer, he was showing a part of Tommy where he said they want to discredit our culture, and he was talking, of course, about the statues. And the two black men there were discussing what he meant with our. And since black people can't claim the history of Britain when it was basically an ethno-state, Tommy can only mean this. And they are right. Black people or the new people that come to our culture, countries, can never claim that part of our history. And therefore, culturally, the cultural heritage alone is the reason why they never can.
Listen, that's a lie, Elron. They can claim it because they were part of it.
No, they weren't.
Don't you understand? Slavery started with white people. You do know that. The Europeans were enslaved first, all over Europe.
Yes.
You do understand
And the one side was enslaved, and the other side was the.
Some questions. You do understand the Jesuit connections, yeah? You do understand the papal connections.
Yes.
You understand that this was something that they planned for a very long time. That they wanted to take over the whole world and enslave the whole world. Do you understand that, yes?
The Jesuits are basically subverted by Jews, yes, but.
No. Don't blame them. It's not the Jews. Don't blame the Jews. Don't blame the Jews.
Let me ask this question, Juba. Let me ask you this question, yeah. Aaron, me and Aaron had this discussion before, yeah. Are Jewish people white?
Are Jewish people white?
Yeah.
In my opinion, some are black, some are white, some are sort of like mixed race looking, Mediterranean looking.
But no, the Ashkenazi Jews and the Sephardi Jews.
Are they European?
Ashkenazi Jews would be European, yeah.
No, they're not.
And the ones from Poland.
Yeah, European.
They are not. Jupiter, why are you still a Zionist?
Don't accuse me of being a Zionist because I can see through your bullshit.
But why are you saying, look, I know that you are interested in genetic. You must know that they are not European.
What do you mean? You being European, right? Being European, if you're going to go into genetics and start messing around and saying, oh, let's go back to their ancestors, then you might find some sort of admixture in there somewhere.
Yes. And I'm
right?
saying the 30 to 40% European DNA they have within them doesn't make them European. Obama is more European than the Ashkenazi Jews because he has more European DNA within them.
You're an anti-Semite and you need to get over it.
I'm just stating facts here. And if you want to talk about anti-Semitism, I would say the whole Jewish culture is anti-everyone and is supremacist. Should we go into this?
Yeah.
Should I
Yeah.
read some
If you wanna
passages
go into it,
of the
if you
Torah
want to go
to you?
into it, you can. But let me tell you this much, right? All this stems back to the Vatican. All this stems back to the Papal Bull. All this stems back to the Black Pope. All of this stems back to orders that they had in 12. Let me see. Let me just go and have a look.
Okay, let me just quote some Bible verses, okay?
These are the names. I'm going to give you a list of things.
Okay, imagine
You need
I
to
would
look at
say something
Carl-
like this.
You need to look up Carl Linnaeus. He's the father of taxology. He was the person that first started all this.
Yeah, this is what
in
aboutism?
1700s. Okay. Started
How
putting
many Jesuits are owning the media, Jupiter?
That was where the division started. Okay, you need to go and have a look at that. Then you need to understand that the Bacon's Rebellion created white. When it comes to the term black, it doesn't really exist until
I don't care if it existed or not. It is a valid subscription of what everyone can see.
And what's that? What can everyone see? What can everyone see? Can we not all
If I
the
see
same thing?
Valley, I see Valley's profile picture. I'm not saying he's not black. Of course he's black. Then you can go into details of where he comes from. Is he a Somalian? Is he a Nigerian?
English,
You
go and
know how when they see Veli's profile picture, they say he's sweet like chocolate boy.
Yeah. Yeah. And this shouldn't be a thing that again, I think everyone should be proud of that phenotype, okay? But let me read here from King James Version of the Bible. Genesis 27, passage 29. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thee, brethren, and let thy mother's son bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that cursed thee, and blessed be he that blessed thee. That means everyone that blessed the Jews.
Wait, hold on. You're a Christian though.
No, I'm not. But I'm interested in Christianity. Okay, this was the first thing. Doesn't get more supremacist than this, okay? Let's go to the next one. Deuteronomy 14, passage 2. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord had chosen thee to be peculiar people unto himself above all nations that are upon the earth. Above all nations. The Jews are above all nations, okay? Do you get that? Okay,
Yeah,
next one.
yeah,
Deuteronomy.
Hold on, that's written in their scriptures. So fucking what? We don't have to
So
adhere
fucking
to
what? Yeah, let's say
Hold on.
let's say
Hold
the
on,
Bible
direct-
of the German people are Mein Kampf. What would you say then? So what would you say? Everyone subscribing to Adolf Hitlerism, right? The new religion of Mein Kampf. Would you say so? What? Hello, Jupiter?
Yeah, what?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Well, I'm not really listening because you're talking bullshit.
So I'm talking bullshit. No, you don't have an argument.
You're reading stuff. out of
Their
a
religion is based on
that nobody
supremacy.
has to.
And the worst kind of supremacists. They are worse than me. I don't want to rule over other nations.
Worse than you, so you're a supremacist.
I'm a supremacist in my country, as far as saying
your
the
country.
German people should have the say in Germany and no
let your-
one else.
We don't need supremacists.
Wait, what rights do other people have in Germany that the Germans don't have?
Yeah, first I would get rid of the German passport, okay? Because this is an illusion. No one but the Germans can be Germans, okay? I can't be a Japanese or Somali. I would grant them a special status, but The say that they can be Germans is already an attack on German identity.
Yeah. The passport doesn't mean that you're a German person. It means that you're a citizen. A citizen. You can be a citizen, remember? Citizen of Rome, a citizen of Egypt, a citizen of so-and-so. It doesn't mean that you're a citizen of Greece. It doesn't mean you have to be born, you have to be naturally from there. You can become a citizen of somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are already saying there is no such
now, as a
thing.
German, you can go to America and become an American citizen.
Yeah, they're already saying there's no such thing as German people. Why? Because everyone can be German. Okay? Our crime statistics have Khan as a Turkish Turkish person, okay, Turkish ethnic heritage, would commit a crime and has a German passport, they would call him under the Germans, okay? So the German have to take the blame for what other people are doing. This is the mind cancer of liberalism, okay?
Yeah, but he's a German citizen. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not that it doesn't mean that he's a German person.
What, are you proud of all your German criminals then?
No, I'm not.
Well,
But
then
I don't want the world to think that the Germans are more criminal than they really are. If they read the statistics, if a foreign people read the statistics and say, oh, the German killed this year such and such many people, and I know that the majority of the killings come not from German people, yeah, I would call that, again, blaming everything that is going wrong on German people. While not, you can't name the real people behind it, because otherwise you would be called racist.
Okay, Elron, you need to go and look up.
Wait. Who are the real people behind it then? Who are they? Who's the real people behind it? Why is this happening?
Well, this is a deep question.
Why is this happening to Germany? Tell us why.
No, it's happening everywhere.
Why is this happening everywhere then? Who's orchestrating
Because,
this?
well, you can go into details, but I would say why so many people basically subscribe to this idea of globalism is because they want to create a one world government, and these are the steps
where does
to
it
it.
come from? Where does it come from? It comes from the Vatican. All the slavery and the one world order is all connected. It's all connected. You need to look up Unum Sanctum, 1302. The Jesuit order.
But the Vatican, wait, hold on. The Vatican's Italian though. So what? Yeah,
Of course, I'm not denying that the
That's not
Pope
Jewish,
basically.
though. Wait, hold on. But that's not Jewish though. That's Italian.
Yes. And the Pope can also be the Pope. Everyone can be a Pope. There can be a black Pope. Okay. Yeah, but I would say yes. Fundamentally, I think that Christianity is also universal ideology that wants everyone to become Christian. And of course, then you have the power structure, which is, I think, in my opinion, against Christianity, which is basically the Catholic Church with the Pope and everything like this. They want to rule the world. It is very similar to what specific Jews want. They want their Messiah.
It's got a title in Latin, yeah, and it means something like the replacement of Christ or something like that.
Yeah, I would say so. The Pope is basically the Stellvertreter, the person that represents Jesus on earth. Yeah. It is very smart move for power.
You know what that was brought about, Elron? It was so that the king, William the Conqueror, could come in and take the land off of all the people.
Yeah, I'm not denying that the church has taken part in it. We have suffered, we Germans have suffered a lot under the Christians.
What people did William the Conqueror get the nod from the church to take what land from?
William the Conqueror came into Britain and, into England and basically took over. He took over and then he brought in the new rules with the papal church behind him, saying that
and a lot of kings.
all the land could be
a
stripped.
lot of kings.
Hold on, let me speak, Elron. All the people that were individual landowners had it all removed from them. It became the queens and kings, and it was done. We're all under the guise of the Jesuits. Well, the Jesuits weren't in order then, but it was all done under the Vatican. The Jesuit order began in 1814, right? Then took over complete control of the wealthy because they wanted their money, which is why you get all the really healthy, all the wealthy people in Hollywood and everything are all involved in this, right?
What in being Jesuits?
Let me explain. Let me give her a reply, yeah. Because as far as I understood, yeah, the Magna Carta came about because of feudalism, which was that the kings and the landlords owned all the land, and the people was rising up against it. So they got the Magna Carta, and then William the Conqueror came after the Magna Carta. So
yes,
there was the feudalism with the people that the rich already owned the land. That had already been in it.
Yeah, Belly, what I'm telling you is stuff that needs to be looked up. What it all ascribes to is how they've eroded from 1302, Unum Sanctum, right? And then in 1814, when the Jesuit order was constructed, what they've done is eroded all the common laws gradually. They've taken away the Magna Carta thing, even though they keep telling us, oh, it's still everything still goes back to it. Basically, you need to understand that they've got things in place, that they've taken away stuff. You also need to look up King Alfonso and Dum Diversus, the permission that he got from the Pope.
Yeah,
and then at some point,
that in the
the Vatican, this is probably due to when we had the witch hunting in Britain. At some point, Rome took over. Like basically, you had to be Catholic. You weren't allowed or permitted to be any other religion. Okay, and only Catholics were allowed to own slaves.
Yeah, but this is all in the past. The church has lost a lot of power. They have been subverted.
Essentially, let me finish.
They have lost.
What the Papal Bull did, they decided, the Jesuit order and the Papal Bull, they decided that they wanted to enslave the world. And they started with the Europeans. And then they went further. You need to understand all this. This has nothing to do with Jewish people.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The church everywhere in Europe, in the Western world, is losing powers. They are losing members.
So they should.
Wait, hold on a second. No, wait. Super. In the British government, like in the House of Lords, there's 4 lords or 5 lords that are Church of England ministers. So the church ain't losing power.
Look up the third crown of the ecclesiastical. The slavery of the man, the woman, and the child. That was under the Vatican.
Please explain me the
IMF created
ideology behind the Jesuits. Are they still promoting? Are they still promoting the New Testament?
Who?
Or have they changed tactics? The Jesuits.
How would I know exactly what they're doing? I'm still looking into them. But all this stuff is there. You need to look up Martin Luther and why he stopped the council from opening for 9 years. You need to go and look at all this stuff. You need to go and look at what's this one called? The Cess Louis KV Trust.
Yeah, the Jesuits were formed at first to conquer, combat the Freemasons. All right, especially back in that day, it was
lies. It's lies. That's lies.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It's lies. Are you a Jesuit? Are you a Jesuit?
What?
I'm asking you. Are you a Jesuit?
No.
because they weren't formed to conquer Freemasonry. Freemasonry connected to the Jesuits. There's an order. The Jesuits are an order above the Freemasons.
Oh,
You would know that.
No, I don't know that.
You should
But
know
basically, what I'm
If
telling
you go above
is
the Freemasons, that's the Illuminati. That's nothing to do
Yeah.
with the Jesuits.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's all connected. It's all connected.
No, the Jesuits ain't the Illuminati.
Connected.
The Jesuits have been taken over by Freemasonry. They are now teaching Kabbalah.
I am going to have a mystery guest come on my show in the next 2 weeks who will break all this down to you better than I ever could. And I'm
Okay,
telling you,
let's talk about that
everyone,
later.
You are going to be smacked out of the water because it's nothing to do with the Jews.
You know that a lot of National Socialists have talked about the Jesuits.
Can I
right?
ask you, Jupiter? Can I ask you a question? You know your name's Jupiter. Is that a coincidence, or is that because there was an ancient person called Jupiter who's like quite powerful? Because I was reading recently about the sons of Jupiter. Have you heard of the sons of Jupiter?
Yes.
Is that something we should be interested in? Like, is that can your guest talk a little bit about that as well? Because that's interesting. Because that doesn't that take back like how Christians sort of like had this link with ancient Kemet and that.
Yeah. Every single religion that we know today, can be attributed to a planet in the sky.
Oh.
But we will break it down. God, the Christian God, the government ordinance thing. That's what it stands for. It's an acronym. It's actually an acronym. When you find out what's going on, you will never look at anything that's going on in the world the same. And it's really, really relevant today because they're in the last stage. They're in the
I'm
last.
very interested in you providing me some data on how many Jesuits are in banking, how many Jesuits are in the media, how many Jesuits have
Isn't
basically...
the current Pope a Jesuit? Ain't the current Pope a Jesuit?
Yes, he is.
There you
And
go.
he's fully in line with cultural Marxism. He's going against Christianity. He's mocking Christianity. So either the Jesuits have changed, basically being anti-Christian as their new strategy to take over the world, or they have been subverted and taken over by other people.
So when you say anti-Christian, you have to define for us the original allegiances that Christianity would have had.
Well, for example, I don't see the Pope putting much fight up to go against those people who mock Jesus.
You mean
You
like
can
Muslims?
mock Jesus openly.
Oh,
But
you mean
as
Jews?
there are movies, anti-Jesus movies everywhere. There's all this degenerate stuff going on. You can mock Jesus, but as soon as you speak out about Judaism, you get shut down. So where's this
Right.
Christian power, Jupiter?
Where's the what?
Where's this Christian power over the mainstream media and the zeitgeist? Where is it?
Do you not understand that there are people that are in the Jesuit order from all over? Do you not understand that?
No, I don't understand that.
Right. Well, you do. You need to. Because I'm telling you what to go and look up. I will give you all the main names because when this man gave a talk, I took notes. I've got all the notes here. But at the same time, he can go more in depth into it. This is not my area, my field.
Yeah.
Good. Okay,
But
then
what
that's
I've
well.
learned-
But you
I'm gonna
made broad statements. You made broad statements, Jupiter. So even though you don't know enough about it, you're claiming basically the Jesuits are behind it all.
Yes, because I've gone and looked up the stuff, and I've sat there through the talks and I've listened. At the end of the day, Elron,
Oh
we
man,
can't just
it,
go
it
around.
just seems that you're blame
around.
shifting to protect the Jews. You're shifting the blame onto the
What are you
Jesuits.
on about? We've got extremists in every order, including Jewish ones. What are you on about, you idiot?
Yeah, I'm just saying. As soon as I talk about Jews, you're switching the topic to the Jesuits. So
Because you're trying to
you are
blame
not happy that I talk about the Jewish
because
power.
you're trying to blame the Jews for everything. It's
No,
not,
I'm not.
just Jewish people. There
No.
are people that are wealthy, right? So if the wealthy Jews, yeah, it doesn't matter what you are. If you're wealthy, yeah, and you came in 1814, right? They had complete control of the wealthy, and they do it in a certain way. This is why you're getting all the Hollywood and the celebrities all involved in it. It's all to do with the banking, all to do with the
And
globalists.
who controls Hollywood?
Globally.
I told you, it's all down to this Jesuit order.
You think that the Jews in Hollywood are secret Jesuits?
Elron, I think it's really rude the way you're laughing.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just stirring the pot.
Man, come for you. I mean, this is golden, right? This is golden.
right.
Should I continue with the quotes out of the Old Testament? Deuteronomy 28, passage 12 to 13. The Lord shall open unto thee his God treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Meaning the Jews, right? The money lenders here. Talking about the money lending, right? It is in their religion. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And the Lord shall make thee the head, and not the tail. Talking about the Jews. And thou shalt be above only. What? Jupiter. What?
It's talking about tax collectors in general.
No, I'm talking about their holy scripture.
Yeah, it doesn't say Jewish tax collectors, does it?
They are. God is speaking about his favorite people, about his tribe.
No one knows who the favorite people are. That's why everybody argues over it, mate.
What are you talking about? The Old Testament is about the Jews being the chosen people. You want to deny that?
The Old Testament is not what they practice today, though, is it?
Oh, it is.
Christians today practice the New Testament. Why is that?
The Christians are. Because they believe in Jesus. The Jews hate Jesus.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the Old Testament is just the history, isn't it?
No, the old Jews don't believe that this is old stories or something like this.
I believe that the Jewish, the Islamic text, the Christian text, all go back. All the religions all go back to Sumerian.
Yeah, you might be right there. You might have a point there. Still, it doesn't change the fact that the Jews still believe in the Old Testament. They are not believing in the New Testament.
I believe that. That doesn't make them evil people. It just means that they've been.
If I believe in Mein Kampf, does that make me an evil people?
By legislation and by text that they've been told.
Jupiter, if the German people would hold up dear in their hearts, Mein Kampf, does that make them? What does that make them?
Sorry, say that again.
If the German people and their culture is all around based on Mein Kampf, what do you think these people will make out of this? How would you subscribe them if they hold Mein Kampf
We
dearly in
would
their heart?
say that they're mixed up by their ideology. There's many other.
Yeah,
There's
you would
many,
call them Nazis. Be honest.
yes, they're
And
mixed up.
so should
Yeah.
the Jews believing in the Old Testament should be called supremacists.
Yeah, you can call them supremacists, same as you.
All right. But they're worse than me.
All
When they
reli- no,
believe in the
I
Old
don't know
Testament,
I
when they
don't know.
believe in the Old
All
Testament, they're worse than me.
religions is full of supremacy. All religions, every single one.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Yeah, they
I
are.
don't think the New Testament is
The New
supremacist.
Testament has been created. The New Testament isn't the original.
Yeah, I don't care. This is what the Christian believe in, and this is why we are so fucking weak. Because this
Who's weak?
Christianity, this New
Who's
Testament,
weak? Who's weak?
tells
Who is
them,
weak and
hold
who
the
is
other cheek, fuck the other cheek. I'm more of a look. If Christians would more believe in the Old Testament, they would have more like an eye for an eye mentality, which I am for.
Well,
At
that
least
doesn't
this part
surprise
of the Old
That
Testament
doesn't
is
surprise me that you
good.
would like to see more violence. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I'm for an eye, yes.
Yeah, that doesn't
I'm
surprise
saying
me.
if someone misbehaves in my country, he has to face consequences. Not saying I want to kill him, but I want to have consequences.
Did someone mention my name? Consequences.
Consequences, yes. Yeah. This is what America does. 9/11, boom, eye for an eye. And not only that, they are attacking their supposed enemy 1,000 times more. How many people have died in Iraq and Afghanistan during that war? 600,000 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, but look, I would, for example, instead of going to war because some 19 people or something that are not related really to the government of Iraq in any way, I would say, yeah, for example, it might be not a good idea that we have Muslims in our countries. That would be something that would be
Yeah, if
accurate.
you believe that, go over to Germany and you tell your Germans that. Yeah?
Oh, I do.
In Britain, British people we believe in freedoms, we believe in people having the
I
rights.
thought you are against Islam.
No,
Now you're
I'm
protecting
against
Islam.
mass immigration. I'm against mass immigration. I'm not against people believing what they want to believe or
All right.
practicing what they want to practice, as long as they are not taking over the dominant culture of the country.
But then you are taking away the fundamental of the core beliefs of the Quran.
What?
Yes, the Quran. If you believe in the Quran, you have to make Sharia law the law of the nation. This would be one example.
There's not going to be Sharia law in this
There
country.
is no such thing as a liberal Muslim or something like this. You're
But
destroying
there is.
Islam when you do
But one minute,
such
one
a
minute.
thing.
If British law is based on biblical laws from the past, then technically this is Sharia law anyway. It's just a different Sharia.
No, it isn't.
I'll put it to you that as a Muslim, you're better off living in England than in India.
Yeah, of course.
Right, because the laws in this country are based on biblical laws.
No, because you can practice Islam pretty much without resistance.
But
And you
there's a
can-
reason for that.
You can
There's a
take
reason for that, is
over
that there's-
city by city. And
No, there's no
I know
taking
that you
over.
love
Listen.
liberalism.
When you're dealing with the laws, yeah, there's no laws in Jewish law or Moses' Mosaic law that's different from Islam.
Mm.
It's the same thing. It's just in a
If we
different
go
language.
to the Old Testament, yes, I would probably even agree. The Old Testament is even more bloody than the Quran.
What's he going on about?
Genocide is being praised in the Old Testament. I mean, what are we talking about here? But she makes excuses for this holy book for the Jews. But tell me
What are
that
you
I
on
am the
about?
worst person in the world.
For the Jews, you nutter. I'm telling you, all the books have been all the books have been manipulated by men, no matter what dominion you are. It all comes from Sumerian, and they've all twisted it for their own benefit. The Jews, the Christians, all of it, the whole fucking lot, the whole shebang.
As I said before, I don't think that the New Testament is brutal or something. Quite the
It might not
opposite.
be
It is a
brutal.
hippie religion, in my opinion.
It might not be brutal, but it's not complete.
Or let me say it like this: it is very hard for you.
Again, the New Testament was created by man, because who ordained man to be above God to
I
decide?
don't care. I don't care.
Bible
This
and
is
which
what Christians believe in.
Hold on, what do you mean you don't care?
Yeah, I don't care. This is what Christians believe in, and it is
Who
not
ordained
bloody.
man to be able to speak for God? The papal bull. Who ordained man to be able to decide what goes into a Bible and what doesn't?
Well, you're changing the goalpost here. I'm telling you, the New Testament, that this was your claim. All religions are evil, are as evil as the Jewish religion. And I'm telling you that Christianity is not.
I said all the religions that they're practicing at the moment are not complete. They have either had stuff taken out or stuff altered.
Yeah, I agree to that. But you also stated that all religions are.
None of them are pure, are they?
Have you not said that
correct,
all
are they?
religions are
None
as
of them
bloody
are
as Judaism and as supremacist as Judaism?
What? I don't believe in supremacy.
I think
anybody that thinks they're better than anybody else are a piece of shit, and that would include you, Elron, to be fair.
All right,
you
then.
Yourself a supremacist.
Then I'm interested in the next discussion with you and some Jews, Jupiter.
I'm a supremacist. I think fat people are worth more than skinny people.
Right. Well, you're horrible as well.
Fat lives matter.
I love it.
Fat lives matter.
Yeah, I'm for the opposite. I am a fit alpha male supremacist. Alpha male should rule.
I'm fucking alpha. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, mentally, but not physically. I'm talking
Why
mentally and physically. You should be strong.
I'm strong.
Mind and body. How much do you lift?
What, bench press?
Yeah, let's talk about bench press.
About 120 kg.
Oh, I don't believe you.
1 rep max, though.
One rep max, I'm only capable of doing 110.
Yeah, but was you on steroids?
No, I'm not.
What kind of a German are you competing without steroids? Are you mad?
Are the Germans more likely to use steroids?
They invented
I
it.
know that bodybuilders and all of these, yes, but
the East Germans invented it. The East Germans invented a lot of the steroids that are known today.
Yeah, I know. But there's recently over the last years, I'm not. I was into powerlifting and all of this in 2015 and 14. But I already then there was a change of natural being natural from this old bodybuilding culture where everyone was how do you say it on stuff,
ripped.
right? Rigged.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I see there's a cultural change within bodybuilding and powerlifting and all of that.
Well, you know, like once people learned like how taking steroids basically affects your your lipid thing
Yeah,
profile.
a lot of things.
That became the main problem, you know, because for some reason you have to eat really low fat when you're on steroids because like you're prone to getting arteriosclerosis, like plaque build up inside the veins, like all the, you know, you get heart issues basically from that.
Yeah, and you can tell it looks unnatural for me if you're on steroids, right?
Yeah.
You can just tell. And I think one of the best physiques of natural sporters, which is my ideal, is, for example, swimmers have a very good body, and gymnasts, the ones
Yeah.
they are right. They are
Right.
perfect physique in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But you know what? They have a lot of problems with eating disorders, though, like bulimia and things like that. They have a lot of problems.
Yeah,
You know,
of
because
course. Yeah.
the good thing about steroids is that you can go on a very low calorie diet and use the steroid to preserve the muscle. So you just burn off more percentage of fat and maintain the muscle. You know, so you got to have a nice little stripping cycle where you strip off all the fat, maintain the muscle. You get me? Like that's really good. Steroids can do that for you. But you know, these other people who try to do that naturally, they end up starving themselves.
Yes, of course. But I hate to see people with what was it, like 2% body fat. This looks also unnatural and unhealthy to me.
What you mean, like
I
the
would say
veins?
the optimum
With all the
is,
veins and
yeah, they want the veins and everything like this. But if you're good trained, you have some veins. If there's too many veins, it looks terrible in my opinion.
I think
so. I go with
15,
5 or
even
6 or
15,
7% body fat.
Even 15%. Even 15%.
Have you seen the statue that they put up today?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Piss
Have you
take.
seen it? Yeah, like, I'm gonna read to you what Channel 4 put. Yeah, right.
Go on.
Out with the slave trader, in with black power. The statue of Edward Colston has been unfortunately unofficially replaced with a sculpture of a Black Lives Matter protester.
It wasn't validated though. It wasn't given permission, so it will be removed.
Imagine my shock.
The mayor has said that they want to pick something to go on that plinth that's going to encompass everybody. So they're taking that down.
Channel 4 are fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. They're just trying to cause even more divisions and cause more anarchy. That's all it's down to.
Yeah, but if you lot would kind of support black people, then maybe they'd like be more prone to joining your movements.
In what way?
Well, you lot want to have your cake and eat it, innit? You're like, oh, we're the people for the people, and all the people should be with us. But when we look at what you lot are fighting for, you're not really, you know, you ain't got like not one black issue that and one thing that will kind of like, you know,
give us
appeal
an
to black
example.
people.
Give us an example.
Well, police stop and search policy for a start.
Stop and search. So get rid of stop and search, yeah?
No, we're not saying get rid of stop and search. We're saying get rid of racial profiling.
So what if you got? So if you got an area that's high in crime and it's a predominantly black area, how do you stop that?
You just don't target people for their color. So when you see a black man going to work with his wife and kids in the car, you're not just going to pull him up and make him look like a prick in front of his kids, basically.
Yeah. See, there has been actually easing in stop and search, and what happened was crime went up, violent crime.
Yeah, wasn't it in London? They stopped that.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Yeah, but the police went from one extreme to the other, though. They went from racially profiling black people to completely stop and search, like not bothering to do no stop and search. They went from one extreme to the other just to prove a point. So I don't think you can really, you know.
Can you ever really win in that scenario, though?
No, but like it's not beyond them, is it? Like we're not asking them to like, you know, like start doing Sudokus and maths puzzles. It's just like it's not something that's beyond their ability.
So what, like give the police a quota? They can only stop and search 5 black people a day, or 2, or 1.
No, I think, you know, if you got rid of the culture of racism within the police, then you wouldn't see things like racial profiling.
There's also sexism going on in the police.
How
Should
do you
we
mean?
get rid of
Are they
sexism in the
promoting?
police?
Are they promoting women now?
No, they are more controlling men than women. Why do you think that is?
You tell me.
Because men are more violent and more into criminal stuff. That's why.
Oh, get over yourself. Women can be spiteful cunts. They're
Can
violent.
be. We are talking about average. Don't to even have to discuss this thing and you trying to deny what is
on
going
average,
on in
men,
the world.
men commit more violent crimes than women. You know, on average, of course. So what else, Con? What else should be done? What else should we do for black people?
Don't get me wrong, yeah. I'm not a spokesman for the black community. Like, maybe you can speak to actual black people, but what I'm saying is, you lot don't really seem to have this inclusivity, which I think you're demanding people to kind of like follow your bandwagon, which I think is like, you know, having your cake
we
and
have to
eating it.
pander. Basically, we have to do identity politics for blacks, so that we get their votes. We should do that to white people.
So what do you think about Channel 4's statement of black
Or
power?
if you want to have a non-racist society, I think go with the Trump. Trump is the least. He's like the perfect civic nationalist with some Jewish favorites there. He's done a lot of Jewish favorites, but other than that, he's perfect. He's done everything equally. Okay, he's making Black lives better, also Hispanic lives better, also white lives matter, without engaging in identity politics. Okay,
But that's still not
so
good enough.
go with that, but this is not enough for the black people because
not
they want identity politics. This is the problem here.
So what do you think?
So civic nationalism will never work. Never.
In America, that might be true, but that's not true in Britain. There's a
Yeah,
group.
we will see.
There's a group of extreme people in the who are black supremacists. Yeah, they don't want to be equal. They want to take over. Then
Yeah,
you've
but
got
Drupes, you've got a corporation like Channel 4 putting up titles like Black Power.
yeah, because the Marxists have gone in and they've started to into all the systems, and they've started to make people feel like that.
Yeah,
You can be liberal without being a Marxist.
Yeah, but I think you lot are measuring. I think you lot are measuring off black power against white power, and I don't think it's the same thing, to be honest.
It's exactly the same.
Give it a chance, and it will be.
Look,
Well, I don't know about that,
your
though.
message is we will make lives better for everyone, and then you have another person, another politician, addressing one specific group, and saying we will make your lives better. Who do you think these people voting for?
To be honest, I don't think it's anything to do with voting.
Well, it is. That's why they want Labour pro mass immigration, aren't they? Because they want to import voters. And now the Tories are also doing it with the people of Hong Kong.
Black Lives Matter wants black lives. This is why they're not saying all lives matter. All right? Understand that.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree with Black Lives Matter. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. But they will tell you, no, our house is burning right now. They put their collective first, and you will never get rid of this.
What do you mean you will never get? Yeah, exactly. You will never get rid of white supremacists ever either. There's always going to be people that are at the extreme that believe they're better than other people. There's always going to be those kind of people in society.
It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
So what is it about then, Elron? Tell us.
It is about your people feeling valued. And for this to happen, you have to address them. This is why I call myself more a white advocate, as the leftist term, white supremacist or something. If someone calls me that, I have no problem with that.
You told us on this stream that that's what you were. That's why I call you it.
yes, when someone calls me white supremacist, yeah, I would go with that line and saying, I'm not denying that I want my people to rule in
And you
Germany,
get
of
it. He's
course.
saying he would like to be a supremacist, but he's seeing himself in a position where he currently can't be a supremacist, and he's fighting for achieving that. So if you call him a supremacist, he's happy, but he's not calling himself a supremacist because he's saying he's advocating for white supremacy. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Elron?
Yeah, more or less, but the supremacist word is a creation of anti-whites, okay? Of course, you can call it supremacy. I would call it, but this is the term that the left will use, okay? I would call it sovereignty, that white sovereignty, I would call it, or German sovereignty. Okay, this is the same thing basically, that German people are sovereign over their nation and have the say in their nation, but it's a complete different connotation.
See, this is what happens when you have weak leadership, and unfortunately, we've had weak leaders for quite some time in Britain, and you know, they're not. We haven't had a patriotic leader as well. We need a true patriotic identity to be promoted and pushed in Britain, and patriotism needs to come back to the forefront, because with Britishness it's all inclusive. But we have, like I said this morning, we have a lot of people who are anti-Britain, and they need to leave.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, but your politics, L1, seems to create major problems.
No, it is civic nationalism that has created this problem in the first place. Because when you think that everyone can be British, then you have multiculturalism, or at least not multiculturalism, it would be monoculture, but you would have multiracialism, okay, many different ethnic groups in your country. And since civic nationalism, in my opinion, can't work, you will also eventually have multiculturalism, because civic nationalism isn't strong enough. It's a fake identity.
But fascism did open the gates to mass immigration, didn't it? Because of what happened in the 1940s and what it did to Europe.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the
because the fascists were beaten by other white supremacists.
No, it tore Europe apart. And it opened all kinds
The
of
British people were supremacists back in World War II. What are you talking about, man? America was white supremacist.
You tell them, Elron. You tell them.
It is your civic nationalist narrative of history that is so... And I love that Black Lives Matter is destroying at least this. Because this is the mind cancer that has caused these people to come here in the first place. That you people fight against racism and fascism and against whatever. Okay? Yeah. Against you fight for being multicultural. Right? This is what Britain fights for, fought for.
We don't.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we don't. That's not true.
We don't want fascism. We don't want communism. We don't want segregation. Anyone who wants segregation, go to a country that's segregated.
Define fascism for me, Jupiter.
You.
No, you brought up fascism. Define fascism for me.
You actually had it coming out of your pores.
Super
Define,
fascist.
and who am I? What am I believing in? What makes me fascist?
Well, you'd get rid of democracy, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
You'd have total control, wouldn't you?
Maybe. Why are you flirting with the electorate?
If everyone is on my side, I call that democracy.
Nah, the problem with fascism is how corruptible it is, and we've seen it. You know, Adolf Hitler was a paedophile, drug addict, degenerate. You know, that led his country to destruction. So, you know, fascism, communism, Sharia, they're all very corruptible ideologies, and they're always.
Elron, are you still trying to build up your white Sharia, Elron?
Oh yeah, let's go with white Sharia, man. Love that.
Oh man, it's crazy to me when what do you call it? The English sort of right wing beats the real right winger. It's sort of like wow.
Scattered.
You have to admit we have the best memes out there.
I've been
waiting for in the 1940s, and look how that
What's
works.
happening? Salaam alaikum. I've been waiting for a black brother to jump on because you can answer the question that I can't answer. And basically, what I'm asking you, Scattered, it will just take 1 second, Jupiter. 1 second, yeah? Just 1 second. Scattered, why are the ethno-nats, yeah? Sorry, why are the civ-nats, yeah? So putting so much effort into enticing black people to join them in this righteous crusade, but yet they haven't incorporated any black issues into their agenda. Like, isn't that like having your cake and eating it?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think a lot of the black people who end up joining that sort of civic, they think, oh yeah, because they're civ nats, I could go along with this right wing sort of thing because they think, yeah, I could be a Brit too. They sooner or later have their sort of black wake up call when they find out, oh no, you know what I mean? Like.
Give us some examples.
Yeah. Well, black people have a wake up call.
Yeah, go on, give us some examples.
Well, I mean, we interested to watch Sarah's conversation with Tommy Robinson this time around compared to his conversation last time around when he thought he was one of them. Who was the other guy who thought he was Black Man who went and got himself roughed up a little bit, shall we say?
Got himself roughed up in the pub.
Got himself roughed up in the pub with the lads.
That's your example, is it?
Has Sarah's conversation with Tommy been released in full yet?
No, I said it'll be interesting to see the conversation this time.
Yeah, it will.
As in comparison to what it was like last time when it was all buddy.
Yeah.
Belly, can I make a screen share?
Now that
when Tommy done
that.
That thing about we all need to get down and protect the statue, that little speech that he done. I would so love to be a fly on the wall in Sarah's living room.
Indeed.
Because it would have been like that meme, innit? It was at that moment he realised.
Indeed, exactly.
So, hold up a minute. So going down and protecting statues is anti-black, is it?
No, I'm
it had nothing to do with protecting
particular
statues. We saw them
little
good
tweet that he put out.
It was everything to do with protecting statues.
Hello? Can you see my screen?
No, you're not showing it yet. Belly has to give you permission.
I want to show you something.
So what was it to do with?
A picture of America. All right. Do you see that picture here?
What picture?
Here? Wait, let me try to make it bigger. I want to show you some pictures of America and who fought us, right? Damn, I can't click on it. But basically, you see what you see here is the fascio, which the fascists have been using. It's right here, and Obama is praising right in front of it, right? So yeah, this is about it, right? The whole myth, you are being a fascist. The America still have all those fascistic symbolism in their parliaments and everything. So yeah.
Fascism runs the world.
Yeah. Probably because the Germans are.
Hold on a minute. Just because they're still there doesn't mean that the ideology or the mindsets haven't moved on. I think that statues and buildings and stuff should stay as they are to remind people. That doesn't mean that if you sit in front of it, you agree with it. That's ridiculous.
I want to get back to. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say that I could go somewhere and be in India and see the symbol that the Nazis used, the swastika. Doesn't mean that I'm a fucking Nazi supporter.
Yeah,
we are right now living in fascism, in a fascistic society.
So why are you complaining then? So I want to get back to Scott.
Because it's not ethno-fascism. That's why.
Good time. I want to get back to Scott's point.
It's plutocracy fascism.
Someone being a dickhead to someone in a pub is a wake-up call, is it? Because it sounds very fragile, that does to me.
Fascism is always successful.
All this talk about the right wing aren't racist and that you'll be well accepted and loved over here. I think very quickly.
Guys, I've got a better example.
Go ahead.
worrying
I've got a
about
better example for you, yeah?
black
But wait, hold
supremacy.
on. Let me give you this example. Yeah. Do you remember on Banks' live stream, yeah, where there was the two black Christian looking? They looked like they had the dog collar sort of Christian thing on. Yeah, they was there, and the white don went up to them, and he was like, "It's your fault. You blacks just killing each other. It's black lives don't matter. It's the blacks and all that." Yeah.
So basically,
but he was there to support. He was there. Wait, he was there to support the protection of the statues.
Yeah.
He weren't there for Black Lives. He weren't there for Black Lives Matter.
So this is the equivalent of a white person getting mugged by a black person, and that white person saying all black people are muggers. Yeah. That's your logic.
No. I think what you're missing here, Dave, is it's not about race, right? What we're doing here is speaking about a particular political strand, right? The right wing of the far right in this country, who have been trying to, as the question was first posed, make an appeal out to certain black people. And the wake up call is not to do with the fact that the far right are white. It's to do with the fact that the far right are racist, and that the black people supporting them don't realize it until they get a wake up call from that racism.
Statement to make when there's in on the black group.
It's a very fragile argument. But if you want to apply that logic to everything, then okay.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, when it comes to arguments, right? The weakest form of argument is doing it by name, like saying that's a fragile argument. The best way is by demonstration, by demonstrating that it's a fragile argument, usually with a counter argument. You haven't done that there. You just said that mine is weak and fragile, but you haven't proposed. You haven't proposed any.
You use circumstantial evidence, and I said so. If someone was mugged by a black person, they can then accuse all black people of being muggers, yeah, because that black person now represents all black people.
No, but we're talking about the general idea.
Was he mugged at a Black Lives Matter march, or was he just mugged by a random black person?
That's the logic you're using.
Yeah, but that's not the logic you're using. The logic we're using was he mugged at a Black Lives Matter march, or was he mugged by a random black person? Just going about his business on his average day. So it's not really the same sort of equivalent that you was using, is it?
It is kind of. But if someone can actually,
it's a false equivalent. That's why I'm saying kind of, because you know it's a false equivalent.
It's not.
And your argument is actually because you're using a false equivalent to try and argue apples versus pears.
You're judging the entire. Hold on. You're judging the entire right wing through the actions of individuals.
Yeah.
No. I use those examples as that those are wake up calls, right? The right wing in general has a racist rhetoric, racist political ideas, racist political. I mean, the reality is, if you keep shouting over me, it just shows how undisciplined you are and savage you are. Really, you need to be able to control yourself and chill.
You need to say savage.
Argument. Yeah, very savage. The fact you can't control yourself and keep calm, let somebody finish the question, just start shouting. No, it isn't. So, the general rhetoric of right wing, yeah, for sure. The general rhetoric of the right wing is certainly carries undertones and clear and obvious overtones of racism and racist rhetoric. Going back to people like Enoch Powell, Oswald Mosley, and the likes. If you know the history of this country, you know very well that the right wing in this country has a strong history and connection to racism, from, like I say, the black shirts all the way down to EDL today. So when we talk about that, you're showing again your savagery and undisciplined by shouting out random irrelevant points that have nothing to do with the conversation we're making. But at some point, you're gonna have to come up facts or evidence for the claims you're making. You can just shout that you're right wing, or you want. Maybe or may not be true, but you have to bring proof of it. Right now, we're talking about the right wing within this country. The right wing within this country, going from the black shorts.
Purposely just going on and on.
You guys are starting to get so triggered as soon as I come on.
Not really, you're just a bit wet.
You're Elron. Elron, can I talk to a proper right winger, please? Can I talk to a proper right winger?
What do you want to know?
White people.
Why do I sound what?
Why do you always sound excited to talk to white people?
Do I sound excited, Jifar? Is this what excitement sounds like?
Yeah, you sound excited, like you're really getting off on the fact that you're talking to white people.
I mean, I don't know. This is what Hector sounds like when he's getting off, is it? That's a bit strange. And like, you have a very strange idea of what people sound like when they're excited or when they're getting off. But in any case, why are you bringing random things about getting off into? I'm having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with you. And you're going to ad hominem. You're going everywhere else. You're going everywhere else but discussing the conversation of the topic at hand. I don't understand why.
Savage is an insult. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I say the behavior is savage, right? Just calling out and interrupting when somebody's talking is definitely an example of savage behavior.
Yeah,
I don't have to apologize for that. I haven't characterized Jupiter as being a savage herself or anybody on this panel.
State your point.
That may or may not be the case, but we're having a conversation, and it's a free panel. I can come on and state, overstate, understate, whatever I want to do.
You had his words in there as well. He just said, "Stop acting like a savage." You didn't say, "Stop acting like a white savage." You had his words in there, bro.
I'm fully aware of this person's politics, so don't worry about it.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you do that part there. Wow, that was nuts. He tried to throw that one on me, didn't he?
You're a cool example of somebody that claims he's on the left, has really far left communist beliefs, but actually holds very far right beliefs at the same time, scattered. You, when you come on here and you claim other people are racist, you're just as bad.
Just as bad as what? The racists?
Yes, because you believe in identity politics, scattered.
So do you, but that's not an example. You know what? That's no example of racism.
You said one before. Remember, you gave a big there's no difference between black and white, and then as soon as you've been talking to Scattered, you was like, you look how excited you have to talk to white people. It's like, right,
yeah, I did say that.
Of course, you think identity politics.
Veli, let me ask Veli that. So, Veli, what was your point about that?
That's identity politics, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because I'm talking to somebody that talks in that manner. Listen, if people believe in identity politics, then I'm going to refer to the groups in a language that they understand. There's no point trying to explain to them that we are all the same, because scattered minds won't admit that. Scattered thinks black is something superior to white.
I've never ever said that, but
you don't have
feel free to
say
characterize my position for me all
Okay, guys, I have some questions. Quick answers from every panelist to my question. Okay. Okay. Are you for or pro communism?
Well, what's communism? Said for and pro. There was no negative in there.
What?
You just said for and pro. They're both the same thing.
Are you for or anti communism?
Anti.
All right. Scattered, you?
Yeah, no, I'm generally anti-communist.
Okay, Jupiter?
Anti.
All right, let's go with another point.
What's communism?
Are you for? So, do you see the culture overall in all Western countries as in decay? Like, do you see that? And are you for?
What's Western culture?
Are you for self-determined a self-determined culture?
A self-determined culture?
Yes, where the people of your country can self-determine their culture without any influence.
You on about the people coming in or the people that's already there?
No, I'm just talking about your people. The state should promote the cultural ideals
of
the country.
100%,
Okay. Then let's go with another point. Do you see a problem of modern art, for example? Or do you love the old buildings, for example, the palace where your queen lives in?
Who's queen?
I'm indifferent on that.
So this is what's called romantic.
There's in both.
So you're for aesthetics and great architecture, like a romantic symbolism, basically.
I'm for creativeness altogether.
Okay. So a minor dispute. Do you want your speakers to mobilize masses to make your point you have issues with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that the West has a problem with masculinity at the moment?
Yes.
And do you want a charismatic leader?
Charismatic's not what's important.
All right. So I described some of the aspects
Fascist.
of fascism.
Oh, y'all are
right now.
fascists.
I
Oh,
leave.
y'all are
I
fascists.
left out some things. Okay. But let me read it to you. Okay. The other points I
British
left out.
supremacist.
The fascist negotiation. I'm going with the Wikipedia definition here. Okay. The fascist negotiation: anti-liberalism, anti-communism, anti-conservatism. Fascist goals: the creation of a national dictatorship to regulate economy. This I should have mentioned too. Are you for your economy to do whatever they want and also have the ability to leave your country and build the economic structure in other countries? Right. This should I ask before as well. So the creation of a nationalist dictatorship to regulate economic structure and transform social relations within a modern self-determined culture and expansion of the nation to an empire. I think there's even like Wendy that likes the empire very much, so she's also on the fascist side on that one. Fascistic style: a political aesthetic of a romantic symbolism. So, for example, the cross is a romantic symbolism, in my opinion. Mass mobilization: a positive view of violence. Okay, that would be a point that someone is against. I think it is positive. And promotion of masculinity, youth, and charismatic authoritarian leadership. So yeah, I think with most of the points, conservative would agree on. With some others, maybe not, but yeah, fascism isn't as bad as the name was made to be.
Well,
Do you accept the title of fascist now?
Yeah.
Do you accept that title that of a
Let's
fascist?
unite
leader?
under fascism.
We don't need dictators, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Ralph.
Oh snap! Ralph said, "Ralph, where are you gonna fit into this? Because you got the ultra right Elron. I'm sure you're gonna tell me you're far righter than him, but you got Jupiter and Dave Smith here, who are kind of trying to play the center right kind of role. Where do you fit on their spectrum?"
I support Elrond's lifelong fight for the German people in Deutschland. I believe Elrond is fighting a good fight.
Ethno-pluralist, we call that. Yes.
Yeah, I love Germany. I don't want Germany to be replaced with lots of Turks and Indians and Chinese people. I like all the 100 different variants of senf. Do you know how many? Have you ever been to Germany, mate? Do you know how many variations of senf, of mustard there is? I don't want the Germans to lose all that beautiful expression of mustard. Just because you got some guys showing up. Yeah.
I've never been to Germany. I'm not that into mustard, but that sounds incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. Ask Elrond, not ask me, man. How many German versions of senf are there? There's just like fucking loads of German variants of mustard. Yeah, So, yeah.
And it's also the minor things, right? We are always talking about, for example, the replacement of our peoples and everything like this. But it's also like the minor things, that the way we act. The way we speak, the German language over the last decades have changed so much for the worse. I think we even lost so many German words because they're not in use anymore. That also has to do with, the schools, most of the children now coming up, they can't speak proper German, okay? And they have to put all the efforts in it to learn basic German language. This is...
This is the dumbing down by multiculturalism.
Yeah, dumbing down. Yeah.
Dumbing down, right? Yeah. You see that in London so much so. most people don't know this, but under linguistic theory, like Black and ethnic minority English has morphed so much, it's almost an own linguistic language. Like, he was telling me bare lies, isn't it, fam? That would not pass a grammar check. But then English white kids are growing up speaking this mongrel language. It's not even English. It's actually completely linguistically mutated. It has its own.
Big up Londonese, man. Big up Londonese. How you mean? How you mean? We put scores from that language. We put scores from that language, man. You ain't triggered me. You gassed me up. I'm thinking, yeah, boy, we got our own language in London now. We got our own mongrelized, bastardized language in London.
It is, isn't it? It is.
I mean,
literally. But
big
the
up
problem
Londonese,
is,
isn't it?
yeah, but later on in life, it's going to really fuck with them, right? When they have to do written English, and they're never going to be getting a proper job, right?
Oh no, Ralph!
They're going to be serving coffee.
Ralph! You know,
they'll be serving coffee.
We can switch between the two.
Not everyone. Not everyone.
And language is so powerful. The way you speak, the terms you're using, is the way basically you act in real life. It is this thing alone that has so much influence on our lives. Those who control the language basically control the culture.
I agree with that, Elron, because everybody knows how to talk. Everybody's got a workplace voice, and everybody's got a casual voice, and language can change. Depending on what group you're sitting within.
Yeah, there are good changes and bad changes. For example, I would say that Old German, and even when I read some older books of the great philosophers, I have problem with reading that, right? Because
Heidegger,
I've already
Heidegger
lost so much.
German.
Yes.
Heidegger and High German would be fucking impossible to read, yeah?
Heidegger, Nietzsche is even more complicated in my opinion. But Heidegger is on the same level, I would say, yeah.
But Jutta, I don't mean that. I don't mean like a class difference, like putting on your workplace. I mean, literally, they're mutating the linguistic structure of the language that other English people can't understand it. Right?
Yeah, and just imagine, like what was it? The bards or something? Is it called bards in English? Basically, the poesy.
The bards.
Yeah. And this was the way that even normal people back in that days were speaking to each other. And when you speak like this, you have a total different society. How people interact with each other. Very noble, very lifting up, very polite, and everything like this, right? This is still what the Germans talk about when they are thinking about British people, like this very polite language and very not using this bad word. This and the expression of this is they are treating each other like like in the old movies, basically.
But
right?
you know what? It's funny you say that, because if I say like, "Oh, Morgan," if I'm visiting Simona's house, if I say Morgan, which I do with her casually, her father just looks at me and corrects me immediately. It's Guten Morgen. I won't even say Morgan, right?
Yes.
There's no such thing. There's no dropping of the good. Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
So,
the connotation of the word alone makes a huge difference. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's well in it, fam. Yeah.
In it, yeah. In what? In what?
Man, them
In
be
like-
dead triggered. But what's it like in the Germans? Are they actually also white German
Sorry,
kids losing their language as well, because they're mixing
Yeah.
with many in
Also-
Berlin or in Munich? Or,
Yeah, there's something called Denglish, which I'm also guilty of, using this combination of English and German words
Stop
all
it.
together.
Stop
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
We are trying to re-Germanize some of the words, but I use still some English words because it's better to meme in
Yeah, of
English.
Yeah. complete, yeah.
Because the German language is so precise, and you don't have double meanings, for example,
No,
when
no,
you
no.
use a word. In
And
English,
the words,
you have
the words are very long as well, so it's hard to get them on a fucking image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we also have so this is what I would call the consequences of globalization, right?
Yes.
English is the world language, so but we also have this other phenomenons like we call it Kanakdeutsch. Basically, we call it it is a racial slur for the Turkish people mostly. And also, I would say now to overall Muslims, and we have some
What's the
Turkish
slang?
slangs, Turkish German slangs, and also words that comes in our dictionary, which is degrading our because they behave basically. The Muslims behave like the Africans in America. They are right here in Germany.
What's that mean?
Let me explain that. They are behaving the hip hop culture, for example. It is not being the biggest names here. The biggest names are not the black people here in Germany with hip hop, but the Arabs, right? And they're behaving the same way. I mean,
you know what, Belron? The same thing over here. You have especially the lower classes of the Asian Muslims acting on black. Like where I lived, all the Bengalis, they're mainly 5'5" and shit, and they're all wandering around thinking they're black gangsters. They arrived on their car with a loud fucking shit music playing, right, with their windows open, yeah. And you look at them all like pretending they're black, and you're like, dude, you're like not even black.
Yeah, but they have that Arab flavor in it.
I know there's Arab rap,
also
isn't
a
it?
bit
Which is even
different.
it's disgusting. I've seen Arab rap. It's fucking disgusting.
Actually, I would say the blacks here in Germany are behaving better than the Arabs.
One second, Elron. Isn't that a testament to black culture? Is that not a testament to black culture there, Ralph and Elron? How powerful black culture is, that across the world we're influencing so many different nations. From such
if this is black culture, this whole hip hop game,
small base.
I want no part of it.
Depends on your perspective. Syphilis is powerful.
I would say that's not down.
Syphilis is powerful. Doesn't mean I want it.
It's not down to influence, Elron. You're wrong. Because if the working class white people, they love loud music. They love listening to their own music and their own musicians. It's nothing to do with colour. That's to do with class. And what you're doing, what Ralph has done and what Elron has just done is actually shown their intellectual snobbery. That's what they've just done. Working class are like that amongst their own groups. That's what it's like. That's nothing to do with black influencing. The language, I agree. Ralph's right on that. But not when it comes to music and playing loud music or wanting to chill together in groups or stuff like that.
No, I don't see many. Maybe I'm the wrong parts of London, Jupiter. Where do I see a lot of white guys rolling around with their cars low on, pretending to be black, playing really shit music?
Yeah, these Uyghurs. They are called Uyghurs, right?
Ralph.
They don't.
What's your music, Ralph?
They do drive around with very loud music. If you want to see it, I'd say go to parts of Essex. Go to parts. You
to the outer hoods. Oh yeah. So the outer hoods are trying to be. So that's like a Uyghur phenomenon of the outer.
All the white guys trying to be black.
They're not trying to be black. It's what they've always done. It's what they've always done.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing a different phenomenon because I know what you're talking about. I can see the Uyghur phenomenon. What's that idiot that shows up? The Truth or whatever. He's like pure Uyghur, right? He's got baseball cap on sideways and shit, right? Like who's this guy? But those are, and the mutation isn't obviously. You know, if you think the mutation is good, well, but yeah, that's your point of view. I think it erodes the host culture. It's like a virus that infects it, right?
Yeah. I think what this is about is these Arabs, especially the Muslims, they have like personality disorder. So they're promoting that one thing where they rap and basically are doing what the capitalists, praising all the big cars, money, and all of this, whoring around with different women in their videos, and as soon as they're back home, they are strict back to traditional, very strict things. I don't understand it. Maybe it has to do with them wanting to show that they're financially successful or something like this. I don't know, but they are promoting this degenerate culture like the capitalists want. They want to degrade culture.
The globalists.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
they want to degrade it. They want to make it all one ubiquitous, like fucking Westfield Mall, one big mall where everyone is, you know, hey, yo, what the fuck, my 400 horsepower truck. Yeah, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
Not like,
it is amazing that it even has affected so many Muslims. Of course, the real hardcore Muslims would say, yeah, these people are not really
I don't know what you're
Muslims.
talking about anymore, to be fair.
Real Muslims reject that. Real Muslims are.
Is that the case?
Well, they do.
Is that the case?
Because that kind of music.
Reject what?
That music is
I
haram.
can't. That's Astaghfirullah. No, it
It's
depends,
haram.
I guess. It depends, I
haram.
guess. But yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely haram. If you're a pious Muslim, you're not going to be playing rap music and following.
It depends, to be fair. I'm not going to get into a thick conversation with right here, but yeah, that depends. But in any case, yeah, what's the topic, man? What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. I just got here, man. I saw a little bit of heat. My heat detectors from my software said this channel is picking up, so I thought I'd peep in.
Of course.
Oh
Come-
wow,
come-
yeah,
come to the black
121 viewers. Not
Oh
bad.
wow, really? So yeah, it's giving something to watch then.
Hey, big up Valley's channel.
They want to see the fascists and the Nazis, right, Jupiter? Now you see it. Everyone loves us, Jupiter.
I've always known that. I've always known that black supremacists get on with white supremacists. Do you think I don't know that?
Yeah, let's ally.
It's why I've
ally.
got so many, it's why I've got so many people
No.
from the left and the right, and the right, because I have far left that don't like me because I don't agree with communism, and I have a extreme. I call it extreme because people
Thank
like
you.
Scat calls ordinary people like me far right when I'm not far right.
Yeah.
I didn't say you were far right. I said you were centre right earlier today. I said that you're caught in the middle between, I said, compared to L. Ron, you're very mild on this thing,
Hey Ralph, Ralph,
I see nuance where a lot of other people don't.
have
see
you
nuance.
heard about the new successful troll action of some of the big Twitter accounts like Adam Green and these people? They have
really
they have,
busy to get the software release for next week.
yeah, they have Jewish supremacy was trending on Twitter, right? And what they have done is they have portrayed to be Jews and said, "My fellow Jewish people," and then tweeted out the stuff that Jews normally tweet out when they are saying "my fellow white people," right? This was just hilarious to see all the tweets. My fellow Jewish people.
My fellow,
Yeah.
I know Jewish privilege is the new one of the new attack lines going on.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know what? When I wore my White Lives Matter T-shirt, and that caused quite a hell of a stir everywhere. I had 4 different Jewish people come up to me and try to make me think of a better thing it should say instead of White Lives Matter. That's quite funny, right?
Wait, Ralph, if you said all lives matter, you would you have a chance to get killed on the streets, man.
No, well, I wore my T-shirt White Lives Matter. Did you see what
Yeah.
happened? Yeah.
It's even worse, I
All
imagine.
lives matter.
All lives matter.
Yeah, people say all lives matter and stuff. I'm not sure what to say to that really, but yeah, I guess so.
Have you filmed the reactions to that?
I'm going to do a few. Now I'm going to do a few streams. I just went to Speaker's Corner with a bunch of us had T-shirts for White Lives Matter, and we ended up getting almost 500,000 views on Twitter between us.
Wow.
So that went very well. And then I counted 1992 responses to people, strangers shaking my hands, hugging me, and even some white guys going up going, "What the fuck? You can't white lives can't matter until Black Lives Matter." But none of them wanted to debate. Then I had some really large black guys looking all kind of really hot and sweaty.
Where was this?
Huh?
Where was this, Ralph?
Sunday Speaker's Corner at White Lives Matter.
Oh, you went down there. Okay, it's back now.
Yeah. So we went down there, but of the whole tube ride back in and out to home, and then we went off a couple of drinks. The whole interactions were just incredible. So, Elron, I'm going to stream with the camera on me. I'm going to walk around and we're going to film and record how many people respond, so that way everyone can get to see it.
Yeah,
So that-
better use even a hidden camera. Then people
Well, we're
are.
going to take a bunch of us are going to go out together, so that way
Yeah.
they can film from 2 angles.
Will you also walk to a city or something like
What's
this?
this? What's the purpose of this? Yeah, he's going to do it in London.
Yeah, right. The heart of it. The heart of the fallen city.
What's the purpose of it? Is it to get views or is it a protest?
I don't care about views and stuff. The protest is on 2 hands. One is to let the other people who are anti-white know that the resistance is coming, and also to get white people to rationate quickly and wake up and go, "Hey, if this guy with small ears can wear a shirt, maybe I can wear one too."
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, motivate
Beautiful
motivate
explained.
people. Yeah,
I see. I mean, good luck. Maybe it might work. It seems a bit. I don't know. A protest to a protest, right?
It's nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. It's just a piggyback on Black Lives Matter because so many people are disgusted by it, and to escalate that, and also to send a clear signal to people that this is not somewhere where White Lives Matter can't be worn.
Mm.
Yeah. So, and the fact that people take offense to it just tells you they're not pro-white.
Yeah, just like I tell the black supremacists, you can't fight racism with racism. I would say the same to you.
Yeah, racism is never going away along the different races. The only way to cure racism is to separate the races. You're never going to cure racism.
Hey Jupiter, there would be no racism if there is no multiracialism in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. But
I'm not a communist. This is where I think you agree with the communists, Elron, because would you like to see everybody all the same, all believing the same, and all having the same? Or a bit weird, isn't it?
No, you can only preserve the diversity of the world if you have strong fences. Strong fences also make the best neighbors.
Good fences make good neighbors. Amen.
Yes.
I
You
have
saw
no-
that White
no
Rabbit
problem.
Radio, right?
I don't believe in mass immigration. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is when people want to segregate. That's what I have a problem with. I don't mind them self-segregating in amongst but the way it goes on at the moment. But you can't complain about the areas in this country that have segregated themselves and caused problems, and then say that that's what you're caping for. I don't agree
So
with it.
would you support us desegregating them by force?
What the communities?
Yeah.
How are you ever going to do that?
No,
Because people buy houses wherever they want.
No, but let's
How
say
will
we were empowered tomorrow and we didn't want to immediately deport people. We could just do it by zoning laws, right? We just highly tax people by racial density. So you change your council tax, and if you keep living with people like yourself, you're going to pay a lot of money for it.
Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know. I don't
You think, dude, we have thought all these options out quite thoroughly. If I had to desegregate, I use zoning laws, right? Hungary uses zoning laws, so there are very few ghettos. They cause zoning laws. They don't allow schools to be created.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good. It just makes people naturally have to spread out, so they can't create ghettos. For the ones that it works, right? And you can do it without force. You just do it economically, right? And by zoning laws, right? You just go, hey, if you all want to live in one place, then you should be living in that country. But if you're in England, you should spread out and integrate, right? If you don't want to spread out and integrate, you don't have to use trucks. You can just use policy. So I've had my council tax.
I said before in the chat, Ralph, that we are the real progressives, right? Back in the day, we used the ships to bring over foreign people as slaves, and what we have progressed. We have progressed and want to use the ships to bring them back home, and I want to free them from the white tyranny they have to experience every day here.
I see what you did there. So you're taking credit for both sides, right? Credit for empire and for the ending of now. Yeah, interesting proposition. To be fair, no, I think all sides, right, left, wherever, it's all still what amounts to white supremacy. To be fair, I think. Listen to you, Aaron, with your whole white victim mentality narrative that white people are oppressed in Europe and the West, and there's this weird kind of conspiracy plan. I don't understand what it is. I don't know. Maybe you found it pretty difficult as a white person, so you're upset or something. But it's really not that bad for white people. White people
would allow me to play this video, you might get a taste of what we are dealing with here. But I think that Valley won't play this.
What is happening to white people? Tell me.
You would deny that.
They're waking up. That's what's happening. They're waking up at an incredible pace.
No, apparently they're being they're being really the media is very anti-white, even though all the media
is fallen. The education system is fallen. The media, and we know. So we're fighting the good fight.
But you know the media are white, right?
The media are
white
anti-white. They're anti-white.
And majority owned by people I'm pretty sure you like. You like Murdoch. Right, Ralph? You like Rupert? Or Rupert?
I like Rupert. I'm anti-globalist. But the thing is, the point is, it's like people always get this wrong. It doesn't matter how many times you tell them. It's not like we blame migrants and non-whites for being here. We blame the whites who let them come in. If those whites are not providing shield cover, it would be over in a very short time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're being propped up by.
You're just a symptom. But a symptom, unfortunately, we have to deal with.
We're the cure.
Unfortunately, but I mean, it's like you're doing it all from a position of weakness, isn't it? I mean, Ralph, you're trying to start up a political party, which I mean doesn't really have any legs. Your great white hope, Boris Johnson, that seems to be reneging on you every time.
Boris Johnson, he's a traitor.
Yeah, exactly. He's reneging on you every chance he gets.
The Jew Boris Johnson.
Elron, your country is ran by what's her name? Angela Merkel. I mean, come on now. You guys are so far away from the clutches of power. I know you're so far away from the clutches of power that it's laughable to hear you guys.
Isn't it amazing?
Come onto a black network because to get this 100 views of 100 people watching and be like, yes, this is our chance now to push and project this image of power or like this position of power. But really, you guys are like on the far fringes, the far fringes of your society, and you're unable to actually put any of this. Even when you have a victory in the likes of Boris Johnson, even when you have a victory in the likes of Boris Johnson.
Scattered. Let me explain it to you so that all the other non-whites can also understand the power of these people.
Please do.
I hear black people, for example, when I'm talking to black people, complain all the time that the West is controlling their countries and everything like this. So they clearly see they can't deal with these powers. So the same powers are now going against our people in our countries. Why do you think this fight is any less, let's say, hard for us to overcome these people in power?
I mean, because in the German context, that's an interesting conversation to have, and I'll probably have that with you at some point. In the British context, I think it's a little bit different. This country has all the people in power, the people who run it, and the people who are controlling the black countries, etc., are the same people, right? And they are put in power. They're voted for. They're backed by the British people, right? People like Jupiter and people on the right here in the UK, Ralph himself. They were calling for the voting for Boris Johnson, who you just called a Jew. Yeah, they were putting. They wanted to put him in office, right? And it seems like a picture of the right wing that when you guys are voting for somebody, they could do no wrong. But as soon as they get the power and you realize that they're wrong, they become Jewish and all of this. He wasn't Jewish before the election. No one was saying that.
But Scattered, you know what?
No one is saying that because
Scattered, you don't understand the data properly here. First of all, do you know what percentage of the people are divided in tribes and what percent are left versus right?
I don't need to understand the data properly.
Okay, so do you know roughly what percentage? Do you know what percentage would be supporting the right, the real right, not the middle? It's roughly 25%, and it's about 30% supports the equivalent of multicultural, multiracial, with about 40 to 45% in the middle, what we call normies. So when you say, "Oh, you guys are just some extreme fringe," that fringe is about 25% of the people.
Possibly.
No, not possibly.
25% of the
I'm
people.
looking at the data set on my screen right now.
But when it comes to actual the frauds of power, having ability to enact what that 25% has, you are still far on the fringe. You're nowhere able to implement any of these sorts of things. And the point that you're avoiding is the people that you actually back and put into power are the same people you turn around just a month later and call traitors.
No, but I would even say that we are the
right wing of the country and the working class of this country.
We are
to believe into these people over and over again.
The problem we are having
what they
here.
want.
But Edward, can I address that, please?
Okay, please, no problem.
No. So if you look at what's happened, so if you look at the 300 odd MPs of the Conservative Party, let me address it directly. We know just under 60 support us. So if the Conservative Party was to split, we would have about 50 MPs who are nationalists. But right now, they'd rather have power than be out of power, so they're within the Conservative Party. So ultimately, what we are doing, and when you see this phenomenon like, oh, now you're dissing Boris after he's in, that's the process of shifting everyone right. 2 years ago, Boris used to call Muslim people letterboxes. He said pickaninnies. That's now just ordinary. Our idea is to keep pulling that right and pulling it right.
So of course we're going to keep punching to our left, yeah. And the more we push and punch left, the more the Overton window slides right. The more we make Boris look like a liberal, the more people turn to us.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
you're right. Yeah, that's our phenomena. You're right. You're accurate about observing the phenomena, but I'm telling you what the motivation underneath it is. Our job is to eventually get those 50 MPs.
All right, so this phenomenon you're speaking about is this. How long has this strategy been in effect? Does this go back to right-wing leaders of PATH who have been backed
the
by
long cycle? The long cycle can be argued all the way to at least in the data to 9/11. And if you look at the 20 years since 9/11, you see that showing up in the political data all across Europe. So in 1999, you're talking about the AFD's parties don't exist. That all polling is under 2%. Now it's 25 to 30% all across Europe. Britain is behind because of Brexit. That's all. We'll be catching up.
But in an inadvertent way, you make my point, right? Because what you're doing is manipulating sections of the community, to pushing themselves to somewhere where they probably themselves are not hoping to be. So you have people who are back in the right wing, right? Who back right wing politics and back anti-immigration, and they want their nation to be like this and like that.
Scattered.
However, they don't want what you want or what your fascistic your fascistic friend Elron wants. However, they're being pulled along.
Scattered, isn't it? But you've got scattered
possibly.
minds. No, but that's actually we're doing it very effectively. Remember the greatest.
One second, you got to let me finish.
Go on, take it.
Cool. Yeah. I was just saying. So they're being pulled along, right? And this is the point that I've been making from the start, right? Is that the working class of this nation never seem to get what it is that they want. They always seem to be getting manipulated and pulled along and being pawns in somebody else's game.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that a very accurate description?
It's very accurate, except that you wouldn't give them. I would give them more credit than that. And the Brexit vote, which is the largest plebiscite, showed that they themselves voted on their feet. But let me tell you something even deeper. The greatest propagandist, probably arguably ever in the history, said the point of propaganda is not to be correct, accurate, or true. It's to be effective. And that's a quote from Goebbels. Right? Yeah, so Goebbels was very, very the best propagandist.
This is what the left is all about. The left is masters, had masters.
And you're trying to, you're following Ralph, and you're following Ralph and taking a book out of their leaf, out of their book.
We are living in a world, in a world full of lies.
But
we are living in a world of storytelling, and narrative building. This is what the left is all about.
And
narrative
what are you about?
building.
So are you going to do the same as them, or are you going to carry
Absolutely, we're going to do it better.
We don't need to even.
No,
we don't need to. But yes,
from the same
we are saying, for example, Scatter. What, for example, is more effective? Showing someone. Scatter, let me answer your question.
I want you guys to confer first, and then give me a United answer.
No, but why? Because Elron and I don't have to have the same position. Elron's situation is for the German
it's so much
people.
better when you guys do.
No, but for the German people, he's going to have a German circumstance, which has a very different migrant pattern, a very different history, no real empire, for the British story. But what we are united on is the same meta principles, that we believe the nation should be for its people. I want the Germans for the German people. I want the Congolese to fucking rule all over Congo.
Somebody's in the back chat.
That is the uniting factor under which we all unite. We don't unite under liberalism, under libertarianism, under I don't know what. No, this is our basic thing we all agree on. And when someone goes against that common uniting factor, we oust them out of our movement, because we see them as a traitor. Other than this, nothing really so much is of interest of us. Okay, this is why we're putting out the 14 words, for example. This is where our people come together on, because we know their strategy of divide and conquer. Okay, this is the one thing we want everyone to agree with, and then you're on our side. And also about for example, the right has.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to be mute. I have a phone call. Sorry.
No problem. The right, for example, I would say even 2015, 2016, they were all about facts don't care about your feelings, right? This whole Ben Shapiro line. The right was all about it. We thought that with facts alone, we can
combat
the left and all the others,
the
and
loony
convince them. And we see that this is not working. It is somewhat working. It is a tool we can use, yes. But what is way more important is narrative building and repeating and memeing. Black Lives Matter is a great example of that, right? The slogan Black Lives Matter is perfect for that. And the language you are using, the narrative you are building. For example, way more effective than showing black on white crime statistics or quoting verses of the Quran or something like this is just.
I mean, quoting verses of the Quran is always effective.
Yeah, it is effective. It is effective. But you also have to create, not only criticize, but also address your people. And this is, for example, why the Jews have been so successful. They have, first they have used the word anti-Semitism, okay? And Muslims were somewhat successful with that too, calling someone Islamophobe. We don't really had a word for it because they have brainwashed us so much that we thought of ourselves as being basically superior. We can never be victims of anything, okay? We are above that. We are above all other peoples. We treat these other peoples like children that no matter what they are doing, right, they can get away with it, more or less, okay? And we even put the blame on ourselves. I saw that with the terrorist attacks, for example. The mainstream media narrative was, yeah, but what drive them to this terrorist attack? Yeah, probably because he doesn't feel integrated and accepted by us. So they're blaming the blame of the terrorist attacks on the white people again, okay? And we are trying to make another narrative here, okay? And the narrative is truth. Is true. That is something that most other groups can tell of us. But narrative, what I'm getting here is narrative and words are way more important than stone-cold cold facts, data, and numbers.
Yeah, for sure. So you're basically saying that you're now going to move along to join the propaganda war, basically.
Yeah, we did this over the last years. Yes.
So basically, the right wing are now going to start telling lies to push their narrative.
Not lies. Propaganda doesn't mean lies.
But I mean, for me, I think the right wing have done that throughout their time. I don't think
not
it's necessarily
right wing, the extreme right. The extreme right. Get that right.
The extreme right. But I think the right wing have done it as well. To be fair, the Conservative Party have a long history of putting out false information and lies to paint stories and narratives, even when they themselves are doing the exact opposite of what the narrative they're trying to paint, because they want to whip up sort of feelings within the white working class, for the white working class, to make them think, hey, yeah, this party is anti-immigration, they vote for that party, and that party still continues with immigration and all types of things. So these types of things happen across the board. Sorry.
Yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, Scatton, to hear an extremist like Elron, because he is extreme, say that that's what they're going to do, I think it's brilliant. Because their lies can be exposed at every stage.
What lies? I haven't said that propaganda, the narrative building we are doing, the story we are telling is not based on truth.
You're a propagandist, that's what you're saying. Well done.
What is, give me the definition of propaganda, Jupiter.
1 second and I'll look it up for you.
All right, then read it to us.
Anyway, who's seen the monstrosity put up in Bristol?
I don't think it's a monstrosity. I haven't seen it, but it sounds brilliant to me.
It's a monstrosity and it will be coming down.
Jupiter's brother has talked about it.
Yeah. Here we go.
It's a monstrosity. How dare they? How dare they put a Black Lives Matter protester up?
That's right. Yeah, how dare they?
A white man once stood. It's only for whites to be memorialized on the.
Nothing to do with that.
So what's the problem then, Wendy? What's the problem?
Because it's about Black Lives Matter. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
How dare they?
How dare they?
Yeah, it's going to be taken down though, Wendy, because they haven't got permission.
Good.
Elron, the definition: information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a political cause or point of view. There you go. That's what you are, a liar.
Where is that from?
What do you mean? Just typed in definition and got it. Dictionary.
Yeah, from
Have a look.
From what? From what website?
Just Google.
I have another result of that. And there's actually many definitions of propaganda.
Guten Tag.
What's your definition? Show us your definition.
All right, I will do that right now.
So he's got to Google it.
Yeah, I have it in German only here.
So propaganda.
Yeah, it is basically what advertisement does all the time. This is propaganda.
Yeah, no, you don't have to convince me. Your right-wing propaganda has been a feature of politics for all of history, to be fair. I mean, look at the propaganda.
Christianity is propaganda,
Empire.
right? If the Pope goes out there and praising to the believers, it's propaganda. Everything is propaganda. It's just a bad taste that someone has in his mouth. The left would, for example, never say they are propagandists or something.
For sure.
Because they're liars, of course.
The right wing tell the truth when they lie, basically, and the left wing lie when they lie. That's the difference.
Yeah.
The left wing lie when they lie, and the right wing tell the truth when they lie. But you're both lying in the end of the day, right? You're both liars. You're both trying to paint a picture of a narrative. You don't care about the truth or not. You just want the narrative to sound good, so you can convince as many people as you can, so you can. And that's why you're doing this whole great white victim thing, right? Where you know full well that no white people are victims in their own damn countries, but you want to paint that picture to make white people get real riled up, so they can keep black people out. And it's the same sort of thing politicians have always done, especially when they want to distract away from their own inefficiencies of their governments, right? They fail their own people, and then they say, "Hey, look at the ethnic minorities in this country. They're the problem." And all the people are like, "Yeah, why kick them out? And they never seem to realize that it's the same damn government that let them in the first place. But it is the politics of the West.
Yeah, there's when you want to know what a word means, you have to go to the origin of the word, and the origin of the word propaganda comes from Latin, right? And also the description is just a concerted set of messages aimed to influence the opinions or behaviors of large numbers of people. This is what every politician is doing.
No, it's not.
It's nothing more than that. You can call it advertisement.
Goebbels was good at propaganda, wasn't he?
Boris Johnson was good at propaganda.
No. Goebbels was excellent with his propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Goebbels is who Elron is learning from.
Trump is even more successful.
But to be fair, I mean, the British probably have had the best record of propaganda in the world, and I think Wendy is like a walking example of that. To the point where every sort of crime the British Empire or Churchill, anyone has ever committed, she'll just be like, "No, that never happened. The British never did that." Or if she does consider the British did it, she finds a nice, convenient excuse for why they done it and why it was a good.
I've always looked it up, seen what's been going on, and it's not always as I'm told. You guys like to, I don't know, you add on things, you make it worse than it really was.
Is that what we do?
Oh, okay. Okay, Wendy.
Yeah, I know that law. I know that law.
You got to hark at the emperor.
Okay. Should I read you the
Sorry, I was trying to stay silent,
root?
but that one didn't be
Everyone, how did
propaganda,
get his
the
propaganda?
origin of the word.
No, you make it worse than it actually was.
Indeed.
You do.
That's brilliant. No.
But you do.
That's a brilliant statement. I don't think
you
I've
do,
heard
though.
anything
It's
more
true.
funny for the rest of the year.
And you leave your own crimes out.
I'm actually.
You leave your own crimes
That is
out.
brilliant. But you know, sorry, what was interesting to me?
Talking.
I'm taking a break from from my work at the minute. And what happened? What was it? What interested me was this distinction between the right wing and the far right, and these kinds of things, yeah. And the extremity that what's his name? Solomon the Wise is being accused of, right? Which is funny, because when we begin to talk about Coulson and and these man, it's like wherever what's his name, Elrondor is saying, like, nothing that he's saying is as extreme as what Edward Coulson was doing, or how black people in South Africa were treated under apartheid, for example. You know what I'm saying, and these kinds of things. But Hez will be on it.
Apartheid got to do with Britain.
And
how
defending
the black extremists.
I just find it interesting.
Yeah, well, what's apartheid got to do with Britain?
The only point I'm really making is
apart from us raising money to try and stop.
Yo, let the man speak, please. Let the man speak.
In the name of equality. In the name of equality. What's it called?
Believe in equality.
Those white supremacists talking over a black man here. Shut up, white woman.
White privilege.
Yes. I'm glad that you see this is the good thing when you been listening to man like Tahaka and then man you get to understand what white privilege is. You know what I'm saying? So thank you, Ralph and Elrondor, for
There is no such thing as white privilege. And I can't believe you refer to
No,
did that give you
we have scattered and shocker. We have scattered and shocker here, right?
In the spirit of equality, if I may finish. What's it called? So I was only making the point that this distinction between the right and the far right is neither here nor there when it comes to
it is. It's a big
when it comes to when it comes to defending white
Rastafari.
They don't really. There's no distinction between them. They defend Churchill. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there is a big distinction.
A lot of
you won't get Ralph defending Churchill.
I have no problem with Churchill, Wendy, at all. I'm not anti-Churchill. Okay. I'm not like pro-German. But I have another Shaka. I have a quick question that maybe Wendy and Aaron will help. Shaka, can you name 3 things you love about white people?
Love about white people. That's a very difficult question to answer, Ralph.
Oh, isn't it?
I'm not usually lost for words, but when you're asking me about loving white people, I find it very difficult to equate the word love.
Yeah. So you can't love, but that's what I thought. I like to capture that.
But I will say though,
as a 3 things.
As a Garveyite, I will say no. There are a few things that I do love about white people. White people are extremely consistent.
That's number one. Have you got 2 others for me?
Consistency. White people act in their own self-interest. I love that about white people.
Oh, okay.
And white people are very good at forwarding their own civilization.
Right.
In the spirit of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, as he says, we believe in the brotherhood of man, and so as and where the brotherhood of man is, possible, then we'll extend.
You follow a guy who never stepped foot in Africa. I don't get it.
You'll be incorrect, but that's not unusual. So
this could have been also anti-white talking points here. I want to add.
I was interested to know the answers. I don't know how much scattered.
Working in their self-interest.
Can you name
working in their self-interest means?
Yeah, that was underhanded.
Yeah.
But scattered. Can you name 3 things?
I think that's a fantastically. I think that's an admirable quality. In fact, I think it's very.
It would be. Yeah.
So you wouldn't be critical then? You wouldn't be critical of white people acting in their own best interests and wanting to remove non-whites?
It depends on the means. So in terms of removing non-whites, the problem with that is that when that happens, people tend to be traveling to people's lands. You know what I'm saying, and committing acts of mass genocide, and like I can't celebrate, the almost extinction of the Aboriginal people of the Australias, for example.
So that question, I have one question for you, Shaka. Shaka, can you name 3 Aboriginal people?
Can I name 3 Aboriginal people?
Yeah, any people, even names of people, even if they're not historical. Can you name just 3 Aboriginal first names or last names?
Individual people.
Yeah, any three. Given that you love them so much, can you just name three of them?
This is not about love. This is not about whether I love them. It's about a fact or
So
not.
you can't name any Aboriginal people, right?
But it's really not the point. It's a nice deflection.
I think it is the point.
Yeah, well done. It's a nice deflection. But I'm saying you asked a question about whether I would think they're wrong for acting in their own self-interest. I've given you an example. That's what.
But your heart seem to go for these Aboriginal people. So I'm wondering if that's just like a virtue signaling, or is it like
my heart goes out to many people that I can't name.
Okay, so it's just like a general abstract idea in your head that you love these things called the Aboriginal people, but you don't love them. You don't love them enough to even be able to name any of them, right?
Are you suggesting that for me to be able to
just be able to identify the thing you love?
No. Are you suggesting that I should not be able to say that genocide is wrong? If
I don't genocide, I'm talking specifically about the Aboriginal people.
Is that yeah? So let's say, for example, that I cannot. There's not a single.
Didn't Mugabe commit genocide?
There's not a single. Let's say, for example, there's not a single Aboriginal Australian that I can name. Does that mean that I am not allowed to say that genocide against them is incorrect?
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just trying to qualify. I'm trying to qualify. Hang on, calm down. I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. What I'm saying. What I'm trying to qualify is this thing that if it's a signal of virtue, like, hey, I think genocide bad against these people, is it actually a genuine, real love and affection? So, for example, people ask me, hey, Ralph, can you name three people from Tanzania? I'd probably say no. Can I name the capital, Dar es Salaam? Yes. But I say, hey, I really love the Tanzanian people. I couldn't even fucking name three of them. I'm like, I look at you and go, right, okay, mate.
So your point is, and I'm by the way, the fact that I haven't named any doesn't mean that I can't name any.
But you probably Googled them by now, right?
But are you suggesting that signaling to virtue or affirming virtue is something wrong with that?
I think signaling virtue is not is an act of moral narcissism. Because it's not the same as the next stage up, which is performing virtuous acts. Allow me. And the hardest stage above that would be virtuous acts without even mentioning them. So the highest is to perform.
And you're entitled to your opinion.
I'm more than entitled.
And you're entitled to consider me narcissistic. I have no real defense.
Absolutely, not just for the audience. I'm just pointing out that this is not the same. Whereas if you were talking about your own people, your own African people, you'd probably be able to name them, right? But it's saying, the Apache people. Then I say, can you name three Apache? Right?
I may be able to name them. Whether I would choose to or not is that's
a bit weak running away from that. I mean, if I could name an Apache guy, I might call him like Chief Running Water or Hot and Cold Water or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I am a follower of cricket, so there's a number of Aboriginals that do play cricket. So you get a clue whether I can name.
But I don't know how much Google is giving you at this point. But I think I made my point.
However, no, I'm not. There's no need to do that. At the same time, Ralph, when it comes to the issue of the question that you actually asked me about whether I would consider it wrong for Europeans to act in their own interest, the issue is not about whether they act in their own interest. It's about what they consider or how one's own interest is defined. So if it is the case that it is considered to be in the interest of European people to wipe out groups of people that they find elsewhere, then there's no way I can celebrate that. And me,
well, I think you need to get with now, not then.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
I don't think Shakara, did you ever wait?
The issue is that the question that was asked of me.
So you're making the survival of my people of not being replaced by others, saying if we would advocate for that, which would be in our interest not to get wiped out of the world of existence, right? I think you would agree with that. But you tell white people they can't advocate for that because this leads to genocide.
Yeah, that's white supremacist logic. I don't really feel the need to respond.
No, you make up that logic.
Well, if that's how you interpret it, then you're entitled to it. I'm not really gonna.
So let me give you an example of successful remigration. America, just before World War II, they have migrated. I think it was 4 million Mexicans back to Mexico. You know how many people died in that process?
How many, Orlando?
0.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well
So
done.
4 million. That's
Should we-
a good
should we-
number, right?
So they migrated them back, and nobody died. So we should applaud the good white Americans.
Yeah. So
for that.
what I'm going with here is
what
you're
year
making
was
the
this?
claim that
What year was this?
remigration leads
Sorry, what
to
year was this?
genocide is completely
What year was
false.
this? What year was this?
I think 1935.
1935. Okay, let me ask you a question. What was the condition of the black people in America at that time?
The black people.
About Mexican.
Yeah, bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah, we're
Very
talking
bad.
about Mexicans.
Let's make it sure.
Why do
Let's
you want to talk
clarify the
about
point.
black people again?
Clarify the point. Clarify the point.
But you know,
But you are moving the goalposts
let's
here,
not- let's-
my dude.
Let's not talk about the black people. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about black people. What was the conditions of the Native Americans at that time?
Conditions of what? Who?
Slaves in America. There was none at that
No, the
time.
Native Americans. Listen, the Native Americans. What was the condition?
Oh, Native.
Oh, they were
What
almost,
has
they
that
were
to
almost-
do
yeah,
with
but what's that got to
anything?
do- anything to do with Mexicans being moved back?
And,
But, you know,
by the way, you see the Mexicans, yeah. Under what authority did the American government ship them back to Mexico?
I'm assuming it's pre the Hart-Celler Act, right? So anything prior to the Hart-Celler Act, which is 1965, said no people can live in the United States without having either been descendant of slaves or white men of well-good being.
So let me rephrase my question. What gave America the authority to ship people back? Sorry, not ship people, but
Simple.
put people back to
Simple. White interest.
White interest. Okay, so does it have anything to do with the commandeering of the land and what parts of that land was considered Mexico and America in the first place?
Yes, of course. Because
I don't care.
Yeah, but the Mexican. Remember, the
I'm not asking
Mexicans
you whether
were.
you care or not. I'm asking you whether what
I'm caring about your narrative that remigration leads to genocide. I just gave
Yes.
you an example
Yes.
where this was peacefully done.
No, but
Okay.
that's white supremacist logic. I never said that remigration leads to genocide. That's not what I said.
You said that.
However, it's a terrible example based upon the fact that the mere fact of Europeans having power in America in the first place anyway, to decide who stays where on that land, is predicated upon the fact that a genocide was already committed by the time 1935 comes around. So I'm not sure why you're using that example. It's a terrible
So
example.
Shakara, northern Mozambique has been ravaged by ISIS, and you're not saying anything about it. I thought you might.
Oh, because you are privy to all of my conversations, so you would know this. Of course.
But I think
You never brought it up though.
Shaka made an important point, though. The concerns of genocide, I agree, we should be very sensitive. But the Dalai Lama said it best, right? Millions of migrants arrived to Europe in the last 20, 30 years without firing a bullet. So millions of them can go home without firing a bullet.
Yes, exactly.
There's no need to have violence.
I totally agree, and I believe that the good Europeans of Australia, America, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya should set the example. With that,
100%.
Well, yeah, they're not going to do that.
Of course,
Well-
exactly. So I'll say so. Yeah,
because that land belongs to them, right?
So, well, in their own minds, that's what
No,
happened.
not their minds, in the actual presence on the land.
Okay, well,
In the buildings and the civilization they built, in the Sydney Harbour House, in the skyscrapers of New York, right?
Apply that argument to immigrants everywhere.
No, not necessarily, because if you look at one of James Baldwin's most moving pieces, and no doubt you've read all of James Baldwin, one of his most moving pieces is when he said, when I walk down the streets of New York as a Negro, I look around and I see that every white man is connected to everything around me. He's connected through Chaucer, he's connecting to everything. And I'm not connected to anything. I can see his work. I don't belong here. The white man turns at me, says, Baldwin says, a Negro, what do you want? And Baldwin says, you know exactly what I want. So Baldwin is right. Ultimately, it's not home. So I would look at James Baldwin's work, and he was a beautiful writer. And James Baldwin was right. He appreciated that ultimately a Negro in America is never going to belong. It's not the land he built, right? Yeah,
Well,
so, I mean,
I don't think Jet Baldwin would agree with you in the sense of that it's not the land that we built. The only thing is that it wasn't built by but it was definitely built by us. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, we was builders. Yeah, but I like myself a bit of Baldwin, but
Yeah, it's a very moving piece. I mean, it's a very beautifully written piece.
Black people have a thing called soul. So when we tend to write and sing, and people,
you're gonna feel that. Feel that.
People tend to feel it. You know what I mean? It's just this is what it is.
Like we got soul and stuff.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah. What does that even mean?
I mean, you felt it. You were just talking about it.
You know what it means.
You know exactly what it means, right? I know that. Try to play games. Try to play games.
What does that soul tell you? Let's have a moment of honesty on the internet, just for Veli, because I like Veli in his stream. And that moment of honesty, you know, deep down in your heart, this is never has been, never can be home. You know that. Come on. Let's be real.
I know deep down that the Australians in Australia, it never can be.
You're running to the question.
I'm agreeing with your question by making the example that you ran from earlier in regards to the Australians in Australia. You're trying to act like it's their home, and you know damn well that they gotta wear FP 55 or whatever it is, 500 to flip and stay out of that sun. They can't deal with the weather out there. They can't even go into like majority of the continent.
But see, that's the innovation. That's the innovation of white people.
The majority of the continent.
Inventions.
The majority of the continent is uninhabitable for them. You know damn well that ain't their home. They know damn well that ain't their home. But, you know,
no, not at all. They made that home.
They keep pretending. They
built it there, but they built it there, and the Abos were almost vanquished to nothingness. And the Abos didn't do anything. They sit around drunk all the time now on the side of the road, right? And they're no significance there. But in your case, this is different. You're a minority, like I am a minority in European lands, and deep down inside, this is not my home. It can't be. I'm not European. Right, and that's the relationship that people have to. They have to face the fear. You must face what you fear, like the Bible says, the most. You must go into the den and face what you fear. It's not homemade, you know. I mean, it's there's no shame in admitting that, right? It's no harm. Yeah, we can't make Africa great if we keep living off the backs of European people in Europe, right?
I think that's a very interesting argument. That we can't make Africa great while living off the backs of Europe. I think that when it comes to that argument, ideological consistency, it would appear that Europe can only be great when it lives off the backs of Africans.
So all the 1,000 years or 1,500 years of European civilization before they even went to Africa, how did that happen?
Over 1,000 years of before they went to Africa. There's no European civilization before they went to Africa.
You need to learn some European history.
There is none. However, if you say over 1,000 years, it would appear half of that at least. If we're talking about 1,000 years,
Have you ever visited any of the Norman castles in France? Have you ever visited any of the Norman architecture? Have you ever seen the Bayeux tapestry?
If we're talking about the last 1,000 years, like 500 of that is being characterized by slavery and colonialism.
For you guys, that's really important, but for Europe, it's just a chapter in the history. For you, it's everything, right? For you, it's the whole story, right? But if you look at just look at the Norman architecture.
I'm an African, bro. Like I'm an African. Like the history of, like we're the first people on the planet. How can the last 500 years be everything? It doesn't make any sense.
Version 1.0 is what we like to look at. So version 1.0 of the humans, right? But humans have moved on, have evolved since then. But the point is, when you make the claim, when people
we have evolved. If Ralph is evolution, I do fear for humanity. I really do.
I don't think Ralph, are you saying you're the evolution or white people?
He's not. Sorry,
white people are the evolution.
Only half of him is the evolution. Yeah.
No, but you make a point like, there was no European civilization. I point you to just English history at the cusp of something like 1066. You look at, let's say, the Normans. You look at the buildings, the Bayeux tapestry. There was no contact with Africa. The Europeans made brilliant European civilizations well before. Even in the Great Schism of the Church and the sack of Rome, even in Rome, there's no African raiding or slavery. But for an African, it's all about Muslim.
In Rome, there's no African.
Are you being serious?
The Africans, they were soldiers and slaves, but they weren't warriors. I mean, they didn't build Rome. They didn't build Rome. They couldn't even build a 2-story building then. What are you talking about?
I did not make any claim about building them. You're talking about contributing in Rome. You're saying there's no Africans.
Contribution, no.
But, I mean, I'm at several of their
Yeah, we
conferences,
was contributors.
the Conference of Nicaea and so on and so forth. You've got black priests right at the top
Exactly.
of Rome. So,
No, but I mean,
know what you're talking about.
but Rome became Rome partly because
Africa. Tell me some African names.
To say that there was no contact with Africans is just.
No, but are you saying every piece of Roman, every piece of everything in Greece and Rome was all that? Look at every image, every statue, every writing from the Greek thinkers, from the story. So I see a lot of Africans involved there.
I haven't made any claim about Rome. You've made the statement that Rome was built without any contact with Africans. I'm saying to you that's
no, without any contact, meaning that not the same as going there and taking all its resources. It didn't need to. So the point is that when you say there was no European civilization before slavery, you must retract that comment because it sounds really silly.
I said there is no European civilization before contact with Africans. That's a historical fact. The first European civilizations are Greece and Rome, and those people before there was a Greece and Rome, they were in contact with Africans. There's no doubt about that. I don't know why we're even debating that historical point.
So you think the first European civilizations were Greek and Rome, right? Okay, wow. Okay, interesting. Yeah, fascinating. It's very interesting how someone who doesn't care a lot for the European people, I always find it fascinating how they see Europe, as opposed to how Europeans see themselves.
No, but he must love Rome then.
Once again,
because
so Europeans see themselves generally. They do not speak about the classic civilizations going back to antiquity as Greek and Rome. That's not the general European academic position. No.
Yes, what about pride?
Wait, so when
what are you talking about?
Greek and Rome and everything on that only was able because we got in contact with Africa, and it was the African spirit. Then you must love the Roman culture and the Greek culture. You must embrace it. So basically, you are Europeans. Everything we have is you. So you must praise it. So
where did that one come from?
Why are you?
One of the things that I've learned, and I'm not sure if it's entirely true, but this conversation might be providing evidence for it, is that when greater melanin in the air increases or your audible capacity, like you're able to hear better, and I'm wondering if the conversation is actually evidence of that, of that or not. Nobody has made any claims.
Ridiculous statement.
But isn't it funny how it doesn't matter what you say, Rome, Greece, it was all like we was builders, we was kangs, we was Romans, we was this, we was that. It's like you always want to be part of involved. Whereas if you look at the Chinese and the Indians, the two oldest supercultures still standing, you talk to Indians and Chinese people, they don't say, yeah, we was part of Rome. We was part of Greece.
I mean, because that was, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure how truthful that is. But I think that would be ahistorical. The reality is, I brought you a case example of the Conference of Nicaea, an example of black people being there in leading positions. That is not historical. That's historical facts that you go and look up for yourself, right? It's not that we're making up or trying to impose.
Where can I look that up?
It's that black people are specifically there, right? Go check out the Conference of Nicaea, right? When there are black people there, you'll figure it out for yourself, man. You could do research.
I can't.
We don't have to make this up. These are historical positions that have been brought to us by European historians. So it's not enough.
Shakara, let me ask you a question. Are you for Black History Month?
That's an identification, yeah. I think we've achieved something here, Scatter. We seem to have united the right and the far right in the space of like 5 minutes. It's brilliant.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. This is the thing that you managed to.
The right and the far right seem thoroughly united in the way that they were before.
Oh, you wish they were. But let me.
They twisted Shakara when it comes to black supremacy.
But yes,
right will stand together. Don't worry about that.
I'm feeling generous. So, El Rondo, I will answer your question now.
Yeah, please do. Are you for more black teachers in our schools that teach the stuff you were just talking about?
Am I for, when you say our schools, define our schools?
Yeah, the schools in Western nations.
So, if as much as black people live in Western nations, I believe that black people are at liberty to pursue any field of endeavor that they choose. I would hope, however, that black people would be more inspired in terms of self-reliance and self-determination to be investing in independent educational institutions.
So basically, a state within a state.
Not necessarily just independent educational institutions.
Yeah, it starts with this, and then yeah, I mean,
you're entitled to your opinion with that. Is
this shows, of course, and I have sympathy for that, right? That you basically want to preserve your culture and your spirituality as well.
As far as
you're being annoyed to listen to what you would describe as white history or something like this.
When you're talking about this dynamic as it relates to history in schools, the issue is not so much just about black teachers or no black teachers. The issue of black teachers factors into employment, and it also factors into content, of curriculum. We're living in a country, you were having a good conversation about propaganda a while ago, and we're living in a country whereby the institutions of this nation have developed in ways that were designed to undermine the historical contributions of African people to world history, and to develop caricatures of savagery and barbarity in relation to African people. And so we have black children being subject to such characterizations in education, then a cry arises, among certain sectors of the society to really correct that dynamic. And so I don't believe that it should be controversial that in the context of education, lies are not perpetuated with regards to history. I think that would be something positive.
Yeah, I understand that. Basically,
like a mobile is kicking off.
No problem. What this is about is you feeling that your people getting misrepresented by the Western society.
It's not about us feeling like anything. It's about institutions and systems of power that have been developed over long periods of time that affect certain people some ways and other people other ways. And so one of the things, if we're talking, you just using your example, in terms of history, there are certain characterizations, and myths associated with black people and African history that have been perpetuated within the British educational system. And so in as much as those things are inaccurate, it would do us well to correct them. And so for those of us, because many of us were brought as a act of colonization, were brought over here and put into these schools and were detrimentally impacted by it as a result of some of these teachings. And so there is a desire among many to correct that misinformation.
But did you say earlier? But did you say earlier, Shaka? Did you earlier say, Shaka, that one of the things you loved about white people? You said you love about white people that they look after their self-interest. So wouldn't it be in white people's self-interest to praise the glorious conquest of the colonization?
That's for white people to decide for themselves.
Well, you seem resistant by your previous remarks.
You
want the history corrected because you think it favors them.
I am observant of the trajectory of history. The resistance comes at the point at which European interests are characterized by the need to oppress my people.
So would you think, so isn't the solution to all of this oppression and isn't the solution to all of this just separatism? Wasn't Marcus Garvey a racial separatist?
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey was an African liberation.
Hang on, he wasn't African. He never set foot in Africa, not once.
He wanted a separatist, wasn't he? He wanted to separate the races, right?
So I would define him as a separatist in that regard.
So do you also believe in racial separatism?
I don't have a problem with the concept. I have more of a problem with oppression than separatism.
So you got the Marxist idea of oppression. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
it's funny how many black people always come up with the Marxist narrative, right? It's amazing. But you understand the intellectual history. Do you understand the intellectual history of oppression?
No, I'm not sure. Marx lived in the 1800s. I don't believe that Africans needed to wait until Marx before they understood that the relationship between themselves and Europeans was you know, deficit to requirement. You know what I'm saying?
You say that. Do you have any African writings talking about oppression during that period?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Can you cite one for me that I can look up myself?
David Walker's Appeal.
No, I'm talking about an African writer while slavery was happening.
An African writer while slavery. Yes, David Walker Appeal.
Sounds like an English name.
Yes.
Do you understand slavery and colonization?
African writer who's
David Walker's Appeal.
I mean, okay, yeah. If you put that in the link, I'd like to read about that because most of the narratives I hear are Moxie and oppressive narratives, right? Which only come around in the mind from all. Hey, I gotta take this call. Sorry, guys. Emerson.
Oh, but I advocate for the same thing. I'm for white schools only as well, just like Shakura. The problem I see here is basically I call that occupation. If we give you the right of what to teach in our countries, separate from what the state says you have to do, I call that occupation. And this is also why you brought up the point that white people, you admire them working together. And what do you mean with that? You already explained that we have the control over other nations. So by you admiring white people, and that tells me that you want the hegemony over white people.
Yeah,
you're entitled to your opinion, but it's not what I said. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is the only conclusion one can come to.
I understand why that's the only conclusion that you can come to justify your positioning. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to dissuade you from your positioning at all. If you need to believe that for whatever ideological purpose it serves, then have it.
But Aaron gave the game up. He told us it's about creating a narrative already. But,
exactly. So
by you wanting the country to more represent black people, okay? That the country allows you to more represent black people. This is a kind of power struggle, okay? That means white people are losing power.
I think that if white people are concerned about losing power, then they need to negate certain activities, yeah, such as
they don't need to do that.
Such as if power is your concern and your power is predicated upon my disempowerment, and if you don't want to lose power, then just basically get power on your own back, on your own on your own initiative, without seeking to have teeth and rob from other people. I just think that's logical.
And we can agree to that. My geopolitics would be totally different, and this would be a uniting factor that the black people, black nationalists, would benefit a lot of. What I have a problem with is you wanting to have this piece of pie and still propagating of colonizing our countries.
Okay, I mean, again, if you need to believe that colonizing Britain is the aim of the black nationalists, then you're entitled to your opinion. You know what I mean? I can't really.
It's not only black people; it's also Arabs, Muslims, and all of these people.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, keep paying the narrative.
Now, what do you say about the Europeans that are in the lands of the nations where these people come from? These immigrants come from.
I say it's none of your business.
What do you mean?
Oh, right. Thanks for that. Facts.
Insane.
Facts. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but Elron, the question was directed at you, I believe. What do you think of the white immigrants who are in black nations or Arab nations?
Yeah, they should return.
Oh, they should return. Okay, fair enough. I mean, do you make as harsh a campaign towards them?
What?
Sort of like you're here on a black channel for some reason, right? Talking to black people about us needing to leave or whatever the countries like we seem to be a major issue. Do you find yourself on maybe expat channels and say to those sort of white expats like, hey, come back to your country, stop going to other people's countries and bringing your whiteness over there?
We stand in contact, for example, with the South African Oranje movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want them,
Are you telling them to
it's-
leave? Are you telling them to leave?
you tell them to leave,
These-
yeah?
Yeah, we tell them come back. There's no, there's still people of that movement are like 50-50. Some want to come back to Europe, others don't want to leave, and we try to convince them to leave, because I see no future of white people in South Africa.
Yeah, but who are you to determine their future? People have the self-determination, and if they want to stay there, if they were born there, if they feel they're of that land, then why can't they stay, Elron?
Yeah, because we don't
Because black
believe
people can't stay in
the
white
black
lands, innit?
people in South Africa don't believe in the civic nationalist garbage. Okay, they
It is
believe
garbage,
in
right?
ethnocentrism.
Yeah, good. God bless them for that. I want black ethnocentrism in South Africa, of course.
And the only reason they're not genociding white people on a larger scale there
Because they-
is
the Air
because
Force are
we are
coming.
still having
Genocide?
the major power in the world, like America and all these other white nations.
Putin, Russia would send in the Air Force. The Americans would send in the Air
The
Force.
reason that South Africa, this backs up my point. The reason that South Africans are like that, white South Africans and black South Africans, is because their mindset was nurtured into segregation. And unfortunately, that's still part of the ethos of the country. And that is why they're like that. But in Britain, we haven't been nurtured like that.
Well, that might be one thing, but I've been to South Africa many times, and I can tell you the South Africans I've spoken to, the white and black South Africans, they are miles apart. They're miles apart.
Wasn't the British that went to South Africa in the first place.
And taught them everything they know.
No, but
the first concentration camp.
have any of you guys actually been to South Africa, or is this just something you read in
I
books?
haven't had the pleasure as yet.
Yeah, but I can show you the white and black. I've been to South Africa many times, and I show you the white and black people are not the same civilization there at all.
Yeah, they took over Cape Town. They need to come out.
All of South Africa. Yeah. Yeah, so either we split South Africa or we move the 5 million South Africans back to Europe and we put 5 million black people back.
Get the
Or maybe 10 million black people out and 5 million white.
They're taking over Cape Town too much.
You
I
focus on
would
your
stand
beloved
on that.
white people, and let us focus on the black people. Yeah, so you get your white people out of Africa, and let us worry about the black people. Yeah, right? Your beloved white people.
You've got no right to tell anyone to get out of Africa. You're not African. Let the Africans speak for the Africans. You're British.
No, I'm African actually, but you know, ethnically.
It's
funny, I'm British now. I'm British now.
He's
It's
only
great.
African. He's never going to be British.
Wait, does that mean that he's no longer an immigrant?
This is the civic nationalist mindset, right?
This is
We are
the
not
problem.
thinking in those terms. We are thinking in racial terms.
Yeah, but
Okay?
respect to Scatter. Scatter said,
But one second though, but this is the big
racial
Elron,
category.
Elron, your
I admire
issue,
that about
your,
Scattered,
the,
he was
Elron,
honest.
the biggest issue that you have, Elron, is people like Jupiter, no? People like that in your own
Yes.
country who are
This
trying
is
to
the
bring,
biggest
trying to push
cancer.
this.
Yeah, that holds us back here. The civic nationalist belief of the magic passport.
Jupiter, you know that Scatter didn't agree with you.
Hold
You
on a
want to-
minute, Scattered. You're actually wrong there. I'm not Elron's problem. Elron is my problem because he's poking his nose in British affairs. He's a fucking German and he should go to Germany and talk to them.
But I mean, Ralph is backing him there. Ralph is saying that Elron's up to the right thing. I mean,
Make
Ralph,
me, Jupiter.
Ralph,
How you
Ralph,
how you
I
make
have
me?
total respect for you, Scatter. When you said, no, Jupiter, I'm an African. I understand that was true to your racial identity.
100%. But Ralph, don't you
Yeah.
think that? Don't you
Respect,
think that you need more respect for sure? Don't you think you need more white British nationalists like Elron?
No, what do you think we're not? What do you think? So so let me give you Scatter. Let me tell you, when Marcolette and Laura walked up the hill with the White Lives Matter post, that just hit 10 million views last week. 10
Did
million.
it really? 10
Yeah.
million?
Yeah, so don't worry about us getting the white nationalists. We're working our way on normal.
Oh no, I
people.
expect you'll be getting more.
Yeah,
Ralph,
10
to be
million.
honest.
That's 1/6 of the population.
Oh, in a Wendy's races is coming out. Did you want to go and join them, Wendy?
No, but the way
No,
things
you
are
sure?
going,
Come
I expect they will be
Yeah.
getting more. Yeah.
Why don't you want to join them?
Any day when you will know what side her bread is buttered on it one day.
Black Lives Matter has done more
Wendy,
for
do you know where your bread's buttered, Wendy?
they're racist.
Yeah,
like,
I do. Yeah.
Black nationalists like you, Scattered. So Black Lives Matter has done exactly what it was intended to do.
Yeah.
Which is create a black nationalism which is a knock-on effect that actually somebody like Ralph agrees with.
Yeah, you are losing. Thanks to Black Lives Matter, civic nationalists is losing even more than before.
I think Elron and I are more likely to agree with Scattered because we would support black nationalist principles before we would support civic nationalists.
Yes.
I would support Scattered's right to make an African nation.
That's true.
Yeah. I wouldn't be, without being disrespectful.
I heard Ralph. I even heard Tommy over the last month use once or twice anti-white. This is our word. Okay,
Tommy's out of steam.
But he quickly turned back to all lives matter on that.
But he's
it was very important.
Running out of money as we
Yeah, he even said to this Jack Happel guy, I would say I would fly with the plane of all lives matter, but okay, you did it with white lives matter.
Yeah. I mean, I said 12 to 15 months ago that we would split the movement into the Sivnats, Etnats, and then we would collapse them. Right now, Tommy cannot get enough people on a live stream compared to Markle or any of our guys. 12 months from now, Tommy.
That's lies.
No, you look at the last stream counts. We have all the stream counts. Go check it yourself. Don't believe me. Check it yourself. You'll find the data right. Yeah, go check it yourself. And you see that we now, in the next 12 months, the Sivnat positions will be squeezed like between Richard Inman, Tommy, Heart of Oak, Sargon, and that gap will be pressured. There'll be a clear line between us, who are racialists, and the enemy.
By the way, the great leader, another great leader of the civic nationalist movement, Anna Marie Waters, has just been finished.
Did you see the one where she shared on the stream?
Yeah. I loved that stream between you and Medvas. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't even use it to the full extent yet. We could make a lot of memes out of that whenever we needed it.
It's in the bank.
I'm no fan of Anne-Marie Waters, but that was propaganda. The very propaganda you were talking about. It was
that she was drunk on the stream?
You guys are all about propaganda.
What? That is not propaganda. This is the truth.
Where's the conversation going?
Full on African propaganda, like white man was.
No, it wasn't true. She wasn't drunk. To stop it.
She was totally fucking legless, mate.
If she wasn't drunk, then
she's a hell of an actor.
Do you know what they're talking about, Shaka?
She was.
Do
you know what they're talking about?
Not really, no.
Anne-Marie Waters, the other Sivnat leader, came onto a stream and she was fucking drunk and she didn't know the camera.
Anne-Marie Waters, who is she? She's a Sivnat, a British Sivnat.
Yeah, she believes everyone's like more values and shit like that.
Okay.
She believes black
you don't follow her, Jupe. She's not your type of Sivnat, no. She's
no Sivnat is my type of Sivnat.
I mean, not your Ralph, but it's Jupe's though. Jupe's is definitely for the Sivnats here. Jupe's is definitely for the Sivnats here.
Eventually, we'll kill the term
Sivnat. I don't like liars. Ralph would know this himself.
But it's all about lies, Jupes. That's not what you can't see. The right wing is all about the propaganda war. They're trying to win it. You got to get with the lying.
And the Africans all about propaganda, like white people all shit. And we were
Look, no one else but Jupiter has seen that video. If you see that video and you tell me this woman isn't drunk, and you want to call it propaganda in the case of we are lying about that, okay. Should we play that video? Should we play that video, Jupiter?
There's a refuting video out there that explains it all, and I, from personal experience, know that the man that's talking about it is telling the truth. So,
what has she said? In her.
Jupiter, you haven't seen the video, love. You check out the video.
Somebody else who put the video out.
Well, check out the Anne-Marie Waters video. It comes from her own fucking studio. She was obviously hammered, and she couldn't even. If you just look at it, it's embarrassing. But the point is, I'll tell you what. Here's another prediction. I was right in my last prediction a year ago. A year from now, a year and a half, there won't even be the Sivnat expression. It will just be nationalists and liberals.
Yes.
And the Sivnats are going to be out of it. They're going to be done. Game over.
How do you think? Where do you think Sivnat Etnat distinction came from? It came from us. And we're going to kill Sivnat, and we're just going to call them liberals, and that's what's going to be left. Yeah.
I would rather.
So people who are Sivnats currently, they're going to become. You're just going to call them liberals.
We're going to change the mimetic structure because that's what we can do in the alt.
But I mean, the whole political compass has already been messed up. To be fair, mostly because majority of the public don't really understand it anyway, and so you guys are able to, like as you keep saying, shift over to the window wherever you want, and people are confused
But we
about
don't-
where they identify.
But that's
You know,
how do
I
you
heard
think
earlier that, you know, sure, but I heard earlier the connection between liberalism and Marxism and communism. I'm like, liberalism and that is
I
very
don't know what that
American.
is. There's no connection that way.
But I heard it on this panel, and it's like, you know.
But 12, 15 months ago, we said that's what's going to happen. I'm giving you the landscape for the next 12 to 15 months. And this that term is going to go away.
There is a connection. You can deny it all you like. The communists, the communists that are pushing like Black Lives Matter, right? It's a communist Marxist movement, right?
They talk about oppression, you know, they're
They're basing all their beliefs on Robin DiAngelo. Robin DiAngelo is a woman that's inverted racism. She's basically said that it's racist if you're someone who says I don't see color, I see everyone as equal. That is racist because you're supposed to see
It's
colour
very
first.
racist, of course.
Which is racist. To see colour first is racist, right?
No, it's not racist to see colour first.
Not only that,
It's racist.
It's real.
You're not trying to Bellatron over here.
judge people by their character. Not only that, she said you shouldn't judge people by their character. You should judge them by the colour of their skin. Again, that is. But this is what that movement is based on. Now, these far leftists have aligned themselves with the extreme right Islam, right? Not moderate Islamics, but the extreme right Islamics. That's why Ilhan Omar has jumped onto it, and a lot of other people. The connections to the right are there. So don't say they're not.
Yeah, but you're right. You're kind of right or wrong. I'll tell you what, there's a better way to look at it. It's called bio-Leninism. If you look at people who are the weakest in society, blacks, Muslims, immigrants, etc., the left will use those who have no status and put them in a group to give them false status. So before the left were all about black rights, this and that, they'll keep moving and finding the weakest victim group, and they're going to.
That's not right.
Yes, it is.
That's
Bio-Leninism covers
No.
it really well. Do you know much about bio-Leninism?
That too.
Yeah, I do actually.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, he comes Mr.
What
Everything.
communism is about,
Hello?
to make it short, one definition would
Why
be.
was it Natty, man? He came and went, and I was just, I see free here as well.
Hey,
Mr. Biggs, go on.
Hello, yeah, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, but scattered minds, you're a Moor, and the Moors are traitors to Africans.
All right, turn your mic down. Christ.
You're a Moor, and the Moors are traitors to Africa.
Hey, can the rest of you black guys tell me what is Turok's deal? Is he anti-black or pro-black? What the fuck? He's always finding What is your deal, Turok? Are you with the Black Brothers or not, man?
No, I don't.
It's sad. It's sad that
I don't deal with black and white. I don't deal with black and white. I deal with indigenous groups of people, so individual tribes of people, whether you're black or so-called white. So I
People
deal with
like me
individual
that are
tribes.
African.
Every time I see the battle with anyone who's pro-black, you immediately go like, but ma, some tribal, some this and that. So I never figure you out. Are you fucking for the black people or not?
I'm for my tribe. Like it's just like the English people are the
So
English
you're
people. for the
tribalist more.
Yeah, he's an
So-
Apache.
Yeah, so it's like is the English people for the Polish people? No.
Ow.
No, but
Yeah.
you should have. At this time and age, you should not be letting people divided over ancient tribalism between Poland and Germany at the moment.
No
No
brother
way, man. No more brother wars.
No more
You
brother.
have,
We have to be
you have
honest.
to have also to not get in war again a larger identity. We are
but that-
calling it European civilization, okay?
Yeah, but the trick
Of
is,
course, we have this tribal
no,
nature
it's
still.
a trick.
But
It's a trick to pretend that all white people get along and all black people get along, which is
Well, they don't, do they? It's
They don't. They
impossible.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I always worry because I never understand with Turok. I know you're pro-Karen, but you always sound anti-black, which always gets me. I'm like, always like, but dude, but you're black. You look black. I've seen you in a film. Like, you don't look. I mean, I don't know.
white people don't make
Yeah.
a difference
Shocko is
between
Someone needs to take
between
Turok
someone
under their wing.
from Nigeria or someone from I don't know, Somalia or something. They see them as black. They don't care about the tribes. So same thing I'm telling Europeans.
I don't know. That might be true in Germany. That's not true over here. People can tell the difference. And there are.
Yes, we can, but still, they looked at.
Hold on, Elron. There are stereotypes to each group as well, so they can tell the difference.
Yes, we can, but still, we look at them as black people first and foremost.
And this
No.
premise that not all blacks get on with all whites is true, right? But the same would go for all blacks and all whites. Not all white people get on with each other. I can't stand Lister, for example.
No.
I love Lister.
Why?
I'm joking, obviously.
Oh.
Sarcasm is one of the services I offer for free, Wendy.
Oh, okay, right. Thank you.
Man, I would love that Lister goes up against Eric Striker, right?
Are you crazy?
I would love
Mate, he came on Stevens and Speaker's Corner and he can't control his impulse control. So why would Eric Striker talk to him?
Yeah, talking about international socialism versus
But you know Mark has
national
Mike Enoch
socialism.
on. Mark has Mike Enoch on this evening, right?
Yes, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Wow,
Who's
this is a big
Striker?
guest.
So
Big
who's
guest.
ex-Striker? Is that like a rock star in the right-wing world? Like,
Yeah, you know, just normal white supremacist guys. Don't worry about him.
Okay.
Nothing to worry about. Keep going on. Carry on about your business. Don't worry about
There-
what
Eric Striker gets a lot of hate from more of the Nick Fuentes type of guys, right? But I don't know.
These guys are deadly. They don't.
Anyway,
compromise.
can someone answer this? Why do they want Swing Low, Sweet Chariot banned from the rugby? What's that
Oh,
about?
Lord, because what's Jesus? I know the Bristol
Yeah,
statue.
okay.
Our boys hit the Bristol guys this afternoon. You know about that, Wendy? Jupiter?
What? They've what?
You know that Bristol slave statue that was torn down?
Well, the
And they put up-
monstrosity, yeah.
And they put
yeah.
that one up. They're going to bring it down. We had a concerted campaign all day today. Bristol have folded. They're bringing it down.
Great, good.
Oh,
It's an
Yeah.
absolute monstrosity.
Yeah.
How dare they?
I thought it was in the
Just
water
looking at the
already.
the council didn't put up in the first place. The council didn't put up in the first place. you
No, they
joking.
didn't. They arrived at 5 o'clock this
that's the whole
morning
point.
and put
The
it up.
coun- the
It's
council
some
did-
random bloody woman
That's-
that
that's the
belongs
point.
to the
That's
Black
the
Lives
point.
Matter.
That's the
But
point I made.
but
The
we got some
council
great
put up.
memes out
So,
there, right? The
All
black
this
and
talk
black.
about your boys had this concerted effort to have it taken down. Those boys are going to be taken down because the council.
Well,
didn't put
because
up
we
in
had
the first
Bristol.
place.
No, we had Bristol Council
I mean,
that phoned.
This is part of your propaganda war, Ralph. Come on, I see it. You're pretending like your boy's done something, but you know full
that's
well
all right,
it was
Scattered.
going to happen anyway.
Scattered, right?
You-
Part of our propaganda is all the memes that went out today with that woman holding up chicken bags of Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's our propaganda. That's the other one was our operation.
No, our propaganda should be all. This is kind of honest.
Yeah,
but
Elron,
what? Wait,
Elron,
the
Elron,
biggest.
Can I say I surmise
let,
you're on
let me
the-
make some
one second,
points,
one
and
second. I will. But can I just ask you quickly?
Oh, Scott always interrupts.
I surmise that you're on these black channels and the UK because you're struggling to have any cut through or impact in Germany. Is that correct?
No,
I could be
because
completely wrong.
No, because Elron is welcome. We have many people not here, not from British over here. Elron's one of them. We have Swedes. We have
Yeah, no,
Austrians.
I'm wondering, does he have a sort of a similar movement in Germany, or are you not having
Oh,
the same
I
sort
should
of
think
cut through?
so. Yes.
Yeah, the German movement is growing in strength.
I having the same sort of cut through there.
Do you speak German? Do you read German? Do you understand
I've
German?
asked Elron a question, and you guys have all done.
Yeah, but
that.
you-
I
if
can't
we have-
believe he's asked that
All
Okay,
question.
let me
things
answer. Let me answer.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
you asked me if we have a movement like Patriotic Alternative, for example, in Germany. Yes.
Yeah, your messages get much cut through over there. Yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah, we have generation identities very big in
Mm.
Germany, as well as we have already a proper party. All right, that Britain is missing.
Yeah, the AFD.
The AFD.
All they're
yes.
doing is protecting their Arab slave masters. That's all they're doing.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Turo, why do they want to ban Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, the rugby song?
Because Scattered Mind is protecting the Arabs.
No, seriously. Because it was written by a slave. So why would they
Oh.
want to ban it? I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's not for you. It's not allowed for
Hang
one of
on,
these.
but it was written by a
Oh,
slave.
Turek, remember he's black now. You remember he's black. You might come for me. You got a bunch of
But
racists
surely,
around him.
surely that's
Going
what
directly
they
for
think.
him.
that
Going directly for him.
Hundreds
Going
of
directly
years
for him.
later, white
Directly
people
for
are
him.
singing
Oh.
it.
And he might come for me. He won't
Oh,
come for me.
Scattered. I thought there's no colour in Islam. I thought there's no colour in I thought there's no colour in Islam.
I reckon
Hey,
they're
Scattered.
a loony bin for each
I thought there's no colour in Islam.
You heard me say
Scattered.
that? You heard me say that?
There's no colour in Islam. You don't define Islam. You're a slave of Islam. You are a slave of Islam.
Yo, what's your face? What's your name?
You're a
Turek,
slave of
Turek.
Islam.
Turek, your beef is in front of you, you know.
Scattered, I wouldn't take him seriously. He thinks I'm African, so don't worry about it.
Hey, we're all African, right?
Yeah, I'm African.
Scattered, you and the Moors used to steal white women. What about that? You and the Moors. You and the Moors used to steal white women or steal all the Beckies.
Me personally, was
yes, you and the Moors were stealing Beckies. You and the Moors were stealing Beckies all the way up into Sweden.
Your attempts at trolling are so weak, Turo.
You stole Beckies all the way up in Iceland. You and the Moors.
And along the shores of Britain, and they stole white men and made them into eunuchs as well.
Oh, stealing white men, are you?
Was that me? Was that me, Jufar? Yeah.
Yes, it was you. You're a Moor.
You pro-white today, Turo.
The first enslavers of white people in Europe are other white people. Get over your slavery shit. People have enslaved everybody. White people enslaved white people before even going to Africa. Everyone enslaved.
The Moors worked with the slave masters.
Pick up the slave masters. Slavery would get all this back chat solved in no problem, no time.
Hang on, wait a minute. Is it just me?
Ralph, I want to have your take on the movie Gladiator.
Can someone please help me out here?
Yeah.
That song, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, was written by a slave.
Yep.
I want to know what the bloody problem is with it being used in rugby forevermore, hasn't it? Right, by the fans of rugby.
Yeah.
So surely that's a good thing. Would that slave have thought?
No.
Wait a minute. Would that slave have thought that white people would be singing his little tune hundreds of years later?
But this is the whole point, Wendy.
And black people, fans of rugby who are black.
Yeah, but do you hear black people singing?
See how you want to take away.
See how you want to take. See how you want to take.
You want to take away the fact
why do you make
up
up your own songs? Why do you not make up your own songs if you're talented?
No, you're missing the point deliberately.
You're missing the point. Britain ain't got talent.
Oh, yeah. Ralph, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying, Ralph?
There's one word, Wendy. Just keep this one word in mind every time you hear it.
Singing slave songs.
Are they ungrateful or are they grateful? Just use that.
How dare you? How dare you, Wendy? How dare you?
Grateful or ungrateful?
They don't understand that they're helping the racists. That's what they're doing.
You're not helping us, mate. You're not helping us singing our songs. You're not helping us.
Jupiter's right.
You're not helping us singing our songs. That's our songs to sing.
Robin DiAngelo.
It's a ghetto people song. Only them can sing it.
Song.
It is a ghetto people song. Only they can
There wasn't such a thing as a ghetto when it was written.
It is a ghetto people song. Only them can sing it.
Then stop speaking English. Then stop speaking English.
Yeah, that's our language.
Stop speaking English.
Stop speaking Tamanadu.
Why?
The whole world. It's the black people's language. It's the black people gave you that language.
Yeah, well, you stop speaking English.
Stop speaking English.
You not stole our words. You stole our words.
You stole our language.
You stole our words. You stole our words.
You stole our language.
You stole our words.
Stop using the internet.
You stole our words. Stop using our Kawatan.
Stop using
our Kawatan.
Suddenly, notice scattered others. Notice suddenly his black identity comes up very quickly and is no longer.
I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm brown.
Yes, you are.
I'm brown.
You've got dreadlocks. I've seen you.
I've seen you.
Oh, so white people don't have dreadlocks now?
Only
You're not white,
wiggers.
Oh,
wiggers.
When they're doing cultural appropriation.
Yes, it is cultural appropriation. We shouldn't do that.
No, but when IC3 opens his reparations bank, every time they speak English, that's one penny.
Yeah.
So eventually it's going to catch up, right? You're going to have to do the accounting.
Yeah, they need to stop that song, mate.
And look at the disadvantage we are having here.
Put a stop to that song right away.
Most of the immigrants
can still get the royalties.
Can still speak another language we don't understand and can conspire against us.
I guess that it's okay to sing the song "Glory, Glory, Segregation." Glory, glory, segregation. Glory, glory, segregation, and the Caribs all go home.
And Ralph is in his corner shop.
Is Ralph African? Is Ralph African too, Ralph? Or is it just me and Jupiter that are African?
And guess who's in their newsagents?
Yeah, it looks like
Turok,
even
is it
shocking.
just me and
Can I
Tiff
ask?
that are
We have one.
Andrews? Gaviscon?
On
Andrews?
I have to say, I agree with Turk on the Muslim question. I think it is a foreign religion to Africans. It is not my position to have a say in this, but from what I know about Africa, it is foreign to them, just as it is foreign to Europeans. It
Have you
shouldn't
seen
be
Dr.
there.
Cochrane's studies on the genetic reasons why black people are more likely to take Islam on?
No.
Oh, it's really great work. Look at the studies in genetics as to why Islam is more amenable to Africans.
What about Bengali? What about Bengalis then?
Yeah, the weak
Look, I've
ones.
seen the movie.
Yeah, the Bengalis are quite
Amistad.
short and they're weak.
What about Pakistanis then? What about Pakistanis?
Same, same.
What
Yeah,
about
it's
them?
very interesting. More studies done on blacks than Afghanis or Pakistanis.
Yeah, what do the studies show?
It shows that we can have a look again. I should do a stream on it sometimes. It's really interesting of the predisposition to which minds and which IQ accept Islam.
No, but we made our own Islam, Ralph. We made our own Islam.
Who's we?
The Afro-Americans. We made our own
Oh,
version.
now you're an Afro-American.
No,
Oh, you're an Afro-American. I thought you were an Apache.
Wendy,
not like the
you and I both have seen
Pakistanis.
Turok. Does he look at
Not like the Pakistanis. They made their own version up. This is the whole point. We can make our own versions up. You lot can't. You lot
I
have to
thought
copy
you were
us.
I thought you were.
Yeah, they are making.
Apache.
I heard
Weird.
a black Muslim speaking on Speaker's
So
Corner.
a South African
I have to
living in
say
America.
they made their own version of Islam,
Yeah.
definitely. Just like
Thank you.
the black Hebrew Israelites making their own
Yeah, their
version,
own version.
and
No,
it
they
is
try-
pissing off the Jews so
And the
much.
Christians.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Look, the Africans did a great job on that. I have
The Hebrew
to tell.
Israelites are mad.
No, they're not
They have a
Africans.
lot
They're
of fantasy there.
Afro-Americans. Where is the African version of Islam? No, there's African-American version of Islam or
You go tell that to
Christianity.
Boko
The
Haram.
Nation of
And
Islam,
see how long
yeah,
it
yeah.
Look,
it's strange.
think about it. Little Jamaica made Ethiopia popular. Come on, Little Jamaica.
But you're not an Afro-American.
How did little Jamaica make it?
I have
Who's
to
going-
grant them that.
We
Yeah.
was Americans.
I haven't seen Ethiopia gone up in the fucking travel spots or fucking anything.
No,
Not
are you
about
sure?
to, Nate.
Are you
But
sure?
Are you
Are you
I,
sure?
I wanted to ask a question to the
Are you sure? We put
three
Ethiopia back on the map.
to the three. We have two black nationalists here and one black tribalist here.
Oh, we also have
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, who is saying that twerking is part of black culture?
It's not
I
actually.
don't know.
No, it's not.
It's actually it's part of our Caribbean culture. That's
Oh,
how
here we go.
do
He's
it.
a
Caribbean
Caribbean
culture.
now. Here we go.
Do you
That's how
think
we-
it
think
should be
Caribbean-
promoted by black nationalists?
But this is the whole point. What I'm trying to say to you is, certain tribes do certain things. Certain things what people will look at and say that's alien to them because it's not of
Yeah.
their people to do
Yeah.
that.
I
You know,
agree,
like,
I
that's
agree.
what it
One
is.
thing I really want to get the heart, the root
That's
of it.
interesting.
Why is Turok anti-black? This is very interesting. This is the bit I don't get, because I would expect you to stand with IC3, Scattered, Shaka, because they're masters of black rights and black
Yeah,
power.
but
Why are you
because
opposed to black power?
because I believe in people, not land.
Okay, so if your blood of your people, let's say there was a massive tsunami or something coming through, and your people were the Caribs, would you remove them from a land, or would you let them perish, or would the Carib people be okay? If
But-
they
but
moved
this is
somewhere
the-
else, would they still be the Carib people?
Well, yes, because this is part of our culture. We have hurricanes, we have tornadoes.
Which
we have
No, but
all
let's say it was
types
something,
of
no, let's say it
natural
was something like a
disasters.
tsunami that would destroy all of you, and we had to save you in the United Nations, and we evacuated you. Would you still be?
No, we can save ourselves. We got our own boats.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
who's your culture to?
We was boat builders. Yeah.
Yeah, we are boat builders. The word canoe, people actually borrowed it off our language.
American language or which one?
No,
is
but
it?
I want to hear Shakara's
Kanua.
take on the twerking question. Shakara, are you still here? In IC3, I want to hear your point on that too. Should
Well,
black nationalists be behind twerking?
Well, that's the problem. They're not very cultural. With my culture, I
What do you
accept
call
it
those
because
people in Jamaica that had slaves themselves and Was it the
IC3, are you
Maroons?
there?
Is it the Maroons?
I'm here.
Yeah, Cimarron.
What's
Cimarron.
what's your take on the twerking question?
What is the official definition of twerking?
You know, that ass wiggling.
Pardon?
That ass wiggling.
Well, in my opinion, the identity, the clarification of the identity, racial identity, then after that you'll have different divisions of ethnicities, and then those divisions of ethnicities will go even finer, and then the decision on whether it's constructive or not will be decided by the
See, this is the problem with black people.
This is not my question.
See, this is what happens. This is what happens when you deal with black people. They go for dictionary. They go for this. They go for that. I accept it. It's part of my culture. In my Garifuna culture, we have a music called punta, and it's mostly dealing with your hips. Even in reggae music, they tell you know how to move your waist. Know how to move your waist.
Yeah, but let me get to the point why I'm asking this question. If we were talking before about Europeans, some Europeans portrayed blacks as barbarians, for example, right?
Which ones?
I tell you this now: if Hitler would make a propaganda movie about black people, Hitler would show twerking black woman to say. At least for Europeans, when we for European nationalists, this is a sign of a lower culture.
So do everybody in Europe yodel?
What is yodel?
Yodel, you know. Yodel.
Oh,
Yodel. Yeah. This is fine.
Do everybody in Europe wear clogs?
No, I know what you mean.
Well, this is my whole point. It's only particular groups that do these type of things.
Yes, yeah. So I because that relates back to what Jupiter was saying earlier about the character. Person should be judged by their character, not the color of their skin,
unless they're white.
Okay. Yeah, so,
in which case they're white privilege, white supremacy, white guilt.
So this all boils down to culture and its relationship to character, and all those things, the relationship to dance and so on. So any other culture will be that may choose to. Sorry.
Can you link twerking back to Africa? Can you link girls dancing on their head top back to Africa?
I saw some
videos. Most rhythmic movements were imported. I know in music they were imported from Africa and the Far East. And I know, for example, that the 9-mode musical chords and structures were imported. Music, I wouldn't be surprised if dance was as well, because I don't know much rhythmic. Listen to me. I don't know much rhythmic dancing in traditional classical Western dance. Just like in music, you don't have 9-mode chords or 3.9 structures like Indian music or Arabic music.
What groups are you particularly talking about?
I'm talking about cultures.
What
That's
cultures?
Right. Music and culture is very related.
Very different. So if you look at, for example, music, for example, I don't know about twerking specifically, but if you look at, for example, classical Western music, it's on a 4/4/8 note structure of music. If you look at very sophisticated, for example, Indian classical music or Arabic music, it's on 9-point structures. Right? Na 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 na. It's nothing European about it. Same with music and dance, right? We expect.
But what about the bass line? What about the bass line?
We expect it to be African.
We always in the past had very structural dances. No, almost no
improv.
Yes,
improv is brought by jazz, which is brought by black people, right? So the real jazz masters are black masters, and then the whites picked up jazz and made it white.
From where?
From black slaves, in the case of
jazz. From the Americas. From the Caribbean.
Slaves,
from the Americas and the Caribbean.
No, not the Americas.
Black slaves.
The
Black
Americas.
slave.
The
No,
whole
not the
loss.
Americas.
This is a great example, Ralph. The
The
whole
whole
loss of
Americas.
our traditional dances. This
Yeah.
was the way that men approached a woman in the
Correct.
past.
Formally, yeah, absolutely. the
So
way
so
to,
so where does rock and roll music come from? Slaves.
yeah, of course it does, because it comes from bluegrass, which comes again from slaves.
Oh.
Yeah, it comes from
Oh,
slave
it comes from
music.
slaves. Okay. It comes from slave music.
Yeah, slave music. Right, so if you look at like one of my favorite, I used to play a lot of guitar when I was younger, like Robert Johnson and stuff, one of the greatest black musician, guitarists are black.
So where can you see in Africa they play rock and roll?
They wouldn't play rock and roll there.
Why not? There's slave music. There's loads of people being enslaved in Africa.
No,
so
but
where
if
is
you
the
look,
rock
no,
and
if
roll
you,
and
no, but
reggae?
if you look at
So
African
where
sub,
is the reggae?
so listen out, if you listen to African sub pop guitaring and stuff, African guitaring, it's very, very rhythmic and very
Where
interesting, but it's still.
is the reggae?
Why do you have to speak like that? Have you got some speech impediment?
I'm asking you a plain simple question. What ethnic groups do reggae and rock and roll in Africa? Since they brought those people from there, where is it?
I'm no expert in African music, but I can tell you what I do know
Well,
about African
obviously
music.
it's in America.
No, but African guitaring, for example, is very, very beautiful. So there's some really excellent modern African guitars.
Which
and their variation
groups?
of guitar is. Calm
Which
down. What do
groups?
you mean? I don't know which African culture. Ask Shaka and people.
Well, but this is the whole point. When I say you can't just say all black people. There's plenty of ethnic groups in Africa that play the
Oh my
guitar.
God! Yeah, I don't think black people are one group. Are you crazy?
So
The
which
black
group
people
are you
one race.
particularly? So what particular group are you talking about playing the guitar?
Let me show you. Let me give you a second. I'll bring up some references for you.
Yeah, so I'm saying that culture produces, as it develops, it produces dance, it produces music, it produces recipes and food. All these things are born out of a people's culture. And so another culture, whether it's enemy or not, could also identify those elements that appear to be quite unique to that group, and then use it to praise them or to mock them or whatever. So dance, whether it's twerking or whatever, and food, music, these are all products of culture.
So where in Africa girls dance on their head top?
Girls dance on what?
Their head top.
Their head.
Top, yes.
Didn't know they did.
This
That's
is
not
this. I'm asking, where are they?
Oh, I'm not. Well, they don't exist.
Okay, I didn't want to get him wrong because I didn't want to get his name wrong. The one I like a lot is I can't pronounce it properly. Abdoulaye Sam, who is Senegalese. So let me put the link of him playing on a TED Talk, and you'll see what I mean by the brilliance of African guitar.
Yeah, they play guitar on the floor, innit?
Yeah, no, but here you go. If everyone wants to look at some virtuoso African guitaring from Senegalese, you'll see, for example, how the Africans make a different form of guitar music, which is particularly African.
Exactly.
It's very, very talented guitaring, right?
100%, Ralph. That is particularly African. So with
Senegalese
the music,
specifically.
so exactly. So the music what I'm talking about, soca, punta, reggae, that is particularly from the Americas, or one could say the Caribbean,
But again,
or
this
from
is back
down
to my
south.
point. Why do you always seem to want to divide yourself against the Africans? I don't understand.
Because you already said it's only Senegalese people play guitar. So where is the
No, not saying
Ghanaians?
only
Where is the
Senegalese.
Nigerians that play these things?
I picked examples. I know this. I can pick other ones. My question you always run away from
But
is
what
why
I
you
can show you, the whole Caribbean will play some sort of form of reggae or calypso or soca. So
yeah, that
that's
would
our
make sense.
music.
There would be. You'd get a lot more. I'd expect a lot more of that because you'd have Hispanic admixture in you.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. This is
So
our
your
music.
music, no, but it's all linked to genetics because a lot of you are mixed with admixture from the Spanish, basically, right? So Spanish
saying,
and indigenous
of course,
natives, you're going
they're-
to have a different
exactly.
variation of Africans, right?
So my whole point is our version of music is only done where it is.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And what's that point?
But you keep saying slaves, 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 slaves. I'm saying this music is Caribbean or a form of American music. Jazz, rock and roll, soul,
So do you
reggae,
see? So
soca,
hang
calypso.
on. So when you say American, do you include all the slaves, African slaves sent to America, or just the Caribbean islands?
I'm talking about
define the
from.
word American when you use the word American.
Well,
What do you mean?
well, the Caribbean is actually classified as North America.
But that's not my question.
So
My question is, when you say American, do you include not the Caribbean, but the North American continent?
the Caribbean is part of the North American
I
continent.
know that, and my geography is fantastic. But my
So,
question is,
so watch this now. I put an S at the end. Americas, so South America and North America,
yeah.
and
So my
Central
question,
America.
so when you use the word America, you include all the Americas, North, South, Central.
Yeah, as well.
Okay, so therefore, the
Americas.
African descendant of slaves are included in what you say, right?
Where can you find that in Africa now?
I'm. Why are you looking at me as some expert African music, Dr. Shaka?
Well, why are you trying to question me then? This is what I'm trying to tell you. This only type of form of music.
Adversary, you're very sensitive, my child.
This type of music. Well, all right, then let's go there in Africa. Some of the people that brought back the music there were the people who they classify as Afro-Brazilians, i.e. Fela Kuti. So these are people coming back from South America, the Caribbean, some parts of North America, Nova Scotia, going back into Sierra Leone.
The reintroduction
Yeah.
back from. Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Because it's a two-way.
that doesn't mean anything, Tarek.
Yes, it does. It does. It means that we have now we brought a new type of sound into West Africa.
No, if the slaves hadn't met each other in America, and then that's where it was created. That's where it was created. So it's
Why?
a blend.
We
It's a
read
blend.
this already. Franco de Souza is the founding father of Afro-Brazilian communities. Before there were places called Ghana, Togo, Nigeria, and all these places. So people from these regions have already been in these places.
Reggae, though, it came out of a specific group of people in America, the slaves. The
Yeah,
music
but a lot of those people have gone back into Africa since the 1700s and 1800s
if they go back
ongoing.
in after it was created, you can't then claim it.
It's of course because it's already been formulated already, and people have now traveled with the music.
If they were slaves, that means that they came from the slave group that created it.
Well, but that's what Ralph says. I'm saying this type of formulated music is already formulated in the Americas, and you have people traveling back into Africa that's traveling with that sound and that culture, i.e. the people from Sierra Leone, i.e. Afro-Brazilians.
Yeah, you're mixing two things up. If you're saying it was already in Africa, then we've got to wipe out all the slaves. It don't matter whether the slaves came back.
I'm saying Africa's got their own type of music. Africa's got their own unique type of music. So the people that was in the Caribbean, Brazil, all these different players have formulated their own type of music. So later on, you have people even now going back into Africa, the year of return and things like that. So these people come with their culture and also their music.
Raf, are you still there? I have to leave in 5 minutes.
Yeah, big up.
Raf, I want to make a point about classical music because most Europeans right now are not into classical music, but I found out something interesting that I always wanted to mention. There's a modern classical music which Europeans fully embrace and has a huge following. I don't know if you are aware of this kind of musical modern classical music.
What, indie?
No.
Or what's it called? Electro.
No, it's sometimes they mix it with electronic music, but it is more like the trailer music. That's a lot of music, movies and other type of sagas are using, like Da Vinci Code, Dark Knight, all of these movies, Pirates of the Caribbean. This is classical music, and white people really enjoy that.
It's called orchestra.
Orchestra. Yes. Yeah, I think they don't name it specifically what kind of music that is, but it's basically a modern trend.
It's mostly orchestra. When you see the people making...
I would call it orchestra, but with modern technology.
We'll soon have labels on the film saying this is white man's music, and then the next one, this is black man's music. Oh God, you lot crazy.
But I
It is
find
what it
that
is.
this is a good sign. So
Because
because
take for instance with the rock and roll and some of the Irish music, this is how you get the formulation of country music.
yeah,
And a bit of the Hawaiian sound as well with the sort of instruments they use. We use a lot of maracas in our music, like the samba and all them type of music and things like that. That was our type of music, samba.
I think a lot of musical styles that come from America are sometimes artificially made, but also naturally made, I think. And it could only been developed in that environment where whites and blacks are living together and influencing themselves amongst themselves.
So,
In my opinion.
Rondo. So, how does savagery, that word savagery, how does it come in to or relate to music and dance, in your opinion?
So, can you?
You mentioned that. Earlier on you mentioned that the Germans, maybe I got it wrong, would see twerking, I think, as savage. Yeah. So, in your opinion, how would you see the word savage? Could it be?
Yeah.
Would it be related to music and dance, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. For example, one could say, I mean, there were also a lot of big names, white names in rock and roll. Also, the dances are basically a mix of traditional European dancing, where you're dancing to rock and roll. You had all those dance movies, right, in the 70s and 80s about which was basically rock and roll. It was a combination of classical dance as well as improvisation, or how do you call it? And the to basically do some things out of the order. I think this was the black influence in it. That Europeans are more like combining those things. But when I'm looking at how people now dancing in modern discotheques or something, there's nothing there. This is just like chaos, right? And this is what I would call savage. There's no order in it, and this is alien to me. I was dancing like this when I was young, but when I look back, I see that as degenerate behavior.
Oh, okay. So would you say improvisation you see as more of a black thing?
I think so. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. And the European
In body
culture,
language and everything like this.
right?
Yeah.
But improvisation,
Expression of
with
your
body
body.
language,
Yes.
it could be in the music as well. Yes. So improvisation.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
so
Okay.
too. Yeah.
Okay. Right. And then you see that white culture would not produce improvisation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to a certain degree, but
No,
not.
it does. Sorry to interrupt. It does produce improvisation, but if you look at something like music or poetry, which I can speak about more intelligently, it produces improvisation within tight structural constraints. So the most
Yes.
improvised music, or the most sophisticated, is considered Indian classical music. It makes jazz look like baby stuff because the Indians like that kind of expression. Everything is tiny nuances. So if you look at Indian classical dance,
Okay.
Indian classical dance has very structured moves, but all of the things are about like 130 expressions of your eyes.
Right.
Right. So, but classical Western thought is within nuance, within very tight constraints. African stuff is very expressive, openly with the loosest constraints.
Right.
And that looks obviously to be genetic. Right?
Okay, right. So what do you think of this idea? You see, for me, I think improvisation at its height is still within constraints. So it's just
It
like,
is within
like,
constraints. It is within
Yes.
constraints, but the ability to roam, for example. So even when let's take a common example across. So when George Harrison
when the Beatles went to India, needed to play with Ravi Shankar, every time George Harrison did something on the guitar, Ravi Shankar would copy him and improvise him instantly. Right. And eventually George Harrison went back to Ravi Shankar saying, it's not like I can't do what you just did, because George Harrison could copy Ravi Shankar back. But George Harrison didn't think like that.
Right.
He didn't want
Great
to do
description, Ralph.
Yeah, he didn't want to do that, so he didn't feel like doing that. And the best single line I've ever heard about this difference between East and West is by the Japanese essayist on aesthetics, Japanese essays. And when Einstein visited Japan, when Japan was modernizing, he said, well, Japan seems to have everything related and mixed into everything in a very soft subterfuge. And Einstein was like, but everything we made in Europe is like cathedrals and perfect and precision. And the Japanese essay turned around and said, elegance is frigid.
Oh, interesting.
So what is seen as a beauty aesthetic in Western art is considered quite immobile or frigid in Eastern culture, including Japanese culture.
Right. Okay. So I remember when I first started to learn about jazz, is that people gave me some tapes to listen to, and it's like it was just complete confusion. And then I started, to me, it sounded like confusion because I was young at that time. Then they said, well, look, the structure is that as you have the four sections, the four quarters, see the first section, you're supposed to recognize the actual tune, and then the second section is still the tune, more or less repeated, but maybe with a bit more. And then the third section, where if you didn't understand, you would just see that as pure chaos. But it only works if you understand the order of the first two sections. Does that make sense? So if you look at
the history of jazz, it's quite interesting, because the Buddy Bolden, and you look at what happened in New Orleans, it was the first expression of black plantation slave music that had been allowed to play without white masters. So when you look at the history of it, they wanted to express, if you look at it from a race realistic genetic point of view, they wanted to express what would have come out of what they felt in the aesthetic was fundamentally African, but they're living in this kind of world that was constrained by master. So when you look at jazz, it came out of the New Orleans, it came out of the southern plantations who allowed the musicians with talent to play for white people, but these white people were not their masters.
Congo Square.
So they were they're not their masters. So
Congo Square.
Yeah, they were allowed, exactly, and they were allowed to express themselves. And with that came this richness of jazz that was really, if you think about it, African root improvisation on what was traditionally would have been 4x4 blues type, 4x4 type structured music. But the Africans, if you think about the African, if you're a race realist, you think an African wants to express his phenotype according to his genes, and that would have been not white music, right? So jazz, and then that showed the genius of black improvisation over what would have not been considered white music. White people pick it up a lot later and make a white jazz, which is not black jazz, right? It's not the real, Same with the guitaring, right? So if you look at from B.B. King, you look at Johnson, they played particular types of guitar that were really not white man's guitar, but it was a white man's instrument in a white man's world.
Okay. So what I'm digging at here, we can talk about jazz and stuff, but the point I'm trying to refer back to Rondo is that just like in the development of culture, music is developed, food is developed, music and so on. If you're not familiar with the culture, improvisation within within limits, within structure. If you don't understand that improvisation or the limits of
it sounds like noise.
Exactly, that's the point I'm making.
Because you can't interpret it, but that's the reader of the music. I'm talking about the writer.
Right.
I'm talking about the writer. The writer. Where does the writer come from? That must come from the genetic expression of your phenotype.
Oh, right.
So, yeah,
slow down, Ralph.
The simple example.
Ralph, slow down, man.
I'll slow down. Every time you say slow down, I need to speed you up. But what I'm saying is, look at Indian music simply. Indians have created uniquely Indian music compared to Chinese and Japanese music. They don't sound like each other. So we assume Africans produce African music. And then you've got the story of slavery.
So what about Bhangra and Raga?
Yeah, so Indian classical music and Indian music.
And what's that drum? Tabla.
Yeah, but none of them are linked to the West. They all existed for thousands of years prior to any contact with the West.
Yeah, but it has bass line in it. They will see that as savage. That's the whole reason why they call the people of that continent Indian, Indios, meaning wild people.
No, the words from Indian stuff doesn't come from that language at all.
Yes, it does. Let's go into the etymology dictionary, and it would call you, the reason why they call you Indian or Indios in Spanish, meaning wild and untamed. Just like when they came to the Caribbean, they called my people the Indios or Indians, the wild and untamed.
Yeah,
not because they thought they were going to India.
No, but the etymology, you're talking about what white people call it, but Indians already named themselves before any contact with white people.
Yeah, they never called themselves Indian, and I don't think the word Indian is even in their language.
No, that word is an English word.
Yes, so when the English met you, they called you Indians, meaning wild, untamed, savage.
Yeah, but that word means nothing to Indians.
I don't mean nothing to an Indian.
Because they don't speak that language.
Don't worry, I'm the West Indian, you're the East Indian, don't worry. With the wild and savage. Squad.
But in Indian language, India is not even the name of the country. Do you know what the name of the country is in India?
Huh?
Do you know what the name of India is to an Indian person?
Bharat.
There you go. So it's not even the same word, right?
You don't know, but they call you East Indian, the wild and untamed person from the East.
You're too worried about what other people call you.
Yeah, they call us West Indians as well.
Yeah,
we don't mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about what they call you. I'd worry about the indigenous people call themselves.
You supremacists are so funny because you all argue over who's
Oh, whose dictionary are we reading from, Jupiter?
merit. Everything has value on its own.
From the Hebrus Mountains.
I don't have to come with you, thank you very much.
Back to IC3's point, jazz is fascinating because the expression would have been a genetic phenotype of what is fundamentally black improvisation under constraints that were white and very peculiar. It was under this whole slavery story, right? So it's a very unique music, right?
Right, good. Okay, so hold that point there because it's very good. You raised lots of good points there. But I just wanted to go back to Rondo. So, would you accept then, based on what you just heard, that improvisation may sound like chaos to somebody who does not understand the culture and therefore cannot see the limitations within which the improvisation is taking place?
Not the culture, the language.
Yeah, and language, yes.
Yeah. No, the language of the
therefore, and therefore they might perceive it as savage.
Well, savage or noisy or
yeah. One thing I want to hear, Rondo's, you got it, you've got it because you understand a bit of the Indian. I just want to hear about what Rondo has to say.
Yeah, I would answer it the same way. Also, I would say that our brain structures, and I would call the biospirit, is just different. So you when I see, for example, what they're playing in the Indian movies, the Bollywood movies, I can't stand the music, man. I don't know. Even if I understand probably the rhythms and all of this, I can't stand that music. Same with most of jazz music. There are some good jazz songs I like, but overall I despise jazz. I have to say that, and I would say also it was more like an elite type of thing in America, I think. Rock and roll, on the other hand, I like rock and roll. So there's different nuances, I think, what Europeans are capable of basically even accepting or integrating in their culture, but there's limits to that. Specific kinds of music will always annoy Europeans, the average European.
Well, it should do. It should do if they have right. So, what do people think of this? That the chaos is one end of the spectrum, and the order is the other end, and that music to some cultures or could
Yeah,
be
it might be
perceived as
chaos
dead.
for us,
Hold it.
but
Yeah,
not
hold
for
it.
them.
Yes, but what your music and dance might be also perceived as dead, or you know, or like
Yes.
mechanistic
No,
to
more like
people
boring,
from another culture.
like boring or dull. It's typically.
Yes.
If you look at non-whites, looking at white, let's take a different axis. If you took food, they'll consider refined European food with 2 little pieces of wonderful asparagus lightly as being boring and lacking spice or taste. Yes. Whereas the European would look at the other thing and think it's just a mess. Right? And so the word savage is wrong. And the thing is, Elro makes a good point. The thing that you frame this analysis and philosophy on is not about culture, etc., so much as it is about axiology, i.e. aesthetics. Different genetic groups have developed different aesthetics.
Yeah.
And what they feel pleasing or not pleasing will fire their disgust sensitivity wiring.
Right. Okay.
So what they're doing is they're firing. So if I hear some hip hop shit thing, my disgust sensitivity fires.
Mm-hmm.
I find it disgusting, right? I don't find it beautiful. And that disgust sensitivity is wired into us genetically because we use that over time to have purity to detect poisonous foods, etc. So the same aesthetics we found for beauty are the same aesthetics that were biologically derived from us to defend ourselves against toxicity. So
Right.
disgust sensitivity is the same way your body will throw up when it doesn't like food. That's the same sensitivity. That's why we have the expression, oh, that made me want to throw up.
Right. Good. Yes.
And
so
I would add
that's the
that
direction
it
I
has.
was going to take it down.
Conservative right-wing people have the highest amount of disgust sensitivity firing. So conservatives have a higher disgust sensitivity, like they have a blink ratio.
Yeah.
The most wiring against disgust.
And I would say, Ralph, when what I would call still structural racism within our society is still, at least in some older cities and everything like this, the traditional architecture of the Europeans, it's still there. This is one of the last things. You don't really hear European music in the radio anymore. It's all a mixture of, I would say, capitalist music, okay? But and I feel that being surrounded by European architecture might be very, very disgusting for other people, or intimidating, or not feeling welcome to other people. And this alone, the expression of your people, how to build things, how you communicate with each other via music or something, you can lose yourself in, right? That might be psychological terror to other people. And we saw what great impact something like music can have, like jazz, right? It forms.
So what about the bagpipes?
Yeah, but I don't think psychological. I think you made a really good statement there, Elron. I think it's not psychological as much as it is aesthetic first. And when you find something distasteful, your circuitry fires your fight and flight. So if I hear these Bengali boys playing a wigger music while they scream down the street with loud music cars, my instinct biologically is disgust, and then my next instinct is to avoid it. Right, so I go into flight. So what's bad for European culture? And people think, people on the far right are racist or not. No, ultimately we want to protect human biodiversity. But I want the Europeans to develop things that you think are boring. I want the Africans to develop things they think are expressive. I want the Indians to develop things they think are innovative. And I don't want it to all be meshed into one thing, because that just dilutes and ruins it for all.
Right,
But
that's capitalist music, man.
who made you the arbiter of what is beautiful and what is not?
It's cultural and individual. It's wired into you.
Culture, yeah.
Yeah, but there's plenty of serial killers in films that sit there with the classical music, and bloody hell, that's scary.
No, but you know, so I like, let's say if I like Wagner is one of my favorite composers. So if I listen to Wagner, I find it beautiful. I don't like hip hop, but to answer Dark Magician, I'm not making you like Wagner. I'm not saying Wagner is better than.
But I like Wagner and I like classical music, but I'm saying to you, perhaps it would be beneficial.
So what about the church organ?
Be a bit more introspective and think to yourself that perhaps that my opinion and what I feel is aesthetic is not going to be the same as what everybody else thinks.
Absolutely. No, I'm saying the opposite. I agree with you. I make the stronger claim. I'm saying I make a stronger claim than that. I'm saying no. I actually insist that you have different aesthetics.
Of course.
So what about the church?
I don't want you to make my aesthetics equal to yours, and I don't want to make
Yes.
my aesthetics better than yours.
Excellent.
What I want
So
to do
what
is
about-
make
what
sure
about
the
the church
aesthetics are not
organ?
mixed.
What about the church organ?
Oh my God, box fuges for organ are beautiful.
Church organs are
gorgeous.
I've heard of some people they fast for weeks, and then they go into churches that have organs and they listen to it, and it's like they claim that it's like a spiritual
Chanting, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So if you listen to deep Templar chanting,
because
or
it's the
Gregorian
vibration. It's all to do with the vibration and how it affects the body.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I think it's also to do with the transcendental and the search, because most of that music is church music, and it came from the monks finding ways to transcendentalize themselves. So there's a thing called, I don't know if you know about this, Elron. There's a German church group. There's a German church group called Tise. Do you know who they are? Elron?
Tise.
Yeah. So it's one of Simona's family's Catholic church things, and they have this music that is just. If I have difficulty sleeping sometimes because my mind is so like fast, and if I listen to this stuff, I'm gone in 3 minutes. It's literally hundreds and hundreds of years of German church cultivated. You can think of it as transcendental chanting, praise music to God.
Yeah, but
this
sounds like
would be
Neanderthal
one
music.
thing that communists have absolutely no
Shattered.
place for. This
It sounds
spiritual
like-
thing, right?
It sounds like Neanderthal music.
I'm sorry, what?
It's Neanderthal music because like this, it's like Neanderthal music because they sing in high pitch.
No, I
If
don't
you
know
ever
this
saw the
Neander-
movie,
I
there was
don't
a
know much
movie.
about what Neanderthal music sounds like, but the music, what I'm trying to make the point is if the music
It's
is meant
high
to evoke,
pitch.
but no, it's not about high pitch. If the music is
Like,
meant to,
like the Bee Gees.
yeah,
Like the
if the
Bee
mu-
Gees. That's why they
no,
got
it's
a lot
just-
of black
what I'm
people
listening-
to sing.
yeah, but what I'm speaking about is not the
This
Bee
is
Gees.
why.
I'm speaking about something else.
This is
The
why
music I'm
in
talking about is much more like
American soul
chanting.
music.
Yeah, but this is not what I'm talking. I'm talking about this particular thing that is very European, that came from a long tradition of maybe 1,500
Yes.
years of church music. It's very European.
But what are they singing in? Do they sing in high pitch? Do they sing in high pitch or
no,
low
some of
pitch?
some of it's very low, some of it's very high.
What was Denisovian music?
Which one? Majority of
I
it, what is it,
remember,
high or
for
low?
example, the scene of Kevin Home Alone, the first movie, where they sing in the church. This children's chorus. This was beautiful, right?
It's high pitch,
today-
isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
this
it
is high pitch. Yeah,
some of that
this is
church
high
music
pitch.
It's all high pitch.
No. English or Gregorian chants or temple chants they're very. Hey, calm down, Tor. They're very, very low. They're very low.
Yeah, also in
They're
Russia,
very
they're
deeply
using
low
more
music.
manly.
They're very guttural
So-
and
so
they're
they
very, very
seem
low
to-
tone.
Yeah, I like the Gregorian.
Oh, so they're getting it from the Africans then? Ah.
Turks, not. Yeah, but I don't know about that. But back to ICB's point, it's the aesthetics ultimately must. The aesthetics ultimately come from. They must come from some genetic expression of a population that developed that aesthetics within a land.
Oh,
yes.
It must be the
But
Moors. It
I
must have
want
been
to
the
correct
Moors.
you on one thing, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
First,
The
you
Moors.
said yes. The first reaction is disgust.
It
Yes.
triggers disgust
But
sensitivity.
yeah, exactly. That triggers that. But I would say the long-term expression is damaging to your
Very
psyche and your spirit.
Very
And when I lived like 4 weeks in a city in Berlin because
Where
I was
did you live, man?
It's like a Dracula soundtrack.
in the middle Kreuzberg.
You lived
I
in
was
Kreuzberg, man.
yeah,
I was
with
sensitivity.
I was with a friend there, and we were driving to Dresden and all of this, but we always had to come back to this shithole. He's no longer living there, but I felt so depressed when I was surrounded by these modern architecture, and I think this is being done this modern art and everything modern architecture on
It's part of the
purpose.
deconstruction of
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. Yeah.
Correct.
It is
So
to
if you moved from
demoralize
Charlottenburg-
us.
If you went from Kreuzberg to Charlottenburg, you'd feel like you're back
Yeah.
in Germany again in Charlottenburg. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is
So,
the better, yeah. This is the richer.
Well, it's
parts of
Germanic.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yes.
yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, the first thing when you notice something different is disgust, but when you hear it all the time, it has deeper it changes you.
But you see what happens if you look at Vinnie Sullivan's last video. When you see what the left want to do by deconstruction art, deconstruction music, ultimately you get the erosion of all symbolism. Everything, you get graffiti, then you get buildings painted with graffiti, and it goes to its ultimate conclusion, which is anarchic aesthetic noise.
Exactly. They're already expressing what is in their mind, in their chaotic mind.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Or their political mind. It's deliberate.
Or
in the
their
case
political
of art.
mind, yes.
It's deliberate in the case of art, right? It's deliberate, right? They want to violate. They want to, piss on the big image of Christ, right? They want to do these things that are deliberately anti-Western patriarchy, right? But that disgust you feel, like Jupiter doesn't feel that disgust, but that disgust you feel is genetic at its heart, right?
But it's not always true.
It's not true or false, mate. It's just the way it is, right? It's just the state of nature.
But it's important that if you say, Ralph says, as somebody who believes in Jesus and God, Ralph says that this disgust has been given to you as a gift by God. Okay, I don't say that. I say that your disgust could be genetic.
Why did you say I said that?
Because you have to say that. You have no choice but to say that.
Why?
Because it was was it not intentional? Disgust was not intentional.
What do you mean?
So
the disgust is part of our biological wiring in our circuitry.
Right, but it was an intention for us to have disgust, wasn't it? If your God
as a defense mechanism against toxicity.
Right, so there's a purpose for it. Okay.
Correct. Defense. Yeah.
All right. So I say that disgust doesn't necessarily have a purpose, and it's not always right.
It has a purpose in all species.
Not always,
but it has a purpose. It's defense against.
So your disgust can mislead you. Can it not?
But the disgust is natural to protect us. We know this in all species to defend against toxicity.
Okay, that's a different concept.
It's the same
what I'm saying to you is it possible for you to be disgusted by something and then to later find out that you were wrong about that?
That could be possible, but that would be called an acquired taste, where you, for example, might not like sushi, and then you slowly change your circuitry to like sushi, right?
Right. So,
but you discuss firing at sushi
on a micro level, yeah, but there could be instances where it could be on a macro level. So, for instance, like for me myself, I used to be homophobic and I was disgusted by homosexuals, but I'm not no longer because I understand that I was wrong to have that disgust.
So what that happened there?
So you watch basically a lot of gay porn, and
but what you've done is you've conditioned yourself against what was a biological, and this is the nature nurture argument. You have a biological disgust. The biological expression against homophobia is wired into us. And then over time, you've conditioned yourself to say, "Oh, that's a bad moral judgment. I shouldn't hate homosexuals."
No, I don't believe
how
that's
do you feel
true.
if I showed you lots of violent gay porn? How would you feel?
I would feel the same way as I would feel about heterosexual violent porn.
How about non-violent gay porn? How about very romantic gay porn?
I don't really want to watch it, to be honest with you. I'm not really.
So I bet you anything, mate. As much as your moral and I understand you're liberal.
I don't want to watch it.
If I wired you up to a scan machine,
I wouldn't use the word disgusted. It's just something that I just don't want to watch.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if I wired you up to an ECG and measured your brainwaves, it would trigger the same disgust sensitivity as a food you didn't like and wanted to spit out. The same food you wanted to spit out would fire the same circuitry when you saw gay porn.
Fine,
I would say this is pure.
Yeah, but now you're reducing it down to a robotic reaction. It's not robotic, is it? We are human beings, and we have various different words to define what we're feeling about something. Now, you can't boil me down to what my neurons are firing on.
No, but what I'm trying to point out is
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's disgust anymore. It's just something that I don't want to watch.
You might choose a different label for it because you have a social connotation to label, but the formal literature on it would be say it's the disgust sensitivity ratio.
Would be you.
The same thing a doctor would be using to make you throw up. If you go to the hospital and the doctor wants to...
That's you trying to project onto me how you're feeling about it. That's not how I'm feeling about it.
But I think you're misunderstanding me. If you had something wrong with you and you went to the hospital and the doctor wanted to make you throw up, they would trigger what the medical literature would call your disgust sensitivity and force you to evacuate yourself.
Right.
That same circuitry...
I wouldn't feel like that if I was watching gay porn.
Okay, you wouldn't, but the test for that would be if we put you on a machine and see which part of your circuitry is overridden by your conscious mind.
But like I just explained to you, Ralph, you can't just boil people down to what neurons are firing. We
Why
have
not?
language, and we can use nuance in our language
But
to
I'm
talk
not saying
about how
just.
we are
I think you're false.
feeling about.
I think you're characterizing me as saying it is only your neurons. I'm not saying that. I'm saying your
But
biology
that's what we
is
were
your
talking
initial.
about. What else would you want to throw in there?
No, but what I'm saying is your biology is your initial point of the state of nature, and then your conscious mind is the
Right.
one that actually edits your biology, right?
You're saying that every single person is biologically wired to be disgusted by homophobia.
No, to be
And
disgusted by if they're homosexuals, no, they're wired to like it.
Exactly. So homosexuals are not disgusted by what they're doing, are they?
Correct. They're disgusted by heterosexual sex.
I don't think that's entirely true for every single.
I know my
haven't
neighbors
looked
are
into this,
lesbian
but-
couple. My neighbors are lesbian couple, and I talk to them a lot. And one of them just said, "Yeah,
and they're
guys, listen to
disgusted.
me."
They're disgusted by heterosexual sexual interaction.
Yeah, of course. I talk to her quite openly. She just got married.
Wow.
And
That's
she says I'm gay. So when single men hit on me, I find it disgusting.
Oh, that's different. I'm talking about when they see a public display of affection.
Well, the different levels of disgust sensitivity, but the correct way to think
Yeah,
about
exactly.
it is biological expression.
Dark Magician,
expression,
what
which
do you
can't
think
deny.
is the reason why most people would say, even though they wouldn't admit it probably now, but there's lots of experiments being done where you show a heterosexual, either female or male, more than even male, and you show them gay soft porn, and they were disgusted by it. They had the disgust part of the brain firing.
I haven't looked into that, so I don't know the.
So, Dark Magician, you like this? You like this?
What
Do you know how you
what
Can I just answer it? I'm
biological
going-
reason could
excuse
be
me,
for that,
excuse
or
me,
evolutionary
excuse me.
reason?
Can I talk for myself? Yeah. I am going to put my colours to the mast. So if you're worried about me trying to wriggle out of this, then let me finish. Okay. I don't know the reports that you're talking about and the studies you're talking about, but I feel that from the little that I do know, and it's very little, that it's a mixture of nature and nurture.
Everything is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that fair enough to say?
I'll tell you
Yes,
what,
I
everything
would
is,
say
and
so.
everything is, and there's almost nothing that is.
Please don't
Everything is-
tell me what I'm thinking and what I'm going to say, please.
Okay, forget that bit. But everything is a percentage of both, you know. But I'll tell you what. Here, you like this one, Dark Magician. If you want to troll the extreme far racist white rights movement, do you know what you do? Send them lots of interracial gay porn. There's nothing that triggers a white supremacist more than a white and a black guy fucking on video. It triggers
Well,
the homosexual
so
act
if you were to
and
say
the
them-
no, but it triggers sheer disgust.
Yeah, and it's something that they can't rationalize because it's largely subconscious.
It's exactly. So everything has a ratio between genetics and environment.
About it. A good few of them probably do.
But this is my point, right? This is what I'm getting to. I'm saying that there are subconscious desires, fears, whatever it is, that trigger in us, whether they be genetic or not, whether they're learned or whether they're wired. And it's for us to not just look away from them and just say, oh, I'm disgusted by that. I'm not going to, have any inquiry into that whatsoever. Inquire into it, because that is where your teacher lies. From a philosophical point of view, your teacher lies in what is the tension that you feel when you come across a particular subject, and that particular subject has a irrational subconscious sort of tension upon you. You need to spend some more time on that subject.
But is it irrational? You're just making a big statement there. Is it irrational?
I said whether it is or it isn't not. I said whatever it is.
Yeah, but may I respond a different way? So someone on the liberal left would say, let me paraphrase in simple English, that you'd want to understand the source of these feelings and deal with them by intelligent, rational discourse. The right would say the opposite. They would say you don't want to think about it and actually return to your true state of nature.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all. And as a philosopher yourself,
you want to basically
you
create
should
a new
project that
human
position.
being. Social engineering. This is what the left is all about.
We do it all
Social
time.
engineering. The
No.
dream of social engineering people to things that is unnatural. And I think that the natural instinct we have is according to God's laws, to logos.
Yes.
And
But
the
also,
more you get
even if
away
you're
with
an
this,
atheist,
kind of
even
a
if you're
very
atheist,
ridiculous statement.
even
to
if you're
make.
atheist, Mike Tyson summarized it well, right? So if you want to use the nature of the rational mind over the biological, Mike Tyson said it best. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. So suddenly your biochemistry kicks in, the adrenaline rush shoots into your brain in 1.2 seconds, and all that liberal understanding goes away, and you're going to run or fight. So the idea, though, that Dr. Mishishi made a good point, is do you want to overcome this in some transcendental analytical way? We in the right reject that. We say we want to embrace the state of nature.
You're telling me that psychoanalysis is purely on the left?
No, not at all.
Well, then, what on earth are you
I
talking
think
about?
psychoanalysis is redundant.
Yes,
right, in
post-structuralism is on the left, and I have my criticisms of post-structuralism. I am a traditionalist in my approach. I'm not completely and utterly left, and everybody on the left is not like that. And you've made this pretty clear in some of your graphs that you've shown, that people can sway from one position to the next, and they have many positions on many different
They're on a spectrum. Everyone's on a spectrum.
Yeah, and of course, and now you're saying that actually no, we should throw that out of the window and we should just stick with the position that we ultimately feel with.
Yeah,
No, I'm
there's
saying-
a
I'm
great
saying
example for that.
Seriously.
Ralph, can I
Doesn't
give
make
a great example for that?
Yeah, genau.
I think that and I know, in fact, over the not studies, there's another word when you have when you ask people a certain question. I think our positions of ethno-nationalists are the majority. Because when you ask white people if they want to become a minority in their own country, they would answer on a great majority, no, we don't want that. So now is the question why so many white people are voting left, even though it is against that interest that is the majority. It is by them not, for example, wanting to be bad. They want to be the good people, right? By demonizing others. So there's techniques. But when you ask them the normal question, yeah, they are in line with us, more or less, okay? But they don't want to have to be the bad guys, for example. So they are acting against their own interest, which is unnatural. We want them to go back into their natural state.
Yeah, well said. It takes conditioning to deracinate them.
Yeah.
Right? In simple English, yeah. But
You see, and this is what I disagree with: conditioning of the right or conditioning of the left. We should have personal choice.
yeah, but do you really have this illusion of choice? How much of this choice is yours and how much is given by your environment?
Yeah, and your personal choice does affect me, does affect the collective. This is what I hate so much about libertarians, these idiots.
Obviously.
They're selfish.
Obviously. And if the majority of those people's personal choice takes us in a direction that you don't like, it just means that you're not in the majority, you're actually in the minority.
Yeah, and that's the problem with democracy.
No, I'm talking
In a
about
nutshell.
All right, let me give you an example. If, and it's not the case actually in Britain, but if most people were to marry outside their race, which is not the case, Elron,
No.
most people marry within their own race. But if the majority decided to marry outside their race, then by popular consensus, that is what the majority want.
Yeah, look,
Yes, but
you're
Jutsa,
a minority.
How do they choose that?
Your personal views of race mixing is a minority. Most people don't want to have that. Should I be confronted with mixed race couples walking down the streets all the time, or playing their ads in TV? No. The majority should rule. The majority should
Yeah,
rule.
I don't know if I agree with Elron. I might disagree about the majority. should rule. I'm not democratic. I don't think the majority should rule. I think what the nation should rule.
Tell us we're all mad.
The nation should rule. The people of the nation are the sovereigns of the city.
Ralph,
and we are governed by consent.
Ralph would say we know best what is best for the majority.
People, people,
I think so too, by
decides
the
to
way.
marry is none of your business.
Like you, Elron. You haven't got a partner. You go on to channels that are full of people that you don't agree with. Nobody wants to live like that.
Why?
What?
Well, according to him, he wants to be around all his own people, yet he's on channels like this every day.
Yeah, but I'll tell you why. Because Elrond is practicing to, argue against the enemy Egypt in a foreign language. That's why he's here. He's practicing to. Could you do this in German on a German live stream? I think Elrond's doing great. I remember Elrond's English has improved dramatically because he wanted opposition.
Oh, yes.
He also goes on white nationalist channels. But he also likes to, if he comes to Velis or Raspecs or whatever, he's going to get adversarial conversations, which makes his English improve.
That's not the point I'm making.
Oh, sorry, James. Go on.
The point I'm making is that he look, as far as I'm concerned, from my point of view, he can go where he likes and talk to who he likes because it's individual choice.
Yes.
But here he is advocating to be in total control of people because he feels he's superior and he knows better. And that everyone should segregate, and that people want to be around their own kind.
No, I want someone better than me
in what he
to
preaches.
be in control.
Yeah, I don't think Jim. I mean, I know Elrond quite well. I don't think he's a supremacist.
He said he was earlier. Oh, he said he's trying.
I think he's for the best for his German
no,
people.
no. He's not a supremacist because he isn't living in a supremacist world. He's actually advocating for it.
But I know real supremacists, and Elrond isn't a supremacist. He wants to optimize what's best for his German and European family.
No, earlier on,
He doesn't want to colonize the Congolese.
He advocates. Earlier on, in his own words, he said he advocates for supremacy because that would be the kind of optimum world he would like to live in. Therefore, if given the chance, he would be a supremacist.
No, that's not right. That's not right, Jim. Really, he thinking your people are the best is not the same as supremacy. Supremacy is when you want to take over other people and do things to them. I don't, unless I misunderstand Elrond, my brother.
No, totally right. I was saying if I want the German people to have total control and everyone bowing down to what the German people
what they've always wanted.
In Germany.
The last two words, in Germany.
Yeah, exactly. So
not in
you can
Australia,
call me,
not in some other country.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with
I
the
would
English
call that
being- what's
German
wrong with-
advocacy, but most people would call that, when I go into detail, they would call it supremacy.
But that's just
All
the new
right, they can
program.
call it like this.
But
But
let's ask
I
someone,
think
if you
it's
ask
a,
someone else. Let's ask someone who's English. So, Wendy, would you like the English to have total hegemony in England for the English?
of course.
No, I'm curious what Wendy thinks because she's English. If she's still around, she might not be around anymore. Okay, but I think
how on earth do you even put that into legislation? You'd have to define who is English and who is not.
yeah, that's quite easy.
It's not.
Why?
You can't do it.
Because I understand your position, Ralph. Yeah, but it's not applicable. It cannot be done because it will be an affront. So even if let's say I agree with your position, and we're going to sit down, and I, as a legislator, somebody who knows how to draft legislation, knows how to read it, knows how to implement it, you would not be able to implement it using positive law. It would have to be a dictatorship.
Okay, so can we discuss that in detail? So can we first separate two things? If to legislation, can we separate the objective from the tactics to achieve that?
No, you can't, because
Why not?
positive law is objective.
Okay, so let's say, for example, I had a majority tomorrow. Let's say our party came into power, or we used entryism and took over the Conservative Party, and we had an absolute majority, and we were just nationalists. So what couldn't I do? Let's say I started immediately by revoking citizenship, by changing the law and voting the law through the House of Commons with an absolute majority.
Because when you get down to the point where you say who is British, who is English, and who is not, you can't do that using any real objectivity.
What does that mean? I can give you a DNA
It would
test.
be, but it would be based upon your own opinion.
No, I can do it based on genetics.
Well, right now they are putting their opinion of who can be British on us.
No, very curious why dark magician. Let's make it very simple for the audience. We have an absolute power in the House of Commons tomorrow. If you're talking about legislative law, and I say immediately, I'm going to look at all 66 million UK citizens, and I'm going to classify them whether they're native or not. Now,
How do you determine what defines native or not?
There's two ways we do it in the nationalist movement. One is simple. One is a genetic test. The second one is anyone who is not of generation T-3 in 1958. Both of those tests will call the population to Brits and non-Brits. So there will be a few exceptions. Let's be very clear. I'll be open. There'll be 4 or 5% might be exceptional. So, for example, a French guy who has moved here 200 years ago will make the cut. But 90% of what we want to be removed will be removed. So why can't I do that by law?
Because you need to show the objectivity of the positive law that you're going to enact.
What does that mean? Here's the law in simple English. I have 450 seats in the House of Commons, so I'm going to walk everything straight through law, right? No objection. And my law says everyone must using their citizenship number. We know from the ethnicity and citizenship numbers, and the ones who. Bear with me a second.
You just interrupted me.
I haven't finished. That's why I haven't finished what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is I pass the law in there and I say, okay, here's a set. Set A is going to be the obvious set we don't check. Here are the people we think are non-native. We know them from the ONS data. I'm going to say these people are subject to some rescinding of their citizenship, followed by a repatriation plan. Why can't I pass that with a majority?
Because what you're doing there, that technically, so this is something that jurists talk about all the time, and they say that we live in a democratic dictatorship, but it's never actually applied. So, for instance, you have a commanding majority. The Tory party has a commanding majority in the House of Commons right now, but they dare not put certain laws through that they would like to do because there would be a revolution tomorrow, and that is a famous.
Okay, so you're saying your argument against it is that if I pass these laws,
let me finish. So the point is you could pass any law tomorrow. That does not make it justified or objective.
No, but it makes a legal policy for the executive.
I'm talking about the actual policy itself. No, you could get it through. Don't get me wrong. You could get anything through, whether it be
okay, but that's just a red herring. Let's say I get this
or a bad piece of law. Okay, it doesn't matter. What matters is the actual substance of the law that
you're repeating it. But with the deepest respect, you're repeating it, but not addressing my question.
No, I am. Where would it come from? Where would this?
So let me give you the scenario. The nationalists take power. Let me give you the scenario. The nationalists take power. We lay down positive law, and the executive branch is operating from the judiciary, from our House of Commons, and we take this law and it's enshrined as positive law. And we say this is what's going to happen. We're going to repatriate people. The only thing I've heard you say that counters that is the people will revolt.
No, you didn't give me a chance to finish, and let me just. I will take my time, and you're going to have to listen. Okay. Every time I come on these panels and you're here, you moan and cry about people interrupting you.
Okay, go ahead. Don't worry.
You say that people are uncivilized and not. I want to make this point to you, and this is directed to you in particular. Okay. You need to take a piece of your own medicine.
Sure. Okay. Can we move on with the point?
To what I'm about to say.
Can you do a favor? Can you give me a signal when you've finished?
The first point.
Can you give me a signal when you finish, though? I won't interrupt you.
I'm going.
Thank you. Brilliant.
The first point that I made to you, okay, is that you could pass any piece of law tomorrow if you wanted to. I'm talking about the substance of the law, okay? You're as I gather from what I've learned from you, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Your piece of law that you're talking about, this ethno-nationalism, it is centered upon this idea of your genetics that you're talking about. And as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know, this is not the main consensus in the scientific community, okay? And they don't follow what you're saying. And so you would not be able to have the backing of most of these people. So it wouldn't be justified in that sense. Is that not a fair criticism of your supposed policy that you would like to put forward?
Okay, so are you done? So
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So, no, I'll tell you why not. Because let's say if this criteria for genetic inclusion, whether you like it or not, whether the scientific community likes it or not, is a secondary issue to whether we have political power and we pass it. So we politically power and we pass it. It's irrelevant whether it's legitimate or not. We have passed it. So I still don't understand why I can't execute it once I pass it.
Are you finished? No, that's not how law is passed. there has to be some legitimacy to it, and it has to be objective, it has to be justified, and it has to have some kind of expert backing behind it. Law will always be that way, and that's why it passes through when a piece of legislation is made. So for instance, if we're talking about your piece of legislation, for instance, it would be I wouldn't say avant-garde, but it would be probably the newest piece of legislation to have this type of outcome that you're going to start categorizing people into an ethnicity, a race, and therefore you're going to have a certain right in this country based on this legislation. You're not going to have the same right as that. That would be unheard of in this country. I can't remember a piece of legislation like that for a long, long time, if ever. Okay, so it would be a very extraordinary piece of information, legislation, and you would have to have serious justifications for it.
Okay, so let me correct you.
So where are these justifications?
So let me correct it for the audience listening. That's not how bills become law. What happens is they have to have a first and second reading in the House of Commons. Then they must go to the
Please don't tell me how it works.
I'm sorry, I thought we were doing the non-interrupting game. So how a bill becomes law is quite easy. Let me actually put a nice diagram in the side chat, in the chat for everyone in the audience, because that's not quite right. This is because my software tracks all the Hansard data, all bills. So when a House of Parliament, where you commit law, however crazy that law is, like for example, we might want to kill all poodles. The law might be absurd, but it must go through a first and second reading in House of Commons, stage 1. It must go through committee stage and report stage. There's a third reading before it's escalated to the House of Lords. The content of that is irrelevant if the House of Commons pass it. So again, you have not managed to
skip past the committee stage.
Correct. So the committee stage is again, the committee stage would be elected by our MP. So if I had a majority, I'd flood all the committees. I'd limit all the committee stage. All they can do is do an amend on the reading, but I'd flood all the committees with my people.
They discuss the justification and the objectivity of it, and it even gets put out to. So, for instance, if this piece of legislation, it was something to do with that would affect. Let's say it was religious. No, say it was going to affect a religious community. Okay, it would be the committee. People from those religious communities would be asked to come in and talk about it and how it would affect. And there would be, certain people would be employed from that community to come in and give not just their opinion, but to be like an advisor on that.
But then you would know that the advisors, all they can do is make comments, and it's only the MPs who can amend the bill. So we can listen to all the community. But remember, if you have political power, that would mean the will of the people has elected ex-MPs to do so.
So
we'd ignore, we'd listen to everyone, to hear me out, we'd listen to everyone who comes into the committees, the MPs would take it, and they'd make no draft revisions and carry on the bill.
Yeah, so you're making my point. You're not interested in how this will affect the community or the society. You're not interested in the legitimacy of the piece of legislation. You're not interested in expert opinion. You're only interested in getting it through. That's dangerous lawmaking.
Let me get one thing straight to you. I don't care what black, brown, Muslim people think. I don't fucking care. Okay? And if a law or any other structure or anything is against what I want for my people, the best thing I want for my people, it has to be erased. Okay, I don't care if it's a law.
That's a fair point, but I think that point is already subsumed in the fact that we have expressed that will of the nation by having a nationalist government with a supermajority. So we've already got the legitimacy of the people, otherwise we wouldn't have the MPs. What I don't understand is I haven't heard a single technical objection as to why I can't do this.
I just gave
it. And the other thing he was claiming is that the scientist doesn't agree with us.
But let's
you can tell where someone comes from. They definitely do. Okay, so it is objective. It is more objective than what we have today, where they say everyone can be Britain. Well, it doesn't show on the fucking 23andMe test. Is that objective?
We can still win the argument.
Aaron, why are you so upset?
No, he's not upset. He's
because Jupiter was shouting into my speech.
Yeah, but that's all right. But Elron, it doesn't matter whether he accepts the genetic argument or not. We can still, he still hasn't given me a reason why I can't take the bill through.
You are Hitler. For fuck's sake, mate. You're on here. I
did give you a reason, Ralph. Come on, be honest, Ralph. I did give you a very good reason.
I've had enough of this fucking bullshit. We got a German here.
Cry. If you can take it, leave.
People then.
Leave.
Hold on.
Leave.
This is Britain. We're British.
Go to another country, Jupiter.
Go to Germany. Go on.
You globalists, move to another country.
Jupiter, you don't need to escalate. There's no need to escalate. Dark Magician, you still haven't given me anything other than the only legit reason is
and I just ruined your whole argument by showing you that all you want to do is pass the. You want to get a majority and pass it through. You don't care about the legitimacy of it.
Yeah, but why does that stop it? Yes, I agree with you. But why does that stop it?
You don't care about the committee stage.
Yeah, but I agree with you.
Your perfect argument is. We're going to get a majority. The majority of the British people want it anyway, and we're just going to push it through.
Yeah, but you haven't given me an argument against. You just said you want to do.
My goodness,
you're saying you want to do what you want to do.
All right, I'm sorry. I can't have a rational discussion with someone who is just going to take all the arguments that I've just given to you and just say there's nothing to see here. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense.
I'm looking at the Hansard bill. I'm looking at the Hansard bill process of transforming a bill through Parliament. I have it open on my screen. I'm still not hearing a logical argument by you other than you just want to do. Hang on, you just want to do what you want to do. You want to do it anyway. You don't care what the community.
That's exactly what you said. You said that we would get a majority and we would just pass it through.
But I'm agreeing with you, Dark Magician. I'm still waiting for the reason why you would stop me.
I just said to you, it would be a very particular, extraordinary piece of legislation.
Thank you. It would be groundbreaking legislation, like the Equal Opportunity Act.
You would need to have serious justification. No, this is not. This is completely
how about preventing us becoming a minority? Is that a legit reason?
We would have already won that war. The ballot
order. One at a time.
But we would have already have won that a priori argument in the people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the majority, Dark Magician.
Of course, you potentially could have that part of the argument there. But I'm talking about the substance of the legislation. The legislation that you're talking about and how you want to enact it. Okay, you're talking about segregating people and people having right. Yeah. You're talking about people being able to say, "I am English. You're not, therefore I have more rights than you in this country."
No, not more rights. I'm removing your citizenship, so you won't have less rights. You will no longer have any rights.
Same thing. That is correct. Because if you're not a citizen, you will not have the same rights.
Correct. You will be removed by rights. So, for example, let me give an example. Let's make it really real. Sadiq Khan would lose citizenship.
It's not objective.
What does objective mean?
Because it has to apply to everybody equally. Law should apply to everybody equally.
No, that's what are you talking about?
There can't be a law for everybody because I can never. If I am in Japan, I am not Japanese. Okay, do you get that now?
No, but you're arguing philosophy with him. Hang on, I want to argue the practicals of law with him. I want to argue the politics of law. If I have made a party and I've claimed that I want to be elected with the explicit policy of repatriation, and I had 500 seats voted in because the people have told me they agreed with me, so I have political legitimacy. You're now giving me a single reason.
But wait, no. Let me get that straight.
Technically, you would be able to do that. But why doesn't that kind of thing happen in this country?
Because we're moving. Because politically, we're trying to catch up to Europe.
I'm talking about through history. Why has those tyrannical kinds of ideas not taken place?
What about the poll tax? What are you talking about? Lots of tyrannical ideas have been put through this parliament, even in our lifetime.
I'm talking about the kind of legislation that you want to do, where people will be segregated into citizens and non-citizens.
Yes.
Show me a piece of legislation in British history, apart from moving away from that, giving rights to people who didn't own that.
Oh, you're right.
Move away from those ideas.
No, but you're
We're
right.
moving away from those ideas.
No, you're right. But that's the political battle of our life, isn't it?
Of course, look, I'm not saying to you that it's not possible. That's not what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I've said that from the outset.
With the deepest respect, Doc. I like your mind and stuff.
Look, the great liberators of World War II that freed us from fascism and Nazism, right? they themselves said to the German people in Poland and some other countries, you're not longer Polish citizens.
Correct.
You have to move out.
Yeah.
So this
United
was
States
the
did it
great
for Indians,
successes.
the United States did it for
Yeah,
Indians.
When somebody
exactly.
says to me,
They're
when somebody says to me, the great emancipators from Nazi,
yeah, the heroes, right?
I
They are
think that-
heroes
that's a-
of
I think
World
that-
War
that's
II.
a- that's a-
These
that's a
heroes
romantic view of
that saved
actually
the
what was
world
going
from
on.
evil
That's not-
fascism.
Come on, seriously, is that really what happened? No,
Yes,
that
is it.
if anybody studies, World War II, they'll know that it wasn't about freeing people from fascism. It was about looking after what was your own, and Britain did not want to share that with Hitler. It wasn't about Hitler's, like, that was the propaganda. We stand alone against Hitler. But at the end of the day, we had no other choice than that. If we were connected to the mainland, Hitler would have won.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the German people getting stripped their citizenship, okay, away from them. And millions of Germans moved
The Germans
to.
are responsible for their own fuck ups. I'm sorry,
Yeah, so
you've come out of it
you
quite
you
well.
wanted an example
large political
where
narrative in
this
our
has happened in European history. Okay, I gave you one. The other thing is you're talking all the time about objectivity. Okay, objectivity. Is it more objective if I say to a Somali guy that he can be German, or is it more objective to say you can never be German?
So I mean, but again, that's a political thing. But what I think Doc at least has conceded, which is respect to him, conceded that if there was the political power and legitimized, there's nothing legally.
There's people backstage.
There's nothing legally stopping us executing a nationalist position, right?
I said that from the outset. I said if you had a majority, you could put. So, like you said, you pulled up an argument that's given to junior lawyers when they're learning philosophy. That would it be right to be able to put through a piece of legislation where all puppies must be killed tomorrow on Wednesday at 12 o'clock? Yeah. So of course, that is one of the failures of our system that's set up. It's not perfect. It's not always going to have the best outcomes. And if you want to, and you seem to feel that you have the political will to do this, what I'm arguing with you, is the detail of what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
how you put that into legislation.
But
I don't think that it's.
So if you agree, so that's a better way to move the conversation. If we agree that we had the political way and a majority, and we can move it through, and you can see that point, then the question would be, what would the detail?
Tomorrow I could say.
I know you keep repeating that.
All Ralphs.
Allow me to finish.
I know we can. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, but you're using reductio absurdum. I'm not doing that. So let's say, for example, we had such a process that can walk it through, and we had the political will and the power. Then the only technicalities belong: who is in the set of people who remain and go, and then what's the execution of the policy to remove them? That seems to be the only thing you're worried about in terms of what you call.
I'm worried about the idea of segregating people into ethnicities and saying, like, based on that, it's fine to do that on a philosophical and social sense, but to do it in a law sense, it's not right, and that's not what law is for.
What do you mean by right? Do you mean on moral, or what do you mean by right when you say the word right?
Law has got nothing to do with morality.
Yeah, but so when you use the word right, what do you mean it's not right? What do you mean when you use the word right?
Because it's not objective. From a law point of view, it's not going to work.
You've not given me a single reason.
I don't understand his law.
You're not giving me a single reason.
Let's take Israel for instance. Yeah, Israel is an apartheid state. That's what you're trying to create, is an ethno-apartheid state.
Yeah, 150 of the 200 countries.
That leads to people's oppression. It leads to the dehumanization of people. And when you dehumanize people, let me finish what I'm saying. When you dehumanize people, that is a pretext to murder.
Well, that's quite hysterical, but we don't. Let's say
explicitly. It's absolutely not. We know through history that that's true.
Allow me as well, like I allowed you. Explicitly, we're not trying to murder anyone. Our position would be to remove them by the minimum necessary non-lethal use of force and remove them.
For some people, that will mean death.
If they want to resist the law, for example, like if you wanted to go and do death by suicide, then so be it. That would be on them.
Yeah, like for instance, you could be sending people back to a country where they would be killed, and they don't have They don't have.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
So wait. So if I
my
send
God.
the Ethiopians back, right, and they get killed there, then the logic must be, according to your moral high ground standards, right, that we should take in all the Somalis because any Somalians is under attack there and can
No.
be killed, right?
No, that's not true. What Ralph is saying specifically is that there could be children that are born in this country. Okay, yeah, they don't have any links to anyone elsewhere. Yeah, and that it would transpire that those people were sent back to a country. They have no family there. They have no links to that country.
What,
and
are they orphans?
they could be killed.
Are they orphans?
Could.
What if they're
This is all hypotheticals, okay?
But what I'm
They're
saying,
not hypotheticals. They actually
Yes.
happen. There's
hang on.
actually been
That's
cases of that.
hypothetical. Are these people orphans?
They could, I'm asking you to use your imagination here. Yeah, we're talking about, and you yourself just admitted that it could happen, and you agreed to it.
Correct. Yes. And
Even
my
if
next
this
question,
was-
but my next question, hang on, everyone. My next question, and so what?
Yeah.
It triggers but it triggers a
that's
moral
the difference.
question for you, Dark Magician, but it doesn't.
Between me and you.
Yeah,
That's-
absolutely. But again, you haven't ruined my scenario still.
Yeah.
All you've said
You
is
will
that
take an innocent life, and
Yes.
you will kill it to get your political ends.
if necessary,
You are a fascist. That's what
I'm
you
not a
are.
fascist.
You are.
There's
You are
no
a-
wait, Ralph. There's no government out there saying if you send us our people back, we will kill them. There's no government there.
And anyway, this is now getting to a hysterical conclusion. But you were doing quite well before, Doc. So again, if I said that we were going to humanely remove the
We
people,
make contracts to
ways, it's not overnight. There's no jackboots. And we systemically do this, and we have the political will to do so.
Go away.
I haven't heard a single reason from Doc as to why I can't do that, other than his sound. And I would concede this to Doc. He has a moral objection.
It's just hilarious. Like I
It might be
literally
hilarious
gave
to
you
you,
a moral
and it might
argument,
have-
and you just
No, I'm
Look,
not.
millions
I'm willing
of
to
those
engage your moral
people-
argument, but I'm willing to engage your moral argument once you concede it's only a moral argument post hoc to the act being done.
It's also a legal argument because
The fact of the matter is, Ralph, no one would go along with it because the major consensus in this country would not back you up. So you could put it into law if you got the majority in Parliament, but you would never get the majority of the country. And two,
The only way we would do that,
And Ralph
is-
and me
the
also
only
would
way we
argue.
do that- The only way we do that is we've already
when
won the moral
when you so much care about not genociding anyone, okay, multiculturalist societies are destined for civil war, race war, and clash of civilization. Our position is the moral high ground, not yours. You're creating chaos. We want to solve the chaos.
But everyone, to be fair, there's a second stage of this argument that Doc has to now justify. Now that we've shown that we can do this legally, now the next question is, and Dark Magician has a legitimate point, whether this is moral or not. Given that we have already won the moral argument politically, otherwise we wouldn't have had the majority. Now there's a pure moral argument, whether it's right to
won
remove.
the moral argument politically.
No, if you hadn't won it, we wouldn't have had
Because
it.
you're using tyrannical dictatorship to push it, to push.
No,
things.
I didn't. No, Dark
Yeah,
Magician.
you are. You're saying.
No, but remember,
we're
I said
going
the
to take
premise of
public
this
opinion,
scenario.
We're going to push
You
through.
want to use the
You're jumping all of the map, Doc.
Obliterate.
You're jumping all of the map here.
You're going to completely obliterate centuries of justification of
But
law.
whatever. That's just.
With one piece of legislation.
No, but that's just rhetoric. Remember, if we didn't have the moral justification, we wouldn't have the majority, and the scenario is moot. If we had won this in the nation, if it only without winning the nation, this scenario is moot. We would not have the MPs. But given we won the MPs and therefore the majority of the people in the country, otherwise we wouldn't have the MPs, right? You still have a legitimate argument. You still have a legitimate argument. No. This is a hypothetical scenario. You still have a legitimate argument that you would have to.
The hypotheticalness of your argument is that you're trying to say that you're close to being able to push through these kinds of legislations.
I didn't say
You're
that.
nowhere near any of that.
But that's a separate. Now you're deflecting.
Racist, fascist.
They can't even get a part.
Hang on. Now you're talking about. I'm just trying to control this lawyer and put him in.
Boris Johnson, has been doing some crazy stuff while he's been in power at the moment. Okay, yeah, he's like, there's been huge amounts of evidence that should really be used to remove him from office for the things that he's done. But he would never dream of getting into bed with people like you.
No, but you know that Boris Johnson is, do you know that Boris Johnson is fighting a civil war in the Conservative Party, which at least 40 to 50 MPs agree
They're
with that.
always fighting a civil war.
No, but here, hang on, allow me to. You're making very hyperbolic
politics, isn't it?
Allow me to just take time. So you're making very hyperbolic claims about woulda, coulda, and we're not. We first talked about an imaginary scenario. We talked about an imaginary scenario, which was post having won the battle at the electoral battle.
No, Ralph, come on.
Prior to this,
having to remind you of this, yeah? You have not won anything. Brexit won, yeah? The people wanted.
We've only just started.
That's absolutely fine. There are people in my own camp. There are people in my own camp, yeah, leftists, Marxists, who were vehemently for Brexit. Okay, so that is why Brexit won, because there is a whole mixture, a broad church of people who wanted Brexit to happen. That's perfectly fine. I accept that. I don't care about the legality of it and all that sort of thing. Let's just get on with it. Yeah, fine. But don't you think for 1 second that it's given you and your corner any legitimacy whatsoever? Because it has not.
I tell you about. I tell you about.
Hang on one second. Dark Magician, that's your opinion, and that's fine. But let me put this. Our
tell me then. I'll be willing to change my opinion.
May I? Like you had about 7 sentences. So what I'm saying is, our objective in the next 4.5 years to 2025 is to sway enough public opinion to be pro that position. We might lose that game. We might lose that war. It might take 5-10 years, but that's our stated objective.
Oh, fine, absolutely. You've got.
All right. Let me go on a longer rant here. Okay. Let us time travel back where this all started. Okay. Dark Magician has argued that. You don't care about how that feels for others, for the community there, Okay, let me remind you, we were never asked how we feel about the change that was being done against the majority. Every poll I've ever seen asking the question for migration was on our side. So we were never asked in the first place, okay? So let's get that straight.
Where's your Brexit? Where's Brexit?
The second thing is you're talking about objectivity, where there's no objectivity in the law. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking also about the law is now about citizenship, right? In Germany, not long ago, a German could only be a German when they prove they have ancestry to 1914,
Ralph,
to the year 1914. Okay, they changed that law. And then another thing, you're talking about revolution will follow that. Okay, let me invite you.
What are you talking about?
Angela Merkel doesn't even change the fucking law, okay? And she let in 2 million of people that you claim when they move back, for example, of the same people moving back, they get killed. Okay, now 2 million new people coming in. All right, you have the same people. You have also Somalis coming in here, and they are now confronted with Afghani people, Syrian people. So why are they not slaughtered here? Is it because we have this best system in the world that they are not slaughtered? Are you saying we have a white supremacist culture here that is superior and nothing can harm that system? It will ever be there. There's nothing that can harm that. But I want to tell you like this. If 2 million people can come into Germany and there's no fucking revolution, sending these illegals back, wouldn't call a revolution either. Exactly.
Okay. Was that a rant towards me, or was that just like rhetorical to everybody?
No, I was repeating your points, answering your points, and now you can address them.
Honestly, I just listened to what you said, and you've honestly misunderstood any of my positions.
And you interrupted me several times as well as
Let's keep the personal shit out and stay on point. Both of you are grown-ups. Come on, man. So yeah. So the point again is a dark magician opposes us morally first and then politically, correct?
No, by law.
The law, I have seen no reason. You haven't given me a legitimate reason for law, but you do. Okay, forget that for a second. Would you agree that you oppose us morally? Is that right?
I don't know about that because I'm not really interested in morals, and I'm more interested in ethics, to be honest with you, because ethics is interested in, the application of something, So I wouldn't say ethics is part of law. Again, I'm on Hart's side in this argument. I'm a positivist. I believe that the law should not be contingent upon morals, but they're obviously, when you're formulating any kind of public policy, morals, ethics have to be in the crucible, and they have to be part of the elements of what you're going to talk about. But ultimately, because opinion is ultimately about your subjective opinion, then you have to be very careful about that, because who gets to be the final arbiter?
But I believe that ultimately the only arbiter of expression is power, and because we live in a democratic system, and we don't allow me. We live in a democratic system, and none of us in the movement want to usurp and replace the democracy with something else. What we want to do is execute democratic nationalism. So we will be using democratic and legal means to execute. The only way we can do so is winning enough seats in Parliament. And the only way you win the seats in Parliament is by changing people's opinions.
I understand your direction. I understand your objectivity, the object that you're trying to come about. I understand that. Of course, I get that. What I'm saying to you is you're being extremely naive. Yeah, but I don't actually think you are being naive. I think this is part of your agenda.
Okay, can I tell you something that might change? Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
Go on.
I think I'm going to be gracious here. I'm not going to accuse you or anything, even though I do think this is an agenda.
It's just a waste of time.
I'm going to say you're being naive. You're thinking that you're doing a good to society, and you're not. That if you were to enact that law tomorrow, my main argument to you is that it would cause more harm than good, and it would be out of your control. Ultimately, because you would create a law like this, you would have it hanging on the wall, and it would be misused by people who are far more devious and want a far more ruthless agenda than you do. And that's what you have to be careful about when you're legislating, is that it can go beyond you and beyond your ultimate intention. People will come after you and use what you have to make their own agendas, and so on until the end of the world.
I understand those arguments. I've heard them before from people like Banks. So let's break out your arguments into 2-3 little things. You're saying, first of all, you said that this would violate a care harm principle, would do more harm than good. My rebuttal to that would be to whom? Because if we had electoral support from the people, allow me, everyone is not English. But if we had already got this so-called alleged majority or a sufficient majority to broker parliament, to do so, we would have already had the will of the people who were not English. So these people voting for us would not be caring about these so many million Muslims, blacks, or browns, or whatever you want to remove.
That's not how democracy works,
would you allow? The second part, of course, is you're saying, this is what's called the overrun argument. Frequently, like what Banksy, someone will coin as, those who start revolutions don't finish them. And this is a post facto type of argument that says, once you put these people in, the natural case for these people is to implement some authoritarian anti-democratic state. That's the matter. So let me rebuke those two by saying, first of all, those arguments fall away because all our arguments are contingent of having already won the hearts and minds of the people. If Veli was around, I would show you a screen, but Elron can testify. So if you look at the political rise of the right in the last 20 years, since post-World War II, no right-wing party ever gained 2% until mass migration started in the 90s. Since 1994, 1999, all right-wing support for people sharing our exact policies have moved to 25-30% across Europe, but not Britain for the last 5 years because of Brexit. Now that Brexit is open and we are no longer have to comply to the European Court of Justice as our highest court, we have an open field for us to break away or splinter the right wing of the Conservative Party. And there's nothing that's not happening in Europe that says it cannot be repeated. The AFD, the ST can be repeated in England.
I can give you an example of why you're wrong. Okay, Brexit. Okay, so I admit that Brexit happened. Yeah, I campaigned for Brexit not to happen. I put forward some good arguments. People put forward their arguments. And it was shown that the Leave campaign acted illegally, and there was like skullduggery on both sides, actually. Yeah. And this has been a huge issue that has split the country down the middle.
Polarized society.
Yeah. But with a Rizla paper between the electorate, the Brexit won. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I believe in democracy, and so if that's the will of the people, let it go ahead. But you're going to see now that it's going to be extremely detrimental for society, for people's businesses, for their lives, for society in many different ways. It's going to be very hard for us.
Yes.
Okay, and people are starting to see that already. And I'm saying the same argument for your piece of legislation if we hypothetically were to say that it was to be put in place tomorrow. Okay, yeah, you feel that you can't see beyond your own agenda.
Why?
Okay? And that because you only want to see it put in place. You don't care about what's going to happen afterwards.
No, I'm telling you, I'm being explicit about saying I don't care about the feelings and the moral implications of people who are not from Britain.
As a legislator, you have to do that because you're saying don't talk about the hearts and minds of the people then.
No, but remember, you keep going into the circular logic loop because if we hadn't won the hearts and minds of people, we wouldn't have had the seats.
So don't talk about people's wants and needs and feelings then.
No, but we want to talk about the hearts and minds and feelings of the British people.
Yeah, the hearts and minds of the British people can be easily galvanized to go one way or another.
That's exactly what we're counting on. Our propaganda is directly focused.
So you haven't got your eye on what would come after it. You only want the agenda to happen.
Why do you haven't asked me what I want? Hang on, you haven't asked me what I want after it. You just assume because I haven't said it that I don't think.
I've listened to you, and we've spoke about this many times. I know what you want. You want an ethno state in the UK.
Yes.
And that will come with a collateral damage for people.
Yes, but not the people we care about.
But to you, the ends justifies the means. It's like I was talking to you the other day about this, and I was saying to you, do you think that you're going to be able to stand before Jesus, and he's going to say to you, okay, Ralph, so here we have you.
It will be good for white people. That's all that matters.
I just want to finish what I'm saying. So you're standing before Jesus, okay? Yeah, he's got the book of life open in front of you, yeah, and he's got the fiery lake of sulfur burning. Lake of fire, okay, and he's going to weigh up whether he's going to write your name in that book or not, and he's going to say to you, Ralph, so here we have you multiple times, yeah, using fear, intolerance, and hatred to get a political end. Now you said to me, I'm not involved. I don't care what's moral and what isn't.
No, I never said that. Don't say that.
You did. You said something along those lines, and I said
I didn't say that. No, you said
what's moral to you is not moral.
So would you like answers to these questions? Throwing a
I'm
lot of
asking
points.
you, what do you think Jesus will say to you?
Okay, right. So I believe everything I do because I am a Christian. I believe my morality informs my metaphysical world view. So you're an atheist, so you don't believe in the metaphysical. I accept the metaphysical.
I do believe in the metaphysical.
Okay, you do. All right, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So my point is, when I face the Lord on my judgment day, I will have to answer to Him whether I have done the best possible thing for the Lord.
And I'll give you an example.
I believe. So I'll tell you why. Let me tell you what the Christian justification or my moral justification is.
Okay.
I believe that the best world or all worlds would be organized for the optimization of all subspecies or races or ethnicities, and the best way to achieve that is by separation to live in peace and harmony apart from each other.
Amen.
And that is a moral argument. I don't want this thing for the English that I don't want for the Sudanese. I want the same for the Sudanese. If I was in the Sudan and the English people were coming into the Sudan, I would campaign for the Sudanese people
I'm not questioning the lucidity of your plan. Okay, it's lucid. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is that it's short-sighted.
Why?
That's what it is.
Well,
Okay.
do you think my relationship with the Lord is something that I need to worry about from an atheist telling me?
Yeah.
I mean, I get up every morning and I pray. And I pray. I get up every morning and I pray. And
as
when
an
I go to bed, I
atheist,
pray at night.
a Christian.
Do you think I need
with
to
God.
worry about moral
Unbelievable.
guidance? Do I need moral guidance from a non-Christian
I'm
when
not
I
giving
get
you moral
up and pray?
guidance. I'm not
When I
giving
get
you
up and
moral
pray to my Lord every morning and I pray before I
I'm
sleep.
perhaps putting a question to you that you've not wanted to ask of yourself because you are afraid of what's going to happen to you when you stand before Jesus at the day of judgment.
Well, you're telling a man who prays every day of his life in the morning and goes to sleep praying whether I am questioning my morality to the Lord?
Absolutely, 100%, 100%.
Well, obviously, if I believed what I was doing, if I believed what I was doing was not moral, I would
You're
stop
completely at ease with the morality of what you're doing.
Correct. Not just that, I believe it is a moral imperative to do
So when you say to me that you're going to use fear, hatred.
No, that's what you're saying.
No. You agreed to this last time, and
You are using fear and hatred.
How am I using fear and hatred, Elrin?
Yeah, you're saying if we got into power, you're fearing other people. Don't vote for these guys because they're into genocide.
Yes.
Yeah, that is exactly what you're fucking into.
Yeah, this is using fear. We don't want genocide. But what I can tell you. Wait, sorry, I'm eating right now. No, you were blabbling around for 5 minutes. Okay, now it's my turn. So. First of all, you're accusing other and Jupiter. You have to. As soon as I started, you interrupting. Shut the fuck up.
He hasn't said anything.
German.
Yeah, make your own point after me, okay? So you're accusing others of what yourself are into, using fear. Yes, if you are in power and wanting to. Follow what you're believing in, then this will cause tremendous suffering, okay? Let me tell you this. The thousands of girls that being raped by Pakistani Muslims, okay, and other Pakistanis, they will benefit from this. They don't have to suffer anymore, okay? Dark Magician. If you look at fucking history, every nation that tried multiculturalism, you will find out that genocide, race war, and religious wars happen. You're not the moral high ground. You cannot morally blackmail white people any longer. You're an anti-white racist, okay?
What are you talking
yes,
about?
And stop the moral virtue signaling. You're a hedonist.
I love getting called.
It's actually not just moral virtue signaling because liberals and people on the left don't fire in-group preference.
What virtual signals have I fired
nothing to do with virtue signaling. It's not in my best.
Every decision has to be, as long as one person being harmed by a law, it can't be, because you have to think about all people. Look, laws are always hurting other people. Every fucking law hurts other people, okay? Don't you get that?
Why am I not allowed to have that? Why is that not a valid opinion?
You're gonna fucking stop.
I'm not out there, right. I'm not out there on marches on left marches telling people that I have the moral high ground. I've said quite clearly here today that I understand your arguments and I take them on board. And if they were to be put into law, what could we do about that? The system is not perfect. I don't.
Thank you for continuing the talk. That has integrity when you say that.
How many more times do I have to say this to you fucking idiots? Yeah, just because I say I'm on the left.
There's no need for that.
Yeah, but look, I'm getting upset when you're trying to constantly come on here and tell me what I'm thinking, what I'm saying. I am very clear about what I say. Every time I come on these panels, I'm very clear about what I say, and I make sure that
but you get very caught up in yourself, Doug. You don't need to. You do very well when you don't get in the personal. My point is, it seems like it's boiled down to you disagree with us ethically, or you disagree with us ethically or morally is the bottom line, right?
I think if I was going to boil it down to an argument, I'd say ethically, I'm saying, because it's more to do with the application. Okay, you want to come in with this mad piece of legislation, and you want to, it's going to cut through the fabric of society, and it's going to years and years of diversity and equality, and then you will basically
roll them back.
Yourself, you admit how
correct. You want to roll. You're right, Doug. You're right. You're actually just repeating what we said. Absolutely, we want to reverse diversity, and we want to roll back lots of liberal equality.
But
we believe we're doing so because of morality.
You are always you don't get that. They started it, okay? They completely changed our country. Completely. They're the most extremist people in the world, okay? By bringing in this is
talking about.
Never in human history has something like this, what we experience in the West, happened. And you call us extremists or our views being crazy or something like this.
I said you're an extremist?
The people who are for multiracialism in a small country, okay? Putting everyone together, all the different cultures together. These people are crazy. You calling people we send back, that will lead to them being killed. just imagine how many other cultures are living here together. And as soon as they're here, you're saying, "Oh no, works totally fine. Everything is okay."
I'm not saying that. If you would take the time to stop with your own projections and listen to what I have to say, I am not one of those kinds of leftists, and I do not sit there and say that multiculturalism has been absolutely perfect. No, it has not. I have my arguments against Judaism and the effects that it's had on society. I have my arguments against Islam and its effects that it's had on society.
Arguments against atheism as well?
What are you doing about Islam?
I was just about to land, and give me a second. This is a multifaceted argument, yeah, and I understand your frustrations, but you cannot project them onto me. Okay, I'm not like
first really bores me. I want to get to the substance here. So your argument fundamentally, all you have is you believe that under ethical principles, to those who don't understand the difference between ethics and morals are principles humans share within themselves for themselves. Ethics are rules for society or system. His argument says that it is unethical. What we're doing is unethical, and we're making the stance that everything we're doing is moral.
No, it's not.
No, we believe it's moral.
Yes, but I can concede that you would believe it's moral. That's why it's more important when we talk about law, we talk about more to do with ethics, because it's the application that matters. And when you just said, you gave a definition of what ethics is.
Yes,
and it can be boiled down to, and tell me if you think this is incorrect, it can be boiled down to, if we're talking about how we structure a society, application is key. So whenever we're going to put forward a piece of legislation or a way of telling society how we're going to forward our society, it's going to be down to forward thinking and application.
And we believe, absolutely 100%, I don't disagree. Philosophically, you haven't made any mistakes between the difference between ethics and morals, so fine. But my point is, we believe it is ethically better to create a society that looks like that.
I'd like to see some evidence of that.
The evidence of that is that that's what we believe that the English and the British people want.
So it's okay, but again, so we get back to the main point. You're not talking about any substance here. You're just talking about the means to an end, an agenda to get what you want. You're not interested in the substance of it. You're not interested in the justification of it, because you've just literally just said, you've just thrown it out. We've got the hearts and minds of the people. We're going to go ahead with it.
No, but if we won the hearts and the minds of people, therefore it was ethical, because that would be allow me. I'm trying to help you understand our position. I don't care if you don't, but I'm genuinely helping because you're bright enough to understand. If we believed it was ethically right, i.e. we believe a society should be ordered that way, and if we took that to the people and convinced them, changed their mind, and we believe they supported us, then we'd be going ahead. We would be ethical, correct?
No, not particularly, no, because...
Why not? Because ethics are defined as a social set of principles.
I gave you the example of Brexit, okay, yeah? So in the democracy that we have, we had an argument from both sides, and there is evidence of unethical and immoral practices on both sides, okay?
Politics is about that.
I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, one was more...
they both played a war and one side won.
Right, so okay. And that has led to an outcome. That's got nothing to do with what's moral and what's immoral.
Yeah,
so I'm not interested in. I'm not interested.
That doesn't make sense. Hello.
I'd like to talk about morality, but if the outcome you're claiming is increased polarization, we believe that increased polarization is good.
Yes, because it feeds to the end agenda that you want,
which is a good word.
Yeah, so you're not thinking about that.
Let me ask you one question. What is the end agenda you're referring to, which is not good? Describe this end agenda in your head.
I've said
what has war got to do with morality?
Yes, of course. Right. Yeah, of course. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It only has to do with the end means of what you want the outcome to be. So what I'm saying is
all is fair in love and war.
I'm going back to Ralph's policy. Ralph wants to create
an ethnic citizenship. How can we put kids up chimneys? How come we hung, drawed and quartered people? If all white society is so great, how come all those mistakes were done? How come the whites enslaved white people if all white people are great? Stop it, Ralph. Stop it right now.
No, but why? What do you think?
Just because white people live in one country doesn't mean that all the white people will treat all the other white people better.
No, but
It's a lie. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy.
Okay, I
Stop it
heard
now.
you, Egypt. I heard you. So let me respond. If all white societies had carried on prior to the arrival of immigrants, they would have solved those problems anyway. What does the arrival of non-whites helped us take kids out of chimneys? There's nothing to do with non-whites.
No, that's not the point I'm making. I'm not saying that having black people here has increased or decreased society. That there's wrong in every single society.
Right. I'm not saying there's anything right. I say all societies have bad and good things.
I don't agree with the illegal immigration coming in for the simple fact it's numbers, not the colours. Yeah. Not the colours. And yes, we have got a certain mindset when we get extremists that come through, right? Sure. That want to destroy our culture. Yeah, we have got a problem with different ideologies. But I would say that your mindset is just as damaging as theirs, to be truthful.
Okay.
Because amongst the white population, okay, a whole country, even if we had a whole country of white, we'd still have murderers, we'd still have rapists, we'd still have thieves. Yeah. We'd still have those that want to.
I don't disagree with you. So what's that got to do with the argument?
So the argument is that saying that it will be a better world if we got rid of people of colour is not the solution. The solution is change the bad mindsets of people to incorporate them in a way and put where they're kept on the.
A lot of Synapse liberals come up with the argument. My question to them always back is the same question. That's called the integration and values question. And I say back to you, so what would you do if someone does not integrate and show those values? Would you deport them? Let me give you some example, Jeff. I bring in 10,000 people. I bring in 10,000 people from Nigeria. 6,000 of them show British values. 4,000 don't. But I deport them. The 4,000 and keep the 6.
It depends on how and what they're doing.
But suppose they don't. Suppose whatever you do, I'll let you define the values. Whatever those values are, I'll let you create that definition. I won't even ask you what it is. My question is: would you deport the ones that don't subscribe to those values?
Yes, if we.
It's brilliant, Jupiter. That's an honest answer.
Have they broken the law?
I'm going to answer. If we had a value system that we agreed on in this country and we allowed people in and they didn't ascribe by them, yes, I would deport them.
Okay, brilliant. So my second follow-up question is: would you deport people already here who don't show those values?
No, because we can't.
Okay, so that's a problem with liberalism. Is you just once they're in forever. Yeah.
No, you're a child that is born here and has no family anywhere else.
What about the ones who have family somewhere else? What about all the ones who have family?
Whether they've got family or not.
What if they do have family?
No, because I agree with you. If somebody comes here, no matter what color they are, what creed they are, if they come here as an immigrant and they break the law to the tune of, for instance, they are.
Let's say they murder, rape, or stab.
And it's and we're not sending them back to a country where they can actually be killed. Then it's absolutely right that they should
be killed in Britain.
Okay,
that's perfectly legal.
It's very interesting. So, there are certain criteria in which you would consider repatriation, correct?
Of course, there are certain, and that's happened. That happens all the time.
Absolutely, it does. We remove the UK border agency removes people every day.
Yes, but we also have begun
the race issue. Let's be very clear. There's nothing racist. There's nothing racist.
We are signed up to the Human Rights Charter, and
but
we are not supposed to be sending people back to countries.
Our type of government will unsign any such charter immediately. But here, let me ask you a separate question, and just to be very, very clear, there's nothing racist about our position. There are 1 million Poles and 1 million Germans who are white. We wouldn't want them here either, because they're not British.
Yeah,
and see that's that's the point I'm trying to make it to you, Race. I've not commented upon whether your position is racist or not. I've said it's fascist. It's completely different. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is this. Yeah, is that we're having like a hypothetical here. We're talking about as if we're on the eve of this piece of legislation is about to be enacted. Okay, and what's going to start?
We're on a long march through the institutions to get there.
Okay, I understand that, all right, yeah, but let's just play, advocate and say, we're about to have this piece of legislation voted through tomorrow. Okay, what is going to be the practical implications of that? yeah, you're going to have huge civil unrest. You're going to have families torn apart. Okay, have you thought about that at all?
I have a lot, actually, because I've thought about how would the process work, and people always have this.
It's not about how the process works.
No, the implications, the impact. Allow me. So people, because we spend a lot of time thinking about this. And by the way, I'm not a fascist. I have many good friends who are fascists, and I've read fascist literature very well. But just to correct you, I'm not a fascist. But yeah, and I think about this, and people always say, "Oh, would this be some sort of like a boots and trucks scenario? Would it happen overnight?" And no, it would be a long and slow process done incrementally and humanely.
You're living in a dream world.
Ralph, I have to leave now.
Hey, I have a dream. What can I say?
Yeah, and as a philosopher and as somebody who's an intellectual, you have to admit that your ideals are not going to work out the way they want to. This is a fatal mistake that many idealists make. Is that your ideas are not going to be implemented in the way that you want them to.
But the law of unintended consequences always holds true. So no one can predict what the law of unintended consequences, and it happens all the time.
So we have to be very careful.
We have to be cognizant of it. Yeah, absolutely.
We have to be very careful about what we're doing.
Correct. And let me give you, this will provide some reassurance for you, for example. So I believe that there are a couple of schisms in the right. One of them is whether or not our solution should be democratic nationalism as opposed to autocratic nationalism, or which you might consider fascism. One of them. I'm firmly on the side of slow-moving democratic nationalism.
Yeah, but I would give you something to ponder upon here. Yeah, the people that are actually in power, yeah, they don't give a fuck about that argument because they are in power, so they don't care. They can operate behind the scenes however they want to.
No, but the people in power are currently sold out to the globalists. The left and the right can agree
exactly.
that
as long as that gravy train keeps going, they are not interested in these.
We want to. That's why we want to.
These are grassroots arguments that you're having. The people that are the actual people that are in power, they don't care about those arguments. They just want the gravy train to keep going.
Wait. Let me get that straight. And I have to leave after that. And I hope that Matvards hears that, so maybe he can join then. Yeah. So now you're making the argument that in fact we don't have a real democracy. In fact, there's other people ruling, and they don't think about the people at all. So, but you were making the point against us that we have to care for this and this and this people, arguing that the system right now is very, very. Very good because it has the people minds in its heart.
If I make an argument to you, I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't think about. I'm just putting it there for you to think about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get you to think.
Yeah, I've done more than that. I, for example, spent 6 weeks talking to Victor.
I'm not talking to you, Ralph. I'm talking to Elron.
Oh, to Elron. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to think about your own position.
See you later.
Yeah, all right, take care, Elron. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, but on that point, Doc, for example, I looked at places where we want to be on that continuum spectrum. I spent 6 really great weeks in Hungary. I spoke to lots of Orban's people. I looked at pragmatic policies of how, because they're way ahead of us, of how they've implemented their ethno-state, how it works in terms of local policies, how it works in terms of cultural cohesion, what the impacts are, for example, because most of Orban's changes have been very drastic over 10 to 15 years. And
have you put any of this down in writing?
Would I put it down in writing?
Have you as a part, like, because I understand you're part of a political movement, right?
I believe I represent.
Is any of this, like what you've just talked about, any of this recce that you've done? Has any of it been put down into any kind of notes?
I've shared a lot of my information to people who I believe should know about it, but I haven't published.
I would be very interested to see it, and I would absolutely, I'm happy
if you like. I'll tell you what might be calm if you want to jump on a one-on-one stream. Sometime we can speak about just Hungary if you like, if that would help you.
Yeah, I'd love to come on a one-on-one stream.
Absolutely. Well, my email is right.reaction@bants.com, and you can obviously contact me that way. I'll put it in the chat.
Right.
I'll put it in the chat as well. Right.reaction@bants.social. So if you email me and let me know it's who you are, if I don't know the email address.
BANT.
Bants. Yeah. So bants.social. That's my email in the chat. So if you look at let me give you little examples of what Hungary did, right? So they saw all the mess left over after post-communist, and then they attempt to get to the EU, and then Orban seizing a democratic ethno-nationalist base, power base, just like we would want. And what he realized is that the way to reverse the long march to the institutions, using Gramsci, would be to slowly long walk back into all the things that had caused the multicultural, multiracial problems in the Hungarian variant. So effectively, he got Soros to back up and move. Let me give examples. He disaccredited all left-wing studies. He knew that would take 2 generations to clean up the education system. He, for example, would use local planning zoning laws not to allow Muslim ghettos to arrive in one place. He made no mosque could be built within a distance of a church or school. By slow, incremental, non-violent policies, all the people who were not comfortable were leaving of their own accord, and all the things that were corrosive in a conservative mindset, particularly Soros had set up camp there for obvious reasons. Soros basically packed up, took 4 billion and walked to Germany. So there are many examples, from structural examples, party policy examples, government, local area issues that can be done without violence. And the difference in Hungary is remarkable. You go there as a foreigner, I'm not white, I didn't feel any threat because the Hungarians have such strong cultural cohesion. And I went to very far-right meetings, as you can imagine, and at no point did the Hungarians feel threatened by my presence, and at no point could the non-Hungarian population threaten cultural Hungarian hegemony.
What is this law that they've passed then?
Multiple arrays of laws. Orban has violated the EU all the time. He's violated laws. He's basically in a constant running battle with the EU from funding because he wants to effectively break any EU rights being applied locally in Hungary. So when you say these things can't be done from pragmatics, they can be done. We have Orban as a great example. And the effect on culture, because you asked me the great question, what would the impact on society be? I talked to some Muslims from Turkey. I talked to Muslims who'd come in there. They were second, third generation Hungarian Muslims. They said a lot of the conservative people were uncomfortable and they left of their own accord.
Yeah,
so you can unravel the long march to the institutions.
All that you just said, is, with all the due respect, has been waffle because you didn't come back down to the point. What law are you talking about here in Hungary that is anyway analogous to your?
So let me give you a simple law, for example. All left-wing studies have been disaccredited in the last few years. You cannot get any education, a degree in gender studies, female studies, anything that is Marxist. You would not be able to get it. So what happens is immediately the next generation.
I went to a Marxist university and I got a degree in law from a Marxist.
What in Hungary?
What on earth are you talking about? No, in London.
Well, he's talking about Hungary.
I went to Berkeley. No, but he's just said that all leftists have been discredited in every.
No. I said disaccredited in Hungary. In Hungary only.
In Hungary. Okay, I apologize.
They're not discredited, disaccredited. So there's no, you cannot have a degree in gender studies or race studies.
Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah.
So the next 10, 15 years of school, the next students, none of them are teaching.
Can I just make a statement? I am not a cultural Marxist. I'm not a cultural Marxist, and I don't necessarily believe in, some of the social studies and the ideas that have been put forward in that.
But can you see, this is what I mean about policy positions being done that have long structural changes that reverse the long march. That's giving you one example of such a law.
Yeah, Ralph, I can look if they're going to bring in sort of like different things like Hungary. I'm not saying all of it. But if they brought things in and people got up and left of their own choice, I haven't got a problem with that. What I've got a problem with is when your side say things like, and we're going to pass a law and everybody of colour has got to get out. I don't like it.
Yeah, but we're not saying everyone. We're not saying passing law of colour. What we want to do is reverse the migration. We want to reverse
junk genetics.
Hang on. We want to reverse the migration pattern, and we can do so without using race. We can do so without using ethnicity. We can use it in multiple ways. We want to remove the large chunk, not all, hashtag not all. We want to remove the large chunk of migrants.
You sound like atheism is unstoppable.
I like AIU. It's good chat. Yeah, we get along well.
So you do like atheists then?
I'm a Christian. I'm meant to love everyone.
Except if they're English or not.
No, exactly. You wouldn't understand. You're not a Christian. Christ,
I've been a Christian. I was brought up in the truth of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, but then you would understand that the second most important commandment is to love everyone, right? I have no hate in my heart for anyone.
Apparently.
I just don't have any. I never
You
have.
can hate your enemies if you want to. I don't.
I don't believe I don't need hate to win my enemies. I just need love. So my point here is,
Go on.
Stop it,
Ralph. Yeah. I'll ask the question after. Go on, Ralph.
go on, I see. After you.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, do we all agree that law is downstream from culture? In other words, law is a product of a people's cultural values.
Yes.
Law is the highest form of culture.
No, it isn't. Art is.
I don't believe so.
I believe art is the highest.
Art wouldn't be able to exist without law.
I believe art
You
is the
would need
highest.
law to protect art.
I think art is the one that has sabotaged law in history.
I mean, look,
Well,
if
law
you're going
comes
to talk from a
from
philosophical
law
point of
comes from
view,
culture.
then perhaps, yeah, like art is, the highest form of human expression.
These are great philosophical.
I'm saying, from a practical point of view, law is all.
Well, that's one perspective. I don't know how to answer that. No one can be right or wrong. Right? It depends how you philosophically organize.
I'm saying it's from my point of view.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm in love with law.
art
That's
is
what I'm
the
in love
highest
with. Yeah.
I believe art's the highest expression, but I agree with IC3. Law is downstream of culture. Absolutely, it emerges as a product of culture.
Okay, so if we put this morality in, then would you all agree that morality is also a product of culture?
Not just culture plus race.
Okay, how about you, Dark Magician and Jupiter?
Can you repeat the question for me, please? I'm very sorry. I was reading something.
Yeah. So first it's law, and then I forgot what the question was.
Morality.
Morality. That's right.
What about
Morality is also downstream from a culture. It's a product of people's culture.
No.
I don't know. I think it's central. I think it's not downstream from it. Morality is an action, yeah, and so it is the projection of what you think is right or wrong, based on where you are with your intellect at that moment in time, and that's why it's not reliable.
I disagree scientifically. Morality can be shown to collapse in 5 or 6, depending on how you use studies of dimensions that surface from our biology, and then they're tested and adapted phenotypically in a culture. And the studies on this are very strong.
That morality is what?
Morality has been reduced to an expression on 5 or 6 dimensions. There are no moral questions you can ask me that cannot phrase onto a 5 or 6 dimensional computer model.
Did you say expression?
Yeah.
So it's an action.
No, the morality in terms of the process model, morality is expression of something that requires judgment, right?
Okay, so
it's moral creatures.
It's an action of actually doing something. You have to express it in order to
not just express it. Not just
expressing it, it wouldn't exist.
Not just express it, but express
Not
it.
just expressing, no.
Just express it, but then be judged afterwards. There must be a moral actor. There must be a situation in which they make a moral choice, and then there must be a judgment post-choice, post-action. That's
so it can't be moral without the judgment.
There's no judgment then, right?
Otherwise, it would just be moral.
There just wouldn't be anyone to judge the action.
Right. So again, try to follow this slowly. The morality only exists when it is expressed. Other than that, it doesn't exist.
It only exists as an agent capable of making a moral choice.
Exactly.
So my kettle can't be moral.
It has to be an action to exist.
If by a moral creature, it must be a choice first.
Okay.
And then the action, and then the judgment.
Why are you finding it so hard to come to this point?
I'm just using standard classical literature on morality.
It's an action.
No, it isn't just an action. It is a moral creature that
I'm
makes
not
an
saying
action.
it isn't just an action. I'm saying at its core, morality is an expression. Yeah, you used that word. Expression of the individual.
Correct, but in a situation that is a choice.
So when it emanates from that individual,
yes, it's a choice more than that.
That choice that has been made, or that opinion that has been expressed,
Yeah, another choice, yeah.
that has come from where?
We know that the morality data shows us that there are 6 different dimensions and they're biologically wired into our genes and an environment.
So you're saying that morality is largely inside of us already, hardwired?
Well, I think morality is the whole box in which there's an actor, an agent, an action, and a judgment. And then the thing that created that actor is biologically wired.
Where does the external come into this?
Because you must have a situation and environment where you make a choice like kill the baby, don't kill the baby.
What I mean to say is,
trolley experiment.
What percentage is it nature versus nurture?
We don't know the percentages yet as much, like anything else.
You to give me an opinion.
Hang on 1 second, mate. Something's wrong with my. Hang on a second. I don't want to lose my charge. I'm sorry, I'm just like switching my batteries, about to switch out of this one. No, so if you look at the morality on the 6 dimensions, there's a moral actor, and that moral actor is faced with a predicament.
I'm trying to pin you down on something. Like what I'm trying to get to the crux of your argument. So, are you saying is in your opinion is morality more largely hardwired than it is according to external features influencing?
It's like anything else. The nature nurture the answer is always certain percentage is genetic, certain percentage is environment.
Okay, would we more be likely to make our moral decision based on our hard wiring than we would on
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the heritability studies are for morality, but I think they're like 30 something to 40.
I'm not grilling you. I'm just like,
That's fine. You can grill me if you want. I can check the heritability studies for it, but I think it's 30 something to 40%. I know divorce is 33%.
Obviously, even from my point of view, as a psychoanalyst, somebody who's interested in that, I'm very interested in, where is it why is it that we do the things that we do?
You could argue if you were an atheist, and for example, if you were just an evolutionary biologist, you'd argue morality comes around as a group survival strategy, genetically.
I think that there's a lot of evidence towards that, yeah, of course. But then,
so if you were atheistic, you would argue that it was a group survival evolutionary strategy. If you were spiritual, you'd argue because you are moral creatures, because you have the spirit in you.
That doesn't really follow. What I'm saying is that you are an individual, and there are only 2 types of ways in which anything can emanate from you. That is the internal and the external. Correct. What I'm saying is trying to, between ourselves, is get to the point where what is more prevalent than the other? Is it the hard wiring, or is it the external world in which we live in that is more prevalent?
What you asked me precisely is what is the heritability of moral expression phenotypically? And I don't know off the top of my head, but if I recall roughly, it might be 30 or 40% for some of the dimensions. Most of the numbers are 30, 40, 60%, right? Look at the heritability of moral traits and look at some GWAS studies and you find the gene studies.
If we say that it is largely more to do with the internal, and that, we have to accept that a lot of the decisions that we make are subconscious decisions that we don't really have much of a control over, and we're on a sort of autopilot.
So it'll be a percentage like any answer. So let me give you a simple one that's easy. Our political views, studies show, are roughly 40% hereditary. So about 40% of your political positions are given by your genes, 60% by your environment. I don't know what the heritability is for the third time for morality, but I suspect it'll be in that range. 30 to 40% would be genetic, 45, 50, 60.
Don't you find that to be an interesting question?
I think it is interesting I've got so much stuff to do. I haven't spent much time looking at it, but I know what the moral data for moral foundation theory is well understood now. I don't know what the heritability is.
Always too much to read. Always.
Too much to read. So part of it is biological. So did we talk earlier about things like disgust sensitivity, for example? Those are biologically, morally wired in our 5th dimension, which is purity and sanctity. So what we think is moral by disgust is wired into one of the moral dimensions, which is disgust sensitivity, which is biologically wired. Which is why you may or may not like music, may not like people, may not like black skin. All these things are wired on the dimension of purity and sanctity.
Yeah, but something you should also take into account is this, okay? In neuroscience, we know that you might have what's called a predisposition towards something or other, okay? But it's not classified as a predetermination, and Correct. That predisposition can change.
Correct. There's a common misunderstanding in genetics that because you have a gene, that therefore it means your phenotype will be that. It's not deterministic. Absolutely right.
Did you say it's a communist view? That is a.
No, I said it's a common misunderstanding.
I was like, what?
No, I don't think about communism very much. No, it's a common misunderstanding that you have a gene or some gene that is.
It was a revelation for me to read that and to find out that it's quite refreshing, because it actually says that you're not bound by your hardwiring, that you can actually break the chains of that.
It's not breaking the chain. It's not breaking the chain. It's not breaking the chain so much. It's whether or not you're in tune with your biology in a given environment. Because you may be removed from one environment with one gene and suddenly be transposed. So a baby could be born genetically in England, and its third month it could be moved to China. So whatever English genes it has, it would have a different expression in a Chinese environment.
If you are hardwired to not like Marmite, then that is a chain, in my opinion, and you need to break that chain.
Well, only if you want to override.
Why need to break? Why do you put the word need?
Marmite is pucker, and you should get to know what pucker is.
Hey, if you think Marmite is pucker, you should try ethno-nationalism.
No, I'm okay, thank you.
So, nationalism, as we prefer to call it nowadays.
I actually care about all people as equally as I can. And so, for instance, in the job that I do, I would never say to somebody, I'm going to, treat you any differently because of your ethnicity. It doesn't matter to me.
Correct. Most liberals, for example, will not fire the fourth dimension, which covers that morally. And that's called in-group preference. So if you're liberal, you will not fire the in-group preference. Therefore, you will fire the care home principle, justice, and equality, which would make sense. So your statement makes complete moral sense. You care about other people equally. It's the same thing as saying, I don't fire in-group preference.
I care about people equally. I don't know if I can say that. What I'm saying is that from a professional point of view, and in a societal point of view. So I'm very interested in the idea of positive and negative liberties. And if you're going to create a society and you're going to have, an unwritten social contract, which we do have, whether you like that or not, and that is the basis of how you're going to justify a society. And let's say, in our sense, it's democracy. Okay, the human being, the person, should be left alone as much as they can. Yeah, there should be as much liberty to them as they can. But of course, if you're going to have a society and there's going to be structures to that society, you're going to have to infringe upon that freedom now and again. That makes sense to me. I don't understand why people don't get that.
But both positive and negative liberty are expressions of libertarian concepts, right? So the capacity to act on your free will. So the capacity to act on your free will.
Concepts, they actually exist.
Okay, but they're actually abstract concepts, right? So the liberty, the concept of acting on one's own will, i.e. positive liberty, or negative, which is freedom from external constraint, are both liberal ontologies, right?
Yeah, if we're going to talk about them in their concept form, but you can also show objectively that they do actually exist, and you can show that in how law is active. And so, for instance, you can show
absolutely law, etc. But what I'm saying, they're both liberal ontologies, right? They both put liberty at their heart, right?
Of course, yeah. But so
if you reject liberty, then they're not important to you.
But they have been a boon to society, haven't they? So
it depends what you mean.
If you feel that you are in one political spectrum, so for instance, I would say I'm more in the left, but I would never turn around and say that I have all the answers. There are answers on the right. There are answers with the libertarians. There are answers from all different corners of the political spectrum.
Yes.
I can't understand how law comes in here. I can't. Maybe a bit simple on this, but law
together. So, for instance, let me say, law is what ties all of these ideas together. They what give it legitimacy, or what Hans Kelsen said, validity. So a bank robber comes up to you and says, "Give me your money." Yeah. What is the difference between the tax man coming up to you and saying, "Give me all your money"? What is the difference between the two of those people?
Legitimacy of power of the state.
The validity of the law that is given to requisition that money from you.
Correct.
Yeah. Right. And as a society, whether you like it or not, that positive and negative liberty has been expressed for century and century and century, and we haven't even tried to look at it. We've accepted it because, as you say, Ralph, there is a disgust inside of us that would have a natural disgust towards it. If we
Well,
didn't
not necessarily discussed
if
towards
society
that.
didn't like that, if society didn't like positive and negative liberties, they would have, we would have revolted.
But how can you manage society? I can't understand. I still can't get my head around it. How can you manage a society under liberal values if it's all about the individual?
No, and that's not the point. The point is that there is a balance between a individual's rights and the society's rights. Okay, and there will come in. So, for instance, if you're an anarchist and you believe that everybody should be free to do whatever they want, that is going to fall down at some point, isn't it? Because someday someone's going to break into your house and say, "You're an anarchist, I'm an anarchist, but I'm stronger than you, and I'm going to take
Good. All right, good. But how does one achieve this balance from a liberal point of view?
If you can answer that question, yeah, you will be the greatest philosopher who ever lived. They've been asking this question for many, many years. What we do is we are trying to figure that out as we go along. And that's that.
Just one crystal clear. These are the tenets of codification of liberal values in Western liberal societies only.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean,
they don't exist in Iran. They don't exist in Saudi Arabia. They don't exist in North Korea. They don't exist in China.
Right now, they don't. Not right now, they don't. But I can't say that that's always been the case in these places.
No, but the idea, the battle is for the liberals, let's go this way, those who believe in the liberal values, i.e. positive freedom, positive rights, positive fighting a battle between the conservatives of many different cultures and societies who don't want liberal programs.
Yeah, so let's take, for instance, theocrats that live in Iran, yeah, and they want their system to be imperial above all, okay? The irony for any theocrat is that if they wish to have freedom of their religion or freedom of their ideology, whatever it might be, the irony is that they have to give other people freedom too. Because they won't have freedom.
Only if they want to express.
Unless they allow others to have freedom of it.
But only if they want to express. May I only if they want to express freedom. So if you look at case studies, Iran or Saudi Arabia, they're not interested in freedom. They're interested in theocracy because they don't believe human law, man-made law is supreme. They believe divine law is supreme.
Right, and we called that the Dark Ages.
You might call it the Dark Ages, but that's just a label you give it, right?
Yeah, but you can admit, can't you, that secular democracy is far more it's a far better way of doing things than theocracy is.
Than those theocracies, yes, but no, I'm anti-liberal liberal democracies. I believe liberalism is pestilence.
You don't believe that the individual should be free to live their life as they see fit?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't do what's necessary best for the group.
Okay, so you would.
I'm a collectivist. I'm not an individualist. I don't believe human.
That's not right position. Right position is for the individual. Do you not know what Thatcherism is? Do you not know who Nosevac is?
No, only the bottom right, not the top right. So only ANCAPs, libertarians, not nationalists.
What do you mean by bottom right? You mean far right?
Yeah, in any degree of going right. If you're an individualist, you're not collectivist. So right-wing individualists are libertarians, ANCAPs.
So you think
right-wing collectivists are nationalists.
That's why society is not working is because there's not enough totalitarianism.
Not totalitarianism, there's too much liberal freedom.
Then, Ralph, yeah, give me an example of where your idea has flourished.
Entirely until
it hasn't led to totalitarianism.
Totalitarianism happens on the left or the right.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
So it's not
you're on the far right. So
yeah, but allow me. So it's not totalitarianism my concern. It's whether it's individualism versus collectivism. So it's the y-axis of the political, not the x.
The point I would make to you is
so I'd rather support a far left communist than a bottom right ANCAP.
You can't have one without the other, and so you're forced to find a synthesis between the two.
Correct. Absolutely.
No. You're saying that no, we have to go back to our roots of collectivism, and we shouldn't find a synthesis.
No, I don't think we shouldn't find a synthesis. I should say the collective should be dominant over the individual.
Right, exactly.
The individual is dominant.
completely forgetting the paradox of opposites. Yeah, you're going to have people that will want to be free, and they will fight against you for that.
Correct.
Yeah, and so isn't the best position to
just let me give you a real life example. So if my children are young, and when they were much younger, they're still quite really young. When they were much younger, they wanted their freedoms, but they didn't get to choose when they went to bed. Now, would you call me authoritarian and totalitarian for doing that?
No, because there was an objective to what you were doing. You were trying to teach them.
And I would scale that same simple example to society.
Yes, but here is the point. Yeah, why do you feel that you, as a state, that you get to tell adults what to do when you're teaching a child? Yeah, you have consciously decided to bring that child into this world, and so hopefully, I'm hoping. Most people don't do this, of course, but I'm hoping that when you made that choice, you decided that you were going to be responsible for that child. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. The state is not responsible for the citizen.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Right. And it should never be. It should never be responsible for the citizen.
We argue the opposite. No. We axiomatically argue the exact opposite.
Yes.
So you argue against your own point.
No, we argue against that point. My point. No, you're trying to find a contradiction where there isn't any.
There is a contradiction, and the contradiction is
not understanding correctly. There's a contradiction. I would have found it.
You can't have collectivism without individualism, and you can't have individualism without the collectivism.
Correct. They're both. It's like
saying you're saying that there should be collectivism.
Cars and traffic. Traffic is a collective concept. Each individual car is an individual. The individual car in society, the individual car doesn't get to drive and do what he wants. He's always subject to the authority of the traffic.
Yeah, of course, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So there is a society. So let's throw in there the Road Traffic Act. Yeah, and that is, and let's call the Road Traffic Act an
organ of society,
social contract. Yeah, that everybody adheres to and knows that it's a good way of making the runway
it's better for the collective,
functional. Yeah,
best for the collective. Yeah.
But you can't have a system that is overriding on the individual or overriding on the collectivism.
But it does. The traffic system. If you drive on the A4, at 200 miles per hour because of your liberty, the traffic system and the entire authority of the state will come down on you.
Yes.
Yeah. What's that got to do with having an overarching position of collectivism or individualism?
But you're an individual inside a car. It's your car. You're an individual.
We're not talking about you in the car. We're talking about the car.
No, but you in the car driving as an individual.
You're driving. Yeah. So okay. So let's say that let's say that that's our consciousness inside our body driving down the road. Yeah?
Understanding the answer. Let me try it a different way. When you're driving in liberty and liberty with your freedom and rights to drive, as an individual, you are still under the collective authoritarian principle that what is best for all cars is better than what's best for you.
Yeah, but you're not. That's not the ultimate. There is a function between the two. Between you having the function to be able to drive up and down the road,
but your freedom is constrained.
Okay, and so there is a synthesis between the two. That is, whether you want to call that libertarian, whether you want to call it collectivism, whatever. That is the system that we have right now.
No, so the balance is going to be which one has more power, the individual or the collective. And we believe liberal societies put the individual in their ontologies first. We as collectivists reject it. So we in the collectivists, so that's nationalists, traditionalists, fascists, whatever you want to call all of us, we all put the collective before the individual.
Yeah, perhaps.
No, we are illiberal. Ontologically, we are illiberal.
No,
I don't think that you.
Because there is self-responsibility, and what you're the type of world that you want, Ralph, is a world where there is no self-responsibility. It's all the responsibility of the state.
Not responsibility.
That's communism. Ralph's a communist.
Almost due to not responsibility. Almost due to not responsibility, freedom. So rights. So one axis is rights, the other axis is responsibility. We're saying we're going to curtail your rights and link them to responsibility. Liberals say my rights are first and foremost. Man is born free, man is born equal, man is protected by 31 rights in the UN. They put rights, liberals put rights in the individual first. Collectivists say no, your rights are subsumed or secondary to what's best for the group.
Yeah, but that's what we've already got.
No, that's not.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. We don't want to have that at all. We do not want to have that at all. Trust me.
Absolutely not. Dogmatism is disagree fundamentally on the liberal ontology. I disagree. We disagree. And intellectually, morally, spiritually, we disagree. We believe liberalism is a pestilent thing that has destroyed this Western civilization.
Give an example.
Abortion.
And how has abortion destroyed civilization?
It's literally murdered unborn babies.
Okay.
Because of the freedom of women to have unprotected sex and then get an abortion.
Right.
So that freedom and liberty has literally destroyed thousands of lives, millions of lives.
How that has destroyed
Millions since 1970.
How has it destroyed
dead babies in the UK.
How has it destroyed society?
10 million dead babies, women suffering from abortion.
Okay, but you know,
all for their liberty to be able to fight.
Millions die in wars all the time. Millions die from
they may do so, but that's
from acts of God.
They may
Please
do,
explain to me why abortion has destroyed society. Give me an
because it has broken. Women have gone to studies show repeatedly women have abortions, have trauma. They think about their lost baby and child. It's increased promiscuity. It's given way to have irresponsible sex. We believe all these things are bad for the collective and the individual.
Right.
I don't know many women I've known in my life who said, I don't know many women I know in my life who said, whoa, that was an abortion. That was fucking fantastic.
So it's not destroyed society, has it?
Yes, it has. It's deteriorated society.
Yeah. Okay, so it's probably deteriorated society for individuals. On the collective, it
I
hasn't.
agree with Ralph on that one. On that one, I agree with Ralph, and I'm a woman.
I don't know many women. I have many friends in my life are girls, tons of my life, and I know women who have been through abortions. None of them have ever felt. Some of them still talk about it. That's happened years ago. So liberty has destroyed.
It's probably
there should be no abortions, and I'll tell you for why. Because you can get the morning after pill. You don't need to be having a proper termination and operation.
Yeah, but you know, we've had 10 million abortions just since 1970 in the UK. So clearly,
I haven't come to a determination on that. It's probably the only subject that I haven't been able to come to terms with yet.
Yeah. So that's giving you an example of how individual freedom taken to the limit is bad for the collective and the individual.
But no, you've said.
I'll give you another one: drug use.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the amount of opiate destruction is going on.
But you're not dealing with the underlying issue of why it is that people go towards drugs in the first place.
Well,
Most healthy
people because of liberty
who are healthy and have no childhood trauma, no adult psychosis, they won't gravitate towards drugs and alcohol.
Well, maybe not, but the post-hoc, that's post-hoc
briefing. There's no maybe about it.
Hang on a second.
It's very clear that people that go towards these types of things, they are trying to.
Okay, you're saying the same thing. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the point is never.
And they have had massive childhood trauma. If you are able to deal with the childhood trauma, let's say, for instance,
can I just say before you run down that path, you're talking about something that is post facto. The liberty allowed them to take drugs in the first place. Now you're trying to mop it up.
No. So I would keep that. I would keep that position. Yeah. So even if we were to be able to deal with all of the childhood trauma, what you would see is the underlying issue would be dealt with, and you wouldn't see people going down the road of taking heroin and crack.
Yeah, but a simple way to solve that, you would just remove the liberty to take drugs.
No, because you wouldn't stop people. We've done that. We tried that.
Oh, really? There are many countries I've been to. Many countries in my life I've been to where the death sentence, if you even try to score.
No, I don't believe in the death sentence. So you do.
You may not, but my point is, you asked me for simple examples. I've given you two very strong examples.
All right, so let's step inside to your collective tyrannical society, okay?
Yeah, you don't use hysterical language like tyrannical.
You're not going to change my mind on this. It's tyrannical. You are going to tell people that they cannot take drugs. How are you going to stop them from doing that?
Executing every drug dealer.
What? So you're going to...
Why not?
So you're...
If I execute 100 dealers, if I execute you laugh, but if I execute 100, if I give 100, hang on a second, I put the death sentence, Hang on a second. Calm down. If I put the death sentence for drug dealing, listen to me. If I put the death sentence for drug and I kill 10 drug dealers in 1 year and I save 10,000 lives, which would you rather have? 10,000 ruined lives and families by drug abuse, or 10 executed drug dealers?
You're insane.
That might be true, but what's the answer to my question?
I really don't know what the answer to that is, Ralph. I mean, it's ridiculous what you're putting forward. It really is. I mean,
you did answer the question, interestingly.
Yeah, because I to be honest with you, I was looking out the window to see if my partner was back, and I wasn't really listening to what you were saying.
Okay, let's try once more. You have a choice in the UK to execute 10 drug dealers, to start a lesson or to kill out the drug dealers, and save 10,000 lives or 100,000 lives. What would you choose?
I don't think that that's a terrible position to be put into.
You're a lawyer. You talk about ethics. Here's an ethical question.
How would you know? Yeah, exactly. And it's the trolley question. That's what it is, basically.
It's not quite the trolley question. It's close.
It's an emanation of that.
It's like Bantam. It's Bantam variation. Yes.
You know, I am the.
So what's your answer?
If I am the leader of the free world, and you know, Iran's just pushed the button, should I do the same thing?
Well, I'm asking a simpler question, man. Don't run away from it. So
either way, whichever one I just choose, the outcome is going to be the same. People's lives have been killed.
Okay, but which one would you pick?
If I had a gun put to my head?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolute power.
I would choose either.
Oh, so you wouldn't? So you'd be non-committal. That doesn't show me. That doesn't show me moral or thought leadership.
I never said that I was, and I never said that I was coming from that position. I don't know what all the answers are. Yeah. You seem to think that you do, which is disturbing.
I don't. I'm learning. I'm learning.
You do. You actually do, and it's very disturbing because, you know, a bit of introspection would be fantastic from you because I know it's there. I know you can do it. Just think about the positions that you're taking. And
I'm giving you thought experiments I've thought through deeply in my moral compass. And I'm asking you the same thing, and you can't answer them, but you're telling me I should be introspective.
Yeah, because I
haven't thought these things through. When the guns against your head, you don't have the moral courage to pick a side.
I've listened to the trolley argument and the emanations from it, and I don't see whether they have any, you know, real practicality at all. Okay, because you and I are never going to have to make those decisions.
Well, that's just running away from the hypothetical, though.
Whatever, perhaps, yeah. But at the end of the day, I don't want to be. You know, I don't want my ideals, yeah, and I know that they're ideals, and I see that they're ideals. I don't want them to be informed by those kinds of decisions.
Okay,
yeah?
So you would rather just be not involved then, right? So you probably shouldn't be spending too much time remarking or characterizing other people.
I think there are other ways of doing things.
Respecting your own.
Like I said, I think there are other ways of doing things. Yours is a very, you know, extreme way. You know, I understand what you're saying. Is you're going to.
What if I soften it? Do you make it more palatable? What if I lock them up forever?
If I could just finish. You're going to kill a few criminals, and they've done some terrible things, and you're going to save millions of lives. And you know, absolutely, of course, objectively, that sounds like the right thing to do. But there is a real consequence to having that as a policy. Yeah.
What?
Because you're going to set a precedent where you're going to have, for instance, why do we not have the death penalty anymore?
Oh, because we become liberal and soft.
No, not at all. Because the death penalty was terrible, and there were hundreds of thousands of people, killed.
The United States just executed someone 2 days ago, right?
Who?
The US just executed people. The US has the death penalty.
Yeah, they executed.
Do you think the United States is a terrible society because they executed someone for murdering his family?
Put plastic bags over their head and
no, just laid him down humanely with a lethal injection.
No, I'm talking about what he did, what the man did.
Yeah, he was a horrible person.
Yeah, he was a horrible person, and you know, but I don't want to have a public policy, that can lead to innocent people being killed just because your morality is that this person shouldn't be on this earth. I agree with you.
So would you lock the
not be on this earth, they don't deserve to live.
But let me make it easier for you. Would you lock them up forever?
perhaps you should go back and think about this idea that.
The irony is you keep telling me. The irony is you keep telling me what I should do and think and preach. Like you preach to me. Hang on a second. The irony is you keep preaching to me in a sanctimonious way, but when I throw you ethical, moral positions, you're the one found. Let me finish. You're the one found lacking in your own introspection.
No,
do you think it's moral? Do you often tell other people? Let me finish. Do you often tell other people they should introspect when you yourself have not?
Oh, I introspect all the time, and I'm constantly.
Okay, but you don't seem to understand basic moral. I threw through 2 hardcore moral scenarios at you, and you ran away from them. Yet you seem to spend a lot of time.
I agreed in principle with what the conundrum that you were trying to give to me. Yeah, and of course, you know, the decision seems to be the right one to kill the. It seems like it does seem on the surface, yeah, that it would be the right thing to kill those people in order to save other innocent lives. Yeah, but
what if I didn't kill them? Would you put them in jail for 100 years?
Sorry?
Would you let me? The death penalty is obviously stick of it. Would I put them in prison forever? Would that work?
I'd like to give people the opportunity to live in a society where they can change themselves, because I myself have done terrible things in my life.
So you're a rehabilitator as opposed to punitive. You prefer
I think there needs to be more of that. I think that the prison is too soft. I think that you know, rehabilitation has to be real. There's no real investment in rehabilitation because the prison system is the way it is because the people that are in charge at the moment want it to be a business, and they see they can make money out of it, and that's never going to deal with the actual issue. The issue is always going to be, for me, yeah. So, for instance, we don't even need to get to the position where we're going to have to kill 10 drug dealers to save 100,000 people. I'm saying that if we had a whole generation of children who did not have childhood trauma, yeah.
Well, I understand all those things, but those are downstream. Those are alternatives, downstream ways to do it. But I was giving you. You asked me. Let's roll back the conversation. You asked me 2 single reasons why the
my position is far more achievable, and it's far more believable than yours is, where you're going to have a society where you're going to kill people.
Yeah, but I mean, we execute people. You execute people in many countries. Execute drug dealers.
But that's not right for us, and we should lead the way on this.
But if you have a liberal ontology, where you believe you put the human liberty and freedom first. Let me give you real examples. I know. So I was in the US a year and a half ago, 3 years ago. I was in the US in the Midwest. I was the US after that, and I went back to Ohio and Michigan, where I lived for a long time. And the destruction caused by opiates across the Rust Belt is horrid to see. Now, if I'd taken the 10, 15, 20 years of families torn, societies come by opiate addiction, or would I take the moral decision to do something particularly punitive and severe and drug dealers? It's not a moral choice for me, because the collective societies, the collective lives of all those people from Ohio, Michigan, from Sandusky, all those people all the way to Akron, their communities were ruined by opiates.
Yeah, and I have to say,
I would have no sympathy for the opiate, the drug dealers.
No, of course, I'm with you on that. But I have to say to you, setting out an idea where it would be the legality to kill these people that are involved will lead to just as much suffering.
Well, there you go. That's a difference in opinion. I think I put my onus on the collective societies, and they're ruined over those individuals who are executed.
Like I said, we'll come back to law. Yeah, if you have to have that as a legislation, a piece of policy, yeah, you will invariably have people who will be used by the state as a scapegoat, and innocent people will be killed. What do you say to those people? How about that as a moral conundrum?
Well, you can always look at the law of unintended consequences, which have the edge case, like one guy might have been wrongly executed, but if all the other 99 guys were rightly executed, call it a cost of doing business.
So conversely, as you said to me, wouldn't it be better to take it out of the equation and not have that as a policy?
No.
Okay, so I can use the same arguments that you use against me, against you.
No, absolutely, because again, I mean, the principles guiding my thinking.
In a better position now than we ever.
Allow me to answer. And the thinking that guides my moral positioning is I'm a collectivist.
But you believe that these people that are going to be killed are going to go to either heaven or hell. They're going to be judged by Jesus. That's not the case. That's not true.
Can I ask a question?
Who's that?
Oh, I had a question in there. You said you was going to kill, or you want to kill all the drug dealers, yeah?
Hardcore, not street ones.
Hardcore.
Yeah, all the people.
Hard, yeah, the biggest drug dealers, yeah, the biggest, the top of the line, yeah.
Yeah, top of the line downwards.
Section 1, Section 2, 1A.
Yeah, but
not the street ones.
Yeah, if you pass up the head of the beast.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. But let me get to the point of the question. Yeah, so there's a guy called Barry Seal. Yeah, do you have you heard of him?
No, Barry what? Shields.
Seal.
No, who's that? Sorry.
Navy SEAL.
No, I don't know.
Right, so he is hiding in another country at the moment. Yeah, because he was an ex CIA agent who was supposedly flying kilos of cocaine in for the Clinton administration.
Execute him.
Yeah, so execute Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
I'll execute the Clintons anyway, but yeah, we'll take the drug deal off. Clinton's gonna.
And what about the Bushes? What about the Bush family? Because they got loads of
the Bush
family as well.
No, not forget the cocaine. The Bush family are war criminals. What they did in the Middle East.
All right.
Guys, I have to go because the missus is back. But that was an epic discussion, Ralph. Always great to have a discussion with you guys.
If you want to do a stream or if you want to talk,
I will set up an email so that we can.
Whenever you're ready, it's fine.
Okay, guys, take care, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. I need to make a coffee. I'm going to go mute for a while. I'll be back. Fucking liberals. You know what the far left and the far right both agree on? Liberals get the bullet too.
What is it? I'm coming in a minute, right?
I don't know about that. I think the far liberal.
What's that? What did you say, Jupiter?
Yeah, sorry.
Unless I misheard him, he said the far left and the far right agree on liberals getting the bullet. I said the far left are liberals. They've took liberalism fucking too far.
Huh. Yes, it's just confusion. Little confusion. Yeah, but I think everything. Go on. Sorry, go on.
That's why I believe the centre have to stand up. Centre ground is where it's at. I do agree with some of the things that Ralph says. I do agree with some of the things he says, but not all of the things. He just goes too far.
Is it right if I ask everyone the question of the day, yeah? Because I don't think anyone on the panel's answered the question of the day yet. Yeah, so are all citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints and concerns about the UK?
I don't know. I suspect not, but I don't actually know because the authorities would decide exactly what equal means. That's my answer.
He wants to go next.
Yes, they are, but to equal levels. And that doesn't mean that they can fucking just think that their way is the only way. So they're allowed to voice their complaints and concerns, obviously, because they're citizens. But equally, not saying, oh, mine are worse than yours, and yours are worse than mine, and all that business. No.
What if your issues are worse than someone else's?
Well, you'd have to prove it.
And I think
language. Your issue is that people keep throwing cigarette butts in your front garden, and my issue is someone keeps putting fireworks through my front door.
Say that again.
If someone's putting cigarettes on your front garden, cigarette butts, they're flicking cigarette butts in your front garden, when they walk past your house, or someone's putting fireworks through my letterbox.
What's worse? Is that what you're saying? What's worse is the fireworks through your box because it's closer to home.
Yeah. So,
Well, they're both incendiary. Is the likelihood of fire?
Exactly. So what you would do is you would all stand together and say, let's change something about people throwing inflammatory stuff around.
Say that again, sorry?
I said, so what you would do is you would all stand together and say, right, let's change the law. Stop people throwing inflammatory stuff around.
Right. Yeah, man. So, Wendy, Tash, you there? Ralph answered that question earlier in the day, innit?
I don't think Tash has spoken.
But yeah, all this, what's all this? Just sitting on the panel for 20 hours and just not talking, man. That's long, man. It's hard to get annoying still. Yeah, because it's like, well, it shouldn't, man, just sit there for ages, isn't it, man? No, don't say nothing. It's long.
Yeah, I don't know why people do that.
I suppose that some people do.
Like a silent protest, a standoff. I think it might be a symbol of power or something. Oh God. Yeah.
Or they have to fight to get in the word edgeways.
I heard all that. Crazy people.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yo. Well, Tash,
Yeah, I heard all that. Sorry
are
about
all
that.
citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints and concerns about the UK? Hello?
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm thinking about the question.
Can you hear me?
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the
Yeah,
question.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
They're allowed to. The word allowed, yes, they're allowed to. Legally, but whether it's right or not, that's different. And you've got to think about, I don't know, those that are unwell, mental health issues that aren't able, don't have the capacity. Trying to think. It's that word allowed. What's your thoughts, panel members?
Well, yeah. One sec. Yo, Wendy, you there?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, actually. Everyone give Tash an answer to her thing and then let Wendy answer the question of the day. Everyone gets a chance. So.
Should all is what is it all? Is it right that all citizens? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Are all citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints and concerns about the UK?
Yeah. But it's about the manner in which they do so. For me, that's what I think. That's what I believe.
So if you're a citizen,
are we?
You're allowed to complain, but only in a certain manner.
Is this including race hate comments that are made?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about marches and demonstrations. Doesn't really do anything. I'd take all that away, but you're certainly allowed. Anyone who's a British citizen should be allowed to, view their complaints, sort of thing. Anyone. And if they've got mental health problems, they should have an advocate who can talk for them.
That's right. Yeah. Or legal aid. Is legal aid still going?
Yes,
I heard,
it is.
Oh, right. Because I know there was a battle a few years back where they were trying to cut legal aid.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, they have cut some things like family problems and that. So I think things like divorce and that you can't get legal aid, or there's some things you can't get legal aid for.
Well, then,
Yeah.
if they cut legal aid, then this word "allowed," citizens equally allowed to voice their complaints. I mean, really, the power of being able to voice your complaint is to be able to communicate. So you might not have the ability to communicate properly. So, as you were mentioning earlier, you need an advocate or a lawyer that you can trust, who are not
Yes,
stalked.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's cuts in any of those areas of advocates or lawyers, if there's any cuts in what they do, then obviously there must be a cut in the so-called allowance or
Yeah, I
the
know what you're
ability to
saying,
voice your complaint. So as soon as you put that word "cut" in there, that means there's something off.
well, something has to replace the cut. You can't just cut off a resource that is a necessity, because legal aid is a necessity for many people.
Right.
So there would have to be a replacement. I'm not aware of any major cuts when it comes to legal aid.
So let me ask this then: if people are allowed to equally complain, apart from the things that you've mentioned, why do people want to try to shut down free speech?
Do you think it's because of the manner in which they do it, Jupiter, do you think?
Yeah, but who's trying to shut down free speech though?
I think that's directed to me, probably. I'm assuming.
A lot of people tried to. No, it wasn't. A lot of people have tried to shut down free speech, which is why I'm a free speech advocate. I believe everybody should be able to say what they want and take responsibility if they step over the line into hate speech. I do draw the line at hate speech, but it's a very fine line, and sometimes you have to question people's different perspectives, because what one person would consider hate speech, another one doesn't.
Yes, good point. I think it's relates to the nature of power within a particular state. So a group of, if the state's been run by a single person who dictates everything, then if you speak against that individual, he may or she may perceive it as being an attack on his or her personality, and then that person in power could judge it as hate speech. Whilst if you have a different setup for the government, where it's maybe a council, they if you speak against or say something, they might be more likely to say, well, it's not hate speech, it's just freedom of speech. So the difference between hate speech and freedom of speech depends on the person who's hearing it, whether they take it personally or they just see it as an expression of freedom.
Exactly. So what about mocking? Do you think that mocking things it should be outlawed? Because I don't. I mean, I've all this political correctness and
when
freedom of speech and humour, especially.
So when Ralph earlier on said big up the slave masters.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be a moment where speech like that should be cut out?
No.
Or
It's hard, you see.
I don't know. Slave masters are rapists, as far as I'm concerned. I'm unsure why, especially during these times as well. Do you think that's appropriate for him to say that?
But he's responsible for his speech. So if someone was to go and make a complaint that it was hate speech, he would have to defend himself and prove that it wasn't hate speech and wasn't intended as hate speech.
Yeah.
But what about the response to that speech? Like, so if somebody heard about that and they were from a similar kind of mindset as him, but he's a bit of a talker, Ralph, let's be honest. And there's others out there that are kind of have got this opinion, and then they start, especially young people, which I've mentioned before. I know you guys say, well, young people shouldn't be on the internet, but they are.
I think
more than,
people have to learn to pause and pause for enough time to get the person to clarify what they mean before they jump on what somebody has said.
Yeah.
So that's the most important thing, really, because there's lots of assumptions about what people say. So I think, as a basic, whether they're young or old, pause and say, "What did you say? Could you clarify that?" Because you've already got an impression in your head, and before you attack or react, get them to clarify.
Yeah. You see, taking offense at everything that someone says, even if it's in humor, because even though it might have been, I mean, Ralph's there himself anyway, he's probably listening, but even though it might have been said in poor taste, if that's his sense of humor, that's his sense of humor. And you can see that he was doing it because his sense of humor is to trigger people and he finds it funny.
I don't think I could ever make a joke about, for example, you mentioned the grooming cases. I could never make a joke regarding that or big up the abusers. I know it's historically hundreds of years ago, and you guys see it as it shouldn't matter, but it does, and so does what's taking place with these grooming cases.
No. It's not that we don't think it doesn't matter, but I would not say what Ralph said.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not humorous, is it? It's not.
No, not at all.
Depends. No, but it depends though. It depends on your culture, your individual perspective, and maybe a people's perspective. So humor itself and jokes, if a person doesn't share the same culture or ethnicity as you, or race as you, they might not share the same humor as you either.
So are you with Ralph's comment, a slave master? Let's just call it a rapist, saying big up the rapist. I don't think that's a cultural connection to any group at all. I could be wrong here, but I think he's mixed race, Ralph. Is that, am I correct?
Well,
yeah, I'm not talking about Ralph. I'm talking about the principles.
Himself, he'll be back in it. But
Yeah,
I'd
stick
like
with the principles.
Tash, I'd like to ask you this: why do you align slavery with only black people's problems?
I've never said it's only black people's problems. I've never said that.
Okay.
I feel that you all are quite defensive about slavery, and I don't think you should be.
Really, I think all slavery is.
I've never 1 minute said it's not all bad. That's never been my argument.
Yeah, so there could be good slavery.
I don't know about that either.
Well, is there? If there's definitely bad slavery, then there's definitely good slavery as well.
It's all apparent to me, but
Sorry?
no, it's all apparent. I think what Jupiter's asking me is it, this issue with colonialism and black slavery. Why am I not looking into other groups that have been enslaved?
I think the thing that annoys us the most is when you talk about the slave owners and the slave ships, you're only talking. It seems like you're only talking about one country. Britain when, you know, Spain, Portugal, Denmark, they were all involved in it. But it's only Britain that gets the brunt of it, sort of thing.
And Africa, and there were black slaveholders.
Well, the first, yeah.
Unfortunately, you tell me if there's any other group that have put together Caribbean islands the way the British and we can call the French and the Spanish have done it. You tell me if you can show me that, where they've taken away the language of people, where they've taken away their whole ancestral line and not allowing them to kind of know who and where they're from. If you can, you know, I'm happy to kind of.
Well, the Portuguese,
take that on
Spanish.
The same level as colonialism. Yeah, but we're in Britain and we've got a lot of British Caribbean islands over there, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm not directly holding you responsible, Wendy, but I don't think that you should say things like, well, that's your problem, or that's your issue, or that's your country's issue. When you know how that country is.
Say it's your issue. What we mean is that you seem to have a very biased view on what actually happened. I mean, Arabs have taken over places and wiped out languages.
Yeah.
We at one time we had a French king in this country. We couldn't fucking understand him. So we got conquered. We had a French king over us. So when you know, you assume that British people have never suffered in their past when actually they have, but they just don't go on about it.
No, I'm just not. That's not my main concern, because they're not suffering at the moment. But you don't really understand that black people are suffering at the moment. So
I don't think black people are. I think working class in general are, but to some extent, I can understand the people further up the purity scale who say that the options are there, and you can't blame anybody for where your life is but yourself. And to some extent, that's true.
You agree with that statement, do you? You think
To
that the
some
options are there?
To some extent, yes.
Okay.
Because look, we live in a world today where we've got the internet at our disposal. Any question that we want to find, we can find it just by typing, on any subject. So say tomorrow, if I was young, if I was 20, and I wanted to be a journalist and I failed at school or whatever, I could go onto the internet and find how to be a journalist, take courses in journalism. Even as an adult, I could enroll myself. But even later on, I could just say to myself, well, what do the journalists do? How do they do it? Why don't I do it myself? There's more than one way of being a journalist. I don't have to be a good writer. I could be somebody that actually goes about and reports on local stories. I could go abroad. I could be a journalist that just goes on one thing. You know, there's so many different things that you can do now that when you're young to broaden your horizons and to fulfill what you want to do, that I don't understand what all this moaning and complaining about, especially in Britain, where even if you're on the breadline, you do actually get a roof paid over your head. You do get money given to you, and there are courses there that are free for those that are in that position. I don't understand why people are complaining. I really don't.
You don't understand why people are complaining.
So wait,
No,
hold on
not-
a second. You don't understand why anyone's complaining in Britain, or only a certain sector of people?
No, particularly people from like when she says, I don't understand that there's still inequality. There is inequality, but there's always going to be an inequality. You can never have pure equality. You can't have equality of outcome. So I don't understand why people are trying to get equality of outcome, because it can never happen.
So you don't think that black people can be equal? And
I think they already are.
They're not. They're not equal in employment, housing, justice. The list goes on.
They already are. If anything, they have positive discrimination laws, for want of a better word, equality laws written into law that helps them. The quotas in the job market help them. They do.
because the thing is, Jupiter, I'm going to tell you things, and you're going to say what I'm saying is not correct. So there's nothing I can do, but just speak my truth and speak about
Go
things
on,
that I've
then, no, go on. I'm listening.
I've mentioned
Yeah.
this to you before about in the job market. I think when Banksy was on, I explained that there's issues for black graduates getting into the city and getting into those positions, and it's not a joke. It's a serious
But
thing.
that's for all millennials today, and that's because the jobs are. That's because
CEO
yes,
positions have no. Look, white people don't have those issues getting into those positions. They don't.
Do you
rate
think
that.
not? Think not?
Well, they're there. They're there. You can see it. It's not. I don't think it's the case. They're there. You know, why would you think that there's no inequality in the
Would you
justice
say not
system?
all white people don't have that issue? You'd say more white people have that issue. I mean, more black people have that issue than white graduates.
Sorry, was that to me or was that to?
Yeah, that was you. Would you say more
Sorry,
black graduates have that issue than white graduates?
Well,
Not
more
that
black
all white
graduates.
people don't have that issue. That more black graduates have that issue than white graduates.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
We've
per
always
capita,
had that. Yeah. I'm gonna try and find some stats if I can.
Watch. This is really interesting because for so many decades, because I'm an old man now, you know, the conversation flows just like the way this is flowing, where you'll get one group of people saying, well, it's like this, and another group saying, we don't see it like that. And then the next thing they say, right, okay, we're going to get the data. We're going to go and get the facts. We're going to go, well, and then if there's no data, the next thing they say, okay, we're going to have to commission a report. It's been the same thing for decades. I've been around for decades, and it's the same pattern. Okay, we're gonna have to commission a report, and then they say, right, okay, so. You will put together a report, and then we'll come together. And
I would like to say something.
All right, but
here.
ICQ, after the report's done, after the wait, hold on, after the report's completed, what happens? Are there any changes have you noticed any changes that have been made since there've been any of these reports?
Yes, there's changes, but you see, there's change. You know, when people say, "Oh, is there been a change in your career?" Oh, yes. Yeah, I've changed my job. So what happened? Oh, I got promoted, or I got moved sideways. So a change doesn't necessarily mean that there's been any progress or an improvement. It's just like the reshuffling of a department. You understand? So yeah, so change is not
when
a
people
good word. Sorry.
So when there's complaints or disagreements made, and then there's an inquiry put out, and they say, "Oh, we actually agree that these things do happen." Yeah, they never put anything in place to stop the thing happening. They just make it look more comfortable or more palatable. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, hold that point there. Very good. See that word there, inquiry. That's what was on my mind for the question of the day. You see that word complaint. See that word complaint. A lot of people don't understand the difference between a complaint and an inquiry. So if you're just complaining, it's like you're in a different mindset. It's like you're it's almost like you're whinging. But when you make it, when you raise an inquiry or cause an inquiry to take place, I think that is more deeper, because a complaint could be just as you see it and what you think about. But when an inquiry could be, you're asking, this is what I've seen. Can we look into this to see if the conclusion that I've come to is my personal conclusion, or if it is actually part of the system, or if it's an actual flaw in the system that needs to be changed. So compliance, complaints and inquiries are different. Sorry, go on.
It's interesting that you say that. There's two comments in the thing that I want to bring up. You got one person who wants us to talk about child trafficking that we can do in a little while, and you've got somebody else who's saying something ain't right. But the black people on these panels always accuse the white people of being on benefits, but it's black people who can't get the jobs. But I would like to add as well, it's interesting that you talk about these inquiries, because we had an inquiry on groomed girls, and they won't release the outcome. They won't tell us what they found.
Can I just
Yeah, I want to
respond
answer
to
that.
the
Hold on. No, we need to respond to that benefits thing, yeah, because I don't know who's made claims on this panel that all white people are on benefits.
Quite a few people come on and shout, you're just on benefits, this, that, the other. They do it.
Yeah, but who's in the panel at the moment that's made a claim that all white people is on benefits?
No, he said on these panels, so I don't think he means specifically today.
Right, let me put my hand up to something, because it's definitely not that statement. I'm not going to connect myself to that comment, but obviously I've had a discussion with yourself, Jupiter and Wendy, and I was concerned about the fact that you were so interested in Black Lives Matter and not interested in the economy that affects your direct pockets and is going to affect your young people as well. So I did direct that comment to you two, because I thought to myself, if you don't have that interest or that concern, maybe you're not in that environment where you're hustling for, in terms of financing your life and so forth. Which I could be wrong, but I felt there was a lot of you were honing into Black Lives Matter, and I'm thinking, are you realizing we're going through an economy crisis here? Do you realize that there's going to be a lack of jobs for your young people, my people, all of us? Are you guys looking into these issues here? Because I can't understand why Black Lives Matter was such a
that's a two-part question. I can easily answer that. Okay. First of all, let me start with the jobs and future for the children. I teach my children that self-employment is the best thing, the way to go in the future. Okay. So a lot of my children are actually self-employed and employ people, because from a very young age, I encourage them to get an education up to A level, not to go to university, and to get instead a trade. So they were well educated, because up to A level is reasonably educated, and they had a trade in their pocket as well. And it's worked. It's something that's worked very well with my children, and I continue to do it with the younger two. So that's number one, because I think if you're self-sufficient, then it doesn't matter if the state jobs collapses and everything else, you're self-sufficient.
That's an option. That's an option for all. That's fine. But I was just saying that
but for the Black Lives Matter, the reason that I'm concerned about the Black Lives Matter, I couldn't explain it. It's quite simple. I've got a black husband. I've got mixed race kids. I think that what Black Lives Matter has done is actually ripped apart the core of this society. It's worsened the ethno-nationalists, and that's not just white ones, it's black ones, and made the country more segregated. And I know that for some people in Black Lives Matter, that is their aim, because they want to go back, they want reparations. I believe that they could leave our society intact and still get a cause for reparations, or even get people on side to back them up to get some kind of payments to help them out of the country, drop their passport and not return. We could easily find procedures or what is the word? It's not procedures. We could easily put into place laws and stuff, legislation. We could try and get that through for them people that want to go drop their passport.
Yeah, can I give an answer to that about dropping this passport and all that? Yeah, because how comes if descendants of slaves get reparations, there's all these things where people saying they have to drop passports and they can't come back to England and they can't do nothing with England, but all the people, the colonizers that have colonized the countries what we come from, they're still able to be multinationals, trade, and still take advantage of deals that they have in different countries.
Yeah.
What's the difference between what's the difference between the people that owned slaves and the people that were descendants of slaves?
I would put it like this: if they were British slaveholders, which is the people that you're concerned about in this country, because obviously, as Wendy established earlier with Tash, there are slaveholders from all around the world, including Africa. So I'm only concerned about the British slaveholders, and unfortunately, if they're British, they're British. If they're born here and they want to stay here, I haven't got anything against any black person who wants to stay here and embrace the British culture. That's only my politics. I'm not speaking for every other white person, by the way. That's my politics. I think that if you're going to scream for reparations and at the same time be anti-white, which I've heard the same people doing, if you're going to scream for reparations, be anti-white, complain about the British system, complain about the British culture, complain about the British people and how you don't want to be here, you want to get money, you want to go abroad, then you should put your money where your mouth is when you get it. That's what I think.
But Jupiter, white people do the same.
Yeah, but wait, hold on a sec. That's what I was going to say. The most people that complain about English system are English people. Like white people complain about England much more than other people do.
But like I said, everybody's got a right to complain. But when you blame, when you say that it's the actual system itself and the whole country itself, that you can't fit into it, you don't want to fit in it. The reason that you want reparations is because you feel so foreign in this country, you feel so alienated, and that you need the reparations for the damage of being here, because it's not where you want to be, because you want to be where your mother tongue is and you want to be in the sunshine. And these are all the rhetoric here. Then
that's not work. That's not work. That's not why people say they want reparations. No one's ever said they want reparations for living in England.
What's the reparations for? What do you want it for? What damage has it caused you then? You yourself. Because if you're asking,
what damage has it caused me? I'll tell you. Let me tell you then. Do you want me to tell you or not?
Yeah.
You want to know? Yeah. What damage has caused me personally? So, I have a European surname. Yeah. The actual land what I came from. First of all, I have virtually no contact with any of my ancestors that were there in the first place. Yeah. So. Descendants of obviously more than one slave, because the further back you go in your ancestry, the more people that's in your line. So you stack. Yeah. Right. Descendants of
did you know you're
enslaved enslaved Africans. Yeah, we know what place they came from. We know that on our mum's side they come from Ghana, and on our dad's side they come from Ivory Coast.
Right, so you do know where they came from.
Yeah.
So if you do know where they came from, it hasn't been taken away from you, is it? And as for your name, if you know what your family name is now, you could always go by Depot and change it back.
No, we don't. I don't know what the family name is, but I know the place where we come from.
How will we know?
Well, because there's records. If you're definitely a descendant of a slave, there's slave records.
Do you understand the psychological damage that it's done to black people? What took place at this time?
Explain to me the psychological damage that it's done.
No, because I'll tell you what.
I've got to follow up. Hold on. Because all I hear from the black community is that they want it talked about more within the education system. Therefore, it can't be that damaging. Because if I was enslaved, I wouldn't want to go to school and hear about enslavement. My two mixed race kids, right?
I want to hear about what took place before slavery.
I want to make my point, and then you can come back. My two mixed race kids went to school, right? And at their school, despite what everybody online says, at their school they do talk about slavery. It is part of the curriculum. And both of my children come home. They went to 2 lessons, and both of my kids come home and said, "I don't want to go to them lessons no more. It's depressing." So I went and changed it so they didn't have to listen to it. They said it's depressing.
Yeah, but that's your two kids that don't want to learn about slavery. It doesn't mean anyone else doesn't. Wait, it doesn't mean that anyone else doesn't have to learn their history or anything that happened to their ancestors that came before that.
I'm not saying that's not my argument. What I'm saying is, Veli, do you really think as a child, if you was in school, sitting there listening to what happened when you were a child, that it would have done your mental health any good?
What, finding out about your history?
No, finding out about the enslavement and going into detail of what happened. Do you think that would have done?
Of course it would have. Of course it would have. Because it did. I found out about it when I was a child. From when you think I did? You think my parents didn't tell me about what was happening in Jamaica and what Jamaica was when we used to go on family holidays to Jamaica when we were children, and we used to go to like all the museums of the all the different things, like the plantation museums, the maroon places, everything. So we find out about the full history, not just the cherry coated one part and then trying to make everything look all nice and rosy.
Your parents,
that, man. We want a real.
If all your parents are doing that, why do you insist that it's in schools? Why? What you? So you don't want to do that for your children? You don't want to go to the museum?
What did I insist that it was in schools? Because you keep putting, every time we get on to one point, it's like you're moving the point further and further along. It started off with why should a British person, why should a British citizen, listen, let me finish. Let me start off, Let me rephrase the question at the start, So the first question I asked was, why do seems like the right wing a lot, say that if there is such thing as a reparations payment given, they expect the people to give up their passports and cut all ties with the UK. When
I told you why that.
But the people that have colonized and been around to all the other places where the people that are descendants of slaves are from, they still go to their places, do trade actually in their places, and try to take any advantages they can from their places. So why shouldn't anyone that's a descendant of slave be doing the same sort of thing in the place where they're from? Why shouldn't they be taking full advantage of all the education they can get, all the businesses they can make, and all the money they can get, and try to stack it up in one big lump and try to do whatever they can do? Why shouldn't they do the same thing as what the international big business people do?
I'm going to give you the same answer, but in a different way, and maybe you'll understand what I'm saying. Because the premise for reparations is that you need to that you feel you've lost contact with the continent. You feel that you don't know your history because it's not taught in this country, whereas in the continent it would be taught because they focus on their own history. Because you say the lifestyle here is not really what you want. You want people in the continent to better themselves and everything else. So that money that you get would go and help them anyway. And on top of that, the rhetoric that comes from the same people that ask for reparations, not specifically you, I'm not saying you, but a lot of the people that come on these panels, the rhetoric is, we don't want to live here. Why should we live here? Why should we do anything the way that you lot want us to do? When it's your country, it's not our country. So if it's not your country, why would you want the passport?
Who's saying this?
But they're born in. Wait. Listen, if you're British, listen. Wait. If you're a British citizen, you're entitled to have a passport. So you're entitled to live in the country or move out of the country if you want. It's your own. It's not. Wait. Listen. It's not the choice of another citizen. What the other citizens can do in the country. Do you know what I'm saying? Like why do they have to move out? Why can't they do business here and there? Why can't they choose to say, well, I've got my reparations check and I want to spend it in England? Why can't they say that if they want? They can do what they want with their so-called reparations money or whatever it is.
Why would somebody give you money for some? Because if you're saying it's more beneficial to live here, then it goes against your arguments.
I never said it was more beneficial to live here.
It's not
I
more
never said it was more beneficial to live
why
here.
you would
I said, what if the person makes the choice and says that they want to live there? That's what I said.
They don't say that.
Why
do
would
they?
they want to do that?
Yeah, but that's my whole point, Veli. They don't say that. What they say is
Who
they
doesn't
don't.
say that?
A lot of the people that come on here that talk about reparations.
You ain't heard none of their plans, because no one on there has actually spoke. I've never heard anyone come on and speak about what they actually have
You've never
planned.
heard anybody
Wait,
come
wait,
on.
listen. Wait. Let me finish. I've never heard anyone come on and say what they actually plan to do with a reparations check if they receive it. The only person I've heard with a plan of trying to receive a reparations check is IC3.
What? Are you joking? So you've never heard anybody come on here say they want reparations. They say, all right, ask Getty for one. Freddie, another one. Freddie, another one.
And what did Freddie say? Then give us verbatim what Freddie said then, or at least a close sort of recall of what you can remember Freddie saying then.
Roughly something along the lines of, we want our reparations. This country does nothing for us. It don't treat us right. We want to be in our. We want to be where we're sunny. This, that, and the other. All that kind of talk. And what I'm saying to you is, if that's what they feel, then fine. Take your money that you get. We can help you. We can push for you to get a certain amount of money to help you relocate and go. But don't think you're going to be able to walk in and out. You can come on holiday, but you're not coming back here when it goes wrong.
Why not? They're British citizens. So why is it okay for English people to say how shit England is, but no one else can say that?
Because they're not saying that there's things wrong and making complaints and being
They
constructive.
do though. How much English people move to Spain? Oh, fucking England shit. The weather's shit. The trains are shit. So and so. So I'm moving to Spain. I'm moving to America. I'm moving to Germany.
Veli, I agree with you. And I don't think them people should have a right to say anything about what happens in Britain either. I've often
But
said
they're British citizens though.
I don't care. They don't reside here. They don't live here. So why should they have a say on or influence anything that's going to be put through Parliament when they're not going to have to live under the rules themselves? They're not going to live in that society. Why should they?
I never said they should be able to vote, but they should be able to voice their or say whatever they want. And if they've got a passport or they've actually got British citizenship. Hold on a sec, get it.
Question, bro.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday.
One sec, guys. One sec, yeah. If they've got British citizenship, yeah.
Your mic
get hold on a sec, yeah.
Your mic out.
Yeah. If that, stop doing that, man. Yeah, sorry, my son's jumping about here. But if they've got a British citizenship or a British passport and they want to decide to leave and go, or they want to stay for 3 months of the year and live outside for 9 months of the year or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That they can still do that. Just because there's a couple of people in the chat or people on the panel that say they don't like it, it don't mean they can't do it.
There's plenty of British people I know that have gone to Spain and then they come back here when they want to use the Elf Surface. No, fuck off and use the fucking Spanish Elf Surface. You wanted to go live there, go and embrace yourself into that culture. Don't say that you want to go live there, but reap the benefits from over here.
It's not about that, but when it's not
don't work like that.
Why are you both attacking me?
Your mic's far. Move your mic a bit away from your mouth, bro.
Hello, can he hear you? He needs to fix his mic.
I don't know. I don't even know what he's saying because he's not going to calm down. He's going to just ramble and then.
Yeah, his mic. Your mic's not good, bro.
You know, the whole thing that took place and the way that the UK operate around the world at times, it's going to offend people and it's going to affect people. So you are going to get people that are going to respond in that way. So.
Yeah, but he just don't ever make a point. If he makes a point,
I
think I've heard it.
So I was saying that.
Points.
Yeah, we was going back and forth on that point. Yeah. So, sorry, Tash. Did you want to come in? Do you want to come in, Tash? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No. Do your thing. It's okay.
You wanted to come in, yeah?
I'm sorry. I keep the mic. You know what, Veli? I'm sorry about that. The last 2 days, I've had to just get on with a few things. So if I'm ever on and it's just muted, just boot me off the channel, like, or whatever you have to do in it, because I'm sometimes unaware that I'm even on here at times.
You know,
so.
you're not the only one that sits on the panel for long on mute, yeah, but I think you only done that yesterday still and today, but there's a couple people that do that still. But you don't worry about it anyway, man. We just carry on with this conversation that's going here, yeah. About the, if you was a British citizen, and then for what? Why? And they're actually happy to go back to move to their thing, but they've already set up a business or they've got a house here or anything like that. Yeah. Why can't they rent that? I know people that live in that have bought houses in England and now they live in Jamaica or they live in Florida or other places. Some people live in Canada as well. Yeah, and they've got properties in England. They've saved up, bought their property, paid off their mortgage, got nigh on to the end of it, moved to another country, rent out their property back here, and live in another place. Like,
and
I
they're
know people
perfectly
do that.
entitled to do that. They're entitled to do that. So
You don't think that they have a say in what takes place in the UK? Well, I say I'm in that position where.
But it depends whether they want to vote or not, because obviously we live in a democratic society. So, you know, if they want to, I'm sure, I don't know, if you're an expat living in a different part of the world, but you have ties to the UK or you're a UK citizen, surely.
When you say ties, like, for example, if you've got a business in the UK running and you live abroad.
Well, an expat. I mean, if you hold a British passport and you live in a different part of the world, you're an expatriate, an expat. That's what it means.
No. I'm not talking about an expat. I'm talking about those that have businesses, because that's a big thing where a lot of people have businesses running in the UK.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to vote in this country, then you have to be on the voters register list. So that means you have to have an address.
Yeah, but you have your address here and you'd rent out like what Betty was saying, but then you've bought abroad and you spend most of your time abroad, but you're still putting into the British economy to a certain extent, and you've got your you can still have a voice, I'm assuming. Of
course.
Okay, all right.
I'm not sure if you can still vote or whatnot,
because you have to be on the voters register list to actually. So you get the polling card in the post, and you go to your polling station, and you place your vote.
But I'm not sure if you can vote if you're.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
I think you have to live here for longer than 6 months of the year or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jupiter, what were you saying?
I said, yeah, they can, but like Velly said, you have to live here for 6 months and then you can vote. You do a postal vote. I don't agree that they should be allowed to do that.
So now you were saying that a lot of people are complaining about, reparations and blah, 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 and all the rest of it.
I understand them asking for reparations. I haven't got a problem with that. What I've got a problem is the way they go about it when they say that the reason that they need the reparations is because this country's so bad. They're not adjusted to living here. Their natural environment is Africa. That they yearn for Africa. They want to be amongst their own people. So these sort of people that say all this stuff, when they get their reparations, that they should the clause should be: you drop your passport and you go to where you say you're going. We'll help set you up. We'll help get you out there. We'll give you money to set you up in whatever business it is you say you want to do, and then you stay there. That's it. You can come on holiday. You can come on holiday.
I would disagree with that. Disagree with that.
You visiting family and friends, but that's where you stay, out there. You don't have a vote in this country no more. You don't have a say because you don't feel part of the country.
If you don't live in the country, you probably don't have a vote. But I'm not sure if you can lose your.
But I don't think the word
or whatever.
If you look at the true definition of the word reparations, I don't think it actually encapsulates. well, if you want reparations, you should fuck off. And do you know what I'm saying? I mean, reparations.
Yeah. It's like repair.
It's a form
The money's the smallest part of the reparations.
Look at the true definition of the word. If we look at the true definition of the word, it will give us a better understanding of what we're actually talking about.
Really and truly, yeah. If reparations, yeah, came with like I was saying, who's I speaking to the other day? I think someone about colonization, yeah. And I was saying, right, if any of the colonization meant that they went to any of these countries, yeah, the people were living like savages. They left the countries and the people were living like kings, yeah, and they had a good relationship with the things, yeah. Then no one would actually complain about reparations because you actually helped the people that was there. But in 9.9 times out of 10, that's not what happened in no colonization and no slavery or anything like that.
Okay, Relly, the other day I was talking to you about a video. There's one called Challenge in Nigeria, 1948. Take a little look at that. It's 20 minutes long. You don't have to play all of it. But it shows you what it was like, what it was all about.
Put the link to it in the private chat, innit?
Yeah. But then she's lying, bro. Even yesterday, yeah.
When it comes to my phone, Velly, I'm not good with all that shit, honestly. So, but it's called Challenge in Nigeria, 1948. It's on YouTube. You can easily find it. It comes up straight away.
Yeah, I'll type it in YouTube later.
Okay, let me ask you a question, yeah? It's yesterday our brother, the freedom fighter, Shakara, was acting like a human on the show, yeah? He was answering questions. And this is the question most of us freedom fighters are saying, back forward. He's not the only person they've heard this from Shakara. They hear it from all of us. But what did they do? They want to shoot him down, make him look like a fool, look like how his ancestors have been putting other people through. Because we clearly see the racism and the white supremacy that was going on. You know, the way, answering back, shooting back at Shakara. I know my sister Tasha.
Isn't that what he wanted?
He heard it all, and that was disrespectful. I bet you would do that to someone like me. The Lion of Julius Malema. You know them ones? I'm a different kind of freedom fighter. I don't allow that bullshit. But the fact is, everything he was telling you, you wanted to shoot it down. But fact is, the matter is, this country went from farming to slavery. The industrial revolution happened through slavery. And how Holland, you cannot do that shit with me, man. My brother, I'm his spirit right now.
Yeah, because you got a louder mic than everyone. That's the only reason.
I'm not even trying to. I took the headphones off before you said it wasn't working, yeah? So what I'm trying to say is, look, you went from slaving people to your industry. You were farmers, Don't forget that before. You were living with your animals inside your house. You were getting the biggest chicken pox, whatever.
Yeah, like the people. Just like the people in Africa.
Hold on. You went to Africa, especially South Africa. Now it's funny. This is
the Dutch went to South Africa.
The Dutch went to South Africa.
When I say South Africa, I'm talking about the stock exchange. The stock exchange was put upon South Africa. The back of the
people. Otherwise, we can't have a conversation.
We don't give a fuck what you want to. Why do you keep coming back the way you were speaking to Shakara yesterday? You obviously don't want to learn. You don't want to listen. You don't want to take in what black people. And then on top of that, you said, don't talk about his experience. When he was talking about the European, you were saying you don't know how it's to be a white man, right? You're telling Shakara to be white. You don't know about the experience. When he was saying, Johnson said in the EU, but he wants to put
you black people. Not allowed to tell you anything about blackness. Don't be
Prince of Speaker's Corner, the big fool to humanity, and you said you liked him the most out of Speaker's Corner. You said your husband loves him the most. Remember you said that?
Yeah, we love him. Big up,
ladies and gentlemen. And they keep coming back. The worst thing about it, they keep coming back. They don't want to give up. They just want to do what their ancestors used to do to black people, which is put their knees over our head, And that's not gonna happen. Because the way you're talking to Shakara, you can't talk to EFF freedom fighters like that. We were better your shit.
How are you a freedom fighter? How are you a freedom fighter?
So listen, South
No,
Africa.
explain
South
how
Africa.
you're a
When
freedom
these people
fighter.
the black people in Shantytown.
How
they
are you a
clearly showed
freedom
South Africa
fighter?
was
White people in
popular.
Shantytowns
It
as
clearly
well.
showed what Julius Malema is doing right now is the best thing for South Africa. If Wendy's saying white people in Shantytown and slums and this and that, right?
Well, they are,
This
aren't
must
they?
clearly show, yeah, but Wendy, so it must be clearly the best thing for what's going on for South Africa right now, which is new leader, the freedom fighter, who's telling fuck the white people, kick them out with no compensation, kick them out of all of South Africa with no compensation.
Oh, okay, so hang on. Okay, so what have we decided to do that here? What have we decided to do that here? Kick everyone out. Let's just fucking kick everyone out.
South Africa.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot, Askari.
I'm not an idiot. That's the policy. Kick them out with no rewards. You
What, is
cannot
he in
reward.
power? Is he in power? Is he?
Because the way you speak to Shakara, how can someone like you be rewarded? You coming up in here with your white privilege. But yesterday it was fucking disgusting what you did, both of you. And that Dave, you think we're dumb, You think the British Empire?
Wait a minute. What did we do to
Hold on. You think the only enemies of
Why?
What the fuck did we do?
The only enemies of Britain is black people.
You
The
need
whole
to
world is
pause
the
it.
enemy.
You need
And
to
we
pause
gonna come together. You ain't gonna talk to people like that again. You know what I mean? So fuck off the show and come with some other topics.
Sorry, Askari, but what decade
You
do
the
you
enemies
live
of
in?
black people.
What decade do you live in?
You, Mr. Atheist. I don't want to chat, bro. Me and you, we cool, man.
What
Let's leave it
decade
from
do
me.
you? No, but what decade do you live in?
Bro,
I mean,
did you hear how they were talking to Shakara yesterday? Did you hear how
I
they were
never
saying,
heard it. I don't really jump on that much. But like, bro, what decade are we living in? Chill out,
We're
man.
living in
Chill
a
out.
decade of the freedom fight.
Chill out.
When he's
Brother,
telling
brother,
you,
brother,
you
chill
keep a
out,
white
man.
man out of the land with no compensation.
Freedom fighter living
That's
in
the
Great
fact.
Britain. Freedom fighter living in
And you
Great
know this.
Wow.
You know this. But you guys are scared. So
chill
shit
out,
to come to South Africa. You never
Freedom fighter, yeah, in Great
Well,
Britain.
speak to me, mate. Because that's where the real separation is going on because of your people. And it should be real separation.
Whoa,
We
hold
are
on. Whoa, brother,
divide.
calm down. Calm yourself. Calm your liver.
So there
Calm
should
your
be
liver for 1 or 2 seconds, man. Just chill out, man.
really that people say and
Wow.
they
Listen, why you keep coming asking about black questions? You clearly told Shaka we can't experience the white man's experience, right? So why
Oh,
do you
here we
keep
go.
coming
Here we go.
Okay,
White
man.
man.
Chill out,
Never
bro.
mind. White man.
Chill out,
Never
man.
mind.
Here we go. Here we go.
White man, devil man. White man, devil man.
Israelites are your biggest enemy. You should be scared of the Hebrew Israelites. They're coming for you.
Scared of anyone. Why should we be scared of
Hebrew
Israelites?
Israelites.
Israelites
The Hebrew
are idiots.
Israelites.
They're idiots.
The Palestinians.
They're
the Iranians,
idiots. They're idiots.
the Arabs, the Vietnamese. You want me to carry on the whole of continent of Africa? Who's your friend? Tell me who's really your friend. Who is really your friend?
My next door neighbor.
That's it.
He's crazy.
Really, so you can pick up and respect people.
Get him, man. Get him.
America's our
Calm down,
friend.
man.
America's our friend. Yeah, America's our friend.
America's taken over by Ilhan Omar. She's gonna rule you guys.
America's our friend. We don't need any more friends. As long as America's our
Joe
friend.
Biden and Ilhan Omar are they gonna destroy this rights, this right wing
He married
mentality.
a
And you know this. Whatever happens in America happens in the UK. So big up my sister Ilhan Omar. You never marry her brother because listen to how much they hate her, They'll come out with all these lies. But the fact is, Putin is a rapist, he's a pedophile, he's a murderer. The fact is in history. Your president, your president. Your queen welcomed in Jimmy Savile into the palace. A pedophile who has sex with Jimmy in the palace. Come on.
Mary's on the fucking hell.
How can the queen be around her palace having a pedophile in the palace? How? It's because it's a culture, right?
What are
It's
you
a British
caring?
culture.
It's not your
That you
queen. It's not your
children
queen.
all over the world, right?
Not your
It's
queen.
a culture, isn't it?
It's not your
So,
queen.
so
We have an
how
Not
international
your
People's Lungs
queen.
Awareness Day.
But no, hold on.
Like
Get
on a
it.
railway train, isn't it?
International
It's like a
People's Lungs
railway
Awareness
train.
Day.
Get it. Hush your lips for
But
one
think about
second.
it, though.
Yeah? Hush your lips
But
for
think
one
about it, bro.
second.
Like
Hush
the whole
your
world's sick and
lips
tired of
for
these
1
nonsense, man.
second.
These British
Just
nonsense,
hush
man.
your mouth.
You can
No,
burn me all over,
second.
mate.
No,
The
they're not.
biggest
You can't even
race
speak
of
to this
nonsense are
fucking
British.
guy, man.
Go and
No,
pick up your step.
no, they're not.
No, what do you mean, Wendy? Like,
Getty,
go to South Africa. Go to Mombasa.
How old
Go
your
to
wife?
Get
7
him
or
out,
8?
get him out, get him out, get
7
him
or
out,
8.
get him out, 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 get him out.
Dad, my granddad had a British passport. 600 million people had British
How
passport.
old's your wife? Is she 7 or 8?
Get out where, bro? Get out where? My granddad had a British passport. I can show it to you, mate. In the 600 million.
You're arguing with yourself, Asketty. You're having a whole argument with yourself.
The way you spoke to Shakara was crazy. Why did you
You're
speak to Shakara?
arguing with yourself.
Do you think you're superior to Shakara?
Shakara was okay yesterday.
That might be your
Wendy,
especially you, Wendy.
you're very rude. That's why I panelled up, because I didn't think I was going to talk to you guys again. But you were very rude to Shakara.
Who cares?
If we're going to get to a point where we're going on panels and being
I wasn't. I'm just trying to have a fucking conversation with Asketty, but
You can't have a
I'm about to
conversation.
go and smash my face in a brick wall.
Yeah, he won't allow you to have a
I don't want
conversation.
you to do that.
He
My
just
point is,
talks drivel.
you were very disrespectful yesterday, and I don't understand why.
Why were we?
What about your people, Wendy? What about your
Oh, because I reminded him about Winnie Mandela and her favourite trick, yeah? Fired young black men. Oh, yes.
That is the experience that you can never experience, right? But you probably can't experience what people experience, isn't it?
Winnie Mandela, that's what she did to
My point
her.
is like this. Look, I didn't want to talk like this. My point is like this. You know, the boat has sank. You know, the boat has sank. There's nothing you want to. Black Lives Matter, the black community, the black family. You don't care. Stop. Use other topics. Come here with other topics. You hate us with a passion. The way you are to Shakara, we saw it all. You hate us with passion. So don't talk about us. You don't know our experience, like you said, yeah? Give us the
with yourself.
Yeah, stop telling us about our country. Go away. You're not white.
You're not, you don't know. You don't know. You're not.
What was that?
You don't know the pain I feel every time I look at a fire and look at a chimney. You don't know the pain and the fear I feel.
That's the way he's talking to us. That's why.
on the planet.
You're going to sit there and allow his racism. I'm going to be racist.
Yeah, you don't know how I feel when I look at you.
Calm down the conversation.
And people praying on the children.
A bit like your country then, yeah? Somalia. 7-year-old tribes, yeah?
Send him home, send him home, send him home. Send him home, send him home, send him home.
Bro, you're lucky you have nowhere to go. Hector cannot come to Africa. It's straight up mob justice.
Wouldn't want to go to Africa.
Get your coat, get your coat, get your coat.
Africa no more. He's done his time.
We don't care. We don't care. We don't care till there.
People have to see the Muslims
There
run
ain't no flies on us. There ain't no flies on us. There may be flies on some of you guys, but there ain't no flies on us.
Remember
that.
You're just having an argument with yourself, Asketty.
Out of control.
You're not having an argument with anyone, just yourself.
You speak.
Because you know what chatting shit with Shakara.
Oh, we say what we want. It's a free country.
What do you mean? He's a piece of shit.
Flies on us.
Yeah, he's a
No
piece of shit.
Sharia here.
Flies ain't that shit.
How old's your wife, Asketty? Is she 7 or 8? Which one is it? 7, 8, 9.
He's coming on here talking with his verbal diarrhea.
European trash.
Well, why don't you go and live in your African
I'm not
wonderland?
Racist.
Go and live in your African wonderland. Go on. Go on.
Get out of Africa. When is the stock exchange going to come down? When we're going to put the stock exchange down?
Go and be a freedom fighter in Africa. Go and be a freedom fighter in Africa.
You guys steal from us.
Go on, Askari. Go and be a freedom fighter in
Look at
Africa.
my name. It's called the Lion of Julius Malema. He has spoken up.
Oh God, what an idiot!
Yeah, he is a complete clown.
What the fuck, you know, from Julius Malema to Ilhan Omar.
Julius Malema.
Oh God, go and get your berry on. Go and give your head a wobble. Your berry on in the mirror.
And join them. Instead of being a freedom fighter in Great Britain, go and be one in South Africa. Idiot.
You know, invaded Afghanistan 4 times in the last 200 years.
I can't hear what he's saying at this point. Is Mike?
We invaded Afghanistan 4 times, apparently.
Yes, don't you feel shame?
So, no, I don't feel ashamed.
That's why you're human beings.
I didn't invite anybody, if you don't mind.
I don't feel ashamed. You're not going to get me feeling any white guilt.
I think you do. I think you do feel it, Wendy. I think that's
I
why
don't
you're
feel
so
it. Are you kidding me, Tash?
That's what we've been talking about. That's what
You
we've
only
been
laugh.
I think you do think that. I think that's why you tried it so hard.
A small island.
Some of the stuff you said, Wendy, is unbelievable. I don't know why you need to
Island, look what we've done. For a small island, look what we've accomplished.
You've done a lot.
Look at the
You've done
size
a
of
lot of
Africa. What have you accomplished?
You've done
Asketi?
What have you accomplished?
Asketi, what have you accomplished?
Wendy's trolling.
Come on, man.
Wendy's riding dirty. She's trolling. Wendy's riding dirty. She's trolling.
Rap metal.
When he's trolling, he's hating.
One sec. Is that Shakira?
When he's trolling,
One sec.
he's hating.
Wendy's
Yo,
riding
that's
dirty.
Shakira.
Wendy's riding dirty.
Yo, wait, let me check. Wait,
Yo,
use
Belly,
up,
it's me, man. It's me, bro. It's me.
BLM. What you got? BLM trigger.
What's happening, Toro?
Triggerville,
man.
Bristol.
My name's
Big up, big up.
Belly, BLM, Bristol and beyond.
That's quite funny.
Watch her riding dirty.
Sharia.
Hating.
Scrap watch. We're on the scrap watch. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, all the brass statues can go in the back of my van.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get me. They could go. Yeah. I'll have a piece of that as well.
Weigh them in, mate. Weigh them all in.
You get
mate,
me.
you know?
What's yet?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let you get back to
Sharia
it. Yeah, I
is
just
here.
wanted to make sure everyone was in there.
Calm
You know?
down now, Asketi.
Oh, fucking hell. Is that big odds, yeah?
Ben, hold on. Ben, can you make a show called British International Guns Awareness Day?
What?
British International what?
British International Guns Awareness Day. And I'm going to try and get this one every time. But how many
Bruv, I got British International and Awareness Day, yeah, but what was the thing before British International something awareness day?
Yeah, it's for those people getting molested by these British politics makers. All over the world. And there's a rate.
Your anger makes you hateful, Asketi. That's the
All
problem.
this other shit. What about those people in Gambia and Mombasa and Thailand and all these places?
What's he going on about Gambia and
Wendy will be against that. Wendy's all for the pedo. She's a pedo herself.
Wait a minute. Natty, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that because
Wendy.
you're a pedo. Yeah, because
Wendy
all
is
right
a pedo.
to marry
That's why they
7-year-old
call her
children.
Wendy Woo.
Yeah.
That's her name, Wendy Woo.
Yeah, whatever, Natty.
She
Yeah,
likes to
get
woo
on.
the little boys, innit, Wendy?
I get it.
Dirty guy.
What were you on about Gambia for, Sketty?
Yo, quick, Jimmy Savile. How
What
come?
about
Dirty girl.
Jimmy Savile?
Wendy's
What
a
about-
dirty girl.
You love also.
What about Jimmy Savile?
Who do we trust?
So did we try and hide
Wait,
what
he was
Jimmy
on his team
Savile
the other
did?
day when he was in the third box.
No, we didn't try and hide what Jimmy Savile did we?
Yes, you did.
How's about that then?
No, we didn't. The BBC didn't get it right. We didn't. Ordinary people didn't. The BBC did. Don't know.
We'll fix it for
That's
you.
it.
English.
And you, and you, and you.
Imagine in a palace, and there's a pedophile. She's invited a pedophile.
Yeah. Wendy said Jim will fix it.
Jim will fix it for you. And you, and ba ba ba.
Yeah.
Who remembers that?
Yeah,
Jim
bro,
will
like
fix
that
it for you.
Jim and fix it. I think when you look back now, and you look at who used to go on that show, it's actually sick knowing what he got up to. And what
I actually saw
All
Jimmy
lives matter.
Savile.
All lives matter.
I actually saw Jimmy Savile.
Oh, you poo! You sorry for you.
No,
What
I
a
did.
sight.
I actually saw him in real life.
Yeah, what a sight that was to be.
He came into my no square.
Did you hear what Jimmy Savile said? He hasn't got a kitchen in his house because he hasn't got a wife.
What?
They're too young to cook, man. They're too young to cook.
Why are you laughing? Hang
Not
on.
like your
Why
house then.
Why do you
Like
think
your
it's
house.
funny?
Culture, right? British humor.
No, Jimmy Savile said he doesn't have a kitchen in his house.
Funny, there's nothing funny about Jimmy Savile.
When it comes to the brain. But you don't talk over other people. Don't talk about other people. Which is
Oh,
weird as
shut
well.
up. Wendy, that's because we've got a kitchen, an house like turrets where the bedroom kitchen.
Under your box. Under your hospitals.
How old your wife? 7, 8? Because you're from Somalia, so 7, 8.
Jupiter lives in a bed and breakfast.
How's about that then?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Hey, where's my breakfast, motherfucker? I mean my bread. Where's my breakfast,
I
motherfucker?
must admit, I mean, Jimmy Savile was the original chaperator.
I want my breakfast in my bed, motherfucker.
How big do you think it's pedophile things was going on back in the day?
You must admit that Jimmy Savile was the original chaperator. Did you see the size of that chaps that Jimmy Savile used to wear, man?
Wendy Savile.
Wendy Savile.
Wendy Hopkins, Wendy Savile, Wendy Wuhan. I get called all kinds of things. So just had to keep adding.
Wendy Savile. But listen, again, the question is,
It's called Wendy Savile. You know?
police will not deal. I hear police will not deal with any cases of pedophile because it was an in-house problem. So whenever it happened, it was just an embarrassing.
Are you off your head? Are you off your head?
Exactly.
No, he's got a point there. He's actually got a point there.
That's about
Nobody was.
I make you right on that one, Getty. You're right.
It was a culture, British culture.
You're allowed to marry
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah, drag queen and country.
Somalians getting married to
How come?
Let's
If you look at the
check.
police record, yeah, there wasn't a lot of pedophiles cases. But there was a lot of pedophilia. You know, even to the point where kids are coming out about their own parents.
I mean, how old was Aisha?
I don't know, man. You tell me. I don't know.
Modern day
How's about that
But in modern day today,
marry
Britain
How's about that then?
#1 international nonsense.
Yeah.
British people are #1 international nonsense. And there's a record to prove that all over the world. And we must had enough of you guys, man. You're the most disgusting race. You're disgusting, like you can't. You know what I mean?
He's got a good point. He's got a good point.
And who is accomplied to this? British Airways. We should hold them responsible. British Airways sending all these youngsters. What was the tool used? British Airways. What tool did they use?
That's why it's called Airways.
Turok, what you're not understanding is
I'm not even
culture that marries 7 and 8 year old girls.
You told me when she was in Mombasa, when she was 13, two British men came up to her, tried to give her some food and some sweets and that. Some more sweets and a sweet food in our hotel.
All the time.
And you know what happened?
Someone got knighted. Someone got knighted.
They're the biggest groomer in the world, the biggest grooming gang. They know how to groom.
Got OBH.
You lot are.
He got
the biggest grooming gang in the planet.
Jimmy Savile got OBE.
He did though, didn't he?
Hey, guess what? Tura, guess what? You know what? He had a house. Right? And this hospital worker is watching him, yeah?
I don't know why you're laughing.
I'm taking the kid to the house. I don't care.
Yeah.
He just waved back. The
How
worker's like,
old's your wife, Escape? 7, 8, 9.
just wave back, you know? Like,
7, 8, 9. Are you going to tell me how old she is?
yeah, British holiday.